You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 2901, Collapsing Eternity Part 3. I need to get rid of Thamos now to protect you guys. Tyrus shook her head. If I just seal him somewhere, sooner or later the Council of Giera is going to decipher his language. I don't think you want him going around babbling about the Destroyer and his cursed object. At those words, soulless anger at Tyrus disappeared and was replaced by gratitude. By my mom, I had almost forgotten about that. Lost cities don't have much credibility, but if someone believed him, we would have gotten in trouble. Indeed, the Great Mother nodded. Saying that Lith was bonded to a cursed object was easy to refute, since he could foil any investigation simply by taking off the stone ring. The problem was that Thamos wouldn't make a generic allegation, but point at Soulless. The moment someone examined her from up close with a breathing technique and discovered that her energy signature was the same as Lith's, Thamos' words would be confirmed. Also, this isn't my turf, Tyrus added. Feniger would notice me if I followed you as you moved the camp to a new site. If I waited for you guys to go back to Garland instead, I would have to bring Thamos with me. The other Guardians would then ask themselves why I'm endangering Elysia first and my kingdom later, wasting my focus instead of just dropping Thamos here and making him Giera's problem. This is the best moment to get rid of the lost city without anyone suspecting that I needed your tower, Lith. Remember that the Guardians know you possess Menadian's legacy, but they are completely unaware of what it can do. Thanks to these blueprints, I can claim that during the fight I recognized Thamos and had a way to destroy him. I just needed to restrain him to keep you safe, while I searched for the self-destruct spell among the ancient books I keep in my pocket dimension. It will explain my current absence and why I was so confident I could destroy him. Even through the haze of pain and confusion, Lith knew that the Guardian was right. Even Grandma had no idea of the properties of the various floors of the tower, and we spent months on her turf. By protecting my secret, Tyrus is making sure that Giera's Guardians won't bother me during my stay. Maybe it's the headache talking, but I can't make heads or tails of this stuff. Lith only needed a single glance at Thamos' blueprints to suffer from blinding pain. Do you need Grandma or Ligaon's help to crack them? I would if this was a modern and revolutionary forgemastering technique. Tyrus skimmed through the pages, highlighting with a holographic marker the parts she needed. This stuff is so outdated that it's embarrassing to look at. Don't get me wrong, without the schematics, not even Ligaon's eyes would find a way to safely destroy a monstrosity like this. All the souls and the monocores Thamos absorbed during the centuries have formed hundreds of layers that shield the pseudo-core's runes from being studied even by soul vision. With the schematics, however, finding the weak points of the lost city is child's play for an ancient creature like me who can read the ancient runes and is familiar with this kind of enchantment. She double-checked her findings, and once she made sure to not have missed anything, Tyrus handed the eyes back to Soulless with a deep bow of gratitude. I'll send you back first to give you guys plausible deniability. Can you stand? Barely, but that's a good thing. Lith's knees wobbled for a second. We are supposed to be exhausted from the battle after all. Tyrus nodded and put Lith and Soulless right inside their respective doubles before making them fade. Everything that their copies had seen, heard, and experienced was passed into Lith's and Soulless minds, bringing them up to speed. Luckily, they had been away for less than 2 minutes. Aside from the screams of joy and a quick head count to make sure that no one was hurt, nothing much had happened. Lith, are you all right? Camilla asked with worry after seeing him shutting his eyes while gritting his teeth. The influx of information from his copy wasn't much, but it was enough to aggravate his headache. The babies clinging to his chest while screaming at the top of their lungs didn't help either. I'm fine, Kami. I'm just moved and deafened from the warm reception. He forced himself to smile while he resumed reassuring the children from where the copy left. There was a small crowd of people surrounding them, waiting for the moment to ask their questions without disturbing the moment. Everyone had seen how desperate Lith's condition was after Thamos' punch, and even though they knew Tyrus had healed him, they were still worried about him. Thank you for your help, Soulless. Freya hugged her while asking her to play along via a mind link. Without you, my spells would have collapsed. In the chaos of battle, no one had noticed her disappearance, and Freya was providing Soulless an alibi. Freya knew that the camp had withstood the tower spirit spells only thanks to the defensive system of the tower, and this was the only way to give Solus her due credit. We make a good team, as always. Between her still ringing head and the influx of information from her copy, Solus had a hard time focusing. After Tyrus had disappeared, the camp had fallen into a stunned silence. The fear from witnessing the fury of a lost city and the apparently endless scores of the black tide had taken a while to fade. One moment everyone was praying the gods for mercy, and the next a living god had fought for them. Tyrus' power, her morning star, and the complete annihilation of a monster tide had left the people in the camp with their mouth agape and their brains frozen in shock. It had been the cries of the babies when Camilla had come to check on Lith that had broken the stillness. "Are we safe now?" she had asked. "Yes, it's all over now." The construct had replied with so much confidence that his words had lifted everyone's spirit. The camp had burst into laughs, cries of joy, and cheers that had continued until that moment. "You can turn tail and get back to the camp, you cowardly bastards," Orion cheerfully said to the pilots of the Dulorians. "I'm sorry to break this to you, but we are all alive." Once he confirmed that there had been no casualties, and that everyone from the advance party had come back, Orion went to talk to Lith. "I know that it's a stupid question, but I need you to confirm it to me. Is the black tide really gone?" "Most of it, but yes," Lith nodded. "I'm not sure if the lost city left a few of them behind as a backup, but even if he did, they shouldn't amount to more than a few monster hordes, and hordes without a leader at that." "What about the lost city?" Orion pointed at the massive molten remains that lay a few hundreds of meters in front of the camp. Chapter 2902, Collapsing Eternity, Part 4. "He's still alive." Lith looked at Thamo's body with life vision, noticing that even without the pseudo-core it still had a visible mana flow and life force. "I don't know what Tyrus is going to." Right on cue, the figure of the Great Mother in her human form appeared in the sky accompanied by a gentle radiance that lit the night as bright as day. A wave of her hand healed the scars on the ground left by the conflict and scattered the ashes of the dead monsters. A powerful darkness spell erased the smell of death from the air and that of sweat and fear from the living, making them feel like after a relaxing hot bath. The living corpse of Thamos was the only reminder of the fierce battle that had just transpired. "People of Garland, people of Giera, heed my voice." Tyrus sent a telepathic impulse that triggered all the communication amulets on Giera, forcing them to project her image and carry her voice. "For a long time, you have lived in fear of the black tide and of the lost city of Thamos, not knowing that they were one and the same." The amulets projected segments of the battle where the eternal fortress appeared in his humanoid form and fed upon the essence of the monsters. The black tide is no more. The images now showed a golden griffin unleashing a beam of light that had conquered the darkness of the night and exterminated the monsters. Then she let go of the crystal block containing the pseudo-core of the eternal fortress. It merged with the mass of molten rocks, rebuilding itself with astounding speed as he sucked in the surrounding world energy, and Tyrus provided him more. "Please, no," the eternal fortress said the moment he had a mouth again. "Don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask, I'll protect your people, fight other lost cities, anything." Even though no one understood his words and Thamos had no facial muscles that could express emotions, everyone could hear the fear in his voice and feel it in his trembling limbs. He was double her height, and his limbs were covered in deadly weapons, yet he was the one backing away, his hands raised in surrender. His pleas were met with a cold, merciless gaze. Thamos knew he had no way out, but he still had to try. He turned around and started to run when Tyrus took out an ancient parchment and spoke the first rune of the self-destruct spell. The mana flow in his body froze, his limbs flailing as he fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The guardian chanted the rest of the spell even though she had no need for it. Tyrus wanted everyone to listen and understand what was happening. Every rune she spoke appeared in the air in front of her and then rushed into the eternal fortress, making him spasm. Every rune that her fingers traced was a luminous sword that cut the white stones of his body open. The cracks started as small as her movements were slow, but they spread as if the living city was made of glass. His self-repairing enchantments flowed backward, making the slightest injury grow deeper and langer instead of closing it. Thamos screamed in agony, his powerful voice echoing for miles and scaring the few animals left into a rout. Tyrus found no pleasure in his suffering, but she kept chanting slowly. She had no idea if there was an afterlife, or if a living legacy possessed an eternal soul. The only way she had to be sure that Thamos paid for his cruelty was to take care of it herself while he was still alive. The eternal fortress tossed and screamed, his agony broadcasted through the communication amulets to the entire Giera. His death throes were a warning to the rest of the lost cities of the fallen continent and the smaller living legacies who had never been imprisoned and possessed an amulet. Orpal was among them, his amulet safely stored inside his pocket dimension, but physically close enough to see and hear everything. Night was frozen in terror, her mind empty as she witnessed what her fate would be if caught. The self-destruction spell seemed to act the same way of those that Thamos had suffered earlier, but the truth couldn't be more different. The spell wasn't affecting the eternal fortress body. There was no attack from which his enchantments could shield him. The runes conjured by Tyrus were unraveling the forbidden Forgemastery spells that gave Thamos' limbs life, the spells that stored his memory and gave him self-awareness. The self-destruction spell was undoing everything that made the eternal fortress a living being. His existence could be described like a book filled with the chronicles of his life through the millennia, while Tyrus' spell was a candle whose flames was burning the pages one by one. Thamos felt the magic of his enchantments disappear. The spells that had been part of his since his creation were now forgotten, leaving a painful void inside of him. His body wasn't breaking apart, it was fading from existence. Every piece of him that crumbled was lost, forever akin to an amputation, and he knew it. "Please, no," he begged, overcoming the agony through sheer desperation. Until the final rune was weaved, there was still hope for mercy, hope for tomorrow. "I'll be your slave. I'll do anything you want forever." Tyrus paused for a moment, staring at him before glancing back at the camp and at the small Valoran II. The baby was still crying, but this time out of joy. Lith was back, his father was back, the baby boy still had his family. "Anything?" she asked, while tracing the runes with her fingers as slowly as possible without interrupting the spell. "Anything." "Then here's my first order for you. Die!" Tyrus resumed chanting, and her fingers waved rune after rune to make up for the lost time. Thamos' legs were the first to disappear. Then it was the turn of the arms. When his head crumbled, he lost every perception of the outside world, and his voice distorted into a shrill shriek before ceasing. Tyrus had taken everything away from him. His mind was trapped inside an eternal blackness without any means to interact with the rest of Maugr. His memories were the only thing he had left. And she took them away for last. Suddenly there were holes in his memory. Thamos could remember where he was but not what had led to his current situation. Fear of the unknown and agony soon matched as his personality regressed and became shallower with every lost memory. Once his mind became a blank slate, it took a single rune to snuff out his consciousness. The stone chest was back to be a mere stone fortress wrapped by walls. There was no life or magic left in them, only the coldness of the night. The final remnant of Thamos, the eternal fortress, cracked as the last remnants of the forbidden spells faded, and the souls imprisoned within fought their way out. Chapter 2903, Warp Home Part 1. At first, small spheres of light seeped out the fissures in the eternal fortress, darting toward the sky like lonely shooting stars. As the cracks widened and the walls fell apart, more and more found their way out until there was a cascade of light reaching for the heavens. Millions of souls soared through the air like fireworks, celebrating the end of a nightmare. Everyone stared at the spectacle in awe. The pity they had almost felt at Thamos' agony was forgotten as the joy of the freed souls touched the hearts of the spectators. Everyone but Lith. "Thank you, finally, I'm coming." He could hear their voices and distinguish them as if they spoke in turns. Some were just happy that their suffering was over. Others looked forward to reconnecting with the loved ones they had been separated from for so long. All of them thanked Lith, yet he felt unworthy of that praise. "I failed them. If not for Tyrus, they would still be trapped. I never cared for their suffering. This time I failed." While the rest of the camp looked at the sky, Lith stared at the ground in shame. "Is everything all right?" While the rest of the camp looked at the sky, Solus looked at Lith. Is there something wrong with your life force? Have the cracks widened? The light show had distracted the babies, giving him the time to space out and her to check on him. Lith shared his senses with Solus, letting her listen to the voices he heard and feel what he felt. Thank the gods, she sighed in relief, pissing him off big time. I beg your pardon, he snarled, quickly returning to his usual snarky self. I was afraid that between your wounds and the aftereffects of the tower's overdrive, your condition might have worsened while you are just being a sourpuss like usual, Solus replied. I'm not, at least not always, Lith replied. I just feel undeserving of the praise of all those souls. I didn't do anything for them. I beg to differ, and more importantly, they beg to differ. She forced him to look up at the vibrant light of the ascending souls. If you hadn't come to Giera, Tyrus wouldn't be here. If you hadn't adopted Valoran and been such a good father to him and Elysia, he wouldn't have cried like that, and Tyrus would have just taken us to safety. If it wasn't for our tower, there would be no self-destruction spell, and those souls would still be trapped. You may have not done as much as you'd like for them, but that's still far from nothing. Solus immersed herself the joy of the voices and amplified it for Lith until he couldn't ignore them anymore. Stop acting like you bear the weight of Maugre on your shoulders. Even if we couldn't beat Thamos on our own, even if this was a failure, it's not your fault. You are the reason the expedition is here in the first place. Accept your responsibilities, but also your credit when it's due. Thanks. Lith stood up slowly, looking down again, but this time to check on the babies. Their cooings and giggles made him smile and raise his eyes to the sky. Any time? Solus took his hand and a share of his burden, letting the light of the ascending souls brighten the darkness of his scales. Once the last soul disappeared, Thamos' pseudo-cores faded away, and the lost city turned into a pile of rubbles. People of Giera, the eternal fortress is no more. Tyrus' voice resounded clear throughout the camp and the amulets, making everyone burst into cheers and screams of joy. Always remember, this is what you caused. Tyrus projected the devastation left by the passing of the different monster tides through the region and images of Thamos' victims. If not for your greed and folly, none of this would have happened. The bitterness in her voice brought the celebrations to a stop. Always remember, this is what you have lost by turning your back on me. The figure of the Great Mother became translucent. There are still many horrors like the Eternal Fortress out there, and you are going to face them alone. This is the last favor I make you. Farewell. Tyrus disappeared while her words still echoed through the air. The night was back to being dark and cold, and even those in the middle of a crowded city felt lonelier than ever. Space. With the disappearance of the Black Tide and Thamos' destruction, the colonization process became faster and easier. The monsters of Zelex could focus on building their homes and fortify their settlements. With no more need for scouts and long-distance patrols, reverted monsters and undead worked tirelessly to make themselves homes. They cleaned the rubble from the streets and repaired the buildings, turning their living quarters from refugee camps into proper cities. Quilla performed daily checkups on the non-awakened members of the expedition, identifying diseases typical of Giera, but unknown to Garland while they were still in the incubation phase. She collected blood and saliva samples from the infected that, after being sent through the gate, reached the White Griffin's Light Department. There they would be studied in order to develop healing spells. In the rare cases when enhancing the immune system with light magic wasn't enough, Quilla would cleanse her patient with invigoration. Orion ordered the Forgemasters to focus on the gate, leaving a skeleton crew of guards to protect the camp. The rest of the members of the expedition spent their days exploring their surroundings, while Orion and Kellia continued their diplomatic efforts with Medellin. Even though Tyrus was allegedly gone for good, the result of her actions still remained. The elf city was now free to expand past the boundaries of the fringe and restore nature from the ravages of the Black Tide. On top of that, the battle against Thamos had been recorded, and even though the people of Garland had lost, they had shown an outstanding prowess. Their magic, the Dulorians, and their artifacts were tangible proof of what the elves of Medellin could achieve by collaborating with the colonists. Sure, there were still several monster tides to face and lost cities to contain, but it was an excellent start. Lith spent his time resting. The injuries he had suffered, and the repeated use of mystical flames had put a huge strain on his life force that the blue flames had further aggravated. Quilla, Solus, and Ragu had all prescribed him to not exert himself in any way for at least 4 days. He followed the advice without protesting, since the babies started to cry the moment he got out of their sight, and there was no way to make them stop until he returned. He passed his time by either chatting with his companions or lazily glancing at the information about the forbidden spells stored inside the eyes of Menadian. The blueprints of the Eternal Fortress were much older than the Golden Griffins, but no less sickening. Lith performed the latter solely while in the privacy of the tower, sitting on the stone throne of the Mirror Hall. Chapter 2904, Warp Home Part 2. I can't believe that not long ago I was considering doing stuff like this. He sighed in disgust after pointing various strings of runes at Camilla. Forbidden magic wasn't much different from regular magic unless one knew where to look. Then, it turned out to be a deadly trap whose cost and consequences were unknown until the spell was cast. What doomed most mages who dabbled in forbidden magic was the fact that the runes of such spells could produce any kind of effect as long as the sacrificed life force and mana were enough, but no way to know how much enough actually was. Regular magic succeeded or failed based on the amount of mana stored in the mage's core. No matter how quick and skillful at chanting a yellow cord mage was, he could never cast a Tier 4 spell. Every attempt would leave him exhausted and inflict upon him the effects of mana abuse, but that was it. Forbidden magic, instead, was devised to take the energy required from any external source available. If the sacrifice's mana wasn't enough, the spell would take it from anyone in the vicinities. If the mana wasn't enough, life force would do. If not even the life force sufficed, and the mage had failed to take proper precautions, the spell would spread outside their lab and reap victims until it reached completion. A mage attempting a spell out of his league ended up exhausted. A mage attempting a forbidden spell out of his league ended up destroying everything he was trying to protect. Even worse, the mana and life force channeled inside the forbidden spell would become part of the enchantments it conjured, damning those who had been sacrificed to fuel its effects to an eternity of suffering. Their essence would constantly be burned by the magic, and then replaced by the world energy in a cycle that could be broken only with the destruction of the cursed object. I can't believe it either, but I can't say I'm surprised. Camilla shuddered and then kissed him on the cheek. You have come a long way from the man you were on Earth. I can see Derek McCoy doing something like that out of spite for his enemies. Lith Verhin, however, is better than that. I'm proud of you, never forget that. She embraced him, resting her head on his shoulder. Thanks. Lith wrapped his arms around her, returning the embrace. Only the memory of the fight with the Eternal Fortress soured the moment for him. Lith couldn't forget how easily the blue flames had answered his call. How, when faced with a desperate situation, he hadn't hesitated to give up on himself to bring the Void Demon Dragon forward. Lith couldn't help but wonder if Derek McCoy was truly gone, or if he was just sitting away from the light, waiting for the darkness to fall again. Space. A week after the expedition's arrival on Giera, the transcontinental gate was ready. Orion had yet to gain the trust of the elves of Medellin, so he had to stay. Quilla couldn't leave her patients, and Freya refused to leave Quilla's side. Lith, Solus, Camilla, Tista, and Badia bid their friends goodbye and returned to Garland with a single step. The room where the other gate was positioned was a square room with a side of 10 meters, 33, with no furniture. Even the control panel for the gate was outside the room. The purpose was to leave as much space as possible for the items that had to be exchanged. Due to the distance and the prolonged isolation between Giera and Garland, everyone and everything needed to be quarantined until they were deemed harmless. The moment the dimensional corridor closed behind them, the light in the room turned to a deep purple as brief pulses of darkness magic sterilized the air and every object in the room, including the clothes worn by Lith and the others. Please use darkness fusion. The familiar voice of Duke Marth, the headmaster of the White Griffin, echoed from a holographic panel. Lith nodded, shape-shifting his hands and using the dragon scales to explain the babies what they had to do and how to do it. Even a deep red cord awakened could use fusion magic, and both Elijah and Valoran II had reached the deep orange. They experienced through Lith how to trigger fusion magic, and instinctively followed his lead. The darkness magic of their own mana core couldn't harm them, and it just cleansed their system from any foreign organic life form, no matter how small. "We're done here," Lith said, and the door opened. Marth walked through it while wearing a Life Ward plague mask, one of the few pieces of Manohar's legacy left to the public. It consisted of a single-use alchemical tool that coated its user and kept dangerous substances from reaching him. The holes in the beak from which Marth breathed were pulsing with darkness magic that acted as a filter, killing microorganisms and breaking down complex and potentially complex gases into inert substances. The Life Ward, instead, was comprised of a hard light magic layer that covered him from head to toe. It worked as well as a hazmat suit, but it was much more comfortable to wear. "Stay still, this will just take a minute." Marth cast a diagnostic spell on each one of them to make sure they weren't suffering from an asymptomatic illness. The light of the spell seeped inside their bodies and outlined their organs and blood vessels. In case of infection or disease, the affected area would have been grayed out, but the 5 of them shone like light bulbs. "Is this normal?" Camilla asked, a bit worried from seeing her own insides like she had been turned into an anatomy model. "Actually, no," Marth replied. "Normal people are supposed to shine much less and have some gray spots even when healthy. Age and work are supposed to leave permanent damage over time, which is not your case." "I envy you awakened so much." He took the plague mask off and welcomed them back home with a handshake. "Now follow me. Before going back home, the royals would like to have a word with you, Lith." "What's this about?" he asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Are you really asking me such a stupid question?" Marth was even more puzzled. "The Queen asked you to help the kingdom with their diplomatic efforts in Giera by talking down a lost city, and you went out of your way, getting also rid of a monster tide. The royals want to offer you their thanks for ensuring the safety of the expedition and hastening the colonization. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Tyrus Lair at the same time." The moment Lith returned to Garland, the father of all dragons was with them, just cloaked in order to be invisible. It was his turn to look after Elijah, and since he was already inside the royal palace, he called a meeting with the other guardians of Garland. Tyrus was already there, and Salark was glad to welcome back her beloved featherlings in person. She brought Sharjin along, leaving him to play with the children while the grown-ups talked. Chapter 29:05, Fallen Pieces, Part 1. The apparition of the wormling in the throne room caused quite a fuss, and it took the royals a while to make sure that it was just some weird greeting from the overlord instead of a breach of security. But this is a story for another day. Magus is changing. Ligon exchanged worried looks with the other 2 guardians. The 3 ancient beings had taken their real forms, standing tall in Tyrus' underground throne room. The place was an almost exact replica of the one above, but entirely made of stone. Drawings, tapestry, and ceremonial armors were identical. The only difference was that every piece of furniture depicted the feats of Valoran I. There was no trace or mention of any of his descendants, not even the children he had sired with Tyrus. The stone room was a place fixed in time, where everything was the same as the day had been crowned as the first king of the lands he had unified under the name of the Griffin. On the throne next to Tyrus sat his lifelike statue wearing the full Seaful set. Only his head was exposed, his dark brown hair ruffled by the wind, and his face fixed in a friendly, warm smile as he welcomed his most loyal friends in his new home. Until 2 decades ago, us guardians would rarely leave our respective turfs and seldom appear in front of non-awakened. Ligon moved his eyes to the White Phoenix. Salark was an exception, but even she would rarely employ more power than a regular Emperor Beast. Now, instead, we cross our borders on a daily basis, and ever since the day of the Black Sun, we have shown ourselves to the populace multiple times. We have got to the point that we are directly interfering in everyday's life and affecting the balance. "Are you reproaching me for killing Thamos?" the Golden Griffin growled, her eyes narrowed to fiery slits of white mana. "If it was Sharjin crying and begging you to stop that filthy piece of forbidden magic, would you have acted any different?" "No, far from it." The black dragon dismissed the idea with a sweep of his scaled hand. "I'm not a hypocrite, and I have no problem to admit that I'd have done the same, yet this just proves my point. Think about it. Until recently, even our children were considered a myth. The only way to see a dragon or a griffin was to open an illustrated children's book. Now, instead, Salark's nest walks mager. My brood awakened for the dragon dance, and one of your descendants even dated a human for a while. Thrud gave birth to a fusion between our races, whereas Lith became one. Don't get me started about Elijah. I agree with you. Tyrus calmed down after pondering his words. More things have happened in the past 2 decades than in the last 2 millennia. The abominations are back on the path to evolution. Thrud found a way for our lesser children to become divine beasts, and Gleemos was this close to undoing the damage that many fallen species brought upon themselves. Don't forget about you invading Fenneger's turf twice, you beating Ilza into a pulp and annihilating Verendi's council, and Roghar breaking into my home, Salark said. Even though I understand your reasons, Tyrus, you acted the same way as the hungry cur and breached the treaties between the Guardians, treaties that we all wrote and agreed upon. I know, the Golden Griffin sighed, but again, can you blame me for any of it? No, quite the contrary, I thank you for that. Salark shuddered at the memory. If not for Tyrus dealing with Verendi and Ligon, ensuring that the White Phoenix kept a shred of her sanity, she might have miscarried Sharjin in her fury. Why do you think everything is happening now, old lizard? I hope you are not blaming Lith either. He is our baby. He is not our baby, the black dragon roared in outrage. He's another product of Mager's schemes. The only difference is that he isn't failing like all those before him. To answer your question, no, I don't blame him. The Master, Thrud, Gleemos, they existed before Lith was even born and have worked on their respective projects for decades, if not centuries, before setting them in motion. If anything, I think it's the other way around. Lith has been placed on the board because of them. What do you mean? The White Phoenix tilted her head in surprise. That he's some kind of counter to all those things? That would be ridiculous. Mager had no way of knowing that Lith would have managed to awaken and merge his bloodlines, let alone befriend us. Had he treated Solus badly or tried to exploit my kindness, he would have died years ago. There are countless variables that altered every step of his path, and more importantly, his relationships. Just think about Elijah. How many things would have taken a completely different route if Lith's first child had been born in a different moment? Mager is powerful, but not that powerful. I know and I agree with you, Ligon replied soberly. My hypothesis is that Mager saw the possibilities that the future held and played their hand accordingly, just like we do. Think about it. The anomaly was born in the Griffin Kingdom, and that was outside Mager's control. The bloodlines he received to contain his abomination side, however, are too convenient to be a coincidence. By giving him dragon and phoenix blood, Mager bound Lith to 2 of their guardians by blood as much as he is bound to the kingdom by deeds and family. Had he received dragon and griffin blood, like Valoran II, you would have never gotten involved with him. After the Horsemen of Night exposed him, he would have fled to the Empire, where my non-interference policy would have forced him to become Milia's right-hand man. Camilla would have never gone to him simply because there would have been no deal she could use as a cover for the trip. Had he received Phoenix and Griffin blood, for example, Zorith would have not cared for him during his first meeting with the Council or befriended him later. And I could go on. Take even one guardian out of the equation and things change dramatically. We might have never gotten close again and Sharjin wouldn't be born. The White Phoenix shivered at the thought. And without him, no dragon dance. I see your point, young lizard, and I think you are probably right. The Golden Griffin nodded. My only question is if you called us here just to explain this to us, or if you also have something else in mind. I think we should keep our eyes open and be ready to intervene even if we usually wouldn't, Ligon replied. There's something going on that I can't see, but if Mager thought it necessary to have contingency plans, we'd better do the same. Plans, Tyrus echoed. You mean there's more than one Lith out there? More like there were. The father of all dragons shook his head. If my hypothesis is correct, they are all dead by now. Chapter 2906, Fallen Pieces, Part 2. Space. Valoran Palace, throne room on the upper floors at the same time. After Marth led Lith and his family to the royals, the Magus was surprised to hear the king speak of the destruction of the lost city of Thamos in the same terms as Solus. I know that it's not by your hand that the eternal fortress met its hand, at least not directly, Yet if not for your presence, Lady Tyrus wouldn't have intervened, and the expedition would have failed. With one monster tied and one lost city less to deal with, we'll be able to gather resources faster than we planned. Soon we'll have the means to spread the tablets to the whole kingdom and build the first non-military trains. For this, you have our gratitude, and we would like to reward you as you deserve. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lith gave the royals a bow. There's nothing I need at the moment, but if something comes to mind, I'll let you know. Take your time, there is no rush, the Queen smiled to him. She had received reports about the performance of the Wayfinder and the weaponized Dulorians. Thanks to them, the military power of the kingdom would finally surpass that of the Empire and the desert, making their borders safe for the first time in centuries. Before sending you back to your family, I have a simple task that I want to entrust you. At a snap of the Queen's fingers, a parchment appeared in her hands, and she passed it to Lith. The Crown would like to start building civilian cars. The first batch would be just an experiment to see how people deal with the change. Mass production would come later, if at all. Lith unrolled the parchment, discovering that it contained a series of drawings about possible alternative designs for the Dulorian and their suggested specs. The royals wanted him to limit the altitude a civilian car could reach to a few meters tops. This way, a driver could still dodge obstacles both vertically and horizontally, but they couldn't pass above the city walls and avoid checks nor escape detection while crossing the borders with other countries. The royals also wanted him to limit the max speed of a Dulorian to the third notch of the lever. Much to Lith's surprise, the list of changes didn't include the removal of any of the safety measures except for the home stone synchronization. Regular people couldn't afford such precious artifacts anyway, and there was no point in giving access to the rich and powerful to a way to escape from the scene of an accident. There were also two designs that caught Lith's attention. One was for nobles, giving the Dulorian the slender form of a muscle car, and another for merchants that looked like a truck with lots of space to carry merch. Both models would have the same specs. It was just a matter of appearance and, of course, price. For a moment I was afraid they were going to give me blueprints for the new Dulorian. After all, they had all the time to study the ones I provided them and the schematics of the train. Lith thought. I guess that having no light masters is a big deal, since without one, they can't understand what the power core does, and how the different enchantments combine together to make the Dulorian move. It will be my pleasure, Lith nodded. Thank you, Magus Verhen, the king said. This concludes our meeting. You must all be very tired, and we kept you here long enough. Unless you have something to request from the crown, you are free to go home and rest. We'll keep you updated about the progress of the colonization. The group gave the royals a bow before turning around and being accompanied by the royal guards to the warp gate in the waiting room. Normally, the guests would be followed closely by the guards to keep them from wandering the castle and ensuring the safety of the crown. In Lith's case, they left him plenty of space, acting like a real honor guard instead of wardens pretending to be one. Lith looked out a window, noticing that it was night in the kingdom. Damn time zones, the sun was up in Giera but is down in the kingdom. What time is it in the desert? A few hours before sunset, Solis replied after checking her watch and doing the math. Why? I wanted to know if our family was still awake. I didn't want to wake them up just to greet us. We can all use some rest, especially Tista and Badia, Lith replied while looking at the couple. The Nidhogg looked more relaxed now that he had put thousands of kilometers between him and his family, but the burden on his shoulder had only gotten heavier after the destruction of the Eternal Fortress. He still had to give Tista his answer, and without a deadly threat over their heads, he had no excuse to drag it out for much longer. As for Tista, the trip to Giera had shown her many things, and she still had to process most of them. It wasn't just about her relationship, but also about how cruel the awakened society was and the danger that the lost cities posed. I thought that the Golden Griffin was an exception. After all, it would have never gotten free without Thrud's help, nor would have it gotten so powerful without her modifications, Tista thought. Yet it was no exception, it was the norm. The kingdom is filled with monstrosities like that, and it takes just one slip-up to free them and turn Garland into Giera. Living in the desert doesn't sound so bad anymore. During her past battles, Tista had blamed her struggles to her mana core and the fact that she was just a hybrid. Yet even after achieving the violet and becoming a divine beast, the feeling of helplessness hadn't changed. Facing the monster tide had humbled her, while fighting Thamos had made her feel as small as when she was still a human. Truth be told, everyone was still shaken from the battle against the Eternal Fortress. For the first time in Sola's life, the tower hadn't been enough to secure the victory, and that had shaken her confidence as well. Camilla still had nightmares where she saw Lith's broken body tumbling through the camp over and over. The sound of her own screams and the cries of the children kept echoing in her ears for hours after she woke up from such dreams. Only Elijah and Valoran II seemed to have gotten over it as soon as the fight was over. They had stopped crying the moment they had been strapped to Lith's chest and heard the sound of his heartbeat. Damn, I don't want to think about what would have happened if I hadn't changed my mind about this little fellow. Lith wiggled his finger in front of Valoran, who grabbed it and brought it to his mouth. This provoked Elijah's ire, who threw a tantrum until she was given one as well. Chapter 29:07, The Outsider Part 1. How do I hold things now? Lith whined as both of his hands were held hostage. That's what spirit magic is for, baby, Camilla chuckled. The gate brought them to the entrance of the Heavenly Plume tribe, since the royals lacked a pass for direct access to the Overlord's palace. Salark was already there, taking care of retrieving Sharjin before leaving the kingdom. She had arranged a welcome ceremony and informed the rest of the family of the group's arrival. A long red carpet covered in flower petals went from the gate to the palace, and there was a small crowd waiting for them. Welcome back, son. Roz gave Lith a quick hug and patted his back before passing him to Alina for the inspection. Thanks, Dad. It's nice to see you, too. Lith conjured Tryon from his void sigil to let him take part in the family reunion. Why is everyone so glum? Alina patted Lith's arms and chest for injuries, and then took his face in her hands to look for signs of malnutrition. Based on what Salark told us, the expedition was a success. It was, but a few things have happened that have ruined the trip for us. Lith nodded at Aaron and Lyria. Alina understood that the matter had to wait until after bedtime, and moved on to the Tryon. Welcome back, son. How was Giera? It was interesting. We have been welcomed by a tribe of merfolk. It was the only nice thing he could say about the trip without delving into the politics, the fights, and the diseases. Really? Aaron and Lyria asked in unison, conjuring the holograms of the various depictions of the merfolk they had seen in different children's books until they found the right one. Cool. Yeah, they want to build a city here in the desert so you might meet them soon. As the children burst into cheers, Alina performed her wellness check. Mom, do you have to do this? Do what? She asked. The mention of the farmer reminded Lith of the weird interaction between Life Maelstrom and his eyes. Farmer can produce a golden lightning. Maybe I can ask Ryla to help me in a few experiments. He then noticed Solus glaring at him. Not now, of course. I mean many days from now. That's not cheating since they use chore magic just like us, Aaron countered. That's talent. Yeah, right, because a bell rings every time they exceed the mana we can use, Lyria replied with a sneer. The difference between chore and Tier 1 magic is just power. They cheat. Maybe they don't do it on purpose, but they cheat. You are just envious of their talent, Aaron scoffed pointedly. Cheating, talent. The bickering went on for a while until they demanded a tiebreaker. Uncle Big Bro. Lyria is right. Given a task regarding chore magic, is easy for an awakened to cheat without even noticing. Lith replied, making Lyria gloat. Yet Aaron is also right. The affinity for the elements of Emperor Beasts and Farmer also gives them a great talent for magic. Lyria gasped, and it was now Aaron's turn to gloat. So you are both right, Lith concluded, disappointing them both. How can I beat them, Uncle Lith? Lyria asked, tugging at his arms and pointing at Valoran. She felt guilty for discriminating against him. Garrick, too, was the son of a bad man, but he had no fault for it, and was a good friend to her and Aaron. The same way I beat Aunt Quilla and Freya at the academy even though they were more talented than me, by working hard. Lith handed the baby boy to Lyria, and he smiled at her with so much joy that her guilt worsened by leaps and bounds. By my mom, can you believe the nerve of this man, Kami? Solus chuckled at the children moaning and groaning. He beat them because he could do all-nighters thanks to invigoration, and because he had me. I know, Camilla chuckled as well. He's one of the dirtier cheaters on the face of Magur, if not the dirtiest. Please, you are just envious of me. Lith inwardly clicked his tongue in mock indignance, making them laugh harder. Chapter 29:08, The Outsider Part 2. I awakened by myself, so everything that came from that counts as the fruit of my hard work. They walked slowly to the palace, with Lith describing the family-friendly parts of the trip to Giera and showing holograms of the majestic sea creatures. Aaron and Lyria gaped when he put a scaled-down version of Roz near the magical beasts, emphasizing their size compared to an adult human. Aside from that and the welcoming party of the merfolk, there wasn't much that could interest them. Aaron and Lyria had already met elves at the gala for Lith's birthday, and they often played with the reverted orc, Bri the Svartalf, every time Renat invited her to the Verhin Manor. Give these little rascals to me. You can use some rest. Once they arrived home, Alina took Valoran and Elijah out of the children's arms and put them in the same playpen as Surin and Sharjin. The wormling had already reached the size of a magical beast, but he was less than a year old and eager to play. Elijah greeted her aunt with joyous chirping, but sadly, Surin had already forgotten about her and Valoran. Bah, Elijah said in outrage, while Valoran just crawled to Surin and grabbed her hand. She was still alive and well, and that was enough for him. Sharjin stood in the middle of the conflict, licking Elijah to calm her down. Bah, bah! She shapeshifted into her Tiamat form, touching the wormling to express how hurt and offended she felt. Sharjin was warm and his small scales soft to the touch. Elijah fell asleep without even noticing, and the others soon followed suit. The real conversation had to wait until after dinner, when fatigue and a full belly knocked Aaron and Lyria cold. Tista asked Badia's permission to share his part of the story, and he agreed. If we break up, her parents deserve to know why. If we don't, I would still need to explain to them the reason I cut my family from my life. He sighed. She knows my real identity and asked Malishka to seal her memory to avoid betraying my secrets under any circumstance. Even assuming that Dawn went mad, changed her mind, found a new host, went to Giera, and somehow found a loophole to rat me out to Thamos, he would have known the truth. So the real culprit is someone who hates Lith, has a vague understanding of our bond, and can pass for a horseman. Meln, the entire family said in unison. The only question is, how does he know about Solus? Roz clenched his hands so hard at the thought of his disowned son that they bled. He doesn't have the brains for it, and Night can't help him. The only people I don't trust that knew about Solus are Histar and Thrud, but they are both dead. Also, Thrud never shared the truth with Histar, since even before his death, he referred to Solus as the fourth horseman, not Menadian's legacy. Lith had pondered about the issue long and hard, while waiting for the gate to be completed. I asked Ligan, and he confirmed to me that Thrud's surviving generals don't even suspect I have a tower, and they never left his lair. The only possible explanation is that before dying, Histar must have told Meln what he knew and warped him away. It would explain why Meln's knowledge is flawed, and how he managed to evade capture after the destruction of the Golden Griffin. It sounds a bit forced. Alina didn't like the idea of Orpal knowing so little yet so much. The thought that he was the cause of the misfortune of her children during their stay in Giera filled her with guilt. He was still her son, and she felt responsible for every atrocity he perpetrated. Maybe, but we can't think of anything else, Solus shrugged. Also, Meln running away to Giera makes sense. Everyone on Garland knows him and the spell that can be used to capture Destroy Night. Here he has no allies, whereas there no one knows him or the spell. Well, that's something easy to correct. Lith took out his council communication amulet and forwarded the bounty on Orpal's head to everyone he knew on Giera, including the human and the beast representatives of the local council. Chapter 29:09, Proper Timing Part 1. The file contained holograms depicting the physical appearance of all Orpal's known aliases, Night's trademark spells, and Baba Yaga's spell to destroy the horsemen. Lith also warned his contacts on Giera to be wary of any unknown awakened who had suddenly appeared after the fall of the Golden Griffin, and to keep the hunt for Night a secret from anyone they didn't trust. What's the point? Meln isn't stupid enough to use his real appearance, and it's not like you can include his energy signature in the bounty either, Camilla said in frustration. True, but based on what the cursed objects Meln sent after Solus said, Night has been ostracized by their kin as well, Lith replied. Now if Meln is cornered and uses one of his spells in front of an awakened, his cover will blow, and all those who met him will be able to recognize him no matter what form he takes. Also, I've just given the local cursed objects the means to destroy him. Meln's life on Giera has just become as dangerous as on Garland, and the best part is that he won't know it until it's too late. Space. Giera Continent, Wayfinder's Camp. For how much longer do I have to stay here? Kelia asked. I thought that as soon as the people of the kingdom were done building their warp gate, you would have sent over the materials to build our own. Patience, my child. The Empress shook her head. The Wayfinder is not only a means of transportation, but also the only defense both our expeditions are going to have until the fortifications of our respective settlements are completed. Even with the Black Tide gone, there are many threats on Giera, and we have no allies there. Without the Wayfinder, the people of the kingdom would be vulnerable to an attack. First, they need to finish to fortify the area and place permanent arrays. Then they can lend us the Wayfinder. I'll make Leech pay for having come here to steal what little I've left, and the price will be the lives of everyone he loves. Space. Village of Lucia, a few hours after dinner. Going from the middle of the night of the desert back to the kingdom, where the sun was high in the sky, was always an unsettling experience. Not only because the members of Lith's family still had a hard time grasping time zones, and that they could cross such great distances in one step, but also because the jet lag made a mess of their sleep cycle. Yet the Verhans had decided to return home immediately because they were already awake, and after hearing about what had happened on Giera, they had tossed and turned in their respective beds before giving up on sleep. The thought of Orpal being responsible for Lith's latest misfortune made Alina's and Raz's guts twist into a knot more than any lost city could. Alina because she was worried about what her wayward son might do next, Raz because he burned in outrage and couldn't stop daydreaming about Orpal being caught and tortured to death. Gods help me, this is the first time in my life that I'm regretting to not have asked Lith to awaken me. I'd give anything to be capable of casting just that one spell. The spell that is going to send Meln where he belongs, sleeping with the manure, Raz thought. I'm surprised that you left the kids in the desert, Mom. Why didn't you wake them up? Lith said while guiding Sharjin by keeping a hand on his neck. The wormling was walking on all fours, carrying the babies on his back. Each set of his furled feathered wings acted as cushions, while the scales on his back slightly curved themselves to keep Valoran and Elijah upright. To what end? Alina sighed, carrying the sleeping Surin in her arms. They would have begged me to let them sleep, worried about our sudden leaving the desert, or both. There's no point in upsetting Aaron and Lyria. They are safe and sound in the desert, and their pets are with them. Chapter 29:10, Proper Timing, Part 2. When they wake up, Abominus and Onyx are going to bring them here. Unlike us, they'll have nothing to worry about, and I'm ready to bet that they'll tire themselves playing and fall asleep in a few hours. Alina said. Is it safe for the kids? Raz pointed at Sharjin, eager to change the topic. Rude, the wormling snapped his jaw, pretending to bite the extended finger. Dad, Renad joined the scolding. You have lived with beasts long enough to know that they are living beings just like us. You should have asked if is he safe for the kids, not it. I meant riding his back, not Sharjin. Raz raised his hands in apology. I'm sorry, little guy. It's not like I don't trust you, but you are very young, and at your age, I couldn't be trusted with anything less sturdy than a hammer. According to the Phoenix family tree, Sharjin was Raz's Lotsav great-uncle, but since Salark called both of them son, the wormling believed to be Raz's little brother. Sharjin licked Raz's hand and emitted chirping sounds that were supposed to communicate that everything was forgiven and that the wormling understood Raz's worries. The problem was that no one understood them, taking the chirpings for baby dragon noise. It's better than safe. Lith casually caressed Sharjin with his hand covered in scales to decipher the message. Sharjin is under Ligon's protection just like Elijah. Also, he and the babies can use dragon scales to communicate with each other. Elijah and Valoran can tell Uncle Sharjin where they want to go and even express their needs. He can talk for them, right, Uncle? Right, the wormling puffed his chest out with pride and smoke out of his nostrils with flames. Despite the tender age, He could already understand human, dragon tongue, and phoenix language to perfection. Sharjin still had trouble forming long sentences, but he always managed to make himself understood. The words hungry, lonely, stinky, and tummy ache covered most of the baby's needs. The moment the Verhen stepped out of the gate in the barn, Camilla's communication amulet lit up with several notifications. Since she had lost most of her friends after marrying Lith and had yet to resume working, the pinging surprised everyone. "I'm sorry, Father." Rizzle's voice was but a whimper, but everyone heard him anyway. "You better be," Broman grunted. "I've forgiven what you did, but I've never forgotten about it, and I won't let you forget either. The lesson you learned that day made you into a better man. Treasure it." "Well said," Ashtar the Rye, leader of the magical beasts in charge of protecting the farm, said. "A pup is bound to make mistakes growing up, but if he tries to hide them out of shame or wallows in self-pity instead of learning from them, he'll be a burden for his pack." With Lith's family absent, the magical beasts still had their meals guaranteed, but nothing to do all day. It hadn't taken them long before starting to help the farmhands to pass time and practice magic. "Thanks, buddy," Broman caressed the Rye's muscular neck. A few years ago, hearing a big wolf talking would have been a traumatic experience. After surviving Orpal's attack on Lucia, seeing phoenixes and dragons come and go from the Verhen house at all hours, and witnessing Lith's abomination form, however, it took a lot to surprise the average Lucian. The Verhens returned the greetings of the farmhands and entered their home. "I can use a distraction to take my mind off this mess," Raz said while shape-shifting his desert clothes into working overalls. "If you don't need me, I'm going to help the guys with the fields." "Okay," Elena nodded, putting Surin down. Sharjin had already climbed inside the playpen and curled up, setting Elijah and Valoran in the nooks of his limbs for a nap. Elena placed Surin beside his belly, between the other two children. The baby girl kept sleeping like a log, and once the hush zone of the playpen was up, the adults were free to make some noise. The spell was devised so to stop sounds from coming in without affecting those coming out. If a baby cried, they would hear it. They had just finished pulling the curtains and opening the windows to freshen the air inside the house when someone knocked on their door. "Who is it?" Rena asked while activating the arrays of the house to see the people on the other side and have them scan for threats. Chapter 29, 11 Friendly Rivalry, Part 1. 29:11 Friendly Rivalry, Part 1. "Your neighbors Celia and Gilly." The huntress rolled her eyes, knowing that Rena could see her. "So much for hospitality. Do you also want to call me on my amulet to be sure it's really me?" "Celia, how are you doing?" Rena ignored the sarcasm and opened the door, inviting the guests in. Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir ran inside, leaving the two women in the dust. The little girl was incredibly fast for someone less than 4 years old. They all clung to Lith, demanding toys, sweets, and stories. Busy, Celia was holding her latest born, Salkar, making sure that fangs and claws wouldn't pop out while Gilly was there. "You could have told me you were coming back." "Communication amulets are a thing, and for you guys, the desert is just one step away. It wouldn't have killed you visiting me from time to time." After noticing the playpen and its occupants, she sighed in relief. "Hey, big guy, do you have space for one more?" Sharjin nodded, stretching himself a bit more to accommodate the skull. Salkar growled, eager to challenge the authority of the wormling for the position of pack leader. Sharjin replied with a growl of his own, bearing fangs the size of a nut, and the origin flames burning down his throat. The infant skull whined in submission and fell asleep almost instantly. Thank the Great Mother, Celia was still wondering how to solve the shape-shifting issue when the problem had worked itself out. "You two can visit me anytime." She caressed the wormling's head, who chittered in reply. "I'm sorry, Celia," Elena said. "We've never forgotten about you. It's just that between the kids and Lith's trip, we already had plenty on our plate. We couldn't risk some weirdo taking a shot at us in Lucia and forcing Lith to abandon the expedition." "I don't want to intrude, so I'll just ask my question and leave," Gilly said. "Lord Verhen." "Lord Verhen is my father. Please call me Lith." "Okay," Gilly nodded with a smile. "Lith, if you are not going to leave soon, can you please let my father come back home? My mother and I have missed him a lot, and I'd love to spend as much time as possible with Dad before something else happens." "Sure," Lith cursed his bad memory, and let out the demons of Locrias, Valia, and Vergrave. Their families had moved to Lucia and bought the neighboring houses to Lith's to be reunited with their loved ones whenever he wasn't away for a mission. "Why didn't you remind me of this sooner?" Lith said, Tryon via mind link. "Because I forgot about it. First, I was too happy seeing our family again, and then I couldn't stop worrying about that shithead of Orp Meln. Unlike you, I can't call Mom and Dad whenever I want, and you didn't let me out in Giera except that for fighting. On top of that, while I'm inside your void sigil, I'm stuck in a dream cycle, so when I wake up, I always have a lot on my mind. What's your excuse?" "My bad," Lith replied. The relationship between the two brothers was still pretty rocky. Lith had yet to forgive Tryon and conjured him often solely because doing otherwise would hurt his parents and cost him the scolding of a lifetime. Solus would never let him hear the end of it if he put his petty grudges above his parents' happiness. Progress, not perfection. Solus telepathically patted Lith's head, proving that she'd been listening all along. "It's not an apology for acting like a jerk, but admitting it was your fault is still a step forward." "I'm not. I missed you so much, Dad." Gilly threw her arms at Locria's neck, who lifted her off the ground like she weighed nothing. "I missed you more." He had neither a smell or a heartbeat anymore, so he treasured hers above all. "My liege, do you mind?" He pointed at his horns and multiple eyes. "Damn, I must be having an off day." Lith waved his hand, giving the demons the same semblance they had in life by coating them with a paper-thin hard light construct. It made their skin pink and warm to the touch. Even those like Valia and Vergrave, who had their original bodies, needed it to not look like animated corpses. "Thank you, my liege," the demons said in unison while giving Lith a bow before walking out the door that Celia immediately closed behind them. "Okay, now that we are away from prying ears, feel free to congratulate me," the huntress said with pride. "No offense, but Salkar is old news, so unless he has learned how to change his own diaper, I don't see why we should," Lith said, making the children giggle. "No, he can't. He stinks a lot." Fenrir made a disgusted face, holding her nose at the memory of the smell. "That's not funny, young lady," Celia tapped her foot. "Until a while ago that was you, down to a T." "Me?" Fenrir looked both shocked and humiliated. "I did that." "Everyone did." Lith embraced the little girl to console her. "Also, what's with the sass? Didn't Ryman share with you the big news?" "Oh gods!" Renad dropped the empty cups for the tea that bounced on the floor instead of shattering thanks to their protective enchantments. "Celia, are you pregnant again?" "Gods, no, I couldn't survive that," the huntress said in horror before noticing the sad expression on her children's face. "I mean, every child is a blessing and I wouldn't give up on any of my babies for the world. Yet your daddy and I have decided that Salkar is going to be the last for a while. A long while." She took a long, meaningful pause to shook the dread off her voice and find the strength to change the topic and shift the mood. "Speaking of that wolf head, I can't believe that he never bothered to call you and announce my awakening." Celia straightened her back, her arms akimbo as she exuded a red aura. "Congratulations, Celia," Elena hugged her old friend. "That's amazing. How does it feel?" Renaz's voice was filled with curiosity. "Wow, that sucks. You are the weakest awakened I've ever seen. Are those deep red streaks I see? It's no surprise you never used chore magic. A deep red core has barely any mana." Lith laughed at the vision, drawing several angry gazes on himself. "Respectively, thanks, Elena. It feels amazing, Renaz. I rarely get exhausted anymore. And I'm sorry for offending your sophisticated eyes, Lith, but I didn't choose to be born with no mana capacity. Also, with a whole pack of hungry wolves at hand, I don't get much time to practice. Unlike you, I don't have a big loving family or a hot dude at my finger to take care of the children for me." "A hot dude," Solus pointed at herself in confusion. "Let a woman dream. If I was in his shoes, you'd be a man." "Well, thanks then," Solus chuckled. "Okay, I get it. I'm sorry, Celia. It's just that I've never seen an awakened with a red core. I thought they were a myth," Lith said before his family piled up on him. Chapter 29, 12 Friendly Rivalry, Part 2. 29-12 Friendly Rivalry, Part 2. "What about her?" Celia pointed at the sleeping Elijah. "She was born with a bright red, and she broke through the deep orange a few minutes later." Camilla cleared her throat, half sorry for embarrassing her friend and half proud of her daughter. "Damn, then Lith is right. I really suck." The huntress clicked her tongue in annoyance as she studied the baby girl with life vision. Celia outshone Elijah in life force as much as the baby girl outclassed the huntress in mana flow. But being physically stronger than a 4-month-old baby was hardly an achievement. Valoran was on the same level as Alicia, while Sharjin, despite being at the bright red and non-awakened, was already much stronger than the huntress. To add insult to injury, Celia was already running low on mana. This is not going to be an issue for long. Celia dispelled life vision before mana abuse gave her a headache. The first levels are the fastest to achieve, and I've breathed my all life. I have plenty of training with that. The problem is that once I reach the deep orange, I'm going to need a teacher, which brings me to the reason of my visit. Would you do this for me, Camilla? I already have a lot on my what? Lith said. Me, why me? Camilla replied. Ryman is a powerful awakened, and your children have used magic since the day they learned how to talk. Even Aaron and Lyria are better and more powerful mages than I am. Which is exactly the reason I want you to teach me. Celia nodded. The Wolfhead and our adorable children are so talented for magic that they use it without thinking. They can't answer most of my questions because they never had to ask them themselves. Aaron and Lyria are good kids, but I don't want to mess up their friendly rivalry with my children. If they teach me, whenever Lilia and Laren mock them, they would also mock me as their apprentice. Thanks, Mom. You are the best. Lilia and Laren were moved by her understanding of the unwritten rules of childish banter. Just like I want to keep my relationship with Lith as it is, with me as his mentor, the teacher who turned him into a hunter and saved his life. She stood on a chair to recreate the height gap of back when he was a child and patted his head like a dog. If he were to teach me, we'd be even. I can't allow that. What about me? Solus asked. No offense, but you two are joined at the hip, Celia replied. I don't want Lith to have a laugh at my mistakes and struggles the next time you fuse. I would never do that, Lith said with an offended expression on his face. Who are you and what did you do with my apprentice? She asked, her eyes narrowing. Not in your face, at least. Now I recognize you. She jumped off the chair while the two of them chuckled. Jokes aside, Camilla, you know how embarrassing it is being taught by someone much younger than you. To stumble and fail at things that the rest of your family does with ease. To feel in competition with your own children. Camilla did know how that felt. Having Aaron and Lyria as teachers was indeed embarrassing, and failing to cast spells that she had always assumed to be elementary stressed her out big time. Fine, I'll do it, she said with a sigh. But I swear to the gods, if you turn out to be a magical prodigy and shatter what little is left of my confidence, I'm going to kick your ass. Challenge accepted. Celia offered her hand, which Camilla promptly shook. Space. Archduchy of Essager, Vaster household at the same time. The master finished revising the report from the colony expedition, nodding in satisfaction at Lith's new achievement. Good, I didn't pick Lith as my heir because I wanted his help, but so far, he's been an invaluable asset to my plans. Vaster checked the calendar to assess which guardian would take care of Elijah for the day. Camilla always kept in contact with her sister, which made it easy for the master to learn about the guardian's whereabouts without even asking. He would then focus the organization's activities on the guardianless country, since there was a small chance of being discovered, making even the Blood Desert accessible. With the opening of the transcontinental warp gate, the organization would soon gain access to Giera as well. The monster tides with their mutants were bound to provide Vaster with plenty of specimens for his experiments that no one would miss, and maybe even suitable monster cores for his abominations. Most of the magic metal and crystal mines of the fallen continent were up for the taking. Vaster had to make the most of it while the situation was still unstable, and no other powerhouse would notice his mining operation. On top of that, Giera was filled with piles of gold, platinum, and precious gems that had been abandoned after the plague. Such things had no value for people whose priority was survival, and monsters had no use for them either. Opening the vaults of the ancient noble households would be child's play for the abominations, and their content would fund the organization for years. I just need to wait until the security measures loosen up a bit. Not even Tezca can come in and out of the capital without risks, but once the gate is accessible to the public, it will be a breeze for him. Even better, with 2 out of 3 guardians wounded by Tyrus, We don't have to bother hiding our presence. If they dare try and stop us, we'll deal with them like we did with Ailsa." A wide grin appeared on Vaster's face as he reached the part of the report describing the beating that Fennegar the Leviathan had endured. Knowing how fierce Tyrus' handiwork was, it was safe to assume that it would take him months, maybe years, to fully recover. Until that moment, the starting point of the colonization, Fennegar's turf, would be defenseless. "What a moron!" The grin opened into a burst of cruel laughter as he opened a second report from one of his sources inside the Empire. He messed up with Tyrus even during the fight against the Lost City. Which means that it's unlikely he and his fellow Guardians of Giera will receive any help against us, even if they manage to swallow their oversized ego and ask for it. The Guardians of Garland know how to hold a grudge, and Fennegar's antics have pissed them all off at the same time. Vaster took a map of Giera where Tezca had sketched the rough outlines of the three Guardians' respective turfs. Fennegar's was on the west side of the continent, facing the ocean from north and west. Roghar's took most of the east side, with access to the ocean from east and north. It was the only one connected to the eastern continent of Zima through a wide stretch of land. Chapter 29, 13 Price of Failure, Part 1. 29:13 Price of Failure, Part 1. The border between the two continents was guarded night and day by the Guardians of Zima, to make sure that none of Giera's problems became their own. Zagran's turf was in the south, and it was off-limits. According to Tezca, the Garuda was a force to be reckoned with, and she had several disciples that patrolled the area, keeping track of the monster tides and lost cities. She was the only guardian at her full strength, and the master preferred to not mess with her unless it was necessary. Last, but not least, according to the kingdom's report, Salark was still in a good relationship with Zagran since they were on a moniker basis. Vaster painted the south part of Giera with a blood-red color that marked it as a recon-only area reserved for abomination that specialized in stealth. After sharing the map and the good news with the members of the organizations, he summoned his seconds in command into his office. "What's the status of our current operations?" "Pretty good," Nelia the Griffin said. "We have gained control over the vast majority of Garland's black markets. The influence of the undead courts is at its weakest, and we are uprooting what's left of their local branches with little effort. I've also taken care of opening several stores on Verendi. With the elders of the local council dead and one guardian critically wounded, the entire continent is in chaos. There are more ongoing wars than countries, and every one of them is willing to pay any price for the weapons they need to win. This alone provides us with a flow of cash and magical resources that can keep our research departments operating at full capacity without breaks or tapping into your personal resources." "Excellent," Vaster nodded and then turned to Zoreth. "Speaking of Ailsa, what did you learn from her examination?" "Not much," the Shadow Dragon shrugged. "She wasn't very cooperative or open to communication. Her weakened state, however, has allowed us to study both her physiology and the way a guardian interacts with the world energy. Physically, she isn't much different from Theseus, just bigger and stronger, but that was expected. Her vitality, however, was off the charts. Even in her crippled state, she could heal wounds without becoming weaker and regrowing entire limbs out of thin air. It doesn't make sense. Not even guardians can create something out of nothing. I think the explanation is related to the second issue." She turned to Nandi the Minotaur. Vaster was the only awakened in the organization, but he didn't dare appear in front of a guardian. Ailsa would have recognized him no matter what disguise he wore, and then revealed his identity to the rest of Magur. Killing her wasn't an option. No one had ever murdered a guardian or witnessed it, so the consequences of such an act against Magur were unknown. On top of that, Vaster couldn't risk turning his organization into the public enemy #1. Until that moment, the local guardians chased his abominations on their own, and only if the Eldritches made a mess big enough to draw the guardians' attention. The death of a guardian, however, would turn the organization from an afterthought into a priority. Something that Vaster couldn't allow yet. It was the reason he had entrusted the task of studying Ailsa's mana core to Nandi. Not only was his ability to control the world energy had no equals, but also he had spent months in Baba Yaga's company. His knowledge allowed him to compare the effects of a guardian core with those of a white core, and was the organization's best shot at understanding you both of them worked. Legend said that whoever conquered the black and the white core together would gain the power to challenge the Guardians. Alas, not even Tezca knew if the rumor had a basis of truth or if it was just a hoax. Witnessing Ilza fight inside her very turf was a unique opportunity, the Minotaur said. From what I could observe from Baba Yaga, white cores constantly draw in massive amounts of world energy, even without the use of a breathing technique. Ilza could do the same thing, but with a deep difference. She didn't draw in the world energy. The world energy came naturally to her and answered her every command without mixing with her mana. To make this simple, let's say that Baba Yaga can shape the world energy as she likes, whereas during our fight with the Guardian, the world energy shaped itself however Ilza wanted. None of her spells required mana, only her willpower. This is amazing. Vaster jumped up on his chair in excitement. Is there any chance you can find a way to replicate this ability? None. The finality of Nandi's voice made the master flop down. But I've already shared everything I've learned with Baitra. Maybe she can do it, or at least one of her creations will. The Minotaur pointed at the fourth ruler of the flames that was standing between him and Zareth. Before talking about that, how did Theseus react to our experiments? Ilza, it's still his mother, for a lack of a better term. Theseus the Bastard was actually a clone who had devoured his original, giving him a blank slate at life. Those like him retained the same personality their originals had before becoming abominations, and were free from the burden of millennia of madness and slaughter. Those memories, however, were still part of them, making the clones remorseful for actions they had never committed and vulnerable to a condition called the blood madness. Not very well, Nandi sighed. He refused to take part in the fight, insisted that we released Ilza as soon as we were done with our research, and threatened to turn on us if we attempted to kill her. That was to be expected, the master nodded. How is he now? Still moping, Nandi shrugged. Theseus understood what we were doing and why, he just didn't agree with our methods. Baitra, Vaster turned to the Reiju, noticing how uncomfortable the topic made her feel. She was a clone as well, and one of Theseus' closest confidants, after he had reluctantly joined the organization. He won't betray us if that's what you are asking me. Then, before the master could answer, she resumed talking. As for the tower project, I made several breakthroughs, but I'm still lacking a few key elements. I've learned from Nandi how to bend mana crystals to my will, and from you, Dad, how to turn them into memory crystals. This is more than enough to forge a master something that can withstand the multiple layers of enchantments that a tower core requires. The problem is that regular crafting techniques aren't enough. At a wave of Baitra's hand, 2 different prototypes appeared on the master's desk. There was no one in the organization capable of using creation magic, and building a mage tower was beyond expensive. The Reiju worked on scaled-down models the size of a toy to avoid wasting resources. But even this way, each failed attempt was a paperweight worthy of the treasure of a king. Chapter 29, 14 Price of Failure, Part 2. 29-14 Price of Failure, Part 2. One prototype was a tower made of Darwin, coated inside and out with Davros. The former would grant the tower immunity to magic, while the latter would provide the artifact with magical conductivity and protection from physical blows, since Darwin was brittle by nature. The second prototype was made of a single white crystal, and was shaped like a Reiju, reminding Vaster of the horseman's steeds. Let me guess, this one is the standard tower that can't move from a mana geyser like Menadian's. Vaster pointed at the Darwin miniature. Correction, it can't function without a geyser, but it can move, Baitra said. Menadian had crafted devices similar to home stones that she used to mark mana geysers and warp the tower from one to another. After the first visit, the tower recorded the coordinates of the geyser, and the home stone was no longer necessary, leaving no trace of her passage. Brilliant, warping a building of that size at will must have been a work of pure genius. The master's eyes sparkled like those of a kid listening to his favorite fairy tale. More like sheer necessity. Baitra dismissed his enthusiasm with a scoff. A tower in a fixed position is a security nightmare. Those who want to steal it from you can lay in an ambush, while those you want to kill will never come near it. The tower would have no offensive value. On top of that, it's not like you can shrink a building of that size and put it in your pocket. Baitra said, unaware of how wrong she was. Without the warp, the tower would be a sitting duck the moment its location is exposed. This is why Baba Yaga made her tower and those of her horsemen capable of moving freely. She touched the crystal Reiju with a finger. They still need a geyser to reach their full power, but unlike Menadian's, you can use them anywhere. In my opinion, Menadian's tower was more powerful, but Baba Yaga's is way more practical. If I had to pick, I'd choose hers. If you've already made up your mind, then why are you researching both? Vaster took the two models in his hands and studied them with his breathing technique, Beyonder's eye. The two miniature towers were both imprinted by Baitra and utter failures. The different pseudo-cores that were supposed to merge into a powerful power core overlapped badly, and their mana flows were out of sync. Because I think that Baba Yaga's tower is more suited to warriors like me who have to travel around and can't afford to settle on a geyser. Menadian's tower, instead, is perfect for times of peace or people like you, Dad. A mobile fortress from which to conduct your experiments and avoid pointless conflicts. It's how I hope to spend my days after we are done with our current projects. Baitra looked at Zorath with a thin smile that the shadow dragon returned. Thank you, Baitra, the master nodded. I promise that I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure you a peaceful retirement. That said, what are the key elements you are missing? First off, to make a tower one needs to conjure too many pseudo-cores, the Reiju replied. Even splitting the absolution into 9 hammers and having everyone helping doesn't make the cut. We end up exhausted before completing even half the work, and from that moment everything is lost. She pointed at the prototypes. Rushing things doesn't work, and lowering the number of pseudo-cores makes the final product a powerful artifact, but it's far from a tower. Even with non-defeating the other Eldritch hybrids with world energy to keep their cores at full power, the mental strain from weaving so many powerful spells in a row wore them out. They had to stop the process multiple times to make sure that the various pieces would fit between themselves, and once they were done with a pseudo-core, move on to the other. After gaining endless mana and stamina, I've concluded that the original Baitra never managed to craft her own tower, because the foundations of her project were flawed. We need to find a way to move the crafting of the single pseudo-cores to the preparatory phase, so that when we assemble them during the Forge-Mastery phase, they are perfect, and we are well rested. That's the critical moment of the tower crafting procedure. Each pseudo-core must be perfectly aligned, and unlike regular Forge-Mastering techniques, the order in which they are assembled matter. Baitra conjured a small Forge-Mastering circle in the palm of her hand, and then several small incomplete pseudo-cores. She showed Vaster how the sequence they were put together could make their power merely stack, amplify with each pseudo-core added, or weaken. The smallest mistake and, once enough mana had built up, and a pseudo-core failed to cinch with the others, the whole structure exploded in a burst of light and fire. The fourth ruler of the flames had conjured sparks of mana for her demonstration, so the defensive enchantments of Vaster's office contained the detonation with ease. Yet the master could imagine what would have happened if those sparks were pseudo-cores fueled by the might of his hybrids. The Vaster mansion would have turned into a crater. Even the failed prototypes standing on his desk were a testament to Baitra's genius. She had managed to keep them stable, but they still held the destructive power of several Tier 5 spells. Unbeknownst to the fourth ruler of the flames, she was just one step behind Lakra Silverwing in building a tower with modern magic. Any idea how to achieve that? Vaster asked. I have several theories but no concrete leads, Baitra sighed. I need more time and materials. I'll make sure you get everything you need. Dismissed. I'll see you at dinner. Vaster put away the documents belonging to the organization and pulled the paperwork of the White Griffin out of his dimensional amulet. The first trimester would soon finish, and he had to pitch ideas for the exams, allocate funds to the various researchers of the Light Department, and write the report cards of the students attending the healer specialization. He was barely done arranging everything he needed when he raised his eyes and noticed that the hybrids were still standing in front of him. What? What about your report? Zorath asked, taking one step forward and out of line. How is the process of merging your cores going? I've made no progress, the master sighed. I can now make them overlap at will, but I failed to conjure any element but decay and chaos. He made his eyes light with mana, and his wings pop out of his back. The black core made it easy to stabilize the decay, but I think that the other cursed elements are going to be. Who cares about that? Zorath cut him short. I want to know if we can hope for a little brother. Vaster's face became flushed, and his eyes widened from embarrassment, but it lasted a second. Then, color left him, and he went back staring at the paperwork like it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 29, 15 Price of Success, Part 1. 29:15 Price of Success, Part 1. No, you can't. Vaster's voice was flat, but the hybrids could sense a tinge of sadness. Even after evolving into whatever I am now, I'm sterile. My abomination side may have no longer consciousness, but it still drains the life out of me. Maybe I need to further merge my life forces and cores. Maybe I need to fuse them to perfection. We might never know. Not to pry in your private life, but have you tried doing it while you are in the partially merged state? Baitra asked. It should reduce the toxicity of your abomination side. Zinnia said the same thing, so I'll give you the same answer. The master raised his eyes from the papers. The ink he was maneuvering with water magic whipped the documents rather than writing on them. No, I have not, and I have no intention to try. While in the merged state, everything of me is infused with abomination tissues, but I can control them because they are part of my body. The problem starts when they get outside. We all know how even a minuscule fragment of an abomination can thrive as long as it has enough life force to prey upon. It's how I turned whole tribes of monsters into abominations. It's how you guys became hybrids. I'm not going to put Zinnia's life at risk on a whim. End of discussion. Zorath wanted to keep arguing, but she knew he was right. Vaster had sacrificed many things to get where he was now. He had betted his own life, and those of countless others to give humanity a better future. The Master could shoulder the burden of that choice solely because he knew that it was for the greater good. If something were to happen to Zinnia or her children just to satisfy his ego, Vaster would never be able to forgive himself. He would become the villain of his own story and lose the last tether of morality. He desperately clung to space. City of Lucia, a few hours later. Aaron and Lyria had come home straight after waking up in the desert. Only after they were done complaining about missing so many hours of sunlight that they could have spent playing and practicing magic with their friends, did Renaf finally get the opportunity to inform them about Celia's awakening. Damn, when it rains it pours, Aaron grumbled. Now even Aunt Celia is awakened. This is not fair. What do you mean it's not fair? Lith furrowed his brow. That it's not fair, Lyria said like it explained it all. Everyone in the family is awakened, everyone but us. That's not true, sweetie pie. I'm not awakened and neither is your dad, Renaf said while helping to set the table for dinner. Celia, Protector, and their kids had been invited to celebrate the return of the Verhins to Lucia. While the parents helped with cooking and food, Lilia and Laren had shared the big news with their rivals. After that moment, they had paraded their mother like the best thing after the discovery of fire, cheering whenever she performed even the most insignificant of cantrips. Only because you didn't ask for it, Mom. Uncle Lith would have done it for you, Lyria replied. She has a point. Lith flaked and gutted the fish he had brought from Giera to give his family an exotic meal. Don't encourage them, Renaf snarled, tired of Lyria tugging at her gown. We instead have asked him for years, dozens of times. Lyria ignored both. More like hundreds of times. Lith filleted the fish and skewered the meat for the grill. See, Mom, Uncle Lith recognizes our hard work. I said don't encourage them. Renaf was about to snap when Senton and Roz abandoned the peace of the fireplace and quelled the whining of their respective children. Lyria, stop pestering your mother and be a good girl. We have worked hard today in Grandpa's shop, and we could use some quiet. To keep their minds off the shocking events of Giera and the possible involvement of Orpal, the adults had chosen to work despite the lack of sleep from the previous night. It had worked like a charm, but they were now dead tired since they had been awake for almost 24 hours. Leave your sister alone, Aaron, and don't even think about bothering your mother with this nonsense. She already has her hands full with Surin. Roz pointed at the baby girl who was crying for apparently no reason while Alina tried to calm her down and Tista to understand with a diagnostic spell the source of the baby girl's distress. Seriously, guys, it's no big deal. This is the best I can do. No kidding. A small red flame burst from each fingertip of Celia's right hand, no bigger than what a lighter would produce. A few seconds later, when Lilia and Laren were still cheering and Aaron and Lyria gritting their teeth, the flames disappeared and Celia panted heavily. Gods, I think you were right, Lith. Redcord Awakened must have become a myth because they probably hide out of shame until they get at least the orange. I suck so bad. She winked at him, chuckling. At her level, the best she could do was manipulate already existing elements, like stirring the water in the pots with water magic, or adjusting the heat from the stove with fire magic. And even that had to be done sparingly and with moderation. Things like life vision, fire vision, or conjuring a small amount of elemental energy drained her in less than a minute. Why don't you want to be awakened, Dad? Aaron asked. You would become strong like Lith and we could fly together in the sky. The last part was the only thing Roz missed, feeling the distance from his youngest son increasing as Aaron's powers grew. It's not as bad as it was with Lith, but the two situations don't even compare. He inwardly sighed. Still, compared to Tryon, Aaron is not going to appreciate much what I can share with him. Carving wood and farm works must be dull, boring things compared to magic. Because magic, it's not a miracle, son. It requires time and study. I don't want to become a mage. I already have a job I love. I prefer spending my days with you, your little sister, and your mother rather than reading and training. Same, Alina, Renat, and Senton said. Even though the relationship between the blacksmith and Lith was lukewarm, Senton was certain that Lith would awaken him, if Renat asked him to. But Aunt Celia, Lyria tried to rebuke, but Celia herself shut Lyria down. I'm not going to become a mage either, a magicka at best. My first goal is to learn chore magic and reach your mother's level. Then, as my core grows in power, I'll practice just enough to make sure I don't hurt anyone by mistake. Once I learn how to fly, my magical education will be complete. No spells above Tier 3, no fancy dimensional magic, nothing. I'm a huntress, and that's what I'm going to keep doing. Since there seemed to be no chance of victory there, Aaron decided to try a different angle. Chapter 29, 16 Price of Success, Part 2. 29-16 Price of Success, Part 2. Still, it's not fair, big bro. How come Abominus and Onyx managed to awaken while Lyria and I are still fake mages? We spent the same time on mana geysers and practiced magic together. What's the difference between us? First, that's a wrong comparison. Lith shook his head. You guys are about the same age, but while you kids started practicing magic during our camping trip, Abominus and Onyx have done that their whole lives. Also, there's a big difference between you guys. The level of development of your cores. You and Lyria are at the bright yellow, whereas Abominus and Onyx had reached the bright cyan when it happened. Why do you think that's the normal threshold for magical beasts? Why do you think Tister awakened when she was at the bright green? Because their mana cores had reached a point where the practice of magic stimulated a mana flow strong enough to trigger the awakening. I don't want to wait for so long, Lyria cried. I don't want to awaken in my old age like Aunt Tista. Old age? Tista replied in outrage. I awakened at 16. If that's awakening at old age, then what about Ryman? What about Celia? They are parents, Lilia replied to the illogical question with a puzzled tone. According to children's logic, fathers and mothers were supposed to be immortal beings. No kid wanted even to consider the idea of becoming an orphan, so it was only reasonable that their parents weren't allowed to age. With all the children staring at her and all the parents glaring at her, Tista opened and closed her mouth a few times in a perfect goldfish impression before saying, You are right, I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Nice save, Protector said via a mind link. I don't mind being called old, but if you put in my children's heads the idea that I'm going to die, they'll have nightmares for months. If that happens, I expect you to take care of the mess you created. Thank the gods you didn't call me old. I'd have hated to punch you in the face in front of the kids, Camilla said. She was at the age when that word started to sting, and awakening was too recent for her to fully digest the idea that her lifespan had greatly increased. On top of that, the passing of time was scary for her as well. Camilla wasn't afraid of dying of old age, only of seeing Lith pass away before her due to the damage to his life force. At that point, her awakening would turn from a blessing into a curse. Please, gods, Whatever time I have left, make it last no more than a week after Lith is gone. Since we are already here, let's make it a few centuries from now so that Elijah will be grown up and with a family of her own to help her deal with the grief. As Camilla silently prayed for her husband, herself, and her daughter, her gaze instinctively moved to the baby girl. What are they doing? She pointed at Sharjin, Elijah, and Valoran II, who were leaning against the playpen in their divine beast form and staring at the dining room. Gods, they are adorable, they look so cute. Celia's eyes almost teared up. Unlike Alina and Camilla, shape-shifting babies were her bread and butter. Even if covered in fur or scales, even with talons or claws instead of fingers, she saw them solely as little bundles of love. Lith followed the stairs, noticing that they converged on the huntress. Celia, whatever you are doing, stop. Why, I was just recovering my mana while practicing accumulation. In front of Sharjin, Camilla was flabbergasted. Do you know what dragon eyes are? Dragon what now? Celia looked at Ryman, who slapped his own forehead, cursing at himself for not instructing his wife properly. Shah, Sharjin roared triumphantly as his body emitted a bright red aura that turned to deep orange as his awakening was complete. Mom! Mom! What going? Salark warped in the middle of the dining room, covering the distance with Call of the Blood. No force on Magur could keep her away from a featherling calling her name. No force but shock, of course. Great Mother Almighty, who did this? Salark pointed at the three wormlings that were emitting their auras while chittering like crazy. I did, Celia raised her hand. I'm sorry, I didn't know dragon eyes are a thing and I still have no idea what they do. How can you not? The Overlord was furious, but seeing the huntress' red aura, it was clear that she was the awakened equivalent of a newborn. Who is the idiot who awakened you? I did, Ryman raised his hand while kneeling to her. I'm sorry, I completely forgot to warn my wife she has no fault. Salark would have loved to smite him where he stood, but Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir stood before Protector, clinging to his legs in an attempt to protect him. Please, Grandma, forgive him. Uncle Ryman is a good man, Aaron said amid hiccups. Please don't be mad, Lyria cried over the Overlord's desert robe. Why are you crying? Only then did Salark notice that in her rage she had her eyes, hair, and hands burning with white flames. Oh, that's why. She needed a few deep breaths to calm down and make the flames disappear. It's all right, kids, I'm not mad, I swear, she said. Not anymore, she inwardly added. So you are not going to hurt Uncle Ryman and Aunt Celia? Aaron shivered like a leaf. No, I'm not. Salark tried to reassure them, but the kids were deeply shaken. They had never seen her angry, and had never considered the danger she posed, considering the Overlord only as their loving grandmother. Do you promise? Lyria sniffled. I promise. Salark slouched her shoulders. Her vow weighed on her, but not as much as the headache from the situation. I'm sorry for my outburst, but this is a big deal. None of my children has ever awakened at such a young age. Until Sharjin was old enough to decide if he wanted to stay in my nest or leave, I would have not taught him anything but the basics of magic. Spirit magic and awakening were supposed to be off the table. This is a mess. I'm sorry, Grandma, I should have thought about this, Lith said. No, it's my fault, she shook her head. It's been too long since the last time I had a baby dragon, and I've forgotten they require special caution. What do you mean? Lith asked. For example, do you know what that chittering is about? I don't speak dragon, baby, or whatever that is, he replied. First, Sharjin has tried to teach them how to use dragon eyes, then he has explained them accumulation, and now he is teaching them how to open from the inside the spells that keep the playpen locked. He is doing what? Lith and Camilla rushed to the kids, picking one each. Bad, Sharjin, bad. Why bad, sharing good? Sharjin good, the wormling tilted his head to a side, wondering why everyone was making a fuss. Chapter 29, 17 Not Normal, Part 1. Sit down, Salark said, and Sharjin obeyed, shrinking to the size of a human child under her angry gaze. I expected better from you. Mommy is sad. Sad, the wormling whimpered, exposing his belly in submission and extending his limbs in a silent plea for affection. Yes, sad, no accumulation, no teaching to others, and no magic until I say so. Are we clear? She asked, and after he nodded, she picked him up. Great Mother Almighty, this is going to take a lot of work. What about us? Lith asked. What about you? Salark furrowed her brow. What if Elijah and Valoran use accumulation? More importantly, do they have dragon eyes or not? Lith was both scared and excited at the idea. Scared because dealing with babies with dragon eyes was a nightmare, and he would need to be extra careful whenever he brought them to the tower. Excite because if Alicia could learn dragon eyes, then so could he. There are endless possibilities just from that. My daughter would become the most powerful mage the kingdom has ever seen. Just the thought of how Elijah would breeze her academy classes made his heart skip a beat. Sorry to burst your bubble, but they don't have dragon eyes, Salark replied, making Lith groan and Camilla sigh in relief. Sharjin only carries 2 bloodlines, while Valoran has 3 and Elijah 4. The dragon blood is too diluted for that. I doubt even Sharjin would have it if not for him being a direct descendant of 2 guardians. Usually, new species are born from mortals. Sharjin's bloodline is going to be unique. As for accumulation, the concept should be too complex for the babies to grasp it, and at this age, they have no discipline. They'd get bored of it after 2 breaths or get distracted the moment something interesting happens. Like a soap bubble, a butterfly, or any sudden noise. The problem is that Elijah and Valoran are not normal kids. They are not going to forget about it over time. You need to tell them now not to practice it so that when they grow up, they'll remember that as well and come to you for guidance. Lith nodded and shapeshifted his hands, using the dragon scales and a mind link to convey his worries. He didn't want to introduce the concept of death so early in the life of the children, afraid to traumatize them. Valoran II still believed that his parents were alive somewhere, and that one day they would return. It gave him hope, and Lith didn't want to take it away from him. I'll wait until he's old enough to tell him the truth. Doing it now would be just cruel. He projected in their minds images of them using the breathing technique, quickly followed by Lith, Solus, and Camilla becoming sad and worried. The more the kids used accumulation, the farther away from their parents something pushed them until Valoran and Elijah couldn't see them anymore. Bad Daya? Valoran was the first to grasp the concept. The idea of being left alone again was terrifying to him. Not bad, danger, Lith explained, emphasizing how it was the colored wind generated by the breathing technique to create the distance. In all the images, Lith tried to get close, but accumulation pushed him away. Danger, Valoran nodded, swearing to himself to never use the weird thing Sharjin had just taught him. It took Elijah a bit longer to understand what her father meant, but when she did, she cussed Sharjin out with every word she considered an insult. Space. A few days later, once the storm from Sharjin's awakening had passed, and everyone had gotten used to life in the kingdom again, Lith received several calls. The first was from Freya and Quilla, informing him of the progress of the expedition in building the first settlement and exploring their surroundings. The Lorien pilots had already located abandoned crystals and magic metals veins, but they too far away from the camp. The kingdom would start the mining operations only after completing the base and establishing a safe route. Do me a favor, Quilla said. When you go visit my mother, give us a call no matter the time. She hasn't heard from us for over 2 weeks now, and she must be lonely without Dad. Wait, I understand that not being part of the council, Nalrond has no Davros amulet, but what about Morok? He has one and he can call you whenever he wants. Morok is working with Adjetar on a project, and even if he wasn't, Mom would rather wait for my return than share the same air as him. Quilla sighed. The worst part is that the feeling is mutual. Is it that bad? Lith asked. No, it's worse, Orion's voice roared from out the hologram's field of view. Have you ever spent a whole day with the guy, and I mean in his company, not just in the same place? Dad, Morok is not. He isn't that he has a good heart, 2 of them actually, Quilla said. Even though she loved him, she couldn't refute the fact that her husband was a bit rude, and that, sometimes, he could be obnoxious. Remember to tell Nalrond that I miss him. Freya chimed in to save her sister from further embarrassment. Did we miss anything interesting? Actually, yes. Celia is now awakened, and Sharjin stole her breathing technique with dragon eyes. He's now awakened as well. Lith nodded. He did what? The Ernaces yelled in unison. It wouldn't be so bad if he hadn't also taught accumulation to Elijah and Valoran. I have given them an age-appropriate warning about the dangers of using a breathing technique, but they are just kids. We have to constantly check on them and make sure they are just breathing, if you know what I mean. Okay, now I'm sure of it. You must be shitting me. Orion barged in front of the amulet, demanding an explanation. Once Lith managed to calm them down and end the call, he contacted Gianni to schedule a visit. She was back on active duty, and with the odd hours of an Archon, it was rare finding her at home. I'm swamped in the middle of something, and I don't know when I'll be done with it. Only Gianni's voice came from the amulet, making him worry. I'll call you as soon as I'm home at a decent hour. Is there anything I can do to help you? Thanks for your offer, Lith, but this isn't a scene I would show to kids, and the case is cut and dry. Bringing a Magus would be overkill. Gianni out. Did she sound normal to you, Kami? Lith turned around from his work desk. Do you think she might need help? The lack of a hologram doesn't mean much. She walked near the cribs, checking the readings of the array. If she was in a dangerous situation, her personal amulet wouldn't have been available in the first place. Gianni was either in a room containing classified material or evidence she can't disclose to anyone. She is fine. Chapter 29, 18 Not Normal, Part 2. Since the day Sharjin had awakened, Solus had devised a magical formation for the tower that checked Alicia's and Valoran's cores for the fluctuations deriving from the use of a breathing technique. So far they had heeded Lith's words, but he was too paranoid to trust even a child. How can you be so sure? He asked. Gianni is as paranoid as you. She knew you would make me listen to the conversation, and she used the code word cut and dry. It means that everything is fine. Camilla shrugged. What if she said that the case is a walk in the park? Then it would have meant that she had been kidnapped, and they were currently moving her to an unknown location. Seriously, what the F, Arm? Guys, look at this. Solus walked in accompanied by Sharjin, who was their guest for the day along with Salark. The Overlord was exploiting the library and Saluspedia to clear the paperwork of days in just a few hours. The wormling had quietly slept on a sofa beside her for a while, but now he was getting bored. Solus handed him a Rubik's Cube with every face split into 49 small cubes instead of just 9, and already scrambled. Sharjin pulled and pushed until he understood how the various parts moved, and then solved the cube in less than a minute. She handed him several different puzzles, and he solved them with the same ease with which Lith opened a door. Is he a genius, or was that just dragon eyes? Lith asked. Eyes, Sharjin and Salark replied in unison. You can't even play cards with a dragon. They are natural-born cheaters. This part the Overlord said it alone. Look. She took a sealed deck of cards, shuffled it, and handed it to Sharjin, who shuffled it again. I wonder if all the baby divine beasts are so smart if it's just Sharjin. Lith conjured a normal Rubik's Cube, scrambled it, and handed it to Elijah. Come on, baby girl, show Daddy what you can do. That's far from impressing, Camilla said. I can do that too. Really, you can do this? Salark opened the cards in a fan, revealing that they had been split by suit again, and the cards of each suit were arranged low to high. Because I can't, at least not without magic. My bad, I stand corrected. I wonder if all the baby divine beasts are so smart if it's just Sharjin. Lith conjured a normal Rubik's Cube, scrambled it, and handed it to Elijah. Come on, baby girl, show Daddy what you can do. Elijah pulled and pushed until she understood how the various parts moved, and then bit the cube in frustration before tossing it away. That's my girl. Lith lifted the baby Tiamat while she was still snarling and peppered her with kisses and compliments while Solus laughed her ass off. Why so happy she didn't solve it? Camilla asked in confusion. Because except for the biting part, that's his exact same reaction when I got his first one. I never managed to solve one of those. Lith and Solus said in unison. Come on, you are a Magus. This thing can't be so hard. Camilla said, and she was still trying to solve it when an hour later they received the second call. Hey Lith, how are you doing? Nalrund contacting Lith was no surprise, whereas his appearance was shocking. The Razar looked like someone who hadn't had enough to eat for days and had pulled one all-nighter too many. He had dark bags under his eyes, unkempt hair, and his skin was gaunt, making his features as sharp as knives. I'm fine, thank you. What about you? Lith recognized the Erna's mansion behind him, which made things even more confusing. I would get it if Nalrund were in the middle of nowhere, struggling to find a safe place where to rest and taking care of rationing his supplies. Yet he's living in one of the most comfortable and rich households in the kingdom. No servant of the Urnas would dare disrespect an esteemed guest of their lords, and even if they did, Nalrond is a very powerful mage. Something's fishy here. Lith thought, and Solus agreed. I'm doing great. The Razar gave them a wan smile. I'm just tired. With Freya gone, I don't have many distractions, so I get easily carried away with my experiments, and I end up losing track of time. Nalrond wasn't lying, but he wasn't telling the whole truth either. He had taken advantage of Freya's absence to collect more data about the process that he hoped would bring his human and beast sides to merge into one. He slept and ate regularly, but the wounds he self-inflicted in order to weaken his life forces, and study how they interacted once the protective wall separating them thinned, were taking a toll on his body. What experiments? Aside from writing a grimoire of the spells of the Razar tribe to prevent your tribe's legacy from getting lost in case something happens to you, I don't remember you working on a project. Solus asked. You are wrong. I've been working on a cure for my condition since the day we met, and I've never stopped doing it. Nalrond's voice became cold, annoyed by his alleged friends forgetting about his first and only goal in life. Alleged first and only. He was ashamed of himself as soon as those cruel thoughts crossed his mind. Gods, exhaustion is turning me into an even crankier Lith. I need a break. I'm sorry, Solus. The Razar gave her a small bow in apology. I didn't mean to sound like a jerk. As I said, I'm tired and I probably should get some rest. Before I go, just one question. Why is Freya's amulet still unavailable? She was supposed to come back with you and I'm starting to get worried. That was the original plan, but after what happened with the Lost City and the Black Tide, Freya didn't feel like leaving Quilla alone. Solus replied. She asked us to tell you that she misses you and to not worry about her. Fine, Nalrond stiffened at the news. Do you know when Quilla will be done on Giera and return to Garland? A few weeks tops. Lith furrowed his brow at the odd reaction, but asked no questions. Just the time to discover and classify the most infectious diseases against which the people of Garland have no natural defenses. I see, thank you, Nalrond sighed. He had hoped for a different answer and a swifter return. The reason he had ended up in his current condition was that he had been trying to determine how much he had to weaken his life forces to conduct a magical procedure of his creation. If everything went well, body sculpting would break the effects of forbidden magic without forcing him to choose between his bloodlines. The Razar believed to have found the perfect balance between the human and the beast side, but he had already learned the hard way that he needed someone to infuse him with vitality and heal his wounds if he wanted to survive. Quilla had agreed to help him, but only under the condition that Nalrond discussed his plan with Freya first, something he had yet to do. After the promising results of the latest series of tests, he was confident in the chances of success of his procedure and was ready to have that conversation. It was time to take the dragon by the horns and face the consequences. Chapter 29, 19 Not Normal, Part 3. Nalrond had spent years expanding on the research of his people, trying to undo what the human mages had done to them with forbidden magic. Now that he was finally close to the solution, he couldn't bear the thought of waiting 1 second longer, let alone weeks. It doesn't matter. He closed his eyes and massaged his temples in an attempt to contain the resentment he felt burning at him from the inside. I need time to recover. If Freya sees me like this, she'll think that I've gone crazy and she'll never support my decision. I need to play my cards right if I don't want to. It was then that the thought that Freya might not only not approve of his decision, but also break up with him pierced through the haze of his obsession. With the excuse that he needed more data, Nalrond had kept delaying the conversation which had allowed him to not think about how it might end. Now that he had no excuse left, he went pale as he realized the consequences of his decision might entail. If she accepts and the procedure fails, I'll break her heart and miss all the years we would have spent together. If she breaks up with me and I die, at least I won't have to hear everyone telling me I told you so. Yet what if she breaks up with me and the procedure succeeds? What then? I would become a new species, sure, but I would also be alone. Unless I find someone else who's willing to accept me, my newborn race will die with me, and all of my sacrifices will be for nothing. On the one hand, Nalrond wanted to go on with the procedure, no matter the consequences. His people had struggled for millennia with their condition, and he had worked to find a solution for decades before meeting Freya. Throwing his heritage in the gutter for one woman was beyond stupid. On the other hand, without Freya, his success would have been hollow. Only if she supported his decision, and the procedure succeeded, would he get a happy ending. But even in his exhausted state, it wasn't hard to realize how abysmal the odds were. "Are you all right?" Lith asked after a few seconds of awkward silence. "Yes, I mean I need your advice," Nalrund said. Lith made his relationship with Camilla work, and with the help of his tower, the procedure's chances of success should skyrocket. If there's someone who can help me convince Freya, that's him, he actually thought. "With pleasure. What's this about?" Lith said. "Not here and not now." Nalrund shook his head. "It's not a discussion I feel comfortable having on the amulet, and I'm in dire need of sleep right now. Give me a couple of days to rest and put my thoughts in order, or I doubt I'll make any sense. Please keep your schedule clear, because even though it's not a life-or-death situation, it's a pressing matter to me." After Lith agreed, the Rizar inquired about the expedition on Giera, and once he was sure there was no impending threat on Freya, Quilla, and Orion, he bid Lith goodbye. "That was weird," Camilla said. "Big time," Solus nodded. "Do any of you have an idea of what he might want to talk about?" "It's Nalrund, so it can be only one of three things." Lith shrugged. "There's something new about his life forces, he wants suggestions about how to propose to Freya, or he just wants me to forge-master him a betrothal present." "Point taken," Solus nodded. "Probably Gianni has pressured him to make his move since Freya is getting old. I mean, according to Mager's standard." She rushed to add, the topic sensitive for her and Camilla. Any woman past 25 who was still unmarried was considered a spinster, and Freya was already 23. It was one of the reasons Camilla had thought that she would never have a family before meeting Lith. They discussed the oddity of Nalrund's condition, but there was no real reason to worry about it, so they soon split up and went to take care of their respective business. Lith spent the rest of the afternoon working on the blueprints for the new models of Du Lorien that the royals had commissioned him. Camilla alternated between practicing accumulation and magic, while Solus spent her time inside the prime engine. "If there's something I've learned from our fight with the Eternal Fortress, is that the passive boost that the tower gives us, and the arrays are not enough to even survive against an opponent of that caliber," she thought. "We couldn't use the firing range because it would have betrayed the position of the tower and blown my cover. But even if we were alone and there was no witness, it wouldn't have been enough. The whole tower wouldn't have been enough." She clenched her hands so hard that they turned white. "I need to find a place where to put the prime engine's prowess to the test and see if there's any way to use it covertly." Lith and Solus had already gone to the same isolated areas of the Blood Desert, where in the past they had practiced their blade spells to test the prime engine in secret. The problem was that they had never fought a real opponent with it, and there was only so much they could learn from shooting at dunes and firing at the sky. To make matters worse, even in its incomplete state, the tower's battle form was a stone golem over 25 meters 82 tall. The mass necessary to form limbs and reinforce the body came from the underground floors that, even though were usually hidden from sight, comprised half of the tower. How can we explain we built something like that, and where are we supposed to have found the necessary materials? Solus inwardly griped. Even worse, even assuming we find a perfectly plausible explanation, there's no way to justify the fact that we can only use it in the presence of a mana geyser. If we pull the prime engine out without having an airtight cover story, the royals and everyone else involved in the War of the Griffins are going to think that we have kept the blueprints of the Golden Griffin and used it to craft a scaled-down academy of our own. Which is partially true since my mother created the academies and the tower, so the two projects are bound to be similar. Yet this makes our situation worse. There's no point winning a battle if it costs us the trust we have built with our allies. I need to ask for Lith's help, and if we can't think of anything, we'll have to go to Grandma for advice." She checked all the forge-mastering catalogs at their disposal, but she failed to find an artifact that the prime engine could imitate to hide its true nature. As for the babies, they entertained themselves with the many hard-light interactive toys in the tower or slept. Whenever they were hungry or needed to be changed, the tower would alert one of the parents and they would take care of it. Chapter 29, 20 Not Normal, Part 4. When the babies were lonely, Sharjin would bring them to the subject of their desire. Solus had added him to the apprentice list in the tower's mainframe so that the wormling knew where everyone was at all times and could warp straight to them. Bad Sharjin, bad. Keep sneaking behind me and I'm going to put a bell around your neck. Lith rushed to cover the blueprints of the Dulorians when the wormling brought Valorin to him. The baby boy often felt the need to check on Lith and make sure he was all right. Dragon eyes are supposed to be useless here since Sharjin lacks the basics of Forgemastering, light mastery, and dimensional magic, but being the son of two guardians, better safe than sorry. Lith thought. The wormling snorted at Lith, sending two big puffs of smoke in his face. Lith was about to return the favor when he remembered that despite his size, Sharjin was younger than Valorin. You are lucky to be so cute, or I would not teach you a lesson. Lith poked the wormling's snout before taking the baby boy and handing Sharjin the Basics of Magic book by Lakra Silverwing. Valorin cooed happily as Lith rocked the baby in his arms while the wormling opened the book at a random page and then started to turn it around, trying to make sense of it. What are you can't read? Lith snapped his fingers as Sharjin glared at him in annoyance for stating the obvious. Grandma, can I teach him or is it too dangerous? Excellent question. Salark took a break from her paperwork to ponder the dilemma. On the one hand, sooner or later he's going to learn anyway. On the other, I'm afraid of what he could do. She looked at Sharjin as he turned the pages, rotated the book, and raked his brain in the attempt to crack its mystery. Then, he noticed her gaze and chirped at Salark with what Lith assumed was a begging tone. You are right, I can't teach you responsibility without giving you something to be responsible for. Yet remember your promise. No magic and no accumulation without my permission. Are we clear? She asked, and Sharjin nodded, wagging his tail in excitement. She handed him an alphabet book with illustrations depicting several objects of common use for each letter. The wormling flipped through the pages like it was a restaurant's menu, finishing it in seconds. He took the Basics of Magic, holding it the right way, but chirped again at the foreword. That's the author's name. It's not supposed to make sense just like my name or yours, Salark explained. Sharjin nodded and resumed reading, chirping again just a few seconds later. Here, she handed him a vocabulary that he flipped until he found the unknown word. Sharjin went back and forth between books until he got sick of it. He focused on the dictionary, flipping through its pages in a few minutes before starting again. What is he doing? Lith pointed at the wormling who was turning the pages faster and faster until he reached the end and opened it back on the first page. Memorizing the dictionary, repetition is the mother of learning, the guardian replied. Are you serious? Lith was flabbergasted. In less than 5 minutes, Sharjin had read the thick book 10 times and was now moving on to the Basics of Magic. This time he read it from top to bottom without breaks, and it took him less than a minute. Once he was done, the wormling stood up and chirped proudly to his mother. Lith stared at them in shock, remembering how long it had taken him to do the same despite being much older. I'm happy too that you liked it, but remember your promise. Salark caressed his snout as he nodded vigorously. Now be a good child and say thank you to Uncle Lith. Thank you. Sharjin handed back the Basics of Magic with a small bow and a hint of sadness. You are welcome. Also, you can keep it. I have more than one copy. The wormling jumped at Lith's neck, licking his face with joy while being careful to not hurt Valorin. Sharjin held the book like it was a treasure before storing it inside the dimensional amulet where he kept his snacks. As Salark went back to her work, the wormling warped Lith to the nursery where Elijah was waiting for them. Then Sharjin read the titles of the children's books on the shelf and handed Lith his favorite story, The Three Little Wormlings and the Big Bad Snake. Finding a creature for the role of the bad guy, while adapting Earth's fairy tales had been a real hassle, since Protector was a wolf and Lith didn't want to make the kids scared of him. He had also considered wyverns, but that would have been embarrassing during family reunions and Ligon might have resented Lith for that. In the end, everyone had agreed on snakes because Feniger looked like one, no one liked him, and there was no snake among Lith's friends. He had also considered wyverns, but that would have been embarrassing during family reunions and Ligon might have resented Lith for that. In the end, everyone had agreed on snakes because Feniger looked like one, no one liked him, and there was no snake among Lith's friends. "Do you want me to read it?" Lith asked. "Please, I'm tired." Sharjin rubbed his eyes. Learning so much and so fast had taken a toll on him. "Dia, Dia," Elijah and Valoran chanted, seconding the motion. Lith conjured a chair and started reading the book that was animated, literally. Every time a new page was flipped, it would project a hologram of the current scene. Lith used air magic to increase or lower the pitch of his voice for each character he played. He was at the scene where the big bad snake hissed and puffed to blow away the wooden cave when his communication amulet drew his attention. "It's Falul Solis, read on while I take this call." She nodded and took the book from his hands. Now the three little wormlings had a less deep and more feminine voice, but the waving hair mimicking the storm and a tress acting as the hissing snake more than made up for it. Camilla was upset with Lith's choice. She had been watching as well the whole time. She loved it when her husband gave life to stories, and she admired the effort he put in doing even the most simple thing for the kids. Valoran and Elijah were much smarter than the average kid, and it was harder keeping them engaged when they failed to understand much of the story. The use of holograms allowed them to associate an object with every word, making the story more captivating and increasing their vocabulary for when they would be capable of talking. Camilla would have liked to be the one continuing the story, but she had to admit that Solis was doing a better job than she ever could. With her weak core and limited mastery of magic, Camilla was unable to change her voice much, let alone conjure holograms. "It's fine, I can read them a second story once Solis is done. This is no competition," she thought yet failed to convince herself. Lith walked out of the room and conjured a small hush zone on himself to not disturb the story while he answered. Chapter 29-21 Family Lab, Part 1. "Hey, Falul, is everything all right?" It was a weird hour for a call, and he hadn't heard from the Hydra since before his departure to Giera. "Hi, Lith, I'm fine, thank you. Just a bit annoyed with a friend of mine who disappears for long periods of time and never calls unless he wants something," she replied with a playful tone. "I'm sorry," Lith sighed. Isolating himself was an old bad habit of his that resurfaced every time he was engrossed in his work, which happened very often. "You'd better be," the Hydra grunted. "You could have at least called me to tell me about the fight with the Lost City and that everyone was all right. Instead, I had to find out from the Interlink first and then get the details from Freya's report." "I know, but with everything that happened, it slipped my mind," Lith said. "Until the warp gate was finished, I was involved with the treaties between the merfolk and Grandma to create new cities in her desert. Also, with the excuse to act as liaison with the local awakened council, along with Ragu. I have spent most of my free time scouring their archives for hints about the ears of Menadian." "It's a nice excuse, but still an excuse," Falul nodded. "That said, do you have plans for tomorrow? I have something I want to show you." "I'm free tomorrow," Lith replied. "Perfect, come to my lair first thing in the morning. See you." Falul out. Lith put the amulet into his pocket and went back inside the room. Camilla and Solis were reading the story of the ugly sparrow, a bad-looking bird that turned out to be a mighty phoenix and became the ruler of the forest. "This is not one of mine. I wonder if Grandma wrote it or if it's just based on her," Lith thought. The two women alternated reading, making the back and forth between the characters more vivid. "Mind if I join?" he asked. "Not at all." Camilla moved to make space for him. "There are lots of birds in this story, and I'm running out of voices. By the way, have you noticed that the only friend of our ugly sparrow is a finch? Coincidence?" "I think not," Lith and Solis replied in unison, making the three of them burst into a laughter at the inside joke from his memories. Space. The following day, Lith and Solis left the babies at home with Camilla and went to visit the Hydra. The beast ruler of the Distar Marquisate had her home built inside the Black Scar, one of the rare mountains in the south of the Griffin Kingdom, which took its name from the obsidian covering most of its rocky surface. The volcano had been active until Firwal, Falul's mother, had moved there. After becoming one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, the Hydra had grown weary of the intrigues of the court and sought the solitude of her secret lab in the Black Scar. She had diverted the magma flow of the mountain's fiery core to form a pool that fueled her forgemastering experiments and played a key role in smelting and purifying magical metals. The mountain also had a steaming hot spring that, along with the warm climate of the south, made it the perfect place to live for creatures like the hydras who were weak to cold. After Valoran's death, Firwall had no ties left with the kingdom and gave her residence to Falul as a coming-of-age gift. Upon reaching the hydra's lair, the stone walls opened, letting Lith and Solus in, and revealing an enormous cave decorated with enough riches to put even the most ancient noble households to shame. Piles of gold and precious gemstones were mixed with small mounds of magic crystals. The more precious a pile, the nearer to Falul's living quarters it was. The artifacts she had collected and forgemastered over the centuries, instead, were carefully stored inside several crystal cases only she could open. They formed the walls separating the different rooms of the lair, serving both as a testament to her guests of their host skills and a silent warning of what she could unleash upon them if provoked. Man, if it's hot in here. Lith looked at the metal tubes running from the hot spring that covered the inside of the mountain's walls. A complex system of arrays and magical stones spread and amplified the heat carried by the pipes, allowing the Hydra to regulate the temperature and humidity of her lair at will. Ever since Lith had realized the air conditioning system for her as a thank you for saving Renaz's son, Falco, from the strangler disease, Falul had used only 2 settings. Scorching summer day for when she was alone, and warm summer day for when she had guests. "Thank you, but I'm not interested in a married man," Falul said with a chuckle while she lowered the temperature. She was in her human form, resembling a young woman in her mid-20s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall. Her face had an oval shape, with rainbow-colored eyes and long hair that framed her fine features. She was wearing a short-sleeved red shirt, and what Lith could swear was a jeans overall. "Very funny, but before I forget about this for the umpteenth time, where did you get that cloth?" Lith asked. "This," she waved at her overall. "It's just cotton woven according to an old Hydra tradition to make it more durable." "Can you teach me how to do it?" Lith felt a pang of nostalgia from his life on Earth whenever he saw Falul wearing clothes like that. "Sure, but if you sell it and it becomes a hit, I demand a huge cut. Now, to business." A snap of her fingers warped them away from her lair and to a much bigger place. The ceiling was over 40 meters, 132, high, with no inner walls and so packed with lesser dragons that Lith couldn't see the confines of what he could only assume be an underground cave. 7-headed hydras stomped left and right as they moved, their heads talking with other hydras as much as between themselves. Pillars of light were visible at regular intervals that were formed by a series of arrays stacked together. The distance between the different sets of magical formations ensured that the spells didn't interact between themselves, and that each pillar received enough world energy without hindering those nearby. "What is this place?" Solus asked, feeling small and insignificant. She could perceive with mana sense that every one of those present had a bright violet mana core and was at least 20 meters, 66, tall. Some, like Firwall, reached over 25-82 meters of height, something in between a lesser and a divine beast. Anyone who surpassed the 20 meters was considered an individual blessed with a thicker amount of guardian blood than average. To give credit to this belief, there was the fact that such people were often also gifted with great talent. Their towering bodies and overflowing mana cores were no different from those of the dragons, and the phoenixes that Solus was used to hang around with. Chapter 29, 22 Family Lab, Part 2. Yet unlike the Hydras, the divine beasts always kept a human appearance to not intimidate the members of smaller races. Now that I think about it, I've never seen Surtur or Rithia in their true form. Solus thought, and Lith telepathically nodded. "Welcome to the family lab. Or did you really think that I could work on the harmonizers and the secret behind Uffil's evolution by myself?" Falul replied. "This kind of work requires a group effort, or it would take me centuries to see any progress in my research." Despite their stumpy, four-legged bodies, the Hydras moved with enough grace to never get close enough to the newcomers and risk stepping on them. Yet between the rush of their movements and the tails whipping around, Solus felt like an ant in the middle of a road. "Is this what you wanted to show me?" Lith asked. "Yes and no. Assume your Tiamat form and follow me, or it's going to take us all day to reach our destination." "Nex." Upon her warning, the nearby hydras made space for her to avoid bumping and shoving each other as she grew in size. Next, Lith followed her lead, but his transformation drew many eyes and caused many gasps. Not only did he reach 30 meters, 100, in height, the mark of a true divine beast, but he also had arms, wings, and the heat of the mystical flames burning within him reddened the tip of his scales. It was everything that the species belonging to the lesser dragons dreamed of. Wyverns had origin flames and wings, making them the closest to their progenitor among the lesser dragons. Yet the lack of arms limited their combat prowess, while not having the dragon eyes impaired their magical development. The 7 heads that every hydra could reach by mastering the elements and domination made up for the lack of dragon eyes, whereas missing prehensile limbs and origin flames limited their forge-mastery skills. In the same way, the lack of wings reduced the hydra's aerial maneuverability. Body sculpting could fix some of those issues, but the necessary alterations to their life forces stunted the growth of a hydra if kept for too long. Man, they shrink so fast. Lith patted the nearest of Falul's heads, ruffling her scales. It seems yesterday that you towered over me and now you are as short as Solus. Not funny, both women snorted in unison, even though the comparison was quite accurate. The hydra now barely reached the Tiamat's chest, just like Solus did to Lith's human form. Follow me, smartass. Falul led the way while Lith lifted Solus on his shoulder. From that height, they could both take a better look at the lab and see their destination. A white array formed a white pillar that reached the ceiling and contained the winged form of Uphil, the 7-headed dragon, formerly known as Uphil the Hydra. One of his long necks was outside the magic circle, breathing origin flames inside crystal containers for the others to use. The remaining 6 heads used their dragon eyes to study the readings of the arrays, help the other hydras in their respective lines of research, and try to crack the secrets of the harmonizer. It was because of his bloodline abilities, rather than his sincere remorse, that Firwall had accepted Uphil's surrender at the end of the War of the Griffins. The Mad Queen had succeeded in awakening the dragon blood in the former Hydra by injecting him with ambrosia and subjecting him to the madness. They were both fruits of forbidden magic, but the results were undeniable. Uphil had evolved into a 7-headed dragon, reaching what hydras consider the pinnacle of their species. They hoped that by studying Uphil's body and life force, they would find a way to replicate Thrud's results without the use of forbidden magic, or at least gain insight about how to further their natural evolution. Falul led Lith in front of the white array where her mother, Firwall, was having a heated discussion with Uphil and a few other hydras at the same time. Her 7 heads were splayed around, each talking to a different person about a different subject. Everybody give a warm welcome to our guests, the elder hydra said when she noticed Lith and Solus approaching. They are Lith and Solus Verhen. At those words, Uphil raised one of his heads, and soon all of them stared at Lith in shock, their mouths agape. The 7-headed dragon was still at the violet, whereas the Tiamat had changed much since their last encounter. As he stood there in silence, the lesser dragons briefly stomped their forelegs in greeting, lacking the means for any hand-related gesture. I'm Zubari, head of light magic studies. The Hydra was 23 meters, 75, tall, and based on the deep tone of the hissing voice, he was a male. It's an honor to meet you. Zubari's body was covered in forest green scales, that on the necks and heads progressively turned into the color of the element they were respectively attuned with. And I'm Anata, lead forgemaster. The closer head gave them a polite nod. Anata was a little less than 22 meters, 76, tall, and had a silvery voice that identified her as a female. The base color of her scales was deep brown on her body and became lighter as more and more elemental streaks manifested. You look different from your pictures, Lady Verhen. A smart trick to hide the blessing of the elements and your awakened nature, I presume. She nodded at the colored streaks in Solus' hair. Your guess is correct, Anata, Solus nodded. The humans who don't know about awakening consider the 7 streaks as the mark of great talent, and I want to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. I hope that you won't mind me saying that they look as good on you as they do on our species. The Hydra's mouth curled up in a warm smile. Also, Motherhood agrees with you. You are glowing. Thank you. Solus turned to a shade of red in embarrassment, while Lith and Falul cleared their voices in a desperate attempt to hold back laughs. "I'm on a diet, I swear," Solus inwardly whined at the involuntary backhand compliment. "I know you are," Lith replied. "Don't take it personally. She mistook you for Kami and she was just complimenting you. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with your weight." "Let's hope you are right," she grumbled. "What?" Firwall turned around in confusion. "This is Lady Verhin, but not Lady Verhin." "What?" Anata looked at the elder Hydra like she was insane. "You are not making any sense. Maybe you need a break." "I mean that this isn't the Tiamat's wife. They are blood-related." Firwall failed to find a proper explanation for their relationship that wouldn't confuse people further, so she went for the official lie. "Really?" Anata squinted her eyes to take a better look at Solus. "I'm sorry, but I don't hang around humans much. You are so small that it's hard recognizing your features. You look all the same to me until I memorize your energy signature." Chapter 29, 23 Copies and Originals, Part 1. "Don't worry, I have the same trouble with magical beasts," Solus replied. "Why did you request for our presence, Falul?" "To update you about our progress and pick your brains about the issues that we are currently facing," the Hydra replied. "We could use a fresh set of eyes." Falul and Firwall winked, both aware of Solus' real nature and her link with Menadian's masterpiece. "Lord Verhin," Uffil snapped out of his reverie and fell to his knees. "I know that this is still too little and too late, but I want to renew my apologies for my actions. Ever since I rejoined my tribe, I've realized how blinded I was by vengeance. In my hatred for the parents who abandoned me and the master who sold me to Zedros, I've hurt countless innocent people. Floria may be just one of the many, but her death weighs on me the most. Without her, I would have never understood the error of my ways, and I would have ended up dead like the rest of my battle siblings. Every morsel of food I enjoy, and every moment of happiness I can still experience, I owe it to Floria. I'll relay your message to her parents." Lith nodded, feeling a sting at Uffil's words. "In this, we are similar. Without Floria, I would have given up on my humanity a long time ago." The two divine beasts shared a moment of silence that the Hydras respected. Only a few of them had met the late Floria Ernez, but everyone knew she had been precious to Falul, and the grief of one of their own was the grief of them all. "So what's the status on the harmonizer?" Lith asked. "Well, I have good news and I have bad news," Falul sighed. "The good news is that we have finished reverse engineering the schematics of the harmonizers." "Really?" Solus asked in amazement. "Yes, we can forge-master them in bulk if we want to, but there are several catches." "Several?" Lith groaned. "Yes," Falul nodded. "The harmonizers Gleamos used to accelerate the growth of mana crystals and magic metals are the easiest to make since they affect only the surrounding world energy, not a life force." "That's fantastic news." Solus tried to say more, but Falul waved her hand, stopping her. "No, it's not. If you remember Ajeter's mine that Gleamos occupied, there was one harmonizer focused on a specific mana crystal and used it as a template." Lith and Solus nodded for her to continue. "The other harmonizers, instead, collected the surrounding world energy and focused it, accelerating the growth process of new crystals. The problem is that you can only obtain copies of the template." "So what?" Lith said, understanding the issue 1 second too late. "Fuck me sideways, this means." "Correct," Falul nodded. "You can't employ the harmonizers on already existing crystals, and the same applies to magic metal veins. You need to harvest everything but one to use it as a template, and then you can place the rest of the harmonizers on the clean crystal vein. Since the germination phase is the slowest one, however, and you are starting from scratch, it would take a long time anyway, and you'd have to sacrifice the crystals that were already growing naturally. That's why Gleamos needed the Ballers, to force-feed the harmonizers with world energy and speed up the process." Solus completed the phrase for her. "Can't we do the same thing with invigoration? We are awakened, after all." "In theory, yes, but who would want to spend months, if not years, pumping world energy into one harmonizer at a time?" Firwall replied while handing Lith the blueprints for Gleamos' version of the harmonizer. "Our current goal is to keep the world energy focusing ability and eliminate the need for the template." Lith wore the eyes of Menadian, sharing their burden with Solus and Falul, while the sage staff further amplified their intellectual abilities. "Easier said than done," Soulless feet resting on his shoulder and Lith's membranous wing touching one of Falul's necks allowed them to use a mind link without anyone noticing. The purpose of the template is to guide the energy coursing through the harmonizer toward a final, stable form that can be cut with crystal smithing. Forcing a mana crystal to grow at that speed at random can cause a buildup of world energy. It would lead to a detonation that would affect the nearby crystals and cause a chain reaction. Best case scenario, you lose the entire crystal harvest. Worst case scenario, the mine collapses and you lose access to the crystal vein. Everything you just said is correct, but you are forgetting one thing. The tower's mine operates in a similar manner, but the crystals we grow are stable, so there must be a solution, Solus said. It's not the same thing, Falul replied. The tower focuses and amplifies the energy from the mana geyser throughout the entire mine, so the crystals are free to grow in every direction at an accelerated rate. With the harmonizer instead, the crystal's growth is limited to the space inside the metal ring. If the growth starts near the edge, there will be part of the crystal forming at a normal rate while the rest grows faster. And boom, Solus nodded. I understand, yet I don't agree with you. The tower's crystal mine is also capable of using any crystal of superior quality, even those already cut, as a template to accelerate the growth of the weaker ones. I don't see why the harmonizers shouldn't be able to do the same with the proper tuning. Point taken, but I can't exactly borrow your tower and bring it here for everyone to study your minds, Falul replied. Why do you think I entrusted the hands of Menadian to Freya? As long as I have to work here, I have no use for them. I trust the members of my family, but not so much to risk internal strife. Hydras are still dragons, and our greed mustn't be underestimated. The harmonizers and the potential evolution are for everyone, so there's no conflict in sharing them. But a single powerful artifact would do more harm than good. Can I keep the blueprints? Lith asked Anata. I need time and quiet to study them. If we want to make this work, the runes about the template have to be either safely removed or completely rewritten. It's not something I can do off the top of my head. Or rather, the eyes of Menadian needed time to process the information acquired and identify the role that each set or runes played. Help yourself, the lead forgemaster said. We have plenty of copies. We also have crafted a few harmonizers for crystals if you are interested. Thanks, but I prefer to build my own after tinkering with the runes a bit, Lith said. What about the harmonizers Glemos used to alter the life force and your research to turn hydras into dragons? We have finished studying them too, and the problem is the same as the crystals, Falul sighed. The harmonizer needs a template to work, in this case, a life force. Chapter 29, 24 Copies and Originals, Part 2. The reason Glemos performed so many experiments on his followers is also similar. He used harmonizers with no template to trigger chaotic mutations, and then he would study the life force of those who survived, using them as a starting point for the next batch. Monsters spawn fast, so he had no shortage of test subjects. If that's true, then what about the Balors? Their development rate is not much different from humans. Also, what about the undead? Their fertility rate is abysmal, Solus pointed out. There are two possible explanations for this, Zubari, the lead healer, said. Either after many experiments, Glemos spotted a tell that allowed him to determine the first steps a life force had to take, and that's what we hope, or he simply needed a lot of time and sacrifices. After all, Glemos was just the latest researcher. There's no telling for how long the tyrant bloodline has studied the Balors. Maybe the tyrant's even mating with Balors in the hope of creating a powerful hybrid. As for the undead, they can be spawned faster than monsters. You only need a fresh corpse and a necromancy spell. A long, awkward silence followed those words. Solus shuddered, thinking about Nika and how many like her had been sacrificed just to fill Glemo's pockets with the undead court's resources. Wait a second, she said. If your second hypothesis is correct, why isn't everyone rejoicing? You have Uffil's life force to use as a template and the blueprints for the harmonizer. You can take turns wearing it and study each other's life force. She looked left and right, noticing that there was only one seven-headed dragon in the cave, and that the rest of the arrays contained different models of harmonizers designed solely for crystals and magical metals. It's complicated. Firwall's neck straightened, while the other hydras looked so glum that Lith felt like someone had suddenly died. Consider that the difference in mass between a monster and its reverted form is negligible. The alteration their bodies undergo is akin to healing from a body-altering congenital disease, but still a disease. The differences between a hydra and a dragon, instead, are several. Mass mono-organs, bone density, extra limbs, and the list goes on. There's a reason why even evolving from a magical beast to an emperor beast requires Magus' help. The same reason Thrude needed her modified version of the madness and weeks of gestation to ensure the survival of her generals. The elder Hydra clenched her claws in anger. When we first developed our own harmonizers, a researcher disregarded all that and turned herself into a seven-headed dragon. And, Lith asked, even though he already knew the answer. Her body went from 20 to 30 meters of height, her internal volume increased by several times, and she developed wings. Half of Zubari's heads looked down while the other half had an angry look in their eyes. Bottom line, she died of starvation before her body could complete the transformation. I feared as much, Lith nodded. I'm sorry for your loss. Don't be, the lead healer replied. My sister was an idiot, but at least her recklessness taught our young ones a lesson. Had she not made such a foolish decision in front of everyone, there's no telling how many hydras would have done the same in the privacy of their rooms. And the problems didn't finish there, Firwell continued. We devised a machine that would feed and nurture a hydra while his body was gradually altered by a special harmonizer, ensuring his survival. The experiment was a success, but the volunteer died anyway. Didn't you say that the transformation was gradual? How could he die after turning into a dragon? Did someone kill him out of envy? Solus asked. Worse, Zubari replied. At first, everything was all right. Dragon eyes, origin flames, Cantor had everything, and he was as happy as you can imagine. Yet a few days after emerging from the growth vat, his body started to rot. You see, here's another thing no one had thought about. Monsters are like any other race. Their individual features and talents are unique, but their bodies all work the same way. Divine beasts, instead, have each a unique body, depending on their bloodline. A red dragon is different from a darkness dragon, just like a shadow phoenix is different from a storm phoenix. The lead healer used Lith's bloodlines to better explain the issue. Imagine what would happen if someone tried to forcefully suppress your natural talents and develop others you are not supposed to have. My body would fight the changes tooth and nail, just like it happened to Cantor, the Tiamat replied. Exactly, Firwell nodded. We Hydras may look all the same to you, but each branch of the family has inherited a different bloodline from Ligon, and if we awaken the wrong one, we'll die. Is this what happened to Cantor? Solus asked. I wish, Zubari said. We just put him back in the vat and removed the harmonizer. They work only while in the presence of a geyser, and we couldn't demand our test subjects to spend their lives as prisoners, so the machine is devised to support the transformation both ways. The problem was that as the effect of the harmonizer faded, Cantor's body stabilized, whereas his mind delved into madness. Even though he had gained the dragon eyes and origin flames for a short while, he was already addicted to them. The pain from the loss of the bloodline abilities coupled with the natural greed of Hydras drove him insane. We sedated him and did everything we could to help him recover, but he ended up taking his own life. Gods, I'm so sorry. Solus wanted to hug the Hydra, but with her small body, he would barely notice. Also, she had no idea if the gesture would have been considered compassionate or just rude. Everyone here is, Zubari replied. Not only is the death of our brethren a tragedy, but if we fail to make the harmonizers work, their misery will be for nothing. Please help us. Lith pondered the issue for a while, but there was nothing he could do. My bloodlines awakened and fused on their own. I have no idea how it happened, he thought. The tower played no part in it, and Menadian was a normal human, so there is no floor that can help us. Even worse, the harmonizers are completely useless for Nalrond, Solus said. We have no idea what shape his life forces would take once fused, and he is the last of his kind. What can we do? I don't know. I wonder how Thrude. Lith's train of thought derailed as he remembered the many unique divine beasts born from the Mad Queen's research. I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you with this, but maybe I know someone who can, he said after a while. Can you please warp me back home? I'll contact you as soon as I have a definitive answer. Sure, Firwell nodded. I also need to bring Uffil and Falwell with me. Don't ask me questions, please. Just know that without them I have no chance of success. Chapter 29, 25 Ravages of War, Part 1. The elder Hydra didn't like being kept out of the loop, but she knew that Lith had many secrets and that there was little trust between them. If not for Fearwell knowing Solus as Elfin Menadian, there would be none at all. Fine, but be careful. If Uffel runs away, finding and capturing him alive would be your responsibility. The underground cave went into an uproar, but the elder Hydra quelled the dissent. Silence, the council entrusted Uffel to me. The decision is mine to make. I have no intention of escaping. I want to atone for my crimes, no matter the personal cost or how long it will take. The seven-headed dragon snarled at the crowd in outrage. I hope so, Anata hissed. The War of the Griffin is far from forgotten, and there's plenty of people out there who would gladly rectify the council's decision to grant you mercy. Not everyone had welcomed Uffel back into the fold, and the lead Forgemaster's family was among them. They had lost several friends and relatives during the war. To make matters worse, during the conflict, the seven-headed dragon had also led the Mad Queen to the lairs of the Hydras he deemed responsible for his misfortunes. Their vaults had been raided and their owners wounded or worse. I know you guys have every right to hate me. Uffel lowered his gaze in shame. I'll be back, I promise. You bet. Before Anata could reply, Fearwell dispelled the white array surrounding Uffel, and Falul warped the four of them to her lair. You can't go around like that. Shapeshift into human form, she said while taking everything she might need in case things went south. Uffel nodded, assuming the features of a handsome blond man, about 1.96 meters, 65. Tall man, with blue eyes, a muscular body, a short beard, and the 7 elemental streaks. First, clothes, Lith said while Solus became red up to her ears. Second, no streaks. Let's try not to draw too much attention. Third, get shorter. Otherwise you are going to impress no one but the wrong people. You are right. Is this better? Uffel shrunk down to 1.84 meters, 6, becoming as tall as Lith, and his hair became wheat blonde. Almost. What about those pants? Party pooper. Falul grumbled and handed the dragon a spare set of clothes she had prepared for Ryman. As soon as Uffel imprinted the shirt and pants, they shrunk to fit his size like they had been tailor-made. Then, Lith opened a warp steps leading to his home. Guys, I'm back and I bring 2 guests, Falul and Valoran's uncle. The seven-headed dragon had yet to take a look around when his eyes fell on the playpen, and a tiny voice said, Uff. My liege. Uffel dribbled the extended hands and ignored those who tried to introduce themselves to him, kneeling in front on the babies with his head down on the floor. I have been so worried about you. I was afraid of what the council might have done to you after the fall of the Golden Griffin, he said amid hiccups, feeling a huge burden lifted from his chest. Valoran tried to reach him, but the spells of the playpen kept him inside until Lith opened it up. Then, he handed the baby boy to Uffel while Sharjin carried Elijah, and both sniffed with curiosity at the newcomer. Guys, this is Uffel, one of Thrud's former generals and one of the members of Valoran's extended family. The Verhins were still greeting Falul and questioning her about the identity of the stranger when the revelation made them gasp. Is it safe bringing him here? Raz asked, instinctively shielding Surin with his body. Dad, you're being paranoid. And that's coming from Lith, Solus said with a chuckle. There's me, Solus, Falul, Tyrus, and we are surrounded by a state-of-the-art defensive system worthy of a noble household that I spent years building. He ignored her. Also, I would have never brought Uffel here if I considered him a threat. You are right, Solus, this is disturbing, Raz nodded. Who are these people? If the Verhins were upset, the seven-headed dragon was terrified. The baby girl and the wormling were nothing compared to him, but just looking at them sent a feeling of dread down his spine. Yet Valoran seemed to be at ease with them, and was talking with them in a rudimentary dragon tongue. Uffel, this is Alicia, my daughter. She's under the protection of the Guardians. This is Sharjin, my many great uncle. He's the son of Ligain and Salark, so don't do anything stupid, Lith said after introducing the rest of his family. I don't get it. Why did you bring me here? The seven-headed dragon asked. To let you meet Valoran. I assumed that you would both enjoy the reunion. The baby boy giggled, nodding vigorously. Also, I need your help, but before that you should sit down. Not knowing how to react to the situation, Alina offered the guest a cup of tea and some biscuits, pretending that everything was normal, and her guest was just one of Lith's friends. Aaron and Lyria didn't know what to do. On the one hand, they found all divine beasts to be cool, and they felt safe while inside their house. On the other hand, Thrude had a horrible name, and so did everyone associated with her. Lith briefly explained to his family the role Uffil played in the Hydra's research, glossing over the technical jargon and the gory details. Then, he revealed to the seven-headed dragon the fate of his siblings in arms. "Are you telling me that I'm not alone?" Uffil wanted to jump up from his chair, but his knees failed him. "That not everyone died with the golden griffin." "Not everyone survived either." Lith shook his head. "Ligon saved only those belonging to an unknown bloodline, and only under the condition that they would remain his prisoners until he is certain they are reformed." "I understand." Uffil took a deep breath, looking for his balance between the sadness for his shattered hope and the joy from knowing that he wasn't the only survivor. "I'll do my best to help you. You have my word." Then he looked at Alina. "Can I have another biscuit, please? It's been a long time since I ate something different from raw meat." The peaceful atmosphere of the house, the mishmash family where everyone looked out for each other, and the warm food reminded him of the Golden Griffin. In the records of the winners of the War of the Griffins, the Lost Academy had been recorded as a nightmare born out of forbidden magic. But for Thrude's generals, it had been the first place they could call home. "Sure," Alina filled the plate again and handed it to Uffil. "Take them all. I can always make more." "Thank you," he gave her a deep bow. "Tyrus," Lith called, and the Guardian answered. "Yes." "Can you please contact Ligon and explain the situation to him?" "Why don't you do it yourself?" Tyrus asked. "Because he never gave me his contact rune, just like you," Lith replied. Chapter 29, 26 Ravages of War, Part 2. "That's because you'd abuse it, and you know it." The Guardian scoffed and activated the mind link, making a warp gate appear in the middle of the living room. Alicia extended her arms, wanting Lith to bring her along, but her father just picked her from Sharjine's arms, kissed her head, and then passed her to Camilla. "The place should be safe." "I resent that," Ligon's rumbling voice echoed from the gate. "But I prefer going alone. I'm going to meet what's left of Valorin's family, and it's going to be hard on us all. I don't want to risk Elijah activating the dragon scales and experiencing my pain or Valorin's. Please, take care of her while I'm gone." "Don't worry, I will." Camilla nodded and kissed him on the cheek. "Don't you mean we are going to meet Valorin's family?" Solus asked. "There's no we this time." Lith shook his head. "It will be already hard for them to meet me. Facing the Golden Knight would make things harder." "You are the Golden Knight." Uffil took a step back, remembering how many of her siblings Solus had sent to the resurrection chamber. "My point exactly." Lith had the seven-headed dragon go first, then Falul, and he went last, holding Valorin the second in his arms. Lyri the Thunderborn, Ophius the Quetzalcoatl, Protheus, the father of all doppelgangers, and the remaining four of Thrude's generals experienced a roller coaster of emotion. First, joy for the unexpected reunion with their battle brother. They knew of Uffil's pardon, but they assumed that he would never learn of their survival like everyone else on Magur. Then confusion from Falul's appearance, since they had never seen her in her human form, but recognized her from her energy signature with life vision. They were just about to ask Uffil if she was his jailer or one of his relatives when Lith stepped through the gate. Even from the isolation of Ligon's biomes, they had watched the videos and read the articles about the War of the Griffins that were available on the Interlink. They knew he was the one who had infiltrated the Lost Academy, dealing it the death blow. They knew that it was because of him that the Forgotten had been released from the slave spell, making Thrude's army collapse. Without the power the Golden Griffin bestowed upon Thrude, she had lost to Silpha, and the true Queen's revolution had died with her. They pushed Uffil aside, unbridled rage burning through their veins as their bodies shape-shifted into the colossal forms of divine beasts. Only Protheus stood back. He had just reached the bright green core and knew that he wouldn't stand a chance against the Tiamat. Also in the back of his head, he was afraid to consume another piece of Lith and be consumed by it. The last time it had happened, the Mad Queen had saved him, and he didn't know if Ligon would have done the same. There was no way in or out of the Guardian's home, unless he willed so, and whoever attacked one of his guests was bound to incur his wrath. The fury and outrage of Thrud's former generals faded like mist under the morning sun, when they noticed the baby carrier on Lith's chest, and the silver-eyed baby who was clinging to him. Layaba, Valoran smiled as he called them family in dragon tongue. My liege, the divine beasts fell to their knees, crying. They hadn't seen Valoran for months now, and until that moment they had been afraid that, as a part of their rehabilitation, the guardian would keep him away from them to force them to let go of their past. The baby was indeed their last tether with the Mad Queen and a constant reminder of their failed mission. More importantly, what remained of Thrud's loyalists could still rally under Valoran's name and trigger another war of the Griffins, a possibility that Ligaen wanted to nip in the bud. Or so they thought. The truth was that after Lith had entrusted Valoran to Salark, she had kept him away from everyone but his handmaidens, Aphia and Vila. Her goal wasn't to facilitate the rehabilitation of Thrud's former generals, nor did she care about the kingdom. She wanted Valoran II to grow under the real sun, surrounded by people who loved him because of who he was instead of what he represented. In Salark's eyes, the love of the divine beasts for the baby boy was twisted and dangerous. She didn't want them to tell Valoran stories about Thrud, where she was painted like a misunderstood hero killed by ungrateful people. The Overlord was going to tell him the truth, but only in due time, when his personality would have been developed enough for that knowledge to not affect his sense of self. To make Valoran II grow up as a normal kid, instead of the heir of Arthon, the Mad King. Salark's only care was to protect his sense of identity, and not let his troubled family's past shape his future as it happened to the Mad Queen. Lith agreed with her, and after adopting the baby, he had followed her lead. Stand up, Lith said. Valoran is no longer the crown prince, and he has never considered you as his servants. He thinks of you as family and has just called you as such. Thrud's Bane ordering them around angered the divine beasts, but his words still lifted their spirit. Almost. Is it true? Ophius asked while looking at Uphil. How should I know? I was a Hydra all my life. No one has ever taught me dragon tongue. After emerging from Thrud's madness as a seven-headed dragon, Uphil had spent most of his time on the battlefield, in the training rooms, or in the resurrection chamber. His role as general and the War of the Griffins hadn't left him time to spend with King Jormun and learn about Uphil's heritage as a full member of the brood. It's the truth. You have my word. Ligaen walked between them to protect the innocence of his grandson and prevent the spilling of blood. The Guardian was in his human form, that of a lean albino man, 175 meters, 59, tall. His snow-white hair and skin flashed with gold as he moved under the artificial sun of the biome that made the room as bright as day. His purple eyes shifted from coldness to affection as his vertical pupils moved from the adults to the child. Lith furrowed his brows as he noticed that under his usual pristine white lab coat, Ligaen was wearing a full suit of scale armor. The black scales clearly belonged to his dragon form, but Lith also spotted silvery streaks of Davros and black streaks of Darwin. Whatever Ligaen was doing until a moment ago, he needed his best protection against physical and magical harm. Lith thought, that thing must be his guardian equipment, and I'm willing to bet he made it out of his own scales. The question is whether he just shed them or he ripped them put. Nice insight, Ligaen replied inside Lith's mind, making him flinch. As for your question, I shed them. For a dragon, molting marks the moment when his scales are saturated with mana and can't store any more. Chapter 29, 27 Lies and Truth, Part 1. After a dragon's scale is shed, a new one grows from the same root, using the mana conductivity reached by the old scale as its starting point. This way, the new scale develops an increased mana capacity and durability, strengthening a dragon's, or in your case a Tiamat's, natural defense with every cycle. Ligaen said via the mind link. Thanks, and get out of my head, please. Lith didn't like the intrusion, but he didn't dare challenge the guardian of wisdom in his own home. Also, disrespecting Ligaen while he was teaching Lith something about his own bloodline was beyond stupid. You are welcome and no can do. You are in my turf and you share my blood, child. From this up close, I'd need to willingly shut you out, and we are not on so friendly terms that I can trust you too much. By the way, who taught you dragon tongue? Grandma? Lith glossed over the fact that he only knew the words for dad, those that Valorin used from time to time, and where is the bathroom, since it was the first one he learned back on Earth whenever he tackled a new language. Salark had furrowed her brows at his odd and specific request, but she had granted it anyway. The divine beast stopped kneeling in front of the child, and Lith handed Valorin to Leary, who was the closest one to them. Then, while the baby was distracted, Lith walked in front of Protheus. In his human form, the father of all doppelgangers had Thrud's silver eyes, Jormund's emerald hair, and bore a semblance to both of them that made Lith struggle between conjuring Ragnar, K to his hand and apologizing. "Do your thing, but keep it brief. If Valorin uses life vision, we'll break his heart." Lith's eyes narrowed in spite. Spite for Doppelganger, but also himself for what they were about to do. Protheus nodded, and after walking behind a corner, he shapeshifted into Jormund's form. He was now an exact copy of the late Emerald Dragon. Even the smell was identical. Only the energy signature could reveal the truth. Ligaen summoned the handmaidens, making them walk to Protheus' side to keep the baby distracted and make sure that the Fa-Ade would hold. The Guardian too hated lying to Valorin, but the truth would lead to lots of pain and more lies. He couldn't tell the baby boy that his foster father had killed his biological father without destroying the bond between them. Ligaen couldn't explain the circumstances of Thrud's death, either, unless he wanted Valorin to grow up feeling responsible for his mother's madness and the death of hundreds of thousands of innocents. The dragon blood that flowed in Valorin's and Elijah's veins made them smarter and gave them a peerless memory compared to normal children, but it also deprived them of the blessing of oblivion that their young age usually ensured. "Imhar," Protheus/Jormund said while extending his arms. "Dia, Dia," the baby boy struggled to get free from the embrace of the Thunderborn and reach his father. "Dad. I missed you so much." Protheus shed tears that he had to wipe off before they fell off his face and turned back into the gelatine that they actually were. "Have you been a good child? Is Godfather Lith treating you well?" "Lo, yes." Valorin nodded, alternating between dragon tongue and human language. Protheus looked at the baby with mock disbelief and turned to Lith for confirmation. "He's better than good. He's perfect." Valorin giggled at those words and cooed as his father kissed his head. "I'm sorry for being absent so often, but your mother needs my help and I can't leave her alone." The pain Protheus expressed was genuine. A lump formed in his throat as his voice broke. "I don't know when we'll be back, but always remember that your parents love you. You are our first and last thought every day." Valorin clung to the doppelganger as hard as he could. The pain of the separation was great, but it was nothing compared to the relief he felt knowing that he wasn't abandoned nor forgotten. "Always listen to what Lith says, and when you are in doubt, ask Aphia and Vila for advice. They will always look out for you," Protheus said, and Valorin nodded. After a few minutes, the fake Jormund handed the baby boy back to Lith and warped away. Valorin sniffled for a bit, but the still lingering smell of his father gave him hope, while that of his stepfather reassured the baby boy that he had a loving family and a home. Seeing how the baby clung to Lith for comfort, the resentment of the divine beasts melted like snow under the spring sun. Thrud's former generals knew that they were Valorin's past, and that they could offer him no future but to walk in the footsteps of his mother. They waited for Valorin to fall asleep before talking, but it didn't take much. The baby boy tired easily, and the whirlwind of emotions had left him exhausted. "What do you want, Tiamat?" Leary spoke the last word with so much hatred that it sounded like murderer. "First, explanations are in order. Ligaen, can you please tell Uffil what you did after I destroyed the Golden Griffin? Uffil, do you mind explaining to your former associates how you have earned your second chance?" "Sure." Ligaen briefly explained how he had felt that the role that the lost divine beasts had to play wasn't over yet, and how he had saved them from death, granting them asylum. After the Guardian was done, Uffil stepped forward. He recounted to his former allies how after surrendering to the kingdom's forces, he had begged for mercy and offered himself to the Beast Council. "How could you stoop so low?" Aphia said in disgust. "How could willingly become a test subject and cast the true queen's gift to the swine that killed her? You sold yourself, and the worst part is that you did it for nothing." Leary hushed Valorin's ears before starting to yell. "Had you fought until your last breath like I did, like everyone did, you wouldn't have died." Lord Ligon would have saved you and brought you here with us. You sold yourself like a slave because you are a coward. You betrayed the queen and turned your back on everything she represented just to save your skin. The other divine beasts cussed the seven-headed dragon in turns. Only Protheus kept himself out of it, and only because he was still torn from the remorse of what he had just done. I'm not a coward, you are? Uphil snapped back when the outrage for those accusations beat his survivor's guilt into submission. I kept fighting until the golden griffin was destroyed. After that, there was no honor to have, just bloodshed. You guys refused to surrender only because you were afraid to meet your punishment. You kept killing innocent people because deep down you knew that there could be no forgiveness for what we had done, and that what we had done was wrong. I didn't betray the true queen, she betrayed Floria. Thrud betrayed us all. Chapter 29, 28 Lies and Truth, Part 2. Or are you still unaware of how she played us for fools? Zedrose was her puppet all along, not the other way around. Thrud didn't save us. She used us. Uphil had learned the truth from the council while Ligon had revealed everything to the rest of the divine beasts. It was a hard pill to swallow right after losing their freedom, but it was necessary to break the chains that still bound them to the Mad Queen and help them turn over a new leaf. It had taken everyone a long while to accept the truth. Most of the former generals still tried to rationalize Thrud's actions even after Ligon had restored the memories that the slave array suppressed. Accepting that their hero was actually their jailer, and that every precious memory they had of the time spent together was built on a lie, was more than the lost divine beasts could take. They had endured grueling training and painful experiments. They had experienced the agony of death time and time again. They had betrayed their respective families and slain countless innocents, and for what? Not to defeat the corrupt council and free the people of the kingdom from the tyranny of a usurper, but to further the delusions of grandeur of a madwoman. I didn't surrender out of cowardice. Uphil continued as soon as he could see from the faces of his friends that his words had sunken in. I just wanted to give meaning to the atrocities that we suffered and those we perpetrated. My death would have solved nothing. I offered my life to atone for my crimes and give the council the chance to put Thrud's experiments to good use. If the Hydras find a way to evolve into divine beasts, sooner or later the rest of the lesser species are going to do the same, and countless youths will be spared the cruelty of their so-called masters. No one will be afraid to be sacrificed like it happened to us. If I just rolled over and died, everything would have been for nothing. History would have remembered us as the foolish pawns of the Mad Queen. I've let the whole Maugr know that we were victims of Thrud's machinations as much as everyone else. I've reconnected with my family, and I'm doing my best to earn forgiveness during this lifetime. What have you achieved so far that you have the right to judge me? What do you plan to do with your lives from now on, aside from obeying a new master while trapped in a new jail? The truth of his words shattered the comfortable blanket of self-pity with which the lost divine beasts had shrouded themselves, making them lower their gaze in shame. Speak for yourself. Vila and I didn't hide nor cower. Aphia, the blonde handmaiden, said, We shielded Lord Valorin with our bodies when the golden griffin was falling apart, and after that moment we have lived in the desert with him. Salark had brought them with her to help the baby adapt to the transition to the new home, and to judge the two human women, finding them trustworthy. We've never helped Thrud or been part of her schemes. Vila, the brunette, chimed in. Our deal was simple. We would have protected her baby, and in turn, she would have taught us how to survive in the outside world. We have served the Mad Queen, and then the Overlord with loyalty even after you took Valorin from us, Lord Verhin. Why don't you let us live with you? It's complicated, Lith said with a sigh. Having two awakened women as beautiful as them in Lucia would have been a major hassle, and their lack of common sense would have made everything worse. Were they to let slip Thrud's name or Valorin's identity, it would have been a nightmare. Last but not least, Lith didn't trust them with the existence of the tower, and he didn't want the trouble to find a plausible excuse every time he brought the children with him to the Tron Woods. Complicated how? Vila asked in confusion. Don't you have housemaids and nannies in the kingdom? We do, but they can't kill a man with a slap or bend metal with their bare hands. You guys draw too much attention, and Lucia is not the desert, Lith replied. I doubt we are more impressive than a divine beast like you, Aphia countered soberly. Also, we are inexperienced, not stupid. Living among normal people is the best way for us to learn how to act like them. I can vouch for that, Ligon said. After you took Valoran, they have taken good care of Sharjin. Their only problem is that don't do well with crowds. Siruk first and Thrud later always kept Vila and Afia isolated. They are socially awkward and tend to panic. With Nalrond gone, Rena can use some help with the triplets and Celia with her children, Lith pondered. On top of that, I can use Awaken security whenever Solus and I are away. Fine, Lith actually said. You can move to the Verhin mansion and take care of my guests. Someone will always be with you and teach you about human customs. You will take care of Valoran in my absence and go in public only if accompanied. Deal. Garrick and Ryla needed company, after all, and the mansion was too big for the farmers to keep it clean on their own. On top of that, thanks to its warp gate, the mansion was easy to reach for everyone, but also far enough from Lucia to keep the handmaidens from learning about the tower. 2 birds with 1 stone. Deal, Vila offered him her hands and Lith shook it. How much are you going to pay us? Pay, Lith echoed, his wallet bleeding at such a cruel word. Yes, we don't plan on living with you forever, and once we are done learning normal humans' customs, we need money to have a place of our own. Vila looked at Lith like he was the one without common sense. I have no idea how much a housemaid makes. Lith swallowed his stinginess. I never had one before. I'll ask to one of my noble friends and let you know. Why have you come here, Tiamat? To humiliate us and get cheap labor on your way out, Afia said with a snarl. He and the rest of the lost divine beasts looked at the handmaidens in envy. They were free to come and go as they wanted. They had played no part in Thrud's uprising, so they had no penance to make, and no one knew about their existence. There's no such a thing as cheap labor, Lith said with the tone of a man with the purse of a great noble and the heart of a miser. Also, no, I didn't come here to humiliate you but to make you an offer, with Ligon's permission, of course. I'm listening, the Guardian replied before Lyri could make a snarky remark. Lith explained to them the potential of the equalizers and their current limits before presenting his proposal. Chapter 29, The Path Ahead, Part 1. No one knows how Thrud identified and awakened the hidden potential of your dormant bloodlines, Lith said. Even with Uffil's help, isolating the markers that allowed him to evolve into a 7-headed dragon might take decades. Replicating the process without the use of forbidden magic is going to require even longer. If you accept to take part in the research, however, by comparing the life forces of the members of your family with yours, the Hydras should be able to spot what you all have in common. At that point, they'll be capable of programming the harmonizer to trigger a specific bloodline, instead of reshaping the entire life force. The effect would only last while the subject is above a mana geyser, but by studying the changes during the forced evolution, the Hydras can find a way to make it permanent if not even to awaken a dormant bloodline without the harmonizer. You would help Uffil, your families, and the Beast Council. The lost divine beasts turned to Ligon before answering. It's going to take you much more than that to earn you a second chance, but it's a start, the Guardian said. You have my permission to participate in the experimentation if that's what you want. Permission, not order, correct? Lyri asked and Ligon nodded. What do we have to lose? Afia said. Any Emperor Beast who knows us and can recognize our energy signature will live about 3,000 years. Rather than just wait for everyone to forget about us, we might as well do something. I don't like the idea of becoming the Hydra's test subject, especially after enduring the experiments that Zedrose first and the True Queen later put us through. However, I'd rather do that and breathe fresh air than being trapped inside Ligon's biomes until I forget how the real Maugre looks like. This is our opportunity to get outside and start fixing the mess that we have contributed creating. We have sacrificed countless lives and destroyed entire cities, thinking that it was necessary to save the Griffin Kingdom. Alas, the only threat to the kingdom was Thrud, and we were too caught in our self-righteous anger to question her actions and motives. That's assuming that Ligon has been telling us the truth, Lyri pointed out. Even if he's right, how can we be sure that we aren't being manipulated again? The Council might want us for our powers, just like the True Queen. If the Hydras learn how to reproduce our abilities and misuse them, how would this be any different? Easy, Falul stepped forward, putting herself between the 7-headed dragon and the Thunderborn. See what's become of the kingdom with your eyes, and listen to what your past enemies and allies think of you with your ears. I can give you a tour of the regions that have been involved in the conflict, and let you witness the consequences of your actions. I offer myself as your guardian and guide until you've made up your mind. I ask nothing in return, and if you choose not to help the Hydras with our research, you have my word that I won't reveal your survival to the Council. Why would you do that, Hydra? Leary asked, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. We are not of your blood, and if we turned down your offer, you'd have nothing to gain. Because I have nothing to lose either, if not a little time, Fallow shrugged. What do you mean? Gulfort the Moonhound asked. I'm no saint, just practical, she replied. Even if I bring you out of here, you would still be under Ligaan's watch. Try anything funny and grandfather is going to make you regret being born. That's for sure, the Guardian snorted. You are alive because of me. You are my responsibility, no matter where you are. My point exactly, Fallow nodded. You are no threat to me or to anyone in the kingdom. If you end up refusing to help, you are going to be trapped in here for millennia, which is punishment enough for me. Spilling the beans to the Council would achieve nothing, but souring the relationship between Ligaan and the Awakened, and betraying his trust in me. The Hydra took a pause, letting the lost divine beasts ponder her words. Before making up your mind, consider this, Fallow said after she noticed with life vision that tendrils of mana now connected Thrud's former generals in a mind link. This is your opportunity to share your side of the story, to explain why you did what you did instead of being remembered as bloodthirsty monsters. Also, by helping the Hydras, you'd be helping all lesser divine beasts. You'd improve the lives of your bloodline's future generations. Maybe it won't be enough to clean your names, especially if the project fails, but it would still be proof of your goodwill. It's more than that, Ligaan chimed in. Actions speak louder than any apology ever could. As I said back when I brought you here, I'm not going to let you go anywhere until you've proven me that you are remorseful for your actions and have made amends for them. Don't think that you just have to wait in the comfort of my house and then say that you are sorry. If I'm not convinced of your sincerity, you are going to stay here until the day you die. Since it was clear that the choice was between waiting for the members of the current Awakened Council to die, and then starting to atone for their crimes, and getting to work right now, the lost divine beasts needed but a few minutes to make their decision. We take your offer, Hydra, Leary spoke for everyone. We are going to witness what has become of the Griffin Kingdom under your supervision. Be warned, though. If by the end of our road trip I haven't changed my mind on the Royals and the Council, I'd rather spend the rest of my life as a caged rat than help those who put me in Zedro's hands. And so would I, Gulfort said, quickly followed by the rest of the group. What about me? Protheus asked. I'm not a divine beast, but I can replicate their powers almost to perfection. Is the offer valid for me as well? The doppelganger could now replicate up to 2 mana organs belonging to a divine beast while taking its form. Conjuring more and mixing the attributes belonging to different bloodlines was still impossible to him. Ligaan had no idea if it was due to the fact that Protheus' core was still bright green, because he had yet to master his bloodline abilities after being infused with ambrosia, or if it was just impossible. The more the merrier, I think Falul tried to say when the father of all dragons cut her short. You are allowed to follow your companions in their travels, but not to take part in the experiments. Why? Protheus asked. Why I am the only one who's forbidden from seeking forgiveness? How are my crimes worse than those of my companions? They aren't, Ligaan shook his head. Quite the contrary, your penance is going to be much lighter. Chapter 29:30 The Path Ahead, Part 2. Back then you were just a newborn and I can't blame you for your lack of judgment. On top of that, you and your children did little aside from espionage. You Ungers haven't led troops in battle nor slaughtered the kingdom's soldiers. Your role in the War of the Griffin was minimal. Then why? Protheus repeated. Because Jormund considered you like a son, and I'm going to honor his wishes. I'm not going to put you into danger, the Guardian replied. If the Council discovers that you survived, the research about the harmonizers will fade into the background. The only thing everyone will care about is replicating your powers, and if it turns out to be impossible, the Council will demand to kill you for the greater good. The existence of a being that can replicate, even partly, all kinds of bloodline abilities is too dangerous. especially if your future offspring retains the mutation caused by the exposure to the ambrosia. Until you have mastered your skills and understood your limits, revealing your presence isn't going to give you a chance at redemption, Protheus, only death. For a moment, Falul dreamed about combining dragon eyes and life maelstrom in battle, using the former to spot the weakness in the enemy's spells, and the latter to exploit that knowledge for a deadly counter. Then she realized that if everyone thought the same, the doppelganger would be no different from Solus Tower, a secret that had to be kept at all costs to keep Magur from being ravaged by wars. I understand, but I still find it unfair, Protheus nodded. There must be something I can do to earn my freedom. I wish to be reunited with my brother before he forgets about me. I understand your frustration, but that's none of my business, Liga sighed. You and your offspring are a menace for all living beings. Very few people know how to deal with your species. You reproduce easily, and you've been indoctrinated since birth. Every single doppelganger is akin to a child wielding a set of powerful artifacts. You are all barely 1.5 years old and have had a sheltered life, first inside the Golden Griffin and now in my lair. Anything that sets a doppelganger off can turn a populated area into a charnel house, and this is a risk I'm not going to take. As for you, Protheus, you are even worse. You are an angry kid wearing a royal fortress armor. There's no telling the destruction and mayhem you can cause if provoked or angered by people talking about your mother. At those words, Protheus slouched his shoulders in disappointment. Not only because the idea of being trapped while the rest of his siblings took the first step to regain their freedom hurt, but also because he recognized the truth in them. Alas, the Guardian was far from over. To make matters worse, due to Thrud's meddling, even I have no idea about how your species is supposed to act. Are doppelgangers supposed to be meek or aggressive? Is your reproductive cycle quick or slow? How long does it take for each of you to reach maturity? And what is the parent doppelganger supposed to teach their newborn before leaving them on their own? Protheus and the rest of the doppelgangers raised one finger or opened their mouths, but not a single word came out. It was the first time in their life that they formulated such questions, and the realization that none of them had ever thought about such crucial matters before was beyond shocking. Due to Thrud's training, doppelgangers were meek to their family and duplicitous against everyone else, but that only because they had followed Thrud's agenda. They had no interest in fooling people or taking their place now that the War of the Griffins was over. On top of that, what about natural enemies? Doppelgangers were the fruit of a forced natural evolution that had likely taken place centuries, if not millennia, ahead of time. Their forebearers, the slimes, were still mindless creatures that acted only on instinct and incapable of rational thought. If not for Thrud enslaving them with the unwavering loyalty array and forcing them to execute a breathing technique, Protheus would have never been born. He had generated many children not because he wanted to, only because Thrud needed more evolved slimes to experiment on them and learn about the abilities of the race she had created. Then, the rest of the doppelgangers had been born to help in the war efforts of the Mad Queen. Once again, it was something forced, done out of what was perceived as a necessity and out of loyalty. Over a year had passed since Protheus and his children had moved inside Ligaon's lair. None of them had felt the need to reproduce. They didn't seem to grow or age over time. The only thing that changed was their mass, and that depended solely on the amount of food they ate. As for how to cater to their newborns, the doppelgangers had no clue about that either. The youngest among them was born inside the Golden Griffin, and it had always been the Mad Queen to take care of their education. The doppelgangers had spent their time inside Ligaon's lair grieving the death of their mother and her dream first, and then getting accustomed to their new home. Ligaon was a fair warden, leaving them free to learn a trade, study, or practice magic based on the individual preferences of his prisoners. Protheus and his children had been too busy developing their mana cores and exploring the continent-wide space of the biomes to ask themselves such questions. Ligaon gave them the time to realize the abyss of their ignorance before resuming his speech. Despite my objections, I see the value in your arguments. There is only so much that you and your people can learn in a controlled environment. On top of that, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the doppelgangers to let Protheus go out and explore with Falul while they are holed up here. So I have come up with a solution that should make everyone happy. I'm going to let you go out for a while, but only under a few strict conditions. First, you will all stay within the Gorgon Empire and in the region of the capital. While so close to my lair, I won't need any focus to follow you around and make sure you don't mess up. Second, I'm going to split you into 3 groups, one for each race, and have you experience living on your own among them. A doppelganger could replicate the features and physical abilities of plants, humans, and beasts, whereas undead were off the table. Undeath wasn't something that could be imitated, and the powers of a blood core had nothing to do with the corpse it inhabited. You are forbidden to help each other. You are forbidden to fight, even for self-defense. Killing you is nigh impossible, so if something goes wrong, you have my permission to shapeshift into whatever form you see fit and escape. You can only resort to violence to defend someone else. Chapter 29:31 The Path Ahead, Part 3. Those conditions were meant to test the doppelganger's morals and self-control, to determine if their mentality would better fit with human, plant, or beast society. Ligon needed to know how the doppelgangers reacted under stress. Last but not least, you are forbidden to reach a mass superior to that of the form that I'll assign to you. There is no point in sending you out there to learn about yourselves if you overcome every hardship simply by brute force. In their natural form, doppelgangers looked like a gelatinous puddle the size of an inflatable pool. They could eat as much as they wanted and either retain the mass or split into 2 different beings, producing an offspring. Yet to keep the extra mass, they needed to feed regularly. Otherwise, as it had happened to Protheus, they would just not feel hungry while their bodies metabolized the accumulated nourishment until they reverted to their original size. Are you telling me that I can't turn into a divine beast? Protheus was flabbergasted. That none of my children can access their chimeric form? How are we supposed to defend ourselves then? You are not, Ligon replied curtly. Again, this is a learning experience. There is no war and no reason to fight unless you instigate it. You have known conflict your whole life, and now you must get accustomed to peace. Am I clear? Yes, the doppelgangers replied in unison while lowering their gaze. They had yet to take their first step in the outside world, yet they had already learned something new: fear and helplessness. Don't worry, I'm forbidding you from using violence, but I won't let you be punching bags either. Take this. A snap of Ligon's fingers made what Lith recognized as a guilty ballot appear in the hands of each doppelganger. Hide it inside your bodies, and use it only if you feel that you can't deal with the situation at hand. You just need to press the button and I'll answer the call. Wait, didn't you just say that as long as we are close to your lair you can follow us all at the same time? Protheus asked in confusion. Correct, Ligon nodded. Then what point does this thing have? Why don't you just intervene when we need it? Why indeed, Ligon said with a smirk, refusing to reply further. That's really smart of him, Solus pondered. It added another layer to the morality test. Thanks to the ballot, a doppelganger can escape if they are overwhelmed by social interactions or if they panic in a situation they are not uncomfortable with. Were Ligon to intervene without a call, they would never exercise freedom of choice and develop their ability to judge a situation. This way, a doppelganger has a get-out-of-jail-free card whenever they feel like they ended up in a pinch beyond their control. He just added the ask for help option to the classic fight or flight response. Indeed, Lith telepathically nodded, taking mental notes for Valoran's and Elijah's future education. Depending on how the doppelgangers use the ballot, he can evaluate who's immature, who has a weak character, and even who has compassion. After all, he did say that they can fight to defend others, and the ballot also allows the doppelgangers to call for reinforcements in case their strength isn't enough. Nailed it in one. Ligon intruded in their mind link, upsetting both Lith and Solus. So do we have a deal? The Guardian offered his hand to Protheus, who instead of shaking it turned around and discussed the matter with his children, passing Ligon's first test. Had Protheus made the decision for everyone, I'd have withdrawn my offer. The doppelgangers are no longer soldiers but individuals. They aren't supposed to take orders but to exercise their free will, he thought. While the discussion went on, Lith conjured a hush spell to not be disturbed. I know that it's none of my business, but I've been thinking about how to help you with your research about the harmonizers, he said to the Hydra. And, Falul asked, tilting her head in curiosity. And I've determined that I don't have the time to add something else to my to-do list. and more importantly, I don't care. My life forces have already merged on their own, and the tower works great. If and when you perfect the harmonizers, I'll add them to the armory, but right now the juice is not worth the squeeze. And you conjured a hush zone just to tell me that. No, to give you a suggestion, Lith replied. The harmonizers have little value to me, but Baba Yaga might be interested. After all, Glimos adapted them to enhance and evolve the undead, something that Baba Yaga has been attempting to do for millennia. Fallow's eyes went wide in enthusiasm, just to quickly narrow in a worried expression. I see your point. With the Red Mother's help, we could achieve our objective much faster. With her expertise on life forces and forge-mastery, not to mention her creation magic, we would save decades of research and countless resources. At the same time, however, we would risk to upset the balance. Based on your report, the harmonizers provided to all undead a path to evolution, whereas with what we have, the device works only on lesser divine beasts, leaving all the other beasts and races behind. Hence why my hush zone. Lith waved his hand at the air barrier. Thrud's former generals know about this, but they haven't thought about the possible implications yet. I want to avoid giving them ideas about finding a way to contact Baba Yaga and getting from her a better deal than Ligain's. I see your point, but there's a catch, Falul replied. Even assuming that I want to ask for her help, how do I contact her? White cores are elusive to the point that even most members of the Awakened Council have never met one. There's no catch since Solus has Baba Yaga's contact rune. Right, Solus? Lith said to his stone ring. Yeah, but I don't know how to feel about this, she replied. Me too, Falul scratched her head in frustration. This is too big for me. I need to talk about it with my mother first, and then we'll probably need a second opinion from someone trustworthy. I think you got that already. Solus pointed Lith's hand at Ligain, who had been staring at them all along. From that close and inside his own lair, there was little that anyone could hide from him, and nothing that those carrying his blood could. Grandfather, I need your advice. Falul's words failed to escape the hush zone, but the thought behind them reached the Guardian. I have many reservations about contacting Baba Yaga as well, he said after stepping through the air dome. Let's say that the harmonizers hold the key to evolution, and you manage to find it with her help. After that, your paths will diverge since you have nothing more to offer her anymore. Baba Yaga's research will progress much faster than yours, and the scope of the consequences in case of success will be also wider. Chapter 29:32 The Path Ahead, Part 4. Based on what you told me, once the undead wore the harmonizers, they became immune to the sun. Not exactly, Lith said. The only thing we know for sure is that they were capable of moving during the day. We met them underground, so there's no way to know if sunlight was still lethal or not. Also, don't forget that Malishka made her children weak to the sun on purpose, Solus said. I don't think she has changed her mind about it. I know, but I also know that she had no qualms about letting her children roam free despite their unintended flaws. Ligain countered. What if she considers the newfound immunity a flaw as well, and she works on it while her new and improved undead spread? On top of that, even just the ability to move during the day would be a game changer. So far, only a few undead races and undead elders can do that, and it always comes at a price. If all undead became capable of staying awake at full strength during the day, they would double the time they have to dedicate to the practice of magic. There would be no time when the living have a tactical advantage. Even worse, there is no telling what the lack of slumber might do to their sanity. Undead never get tired, and unlike liches, they are social creatures. If they lose their minds, the cost in lives to put them down would be high. Protheus and the other doppelgangers finished their discussion, while Falul had barely started discussing her own issue with Ligain, bringing it to a premature end. Most of us agree to the deal, Protheus waved at those behind him, yet there are a few who would like to have a bit more time to think. About a dozen doppelgangers kept themselves a few steps of distance, with an awkward look on their faces. We are still too sad, angry, or scared for what happened to the true queen, a gelatinous humanoid creature said. If we get out now under such harsh conditions, we'd be a liability for our brethren. We don't want them to fail your trials because of us. Maugr might not be ready for us, but my companions and I sure are not ready for Maugr. A wise choice, Ligain nodded. You can stay here as long as you need, but make no mistake, I will judge you as individuals, not as a whole. The success or failure of any of you won't influence the outcome of the others unless they contributed to it. The group of doppelgangers sighed in relief, giving the guardian a bow of respect. It's excellent news, but in our current state, we'd be a burden to anyone associating with us. When do we start? Protheus asked. It depends on Falul. The father of all dragons nodded at the Hydra. The moment she brings the divine beasts out, I'll send the doppelgangers to their respective destinations. I need some time to plan our voyage, Falul replied. And also to think about whether to involve Baba Yaga or not, she actually thought. I've already heard Grandfather's and Lith's opinion, but I have yet to ask Mom's. She's the only one I can trust to not make a fuss and get burdened with political bullshit. I'll be back for you as soon as I'm done with the preparations. In the meantime, I'll bring Uffel back to the Hydra lab. None of it was of Lith's concern. He only focused on consoling Valoran II. The baby was sad about being reunited with his father, just to be once again separated from the fake Jormun and the rest of his family. I'm not going anywhere, little one, Lith thought, and the dragon scales delivered the message. Soon we'll be back home where everyone is waiting for you. The images of Camilla, Solus, Elijah, Sharjin, and all the Verhins popped into Valoran's mind, replacing the sadness with nostalgia. As Thrud's former generals held the baby and bid him goodbye in turns, the thought of his new family allowed Valoran to not burst into tears again. Space. Gorgon Empire, city of Arigal, Beryl Dragon Tavern, a few days later. Zepho Akala, the former ranger of the Keller region of the Griffin Kingdom and Dawn's former host, couldn't stop looking at the door with a mix of fear and anticipation. More than 1 year had passed since the end of the War of the Griffins, and just a bit longer since the day the horsemen had single-handedly decided to terminate their bond. Yet he still counted them, and each passing day felt like a year. With all the places in the Empire, someone as sophisticated as Dawn picking a family restaurant can only mean bad news, he thought. Hearing the name of the tavern, Lith would have imagined the sign picturing a cool gunslinger worm, but that was only because he came from Earth. On Magur, things were much more mundane, and firearms a relic of the past. The tavern sign bore the picture of a dragon sitting inside a keg of beer while drinking its contents with a tankard. The people of the Empire were obsessed with dragons due to Ligon's presence and considered them good luck. After the dragon dance, people had become bordering fanatical, and it had become hard to find an establishment without a dragon-related name. The owners of well-known restaurants had been forced to follow the trend, often picking up a ridiculous name to ensure its originality and not be mistaken for one of their competitors. The inside of the tavern was entirely made of hardwood. The floor was clean, but filled with scratch marks left by the constant moving of tables and chairs. On the walls were hung decorative weapons and mediocre paintings depicting landscapes to give the place some color. The tables were squared and could host a maximum of 4 people. The owner liked to keep them this way to discourage large groups. Sure, they brought quite a bit of money, but the mess and the noise they made usually drove away the regular clients. The increase in profit was vastly overshadowed by the overload of the kitchen, the stress of the servers, and the complaints of the regulars, especially those who sat at the bar counter and looked for peace while sipping their drinks. As for Akala, he was still one of the kingdom's most wanted, but thanks to his long beard and hair, even the few who had ever seen his poster were unable to recognize him. He had made up his mind about his bond with Dawn for months now, but he had no way to contact her, and the only news about any of the horsemen on the interlink dated back to the War of the Griffins. Not that I would ever contact Knight. She's crazier than I ever was, and his host makes me look like a saint, Akala thought. How Dawn had managed to track him down was still a mystery to him. Ever since they had split, their energy signature didn't match anymore, and they had never exchanged contact runes. Yet someone who claimed to be the horseman had passed a note under his hotel room's door and set up the meeting. Chapter 29, 33 First Step, Part 1. Akala might have suspected it was a trap, if the note didn't contain details about him that only Dawn could know. Also, his presence was requested, not demanded, and the mysterious messenger said that he had no obligation to come, and if Akala decided to stand them up, they would understand. The former ranger was almost sure that it was really dawn, which caused him a mix of fear and anticipation. Anticipation, because he was eager to close that chapter of his life once and for all and move forward. Fear, because he was afraid that all his self-reflection and determination would crumble the moment he saw her. Their relationship had started badly, developed weirdly, and ended abruptly. That and the atrocities they had committed together had left Akala in a very bad place. He looked around the wide single room that comprised the tavern, his eyes lingering once again on the bar counter. Several dragon-shaped taps decorated the east wall, and by pulling a small lever, they seemed to breathe beer instead of origin flames. After naming the establishment, the owner had gone all out on the brand. An unwritten law of the Empire stated that all dragons' reproductions had to depict either a single scale or the full body. Mounting a dragon's head or claw to a wall, no matter if fake, was akin to going around and begging for the beating of a lifetime. Hence the taps were only the final part of the dragon-shaped device that brought the ale up from the barrels hidden behind the counter. Akala found them to be beyond tacky, but more than one new client had gasped at the ingenious visual effect. The flow of beer was intense, and took the bartender's skill to fill a mug without making a mess of the floor. A sudden creaking noise announced the opening of the front door, making Akala and the bored patrons turn around to take a look at the newcomer. It was a woman in her mid-20s with the pale skin of the people of the Empire. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and features so plain that they weren't worth a second look. She wore a heavy mantle with a large hood that she removed just for the time necessary for everyone to take a good look at her and make sure she wasn't a wanted criminal. Only the hairy and unkempt foreigner seemed entranced by her appearance. The moment she politely asked him if the seat in front of him was free and sat down at his table, everyone wished him luck and went back to their business. "How did you find me?" Even with a different host, even with the undead woman using body sculpting to look like the average Gorgoner, Akala could recognize Dawn anywhere. "I've looked into your memories for a clue about where you might be and left messages at your favorite spots in the desert, the Empire, and the Kingdom. Yet the alarms I've set never activated, so I assumed you hadn't found any." "I didn't." The Dawn woman blushed in embarrassment, bringing a cute shade of pink to her pallor. "I've been avoiding all the places where we've been together, too many memories. As for your question, I cheated. You still wear my equipment, remember? Among its enchantments, there is a tracking spell that allows me to know your position at all times." She took a brief pause before adding, "And your health." "How fitting," he said with a sigh while gesturing to the waiter to take the order of his guest. "You split us up without my consent and dropped me in the Empire before I could recover from the shock of the separation. Now, after months of me trying and failing to reach you, you set the date and place of our reunion. It seems that our relationship keeps moving at your pace and with utter disregard for what I want." Dawn flinched back like she had been slapped, knowing that Akala was right. On the one hand, she could hear the bitterness of his voice and the well-concealed anger behind it. On the other, the fact that he was inviting her to order food instead of yelling his answer in her face, and walking out of the barrel dragon, was a good sign. If he wanted to get rid of me quickly, he wouldn't bother having a meal together. She thought as Zepho ordered for himself first, since he had only drinks while waiting. Akala had pork shank with a side of roasted potatoes, while Dawn asked for mutton stew, onion rings, and a steak. "We'll order dessert later," she said with a smile that left both men shocked. The waiter, because he couldn't understand how a woman so thin could eat that much, and Akala, because he knew that undead were incapable of eating food. From Dawn's memories, whenever she needed to blend in, she'd have her host order a soup and store each spoonful inside her pocket dimension instead of swallowing it. Otherwise, she would have soon to find a safe place where to puke it out without drawing attention. "I'm sorry," she said as soon as the waiter was out of hearing range. "I know that it was cruel of me, but try to understand. I knew that you had become too dependent on me to accept to be separated from me. I left you in the Empire, that's true, but in a safe place, and only because I wanted to give you space, both emotionally and physically. If I stayed there, you would have either begged me to bond again or called me every name in the book, saying many awful but true things that would have made this moment even more awkward. I'm also sorry for avoiding you for so long. I just wanted to make sure to give you the time you needed to make up your mind. I wanted to visit you every day, but I knew that if you sent me away asking for more time, it would have broken my heart. I'm not trying to justify my actions. What I did is inexcusable, but I still need to explain my reasons to you. For what is worth, I apologize for the pain that I caused you. All of it. From the moment we bonded until now. A bulk apology, how very convenient. Akala clicked his tongue, his voice colder than winter in the Empire. Dawn whimpered, hiding her face deep under the hood to not make him see her eyes turn watery, and think that she was attempting to manipulate his emotions. It's fair, he has every right to be angry at me. He has to be. It means that I still matter something to him. Were Zepho indifferent, it would mean that it's really over between us, she thought. Apology accepted, he said after the silence between them lasted until the waiter came with the plates and left. But not because I've forgiven you, only because you are right. I beg your pardon? Dawn raised her head after wiping her tears with water magic. Akala's voice wasn't cold anymore, carrying an emotion that she couldn't define. Chapter 29, 34 First Step, Part 2. I said that you are right. Back then your power was the only source of self-confidence I had. I would have never accepted to break our bond because I was too scared that, without you, I'd be back to be worth nothing. You also did the right thing by dropping me in a hotel room while unconscious. When I woke up, I wanted to bond back with you and beat you up in equal measure. I needed the distance to take a good look at myself with nothing and no one affecting my judgment. Otherwise, I would still be trying to pin my mistakes on you with the excuse that I don't know where I end and you start. Akala lowered his eyes in shame, thinking back to his victims. Admitting to have been a petty, egotistical man who had killed the Razars who had taken him as one of their own, just to coddle his own overinflated, wounded pride was hard. Yet the realization that he might never find a way to make amends was much worse. He had thought countless times about turning himself in. As a convicted traitor of the kingdom, he would have been subjected to a painful death worthy of his crimes, but that would have solved nothing. His victims would remain dead, and no one but Nalrond would be better for it. Maybe. Akala had also considered surrendering to the Razar, but again, his death would have gifted Nalrond a short satisfaction, if none at all. He considered Dawn just as responsible as Akala, and the Razar wouldn't find peace with an incomplete revenge. Also, even though the wait has been painful for me, it has allowed me to make sure that I was making my decision for me, not for you. Seeing you, or even hearing from you before I completed my recovery would have shattered me. He took a deep breath, pinching his nose while the memories of the lives he had saved during battle for the White Griffins steeled his resolve. None of them knew his name, nor did Akala give them the time to even say thank you. There was no redemption in it, but there was change. The old Akala would have bragged about it with Dawn, deducting the people he had helped from those he had murdered, like it was just math. It was his first step, in what he believed to be the right direction. With or without you, I've decided to what are you doing? Akala wanted to look Dawn in the eyes to show her his determination, but she was too busy staring down at her meal. Another of the reasons for her hood was that by wearing it, no one had noticed the undead shape-shifting into the bright day. Her hair was now raven black and her eyes golden. Her mouth instead was filled with mutton and onion rings. Eating, she replied with a voice muffled by the mouthful and the cutest smile Akala had ever seen. These things give you a terrible breath and make your farts stink like an ogre's butt, but they taste amazing. No one prepares them better than the cooks of the Barrel Dragon. It's one of my favorite restaurants and the reason I set up our reunion here. I wanted to share it with you. As if on cue, the waiter brought a second serving of onion rings, putting it in front of Akala along with a frothing mug of his favorite ale. Since when do you eat? Akala was flabbergasted. During the time they had been bonded together, Dawn had always been a cold and aloof mage dedicated to her research to the point of obsession. She had always taken care to give Akala good meals, but only because she needed his body to develop properly to withstand the breakthrough of his mana core. She had always considered food solely from a nutritional standpoint. Taste was irrelevant to her, and Akala had never seen her eat. Even her smiles were something rare that she brought out only for him, and only after their bond had turned into a relationship. For a while now, Dawn munched and swallowed in a haste, realizing how silly she sounded with a full mouth. After the war, I took a short trip with some acquaintances and I got used to eat again. What Akala was noticing was the lingering echo of Nika and what her bonding with the horseman had taught Dawn. The vampire had never been alive, so the taste of food, any food, was an amazing novelty. Dawn would eat for Nika, associating with the various dishes the joy that the young vampire felt while savoring them through the horseman's mouth. The two women had been a bad match-up, but Nika's bubbly personality had been a breath of fresh air. Dawn was a recluse, used to bond with brilliant but hungry individuals that would help her further her agenda. The bond was just a means to an end, and magical knowledge was the only thing she would carry from a host to the next. With Nika instead, Dawn had remembered how to appreciate Magus' beauty and take her time to stop and appreciate the small things like a good meal. She had no need to eat, she did it because she liked it. Just like she smiled more because she was happy to be reunited with Akala. There were so many things she wanted to tell him, yet she was bottling them inside, afraid to drown him in chatter. Akala was taken aback, looking at the horseman as if he saw her for the first time. His eyes moved from her to the plate of onion rings and then to the beer, pondering what to do. His hesitation turned her expectant look into the sad expression of a puppy denied attention, so he took a bite to indulge her. The onion ring did taste amazing, and so did the beer. "Do you like it?" she asked with trepidation. "Very, it's delicious, thank you." His words sounded sincere, but his expression was clearly embarrassed. "I'm sorry I've been interrupting you non-stop with my nonsense. What were you saying?" Akala's face steeled again, turning her stomach into a knot. "That I've decided my path and that I'm going to follow it, with or without you," he replied while pushing away the plate and the mug, making Dawn feel like he was doing the same to her. "I know that you are too old for something like guilt and regret, but I'm human. I can't just pretend that nothing happened and wait for the passing of centuries to blur my memory. I've been a horrible person long before meeting you. Our bond simply enabled me to do what I've always wanted to do. What had stopped me until that moment wasn't morals or conscience, only the fear of the consequences. I don't blame you for what you've done to me or the people we've killed, only myself. I'm the one who accepted bonding with you even though I knew the price it entailed. As a ranger, I was well aware of how a cursed object operates. I simply didn't care." Chapter 29, 35 Conflicting Interests, Part 1. Hearing Akala calling her a cursed object hurt Dawn. The horsemen weren't the mad creations of a foolish mage. They weren't bent on world domination or any self-serving goal. The horsemen were the opus of Baba Yaga, the strongest and wisest white core on Magur. They were her chosen children, entrusted with the sacred mission of helping her perfect her job and freeing the undead race from their flaws. Yet I can't deny that to our victims our behavior is hardly different from that of a cursed object. Night is even worse. Dawn thought, biting her tongue to keep herself from talking and bracing for impact. "On the contrary, you have my thanks." Akala gave her a polite nod of the head where once he would have held her hand. "It's thanks to you that I've realized what true genius is and got rid of my blind pride. If not for our bond, I would have never learned what it means to care for someone other than myself and be taken care of in return. I want to believe that our bond made me a better man and that breaking it allowed me to understand how much I was lacking, but I've still got a long way to go. I need redemption, but not for the kingdom's sake or the Razars we killed, only for myself. I can't change the past, and saying I'm sorry means nothing. That's why I'm going to redeem myself through actions, by helping those I hurt in my foolish quest for glory. I don't seek thanks or recognition. People might never forgive me, and they have every right to do so. I'm going to do it because it's the only way I can forgive myself." Dawn tilted her head to a side, remembering the rumors about a nameless light master who had appeared during the War of the Griffins, and had even taken part to the battle for the White Griffin. Even after the end of the conflict, reports of the exploits of the mysterious light master had never stopped coming. He appeared where there was a crisis that the local forces of the kingdom couldn't deal with, solved the problem, and left without saying a word. "Are you the rumored spirit of Manohar?" Between Akala's light mastery and skill as a healer, people thought he was the ghost of the late god of healing. "Yes," Akala nodded. "I don't like the name much, but it's better than the alternative." He put his wanted poster on the table. tapping on the huge bounty and the hateful words people had commented on his crimes with. "So what's your answer?" Dawn asked, feeling more nervous by the second. She could hardly recognize Akala, and not because of his new look. Self-pity had been replaced by sadness, and his previous indecisiveness by strength and resolve. "You already have my answer," he replied with a puzzled look on his scruffy face. "If I didn't want to bond with you again, I wouldn't be here. That or I would have reported your position to the authorities to settle our score without the need to dirty my hands. I'm the one who's waiting for your answer. I've shared my resolutions with you to let you know who I have become and what my goals are. If you take me back, I'm not going to be your mindless tool or your henpecked husband anymore. I'll help you to achieve your mission, but I expect you to do the same for me. Otherwise, we'd better part ways." Dawn opened her eyes wide in shock, realizing how foolish she had been. She had let her worries blind her to the point that she couldn't see past the end of her nose. "I was expecting this reaction." Akala waited in silence. "Dawn is used to having her wants and needs come first. On top of that, if we divide our time equally between our respective interests, my work will become easier, whereas hers will become harder. Magical research takes countless hours and can seldom afford distractions." Or so he thought until Dawn's lips curled up in a smile, and she leaned forward to close the distance between them, taking his hand into hers. "By the Red Mother, I must have acted even worse than I thought if you have such a low opinion of me." Her voice sounded sad and remorseful. "All this time I wanted you to be my partner, my equal. It was you who saw yourself beneath me and acted like I owned you. I wanted you to find your own purpose and goals. Of course I'm willing to support you with all my strength. You already had my answer the moment I contacted you." Akala took a deep sigh in relief. He was pondering what to say next when Dawn moved back on her chair, leaving something in his palm. "It can't be her crystal. Only Baba Yaga or the death of Dawn's current host can break her current bond." He thought, and he was right. There was a wooden tag connected with a key in his hand, with the sign of the barrel dragon on the front and the words "Honeymoon Suite" written on the back. Like most taverns, the ground floor hosted the restaurant, while the upper floors were for guests needing a place to spend the night. "Until our bond is restored and our cores are synced again, I won't be able to form a body of my own," she said, blushing in embarrassment. "So I thought we could use this time and my current host to make up in more than one way." "Wait, is this supposed to be a date?" Akala asked, and Dawn nodded in reply. "And you picked onion rings nonetheless." All the nervousness and tension of the moment couldn't hide the smell coming even from a distance. "Two wrongs don't make a right, but maybe two stinks cancel each other," she said while feeding him another piece. "That said, if you want to bond with me tonight, I've a couple of conditions of my own." "Which are?" he asked with a chuckle. "The long beard and hair have to go." "Space. Giera's continent, settlement of Darmok, outpost of the Griffin Kingdom." After the destruction of the eternal fortress of Thamos, Orpal had patiently waited for Lith to leave while planning his next move. "I can't attack Leech while Junior is here. One wrong move and the guardian protecting the rug rat will end us." Even with Moonlight, he knew to not be a match. The dead king knew from Night's memories that he was still weak compared to her past hosts, and that she had survived her spats with guardians only because Baba Yaga had always come to her rescue. Now, instead, calling upon the Red Mother would have meant signing off their own death sentence. The problem was that after the completion of the Warp Gate, reinforcement and materials flowed non-stop from the capital of the kingdom, and were often delivered by royal guards. Orion wore a royal armor of his own, and he never left the camp alone, while Quilla and Freya never left at all. Chapter 29, 36 Conflicting Interests, Part 2. One was absorbed in her medical research, and the other always vigilant to protect her sister. As the construction of Darmok progressed, permanent arrays joined those conjured by the Wayfinder. The space-compressing array hindered Spirit Blink, and even though Orpal could overcome it thanks to Moonlight, he was afraid of Freya's dimensional awareness. "If I get close enough to kill the healer, the other one might make my dimensional door collapse, and not even Davros can resist space itself being cut. Unless Night's crystal gets caught in the rift, we should survive, but the same can't be said for Moonlight. If our tower gets cut in half, we will be trapped behind enemy lines and lose one of our most powerful weapons forever. It takes one of the many mages of the camp to chant the self-destruction spell, and our life is over. I want to live to savor Leech's desperation. I have no intention of sacrificing myself for a consolation prize. His thoughts made Night sigh in relief. She couldn't help him with anything due to Baba Yaga's seal, but that also meant she couldn't protect Orpal from himself. As time passed, and the fortification of Darmok neared completion, the dead king gave up on the idea of killing one of the Urnas and moved on to Plan B. Soon, the people of the Empire would leave the safety of the array to search for the location of their own outpost. When that happened, there would be no one who might be from Lucia. There would be nothing to seal Knight's power and wisdom anymore. When that happened, the Black Knight, the Red Sun, and their respective hosts would finally meet. Space. Giera's continent, several hundred kilometers into the mainland. Orpal, the kingdom, and the Empire weren't the only forces eagerly expecting for Darmok to be completed. It was child's play for Vaster to get his hands on Orion's reports about the progress of the construction work and the locations of the resources spotted by the scouts. Thanks to the Dulorians, the prospectors had an easy time avoiding the monster hordes in the surroundings of the camp and outrunning them when discovered. With the help of Farg, the undead, and the elves of Medellin, the people of the kingdom had already located a few crystal and magic metal mines. Ghouls could swim through the ground with ease like a Rizar, while the elves' soul vision allowed them to spot a mana geyser with a glance. All forces at play were happy to help in exchange for a share of the future mining operations. Elves and undead also offered to cover part of the costs and workforce. With Thamos dead and the Black Tide gone, Medellin was safe enough to establish routes to the potential mines. The elves were eager to learn about the new prospecting spells and observe modern mining tools, like the mana blades, in action. Even at the cost of working for free, they had to make up for centuries of stagnant knowledge and a bright future in front of them. It was the perfect moment for the organization to establish the foundations of its private settlements. The outposts of the kingdom and the empire would offer double the opportunities to smuggle resources, especially once the competition between the two countries made the security measures laxer for the sake of efficiency. It was the reason Kigan had brought Orolm and Abthot to Giera by flight, dropping them on the mainland before going back to Garland. They were both ancient eldritches who had recently received a monster core capable of matching their unique power and could use some practice to get used to their new bodies. Yet the real reason Vaster had sent them away was that he didn't trust them enough to include the two hybrids in his main plan. The training in Giera and finding enchanted mines was just an excuse to put their usefulness to the test. The real goal of the mission was for Orolm and Abthot to show their loyalty to the cause of the organization, and the ability to restrain the impulses that fusing a ruthless eldritch with a bloodthirsty monster generated. Were they to lose control while in Garland, they would reveal the presence of the organization and ruin the relationship with the local underworld, reducing the profits from the black market until a new human liaison was found. If it happened in Giera, instead, nobody would get hurt and Vaster would covertly dispose of the newborn hybrids. He had no need for more liabilities, and the power he bestowed upon the eldritches was too dangerous to let them run unchecked. Shit, we got ourselves exiled, Orolm sighed. He was the second oldest eldritch of the organization after Tezca, and before they had received their monster cores, the strongest. After living for countless millennia, Orolm had become arrogant and headstrong, but he wouldn't have survived for this long if he was also stupid. He understood the real purpose of the mission, and knew that this was his last chance. No, you got us exiled, Abthot snarled, exposing a row of white shark-like teeth. You always run your mouth instead of your brain, and your lack of foresight has annoyed the master one time too many. I'm just collateral damage. If only there was another eldritch who had got their monster core at the same time as us, I would have gotten another partner and I wouldn't be here. Orolm grunted, knowing that her words were true. He was used to working alone and had joined the master's organization only for the promise of furthering his evolution. The same ambition that had kept Orolm in line until he had gotten his monster core had also gone to his head after receiving it. He had naively believed that since he didn't need the master anymore, they were now equal partners. At least until Vaster and his arrays had painfully reminded Orolm of the meaning of the call sign, Master. The short, fat man had given the Eldritches their new powers, and he could take them away at any moment along with their lives. Fine, I get it. Orm raised his hands in apology. Since you are the straight-A student, what's our next move? Under normal circumstances, Orm would have taught the insolent whelp a lesson. Yet he had no idea if he was still stronger than Abthot. Depending on the monster core, the abilities of an Eldritch were amplified by different folds, and there was still no telling which one of them had the best compatibility with their own. Also, he knew that if anything happened to her, the Master would likely suspect Orm and kill him even if he gave the best cover story in Magus history, just to be safe. Easy. We go to crystal and magic metal mines near enough to the outposts for our envoys to carry the materials to the warp gates, but far away enough for our mining operations to not be discovered anytime soon. The Ogre-Eldritch hybrid replied. Also, we need to make sure there is no monster tide, abomination, or lost city that can mess with our human associates in their proximities. And what if there are? Orm asked. Chapter 29:37 Exploitation Rights, Part 1. Then we drive them away with extreme prejudice. Abthot took a map of Giera out of her dimensional amulet, marking the position of the warp gates and all the enchanted mines she remembered from her past stays in Giera. Once she was done, she passed the map to Orm, who did the same. Creatures as old as them had traveled Magur multiple times during their lifetimes, and mana geysers were an Eldritch's best friend. Even though back then they had no use for natural resources, a mine was the perfect place to hide and restore their strength while on the run from a powerful enemy. The abundant flow of world energy sated the hunger of the Eldritches without leaving a trail of corpses or missing people, reports that the Council and the Guardians could follow. Let's start by checking up on mines that were already being mined before the plague, Orm said. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. If rails and carts are still in place, our men won't have to rebuild the necessary infrastructures for the mining operations. Excellent idea. Abthot was pleased to see her partner make a valuable contribution to the mission. It will save the organization time and money. Alas, creatures that old had a skewed sense of the passing of time. Most of the mines they remembered had run dry or collapsed, since centuries had passed from the last visit of time, the two Eldritches. The few mines that were still active were already occupied by either abominations or monster tribes that had abandoned a tide to settle there. The former received an ultimatum. They could join the organization and oversee the miners' security, go away, or fight and die. Empowered and puppeteer abominations didn't dare face the Eldritches. Even those who didn't know Orm and Abthot by name could still feel their power and were glad to join the organization. Eldritches instead were proud creatures set in their ways. They found the idea of serving someone repulsive, and most of them walked away. No matter how confident they were in their battle prowess, fighting one against two was madness, no matter who the Eldritches were. Fighting one against two Eldritches infamous like Orm and Abthot was suicidal at best. Monster tides weren't a problem as well. Unlike the undead, abominations weren't picky eaters. As long as someone was alive, it was a meal to them. When a tide refused to move to a safe distance from the organization's future base of operations, all Abthot and Orm had to do was to take a stroll amid the monsters' lines until they found their leader and killed them. Without their presence, the rickety order within a monster tide crumbled, and the different tribes that comprised it turned against each other. At that point, the Eldritches didn't have to lift a finger as the problem solved itself. If a new leader rose from the chaos of battle, they were usually smart enough to not anger the gods' demons and join their predecessor in death. The Eldritches exploited the monster's superstition to ensure their loyalty and keep them exactly where they wanted. Why bother slaughtering them all? Orm explained his strategy to Abthot. We have nothing to gain by solving Giera's crisis. If we did, the Guardians would have only the lost cities to worry about, and sooner or later they would find a way to get rid of them. This way, instead, we are keeping the Gierans on their toes and leaving obstacles in the way of Garliner's colonists. The longer they take to wipe out the tides, the longer we can mine for resources without anyone noticing. We must exploit the monster tides and the lost cities to create buffer zones that will hide our bases long enough to stockpile everything we need undisturbed. With a bit of luck, Everyone is going to be so busy defending themselves that by the time they chart our minds, we've stripped them of everything. Wow, you are way smarter than you look, Upthought whistled in admiration. When you get as old and powerful as I am, you get used to solving problems by bronze rather than brains, you runt. It's easier and quicker. Orolm grunted at the backhand compliment. Just because I'm a bit off my game, it doesn't mean that I'm dumb. As they traveled through Giera, they collected everything that had been left behind by the previous miners that could still be usable and checked the underground tunnels of the mines for signs of structural failures and cave-ins. Years had passed since the plague, and the lack of maintenance coupled with the monsters settling inside the tunnels had often caused significant damage. Mana crystals in their raw form were volatile, and a single misplaced spell was enough to trigger a chain reaction. Once the two eldritches were done with that, they moved on to the final step of their mission, finding the best position for a settlement where their human associates would reside. There weren't enough abominations in the organization to take care of the mining, and even if there were, their corrosive touch would destroy the mana blades necessary to cut the crystals and ruin the magic metals simply by handling them. It was the reason why Vaster was organizing a private group of colonists that after signing a waiver would be free to leave the outposts. On paper, their goal would be to find a small town and cultivate abandoned fields. Now that the famine was over, the Griffin Kingdom did not need extra food, but the same couldn't be said for the outpost on Giera. Darmok couldn't rely solely on import, or at the first malfunction of the transoceanic gate, the colonists would starve. The technology was untested, and problems had to be expected. On top of that, until the kingdom located usable mines and started collecting resources, the entire colonization process was a net loss for the royal treasury. The crown could use a local source of food and cut some of its losses. On top of that, being a private venture, Vaster's private venture of farmers would cause no further burden on the budget. As for the Gorgon Empire, even without the famine, the harsh climate condition of the country made growing food a priority. The cities of the empire were already forced to pay a share of their annual taxes with crops in order to feed the personnel of their prized flying fortresses. One of the master's middlemen had already contacted the Magic Council, the empire's governing organ that elected the Magic Emperor and assisted Milia's political program, and had received their enthusiastic support. The private farms would serve as both watchtowers to warn the future empire's outpost of impending dangers, and as an additional source of food, until the Gorgoners had gained a foothold on Giera, strong enough to safely cultivate the land on their own. For both the kingdom and the empire, these private companies were undertaking a high-risk, high-reward gamble that would help the two countries in their endeavor in case of success, and have no consequences in case of failure. It seemed too good to be true, and in fact it was. Chapter 29, 38 Exploitation Rights, Part 2. Only a small part of the private colonists would be actual farmers, while the rest would be miners and crystalsmiths. Abominations couldn't work in the mines, but they could still chaos warp everyone to destination, protect the settlers, and use earth magic to develop the fields. The mana geysers would also ensure a steady supply of energy for the members of the organization, ensuring that they would leave no trace of their existence. As for the mined goods, until Vaster found a way to safely smuggle them via the gates, they would be stored inside dimensional amulets and collected by his hybrids from time to time. While exploring the areas between the outposts and the mines they planned to exploit, Orolm and Upthought found an ideal spot for a settlement. It was relatively close enough to the transoceanic gate of Darmok and surrounded by fertile plains. It would have been easy to cultivate, and the lack of natural obstacles made it impossible for anyone to approach the area without being noticed from a long distance. In one word, it was perfect. So perfect that it was already taken. "What the fuck is that?" Orolm asked in surprise. Below the Eldritches, there was a magnificent city that extended for kilometers in every direction with streets bustling with activity. The gray stones of the defensive walls bore no trace of recent conflict, and so did the merchant and residential districts inside the city. The streets were busy but clean, and the citizens were full of smiles. Their body language and voices were relaxed, which was the creepiest thing of them all. Not only because there was no one on the battlements to keep guard, but also because the populace was beyond heterogeneous. Even from above, the eldritches could spot humans mingling with plant folk, emperor beasts, lesser divine beasts, and even monsters. The members of the fallen races spoke in snarls and growls, yet everyone understood them just like they understood at least 10 different languages. What the fuck, indeed? Ubthot kept looking at old and new maps of the area, finding no mention of such a city even in Giera's council reports dating right after the plague. This place shouldn't exist, or rather it can't. Even assuming that everyone down there is an awakened, how can they coexist with monsters, and why do they speak so many languages instead of just Tyrus? Wait a minute, is it me or is the world energy thinner here? Orm squinted his eyes in focus as he racked his brain, feeling that there was something familiar in the city below them. Now that you mention it, it is thin. Let's go down a bit. The lower they went, the less world energy they felt. It was then that Orm noticed the lack of cultivated fields. The green areas inside the city turned out to be parks filled with luscious flower bushes and trees laden with fruits. Yet the vegetation outside was withering and the soil was dry. The inconsistent details jogged his memory, but it was already too late. As the eldritches approached, their presence further sapped the world energy, angering the lost city of Oros. The buildings collapsed one after the other while the people inside burned alive until their physical form was lost, leaving behind only a mass of mana and life force. As everything fell apart, a lonely figure walked out from a sloped-roofed building that Orm recognized as the Temple of the Sky God. The man would have been unremarkable if not for his aura of power that the eldritches could perceive even from a great distance. A power that grew exponentially stronger as the city around the man collapsed, and the energy released by the dead flooded his body. Soon flesh and blood were no longer capable of containing the collective might of Oros. The man's mana core freed itself from the constraints of a mortal body and turned into a giant figure comprised of golden light. "Leave now or die, I won't stand parasites to live," Oros said. "The pot calls the kettle black, old man," Orm replied in the same dead language. "I almost didn't recognize you after the makeover. The last time we met, you were much smaller and had but a fraction of the slaves you have now." "Thank you for noticing, Orm the Breaker." The Colossus, mouth curled up in a smile filled with pride and confidence. "I haven't wasted any time since I've regained my freedom. I've taken in all those who sought for order and safety amid the chaos of this new world. Without the restraints of my old cage and so many new hosts, my power has soared beyond the wildest dreams of my creators. There is no limit to how much I grow, Eldritch. Unlike you pathetic leeches, I'm no longer restricted by the presence of mana geysers to exert the full scope of my abilities. The world energy answer to my will, and the whole Magur is my playground now." To prove his point, Oros emitted a burst of golden aura that lit the area as if a second sun had risen. The world energy from the surroundings swirled around him, feeding his pseudo-cores and the many mana cores that supported them. Such was the pull the lost city exerted that even the energy that inanimated things had yet to fully convert into their own mana was forcefully assimilated. Rocks cracked, and plants wilted while the ground where the lost city had been, until a second ago, turned out to be dry and barren. "Sorry, pal, no can do," Orm replied. "There's no way I can let my first mission end up in failure." "Then let's settle our score once and for all." The giant raised his golden hand, pointing a single finger at the eldritch abomination. A black emerald blast comprised of spirit and darkness magic hit Orm with the speed and the mass of a speeding train, knocking him off the sky. Darkness magic was the bane of abominations. By mixing it with spirit magic, Oros had removed its only weakness, slow movement speed. "Have you grown senile, or did the passing of millennia haven't been kind to you?" Oros was confused by how easy his victory was. The lost city had used a single finger not because he believed it to be enough. Eldritches were apex predators, and unless one consumed all the chaos they had accumulated inside their bodies, they were impossible to kill. The blast had been Oros' way to test his newfound powers and force Orm to reveal his best spells. Thanks to his most recently acquired hosts, the lost city had a good idea of how much magic had progressed since the time of his imprisonment. The problem was that very few among them had a proper magical education. Oros was eager to learn and master all of the new branches of magic, something that, unlike his flawed siblings like Thamos, he could do. Oros' enchantments were as outdated as those of any lost city, but he could still study magic. The main difference between him and any other cursed object was that Oros wasn't limited to a single host. Chapter 29, 39 Power of Unity, Part 1. No matter how brilliant the mortal a living legacy bonded with was, they could only study a single subject at a time, and their understanding was limited to their innate talent. Oros, instead, could have as many hosts as he wanted. They could study multiple topics, and each of their talents would become his own. By turning their mana cores into auxiliary units for the pseudo-cores, the lost city could endlessly increase his might and the range of his ability to draw and world energy. On top of that, once he assimilated his hosts into the energy form, he would inherit their mana organs along with their cores. The lost city had already gained life maelstrom from a hippogriff and origin flames from a wyvern, yet there was a catch. Just like the mana cores, the mana organs would retain their size and power, no matter the form Oros took. The life maelstrom he had stored could empower a few spells, but if spread to his colossal body, the effect would be negligible. As for the origin flames, the volume he could emit matched the wyvern. For a being over 100 meters, 328, tall like him, it was no bigger than a lighter and useless except in close quarters against a small enemy. To the lost city, however, it was just a minor setback. The more powerful Oros got, the more the city grew in size, allowing for new inhabitants in an endless cycle. He only had to meet and subdue enough divine beasts to have access to her powers, and then increase their numbers by making them breed. The makers of the lost city had developed Oros, the bringer of unity, as the starting point of a utopian society, where everyone would live in peace. The bond with the city created a permanent mind link that broke through the language barrier and facilitated the exchange of ideas. The pseudo-cores of the lost city were supposed to use the power they drew from the inhabitants to create new lodgings and to ensure their safety. By being connected to the city, everyone shared the same energy signature, meaning that no one could hurt another by magic. Alas, as soon as the lost city had gained sentience, it discovered that physical violence was still an option, and that there was no way to make people with different beliefs get along. So Oros had followed his programming and ensured peace by mind fusing all of his citizens. The ensuing telepathic maelstrom had destroyed their individuality, turning them into empty shells that obeyed Oros' every order. The lost city's goal was to host all of Magus' peoples and cover its entire surface, becoming one with the planet like not even the Guardians could. "Relax, old friend, I'm just playing around." Orom emerged from a meters-deep crater while his body was still rebuilding itself. Rotten flesh became pink again, while the shredded bones and muscles put themselves back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You are not the only one who's become stronger, and I need to test the limits of my new body." Language? Upthought didn't understand a word of what they said, and she expressed her frustration for being cut off from the conversation with a chaos annihilation. A six-pointed star resembling Silverwing's annihilation appeared in front of her, emitting a hexaelemental blast where chaos replaced darkness and made up for the lack of spirit magic with raw destructive power. The golden giant raised his left hand, blocking the spell without conjuring a barrier to fully savor its strength and understand its workings. The anti-guardian spell tore the hand apart, reaching halfway through the forearm before Upthought ran out of mana. Impressive. Oros felt the sting of chaos gnawing at the end of the stump, but that was it. It took him a single breath to regenerate the missing limb. More plants withered and the soil depleted further, but that was none of his concern. Time would heal all wounds, and Oros had all the time on Magur. "I have a few awakened among my hosts, yet none of them is capable of using this weird variant of Silverwing's annihilation. Teach this new spell to me, and I'll consider letting you go." "Dream on." Orom traced countless runes in the air with his fingers, conjuring several magical formations at the same time. A gravity array brought the golden giant to his knees, while a darkness array sapped his vitality, and a dimensional array sealed Oros, cutting him off the world energy. The cursed city scoffed, needing but a shrug to conjure the mana to counter each one of those effects. Yet Orome hadn't reached his age nor his position in the organization by sheer luck. The runes of the three arrays were already recombining themselves, so that their enchantments fused, and the power each one of them contained flowed freely into the others. The result was darkness-infused gravity that, by combining itself with the dimensional energy, formed a semi-solid barrier that cut on the molecular level anything that tried to cross it. Even Oro's energy body wasn't immune to that. He could feel the different pieces of his essence being broken down and separated from the city's hive mind, eroding the very foundation of his power. To make matters worse, the Eldritch kept weaving new arrays that were already merging with the others, forming a spell with the versatility and might of a power core tailor-suited to counter Oro's. How dare you? Tired of playing already, the Lost City conjured a spirit barrier infused with life maelstrom to block the onslaught and darkness and dimensional sealing arrays to destroy Orome's magical formations. Do you really think that I'll let you do whatever you want? The abomination hybrid was strong, but Oro's had the collective power of thousands of mana cores and all the world energy he had accumulated until that point. The dimensional barrier shattered as the Lost City struck with a fist the size of a castle. Shit, Orome said when he tried and failed to blink, taking the blow in full. The impact created a dozen-meter-deep crater and caused shockwaves akin to a 7.6 quake on the Richter scale. When Oro's raised his hand, it was now a silvery color and held the broken eldritch in his fist. A constant stream of origin flames generated by the Wyvern's essence engulfed the eldritch while also protecting the Lost City from his deadly touch. Oro's too suffered the effects of the mystical fire, but he was willing to pay the price. Orome screamed in agony, shape-shifting his body into tendrils, goo, and anything that came to his mind, just for the energy limb to rearrange itself into a new prison capable of containing the eldritch's ever-changing form. You are not the only one with new tricks, old flea, the Lost City snarled, enjoying the agony of his prisoner. My power has grown to a point that not even my creators believed possible. What the fuck? Ubthot thought while bolting to the rescue. The hand is filled to the brim with light energy. I can feel it from here. Even with the origin flames, it should be a delicious meal, yet Orome is getting weaker by the second. Chapter 29, 40 Power of Unity, Part 2. Eldritch's had no life vision, so she only noticed the thick layer of darkness magic when it was too late. The radiance of the light element masked the presence of its counterpart, but it was still there. It was the massive amount of darkness magic that was hurting Orome beyond what even an eldritch could take. Ubthot tried to chaos blink away, but the elemental imbalance near Oro's distorted the spell just like it had done to Orome's. Bug off, bug. The Lost City slapped the ogre abomination hybrid away with his free hand that was now white-hot. She tried to use the plant nature of her monster half to split her body into vines and dodge the attack, but a sudden cold wave froze her in place. Turning into smaller pieces made her water-rich body more vulnerable to the cold, and when the open palm hit her, she felt herself burning with the heat of a small sun. Eldritches were resistant to all elements, but darkness yet the same couldn't be said for Ubthot's monster half. The thermal shock broke her into shreds that caught fire the moment the ice trapping her thawed. Her screams of pain didn't join Orome's solely, because she had no mouth left. Is the Lost City turning one element into another? She wondered in shock as she consumed a good chunk of her energy to reassemble her form. How can someone on Giera have mastered void magic? Verhin personally taught Vaster and he has yet to master it. This doesn't make sense. And yet it did. What Oro's used wasn't void magic. He had simply weaponized an extreme elemental imbalance. By draining the world energy of one element via his pseudo-cores and hosts, the counterpart became overabundant. It caused spells of both elements to fail and inflicted great damage simply by proximity. Orome could have drained the light element and fueled his powers if not for the thick layer of origin flames enveloping him. They ate at his body from inside the fist, while the darkness magic attacked him from the outside. The Eldritch kept screaming, yet he refused to die. The Lost City tightened his grip until there was almost no space between his fingers, but death seemed to be running late that day. Wait a second. Oro stared in shock at Orome with life vision. According to the mystical sense, not only was the Eldritch's life force recovering, but also his energy signature matched that of the lost city. "Shit, you noticed." The screams of pain turned into laughter as Orolm pried the fist open with brute strength. "I was hoping that my little act and your ego would keep you from using life vision. Oh well, all good things come to an end." "Language," Upthought yelled in annoyance after getting far away enough to regain her strength by sucking a patch of trees dry. "Sorry," Orolm said. "Thanks for your patience. I'm done with my preparations." "And so am I. Let's take down this arrogant brat." Upthought injected one of her tendrils inside each of the dead trees. The fragments took root, spreading chaos through the withered wood and turning each one of the trees into a perfect copy of the ogre abomination hybrid. Looks and energy signature were identical. Only the limited amount of mana the copies held made the original easy to recognize, at least until they sucked everything in their proximity dry, bringing their black cores almost to match with Upthought. She had gained from her ogre core the ability to turn corpses into loyal and expendable servants, while Orolm's monster half belonged to a skinwalker. Such monsters were capable of mimicking their victims to perfection. They inherited even the memories, the physical skills, and the energy signature of those they devoured, keeping them until the next meal gave them a new form. In Orolm's case, the hungry nature of chaos had mixed well with the bloodline ability of the skinwalkers, allowing him to acquire the characteristics of his enemies just by consuming their energy. Such effects would last only until the stolen essence was completely expended or digested, but until that moment, the Eldritch held several advantages. The energy Orolm had consumed during the first two clashes was too small to give him access to the lost city's full memory, but it was enough to create a breach in Oro's hive mind. Everything the cursed object planned or feared was clear to Orolm now, and thanks to their shared energy signature, magic could do him no harm anymore. The darkness layer was useless, and if not for the origin flames, Orolm would have finished his meal much sooner. The Eldritch could now slip through every barrier and defense the lost city would conjure, since the enchantments would mistake him for one of the many hosts. Oros roared in fury, turning his golden body orange by infusing it to the brim with earth magic. The sudden elemental imbalance conjured a violent thunderstorm that the bringer of unity hoped would buy him the time to understand what was happening. He was so focused on the mystery that Orolm represented that, by the time he looked at Upthought, there was no way to distinguish the original from her clones. "This is impossible. It takes centuries for an Eldritch to tap into their full potential, and they are not supposed to reproduce. How could she violate both these rules?" the lost city thought in shock. The Ogre Abomination hybrid had created only 5 copies, since due to Oro's influence, there wasn't enough nourishment around to fuel more. What the bringer of Unity T feared wasn't the Eldritch's numbers, but the unknown threat that their newfound abilities represented. Oros chose to ignore Orolm since now his spells were harmless, and with his puny body, the Eldritch's physical attacks were nothing to the orange giant. The Skinwalker Abomination hybrid smiled, using that respite to gain some distance and weave a new set of spells. "It's useless. You Abomination can't use spirit magic, and there's nothing you can do that a mere array can't stop," Oros said, and Orolm translated for Upthought. The lost city advanced slowly and clumsily, taking his time to conjure a new set of elemental sealing arrays for each step he took. He was wary of the annihilation, and had no desire to discover if among their new abilities the Eldritches had also gained the means to destroy his pseudo-cores. "Yeah, but arrays go both ways." The Upthoughts scoffed as they blinked around, surrounding the giant in a circle formation. The 6 of them plunged their hands into the ground, spreading their spells while also sucking the world energy coming from below dry to fuel them. Channeling massive amounts of earth element gave Oros a degree of defense almost on par with a Fenrir's bloodline ability mana body, but with one difference. It required mana, not life force, so in order to use it the lost city could seal neither earth or air. The former would negate his own spell, while the latter would make it impossible to safely split the elements. It was the reason Upthought could still use earth magic in the area beneath the lost city and create a fissure big enough to trap him. Chapter 29, 41 Breakdown, Part 1. Even though Oro's body was made of energy, it still retained the collective mass of the city and its citizens, and had to follow the laws of physics. Gravity pulled the bringer of unity down in the now unstable soil, taking away his mobility. Damn it, there is not enough air element left to lift me, he thought. If I don't dispel my protection, I'll be a sitting duck while those accursed eldritches take their sweet time to cast whatever they want. Little did Oros know that Orolm heard every one of the lost city's thoughts the moment he formulated them. As soon as the elemental balance was restored, the Eldritch Skinwalker hybrid conjured a series of useless arrays all around the Golden Giant. Oros was still wondering what point barrier, life-sensing, and bridge-building arrays could possibly have when the Eldritch snapped his fingers and unleashed a disarray spell. Orolm had chosen magical formations that would overlap with those conjured by Oros and connect them together without disrupting them. This way, the disarray spell triggered a chain reaction that got rid of all the cursed object's defenses in one fell swoop, while also dealing him a huge blow. The resulting explosion engulfed the lost city, blinding life vision, and giving the Eldritches an opportunity for a surprise attack. Before the dust could settle, the six Thoughts unleashed as many chaos annihilation at the Golden Giant. Oros conjured a spirit barrier to protect himself, but the attack came from every side, and his mana was spread too thin to matter. The anti-guardian spell pierced through his body and consumed considerable amounts of the world energy that the lost city had painstakingly accumulated since his release. There's no such thing as a perfect ability. There has to be a weak point, Oros thought while calling upon the earth element again for protection and using the storm created by the elemental unbalance to clear his line of sight. Just as he had suspected, only the original Thought could cast such a powerful spell. The copies acted as simple energy reserves, and their bodies were shriveling quickly as the mana they contained ran out. The lost city ignored the clones and focused his spirit barrier solely against the Eldritch, knowing that once he got rid of Thought the other attacks would fade as well. Not so fast. The sound of Orolm's voice made Oros curse himself for forgetting about the other Eldritch. He turned around just in time to see Orolm consume the mana he had stolen from the lost city to fuel his next spell. Their energy signatures matched no more, making Oros vulnerable to the Eldritch's magic again. A modified version of Chaos Annihilation burst out of the Skinwalker hybrid, aimed at Oros' knee. The cursed element was replaced by Orolm's unique Eldritch bloodline ability, Break. A chaos spell imbued with it would not just destroy something. It would erase it from existence like it never had been there in the first place. For living beings, it was no different from regular chaos. A life force contained the full blueprints of the entire body, so as long as one was alive, the missing parts could be regenerated. For a mystical artifact, however, things weren't so simple. If one rune was damaged, the spell of which it was part would be weakened, but in time it would be repaired by the pseudo-core. If one rune was deleted instead, the enchantment would fall apart. Best-case scenario, the artifact would lose one of its functions. Worst-case scenario, it would implode due to the disruption of the spell matrix. It was the secret of Orolm's strength since he needed but one successful blow to turn the most powerful piece of equipment of his enemies into a piece of junk. When the annihilation struck, it consumed part of the energy comprising Oros' calf and all the runes it contained. The lost city experienced blinding pain and his limb went limp. Sending more energy was useless because once the damage was repaired, there was no way to restore the leg's functionality and all the enchantments it contained. Several hosts died in the aftermath simply because the information about them stored inside Oros' spell matrix had been erased as well. Losing a single host was not only a nigh-impossible eventuality, it also implied losing all of their knowledge and skills. Countless spells that until a moment ago Oros knew like the back of his hand disappeared from his memory. The shock from the physical and mental amputation paralyzed the lost city that flailed around in the attempt to regain his balance. Thought focused her annihilation on the injured leg, making Oros lose control of his flight spell and fall to the ground with a boom. Relax, old friend. The good news is that I have no way to safely kill you. That's why I aimed away from your pseudo-cores, Orolm said, his voice filled with mock compassion. The bad news is that I don't need to. Another break annihilation struck the left foot, erasing more runes and disabling more enchantments. The damage was severe but not fatal. A cursed object was a living being with its own life force. As long as the pseudo-cores were intact and they had a stable energy source, the destroyed enchantments could be regenerated in the same way as a lost limb. It would take time and a lot of world energy, but it was possible. I don't know if I have either, Oros thought as Orolm shot a third break annihilation after a short pause to regain his strength. This time the spell struck the right hand of the giant, leaving nothing above the wrist. More memories and spells were lost forever, but this time the Eldritch had been lucky, hitting the spot where the essence of a few lesser divine beasts was stored. The mana organs that the lost city treasured above all. The source of his dream of one day gaining the bloodline abilities of all guardians faded as well, and Oros found himself crying for the first time in his millennia-long life. Not even while he was still imprisoned inside a cage had he felt so helpless. Back then, he knew that he only had to wait for an opportunity to escape. The council could trap him and weaken him, but it couldn't take anything away from him except for his freedom. In fact, finding you here is kind of a lucky strike, Orolm said while breaking the right hand of the Colossus as well. I'm going to offer you a deal if you are interested. Abthot looked at her colleague in worry. Break was a very powerful and expensive ability that was supposed to be used to weaken an enemy before dealing them the final blow and sucking their life dry. Each blow permanently consumed a part of Orolm as well, and it would take him days to recover, no matter how much he fed. It was the reason he had avoided using Break until he was certain that the enemy wouldn't dodge. Orolm was overusing Break, consuming way too much life force to deal with a single enemy he couldn't even feed off. Chapter 29, 42 Breakdown Part 2. It wasn't just a matter of keeping the lost city from exploding. The Eldritches had no idea how Oros enslaved his hosts, and the hybrids had discovered during the War of the Griffins that their life forces were weak by design against that kind of spell. Orolm and Abthot couldn't risk falling prey to a forbidden magic similar to the unwavering loyalty array, and in turn exposing everything they had worked so hard for. Orolm answered her worried look with a nod, keeping up with the Fa-Ade, and using the black aura of chaos surrounding him to pretend that he still had energy in spades. "What deal?" the Colossus said, and then made his own mouth disappear to avoid the further humiliation of screaming in pain. "I'm not going to tell the council about your current position and weakened state. If you are lucky, you'll be back to your feet before they find you," Orolm replied. "All I ask you in exchange for my mercy is for you to hang around here." The Skinwalker Abomination hybrid took a map out of his dimensional amulet and sent it in front of the lost city's left eye. "Keep away from here, here, and here." Orolm circled the human outposts of the humans and the reverted monsters, Medellin, and lastly the area where the mines of the Master were. "Don't bother the buildings and its residents, but make sure they don't cross over." The area between the mines and the outposts was hundreds of kilometers wide and extended for even longer. The Eldritch drew a line that split it in a rough half. "I need you to hinder their plans long enough for my own to come to fruition. Be a deterrent, not a threat. If needed, clear the other areas for the humans a bit so that they'll focus their attention elsewhere." "How long am I supposed to remain here?" Oros nodded, inwardly swearing that he would use that time to grow even stronger than he had ever been and destroy whatever Orolm held dear the moment the lost city understood his enemy's endgame. "Until I tell you otherwise, old friend," the Eldritch smiled. The Master needed to slow down the colonization process, not stop it. Urban development also meant crime development, and the organization would control it on the other side of the ocean as well. On top of that, once the kingdom focused on the colonization effort, the attention of the authorities would be diverted elsewhere, leaving vaster free reins. Thanks to Orolm, now the Master had the power to slow down or facilitate the colonists at will. The organization needed just enough time to get its hands on what it needed, and then exploit the kingdom's distraction to put them to good use. Orolm was certain that it was more than enough to buy himself a spot in Vaster's good graces. And just in case you have some funny thoughts about revenge or betrayal, here's a memo. The Skinwalker Abomination hybrid put everything he had left in a final break annihilation, blasting a spot on the side of the golden giant's head open. Oros wanted to scream, but his mouth failed to form. His vision turned black, and he thought that pain had blinded him. Yet once the chaos gnawing at the injury faded away, everything was still black. To make matters worse, As soon as the cursed object calmed down and stopped screaming in his own head, he noticed that Maugre had plunged into complete silence. Somehow that bastard used the initial blasts to probe my spell matrix and found my sensory arrays. I'm blind, deaf, and mute until I manage to repair the damage. Unless Oros tried to shapeshift back into a city. This way, even if his mystical senses would still be useless, he could use the mind link with his hosts to use them as his eyes and ears. Pain ravaged his body as his pseudo-cores glitched. Entire sections of the city of Oros were now missing from the internal schematics, making the transformation impossible. The living legacy cursed Orom's name one last time and focused his efforts on mending the damage. That bastard! Either the council finds me or I heal in time, he gets what he wants. I would become a landmark that everyone would avoid, and to ensure my confinement, the humans would still focus on me long enough for Orom to get what he wants. He didn't offer me a deal, he just bet my ass. Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Lucia, a few days later. The royals had kept their word, and soon after the local branch of the Mage Association had been opened, the construction of a local mainframe for the tablets had begun. The presence of the warp gate ensured that in the near future Lucia would expand into at least a medium-sized city, thanks to the easy exchange of goods with the rest of the kingdom. That plus the presence of the Supreme Magus and the promise of one free tablet to every family unit of residents made people flock to Lucia from all over the Distar region. The empty houses left by those who had moved away back when Lith had been declared a criminal had been sold like hotcakes, and new ones were being built. Once again, Lucia was expanding in every direction but the farmlands. Lith was known to love his privacy, and every attempt to buy the lands near his home was met with a firm rejection. The farmers refused to sell their ancestral houses, and were proud of being the neighbors of the first Magus of the country in over a century. The local mainframe had been quickly completed, but the line to collect the free tablets from the association was bound to last days. Until that moment, communication amulets had been the mark of nobility or wealth. Getting one for free was a dream come true. Everyone was eager to add their first contact rune and make their first call, no matter if to a friend standing right in front of them. By my mom, what a mess! Solus looked at the queue of farmers that twisted and turned for entire blocks around the association. People are going to lose days of work this way. Not really. Lith shrugged as he used a hologram to return the constant smiles and waves he received to avoid developing carpal tunnel. It's one tablet per family. They can send the kids or the elders to collect their amulet. What worries me is the incoming explosion of violence and quarrels. What are you talking about? Solus asked while checking the grocery list stored in Soluspedia. The start of the distribution of the tablets was a big day for Lucia and even bigger for Solus. She was proud of seeing the fruits of their labor getting publicly recognized and wanted to enjoy the smiles it was supposed to bring. After so many fights and the constant struggles of the members of her family, Solus needed a win. Again, one tablet per household, Lith repeated, and when she kept staring at him with a puzzled look, he added, For Newton's sake, Solus, each family gets only one tablet and only one of them can imprint it. Chapter 29, 43 Future Basis, Part 1. I bet people fought harshly about who would go pick the tablet up and then some more to make sure they wouldn't imprint it. And believe me, if someone gives in to temptation before going back home, hands are going to be thrown, Lith said. Gods, that's what you meant with the explosion of violence. Judging by the yelling she could hear from the nearby houses, Solus knew he was right. Even worse, she witnessed several people imprinting their tablets the moment they came out of the association, just to gloat in front of their neighbors still in line. At the idea of the amount of arguing that a single moment of petty bragging would cause, Solus felt like she was to blame for it. She sighed, her expectant expression turning into a frown. I'm starting to understand why my mother avoided people and never cared about how her creations were used. There is no winning. Lith was sad to have burst her bubble, but he preferred her joy to be honest rather than just a convenient lie to make her feel good. They never lied to each other, especially after how Protector's fake death had cracked their bond of trust. Lith took her hand, moving away from the association and toward the residential districts. At the local school, Solus witnessed a classroom of kids where the teacher and the students had a tablet each. Miss Hall used the device to project what she wrote on the chalkboard on the tablets of the kids, so that they could easily read and take notes no matter how back in the class they were. Even learning math, the most dreaded and boring subject, had become like a game. Everyone smiled and laughed. Reading and writing were no longer a boring chore, but something every student was eager to learn in order to master their new tool. Why? Solus sniffled, her eyes swelling with tears while they moved from one classroom to another. She witnessed the children's awe as their teachers taught them about the development of the kingdom. Thanks to the support of holograms, the students could witness the most crucial moments of the kingdom's history. Pictures of Valoran I, Silverwing, Menadian, and even Solus herself appeared based on whether the subject at hand was the founding of the kingdom, the birth of the academies, or the war of the Griffins. Thanks to the camellia, Lith replied. The gift that everyone nagged me about was the basis for the temporary imprint of the Dulorian and now has made this possible. These tablets, like those of the academies, belong to the school, not the students. They can be imprinted at the beginning of each lesson and returned by the end, ready to be used by the next class. That's a great idea, Solus' smile was so radiant that it could have set the school ablaze. But where did the royals find the funds? The colonization is still in the early stages, and they consumed most of what they gained from Thrud's army to build the Wayfinder and the mainframes. Brynja lamented that the crown gave her barely enough tablets for the citizens of Dirios. I thought that the schools of the capital of the region would have been supplied long before Lucia. I'm sure the royals found a way, Lith shrugged. I'm that important and they want to keep me happy. Solus didn't believe a word he said. First, because Lith didn't even try pretending to be sincere. Second, because she knew that if the king wanted to make Lith happy, giving tablets to a school was nowhere on his wish list. You did it, she said in realization. Did you ask the royals or did you pay for the tablets out of your own pocket? The latter, Lith shrugged again. It's not a big deal, it's a one-time expense. Even if it wasn't, a few coins are well worth your happiness. I know how much you care about our work and I wanted to show you the good you are doing. Lith didn't clench his pocket in pain while mentioning the coins, so he was telling the truth. Thank you for the beautiful surprise. Solus sniffled, embracing him despite public displays of affection being frowned upon. You are welcome, someone tugging at Lith's Magus robe cut him short. Can you? A 6-year-old boy, wearing clothes no different from those Lith wore before learning how to hunt from Celia, was offering the Magus what was likely to be the family tablet. It had already several contact runes engraved, while a tablet belonging to the school would lose any rune along with the imprint at the end of each lesson. How cute he is! Solus had yet to recover, so the sight of the poor clothes and the big brown eyes of the boy moved her deeply. He wants the contact rune of his hero. But of course, Lith took the tablet from the hands of the kid, and instead of sharing his contact information, he signed it on the back with his terrible penmanship. What a jerk, Solus telepathically scolded Lith after seeing the shock and confusion on the face of the boy. He wanted your rune, not your autograph. Thank you, Mr. Magus. The boy smiled from ear to ear, hugging Lith's leg briefly before running to his friends and bragging about his treasure. Jerk my ass. I can't give my contact rune to everyone or I would be flooded with calls about the stupidest things, Lith replied. I'm not going to make kids believe that they can ask me for help just to ignore them. If you want to be the fairy godmother of the whole city, be my guest. Solus swallowed a lump of saliva at the idea. She was weak to kids and knew that if she gave her rune to anyone who asked for it, she wouldn't have the time to enter her lab for years. I forgive you only because you still made him and me happy. She changed the topic, smiling as the kid claimed that the mystical rune that was actually just Lith's badly written name was bound to ward off evil. The classmates turned the tablet around, trying to understand what side was up and what was down, before agreeing that Lith's signature was not a human word. After leaving the school and on the way to the groceries, Solus witnessed small crowds of small children surrounding the family elders. They had been entrusted the tablet so that while the parents worked, the elders could read a story and keep the rest of the kids busy. A touch of the holographic page conjured the pictures of the heroes, the monsters, and their battles. Solus stopped for a few moments every time she listened to a different story, appreciating the effort Lith had put into that part of their work and the joy it brought. "Is this your doing as well?" she asked. "Yes," Lith's voice oozed sarcasm. "I paid the Lucians to read from the tablets instead of using them to spank asses." "Not that," Solus punched his arm in mock outrage. "I meant if you gave around extra tablets to large families." Chapter 29, 44 Future Basis, Part 2. "Stop being so paranoid," Lith said in his best Solus impression. "Not every act of kindness hides a hidden agenda. Good people do exist." Solus laughed hard as the earlier sour mood became a small cloud on the horizon. They bought everything both the Verhin house and mansion would need for months, enough to fill the pantries to the brim. "I get the sugar, the flour, and the spices," the merchant said in confusion as he handed them the goods on the list. "But how can the owner of the biggest farm in Lustria County need to buy milk?" Solus blushed hard. Everyone in the family loved ice cream, but her enthusiasm for it was unparalleled, often depleting the share of the milk that Roz kept for the family's needs. "It's," Lith pointed at her. "Complicated?" Solus cut him short, slapping his hand away. "We have lots of unexpected guests, and some of them eat a lot." "I see." The merchant nodded, picturing in his mind a mighty phoenix as the cause of the milk shortage instead of a gluttonous, petite forgemaster taking one night's snack too many. "Thanks for bringing your business here, Magus Verhin. And thank you both for the tablets. They save us a lot of time." Most of the clients of the rush hours now submitted their orders from their houses first thing in the morning, giving the clerks the time to prepare everything whenever the work was slow. On pickup, the customers had only to check the goods and pay. Once Lith and Solus got back home, they walked straight into the warp gate inside the barn, reaching the mansion where everyone was waiting for them. With one thought, Solus set the tower in the keep. The vigorous flow of world energy from the Mana geyser filled them both with power and accelerated the mending process of her life force and Mana core. "I wonder what changes the tower and I will undergo when I finally reach the deep violet," she pondered through their mind link. "I'm more curious about what would happen if we got our hands on the ears of Menadian instead," Lith replied. "I believe that with each piece of the set we find, the tower recovers a part of the missing schematics of its power core. If I'm right, even though our version of the pieces of the set of Menadian is inferior to the originals until the repairs are completed, the schematics of each artifact help the tower to find the best way to rearrange its floors and speed up its restoration process." "It's a very interesting theory," Solus nodded telepathically. "Too bad that we have no way to put it to the test, nor any idea where the ears are." "Space. Somewhere on the Garland continent, fringe of the world tree. How is it possible that despite having access to every piece of information collected by plant forms, and with hundreds of chroniclers, I still have no idea where the ears of Menadian are?" The young Yggdrasil was angry, and had no qualms about letting his servants know. Their voice thundered in the chroniclers' minds, bringing them to their knees while holding their long ears in the attempt to muffle the noise. "My liege, it's none of our fault." Aelin, one of the oldest elves at the service of the World Tree, tried to quell their anger. "We have followed the various pieces of the set of Menadian however we could. Only the hands and the ears have escaped our notice, and not for our lack of trying. We had no way to follow Kalga in the depths of the ocean, and algae don't answer your questions. As for the ears, we know the whereabouts of the last mage who had them in his possession. The problem is that he has been recently killed, and his murderer has taken care to erase every trace of their passage." "Stop telling me what I already know." The Yggdrasil could use magic to speak, but they preferred to use a mind link. Both air magic and body sculpting gave them a voice, but it was a fake one. It sounded like they were pretending to be someone else. The mind link, instead, was the pure manifestation of their will and reminded the elves who held the leash. "I want answers. I need them if I ever want to start my journey." "Can't you just wait until the tower recovers on its own and then take it from Verhin?" Tashar, another elder, asked. "You fool," the World Tree roared. The mere violence of their aura sent the elf sprawling on the floor. "What if without the ears the tower fails to reach perfection? I have no use for an incomplete trinket. On top of that, once Menadian's opus gets back to its full power, how am I supposed to take it? Verhin is a divine beast, and his mana core will soon rival mine. I can have the upper hand only if I fight him inside my fringe, or while he is away from a geyser. Defeating him and the tower while they are both at their prime is just a pipe dream. Verhin knows about the removal units already, and after what Emrail did, he's bound to be on his guard against a tactic he already knows. I need the ears, not for what they represent, but because they will serve as bait. I just need to feed Verhin and Elfin Menadian the information they already seek to bring them where I want them to be. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. By the way, we should ask Zorath to look out for the ears, Solus said. I don't like the idea of Vaster and his eldritches putting their hands on another piece of my mother's legacy, but their information network is our best if not our only chance. The Master had already studied and successfully replicated the Fury. Based on what Baitra told them, the mouth was still a work in progress instead. The fourth ruler of the Flames could have easily made a copy, but there was no point wasting priceless resources to make a vessel for enchantments outdated for centuries. Baitra, Vaster, Tezka, and every single eldritch that in life had been a skilled forgemaster were pooling their resources to update the spells imbued in the mouth and improve on Menadian's work. Yeah, Lith sighed. Zorath's dragon eyes are the next best thing to the eyes of Menadian, and Nandi can do everything the hands can, if not even more. I'm afraid that if Zogger studies the ears, he'll add mage towers to his already considerable arsenal. On the one hand, they loved and appreciated the old professor. On the other hand, they knew what his master persona was capable of doing, and how deeply rooted in Garland's underworld his organization was. Vaster claimed that his goal was to heal Maugr and promote the evolution of the human species that had stagnated for millennia. Yet looking at his associates, Lith and Solus couldn't help but question the means through which the Master aimed to achieve those goals, and most importantly how he planned to achieve them. Chapter 29, 45 Playdate, Part 1. Despite all the doubts Lith and Solus shared, she had recovered her fury only because Baitra had given it to her after recognizing Solus as Elfin Menadian. The mouth had ended up in the hands of Giera's council, and they would have never heard about it, let alone retrieved it, if not for Zorath. Each piece of Menadian's set was a priceless treasure that was heavily safeguarded, and whose possession was kept secret to not arouse envy and greed. Lith and Solus knew that unless a miracle happened, Zorath and the organization were their best bet at locating the ears. The Shadow Dragon wasn't aware that Lith controlled the tower, but she knew about Solus' real identity and their bond. For over a year now, Zorath kept everything a secret even from the Master, and gave them no reason to doubt her. Trusting the Shadow Dragon with the search for the missing artifact wouldn't endanger Lith's and Solus' safety any more than it already was. Were Zorath to spill the beans to the organization, what Vaster might do with the ears of Menadian would be the least of their worries. Finally, I was getting worried. Are you two all right? Camilla was waiting for them on the other side of the gate, giving Lith a kiss and a hug the moment he stepped through. Yes, we are fine, Solus nodded. Then what took you so long? That's my bad, Lith replied. Solus needed a confidence booster and I brought her to Lucia's school. How can a refresher course in writing and reading improve her morale? In her shoes, I'd feel insulted, Camilla asked in puzzlement. Solus laughed at the misunderstanding while Lith inwardly grumbled. To keep the surprise, he had told no one about the donation of tablets, not even to his wife. A quick mind link brought her up to speed, and a smile on her face. I'm proud of you. Camilla gave him a dazzling smile while caressing his face. For once you acted from the heart instead of the wallet. A few coins make a small difference to you, but they mean a lot to the kids, the school, and Solus. Thanks, I guess. Being praised like that actually made Lith feel worse since tablets were cheap by design, and he had crafted them himself, spending only the necessary to buy the raw materials. Now come, everyone was waiting for you for the experiment. Camilla took them by the hands and dragged them toward the garden. I wouldn't call it an experiment, Lith said with a sigh. It's just a playdate. Experiment is more appropriate. No playdate has ever been so dangerous, I guess. Camilla opened the glass double door with spirit magic while waving at their guests. You took your sweet time, Archol Verhin. Marchioness Brynja Distar stood up from her lounge chair and stood in front of Lith with her delicate fists planted on her hips in defiance. Her long golden hair had been fixed into a tress, and her sky-blue eyes looked at him coldly. "It's Supreme Archol Verhan for you," Lith said with a stern face before breaking into a smile at the word she had made up about him by fusing his titles of Archmage and Asshole. Brynja had come up with it a few years back in annoyance when Lith had become an Archmage and avoided her like the plague. Now it was just an inside joke between them. Truth to be told, Brynja had searched for a Magus equivalent, but to no avail. The Lord of the Distar region was wearing a comfortable set comprised of a loose shirt and pants that were usually reserved to deal with paperwork in the privacy of her own home, or while parenting her daughter, Milla. The baby girl was in a playpen right near the chair, looking around in curiosity. "And Supreme Archol it is then," she replied with a chuckle, giving him a brief hug. "Is everything all right?" she asked, receiving a nod in answer. "What about our promise?" "I haven't forgotten, Brynja. When I find Meln, you'll be the first to know." "Good," she nodded. "Then we can move on to the serious stuff." Brynja waved at the rest of the guests. Rissa with Durrell Manohar II, Alina with Surin, Celia with Salkar, Tyrus with Valoran II, Salark with Sharjin and Elijah. To avoid misunderstandings and questions about Valoran's origin, Tyrus had introduced herself as his mother, while the handmaidens posed as her ladies-in-waiting. Vila and Afia stood to the side, ready to intervene in case someone needed help. Ryla and Garrick were there as well, both excited to see so many new faces. "Say what you want, there's something weird in Lucia's water." Brynja stared at the rest of the women with a mix of envy and confusion. "Even the maids are stunning. I feel like I came to a beauty contest while wearing my pajamas." "You have no idea how much this means to me," the Dryad said with a sigh. "The nobles of the royal court have to associate themselves with me during social events, but they refuse to let their children near my son. Durrell needs to learn to socialize or he'll grow up into another Manohar. I meant his second name to be a blessing, not a curse." In his Dryad form, the baby boy had blonde hair and light green skin, making his inhuman nature apparent. In his human form, instead, he had black hair streaked silver all over, a smart gaze, and enough resemblance with the late god of healing to make people forget about his Dryad half as they ran for the hills. Durrell Manohar Marth was the headmaster's son. Marth had proved it with blood resonance multiple times. Yet the memory of the impossible feats performed by the late mad genius trampled both reason and everything between the nobles and the nearest exit. "I don't get it," Sola said. "He's but a child. What can he possibly do? Look at how quiet he is." "Not again." Solus, words alarmed Rissa, who turned around and lifted the baby, discovering it was just a bundle of vines shaped to resemble Manohar. "Where has he gone?" "Right here." Fluffy the bike pointed at the toddler who was tugging at his round ears. Manohar II had never seen a magical beast before, and he was eager to inspect the unknown, fluffy creature. When Rissa reached them, the baby was done patting the nose of the bear-like creature and was pulling Fluffy's lips up to inspect his teeth. The bike showed great patience, merely rolling his eyes at Durrell's antics. "Do you see what I mean? Babies aren't supposed to understand the concept of diversion, let alone do this." Rissa pointed at the 4 long vines spurting from the baby's back. "I can't get him to stop, and Durrell creeps everyone out." The baby used the vines to move around and to explore his surroundings. They acted as extra and very nimble limbs that he also used to grab things he wanted to examine. The overall impression, however, resembled too much an overgrown spider to be anything but disturbing. Chapter 2946 Playdate Part 2. Rissa caught Manohar from under the shoulders and brought him away from the bike. Just like the old Manohar, the baby reacted to the meddling with his experiments by throwing a tantrum. "I know how you feel, sister," Celia sighed, drawing Brynja's curious look as the huntress put the seemingly normal baby boy on the ground. The Marchioness was about to open her mouth and ask for an explanation when Salkar became covered in soft red fur and started running on all 4s, yapping at those present while sniffing at their clothes. Brynja instinctively took a step back, putting herself between Salkar and the playpen when he came close to Milla. Manohar II stopped crying, focusing on the other hybrid. "Don't worry, he's excited, not dangerous." Alina put Surin, the only other fully human baby, sitting on the ground in front of the puppy. Salkar sniffed and licked her, making Surin giggle and fall to a side. The Skald tried to help her sit, but the baby girl was more interested in his soft fur and waggling tail. After a while, Brynja felt safe enough to let Milla out of the playpen. The baby girl had inherited her light brown hair streaked blue from the late Miriam and had been named after her. Milla crawled forward, and Salkar welcomed her with a good sniff. The puppy yelped when she grabbed his tail, but did nothing aside from barking in annoyance. "Here we go, let's set loose the heavy weights." Salark gently dropped Sharjin to the ground. "Be good and help the little ones." The wormling looked like a human, so Brynja gasped in surprise when she saw him nod in reply. When Sharjin shapeshifted back into his real form, her knees buckled, and she needed Alina's help to keep standing. He had the snout and the tail of a dragon, scaled arms, bird feet, and 2 sets of wings on his back. The black feathers covering his body shined like obsidian under the sun, but what scared Brynja the most was his size. Sharjin was younger than Milla, but he was already as big as an adult man. Manohar II giggled like crazy, and it was with no little reluctance that Rissa let him go as well. He used the tendrils to run where the other babies were assembled, drawing Salkar's growls. The Skal didn't know the newcomer, and it moved too quickly for his taste. Elijah and Valoran exchanged a quick look. Neither of them liked that mess. They shapeshifted into their respective divine beast form, flapping their small wings and taking flight. They circled the other children, studying the situation from above while discussing in dragon tongue whether to join the weird bunch on the ground or not. "They can fly," Brynja went pale. She was no mage, and the idea of Milla going away in a direction where she couldn't follow scared her to death. "Yes, but so can we." Camilla pointed at herself, soulless and lithe. "You don't have to worry, this place is safe." She wasn't referring to the complex array system, protecting the place so much as the 2 guardians. "Still, it's the nightmare of every parent." Rissa pointed at the flying babies. "In your shoes, I would never let them do that. One moment of distraction and they are gone." Now, don't be dramatic," Lith shrugged. "I put trackers in all of the clothes I make." "Exactly," Camilla nodded. "You did what?" "You heard me, woman," Lith replied. "Are you telling me I have trackers in my clothes?" Camilla was flabbergasted. "No," his answer made her sigh in relief. "Grandma made your armor, so I had to put trackers in your jewelry." "You did what?" While Camilla reproached him for the breach of her privacy, Rissa and Brynja were still staring at Valoran and Elijah. "Trackers or not, I'm glad that my baby girl can't fly," the Martianess said. "You and me both." Rissa regretted those words the moment they came out of her mouth. Manohar II had been staring at the wormlings as well. A rustling of leaves and snapping of vines made the dryad look down just in time to see Durrell's extra limbs shapeshift into what looked like wings with vines for bones and leaves instead of feathers. "Gods, no," Rissa said in terror as the baby tried and failed to lift himself in the air. "There's no need to worry." Salark raised her hand to calm the dryad down. "A human's body is too heavy and those wings are too small to fly." The Overlord's true identity was public knowledge, so Rissa trusted her. The dryad didn't grab Manohar and kept watching. She sighed in relief when all of his attempts failed, leaving him pouting and exhausted on the ground. "What did I tell you? He's just a baby." Salark regretted those words the moment they came out of her mouth. While catching his breath, the baby boy had studied the shape and size of Sharjin's wings. It took Manohar II but a few modifications to his wings and a gust of wind from Chor magic to take flight. "I stand corrected. He's a very smart baby," Salark said while using tendrils of spirit magic to fetch the runaway. The rest of the playdate went great, mostly because the parents moved indoors and put the babies inside a huge playpen sealed from every side, up included. Space. Giera Continent, Griffin Kingdom's outpost. With the completion of the transoceanic gate, people and materials had been coming non-stop from Garland. Under the protection of the Wayfinder in its village form, the builders had started their work by fortifying the gate first, and then erecting solid walls capable of channeling the permanent arrays necessary to protect the future city of Darmok. Healers from the 6 great academies came to help Quilla to catalog the most common illnesses of Giera, each bringing with them alchemical tools to store and analyze the biological samples collected. After a quarantine to ensure that none of the newcomers required the medical care that only an awakened could provide, The Ernas were finally free to go back home. Orion had taught Amila Farg everything she needed to operate the Wayfinder. She had volunteered to stay behind and help the Empire's expedition to find the perfect site for their own outpost, but that would have to wait until the array system of Darmok was completed. Quilla couldn't wait to go back to her husband, Freya to plan her own marriage, and Orion to get the full checkup he so desperately needed. After Kelia had infused him with life maelstrom to empower his blade spell, Orion had discovered that although his impurities still held, the practice of any kind of magic brought him dangerously close to awakening. If before his training had focused on trying to feel the world energy and make the mana inside his body move, now he had to learn how to suppress the flow that naturally originated every time he cast a spell. He needed to use darkness fusion to stop the pain, light fusion to keep the impurities anchored to their positions, and the other elements to create a counterflow that kept his mana core under constant pressure. Chapter 29, 48 Changing Plans, Part 2. In the main tea room with your husband and Lady Freya's, Dater was still talking when the two women disappeared through a spirit step. The arrays of House Ernas blocked regular dimensional spells, but were ineffective against spirit magic. In truth, Gianni had already entrusted Orion to add a space compressing array to the custom dimensional ceiling array that all the powerful noble households employed. The renovation works had started right after Giza Jernoff made her threat, and the private quarters of the family were already shielded. Yet until the baby was born, Gianni couldn't afford to show her hand. To fool her enemies and make them think she was helpless, she first had to fool her allies. The two women reached their destination in one step, but none of the healing spells they kept at the ready could prepare them for the scene they found upon their arrival. Gianni was sitting on a comfortable sofa with her legs distended to give relief to her swollen feet. Her pristine day dress was a few sizes bigger than usual and loose to accommodate her swollen belly. She was sipping a cup of warm tea while caressing the head of Lucky the Rye. The magical beast was sitting in front of the sofa, his head on the sofa and leaned onto Gianni's side. It made it easy for her to find the comfort of his warm fur and for him to listen to the heartbeat of mother and child. Sitting around the tea table, there were Nalrond, Morok, Gunnian, and Chilean. The four men took turns refilling Gianni's cup and handing her sweet or salty snacks based on what she craved. Instead of the blazing bloodbath Quilla had been dreading, a polite conversation about the state of Giera's colonization was taking place. "Mom, are you all right?" Freya asked in disbelief, thinking that only a severe medical condition could explain the odd situation. "I'm perfectly fine, dear, we both are." Gianni caressed her own stomach, her voice filled with warmth, at least until she took a good look at her daughters. "What's with those pants, and why are you casting spells inside the house?" The only silver lining of their appearance was that their clothes were pristine, but Gianni knew it was only thanks to the self-cleaning properties of the enchanted armor. Quilla was glad to see that everything was fine, but she couldn't tell her mother that she had prepared everything she needed to save Morok and safely restrain Gianni. "We are just triple-checking that we haven't carried any bug from Giera, to keep you and the baby safe." Freya lied through her teeth and let the spells fade away. Gianni easily saw through her daughter's ade, but pretended not to as a reward for her ability to adapt and come out with a believable cover story on the spot. "Same here," Quilla awkwardly said, making Gianni click her tongue in reply. "Is Morok disturbing you?" "Hey," the tyrant said in outrage. "Not at all." Gianni gestured for him to sit and calm down. "During your absence, your brothers and I had the opportunity to know your husbands better. I must say that they are a couple of fine young men." Freya and Nalrond were just betrothed. Hearing Gianni referring to the Razar as Freya's husband made the former choke on his tea, and the latter fiddle with her hair in nervousness. Despite that, Freya didn't miss how weird the situation was. Obtaining Gianni's approval was supposed to be a difficult feat, and she wasn't the type to give compliments out of politeness. "Really, since when?" Quilla said, her voice expressing her disbelief in full. "Hey, I'm right here, Morok grunted in annoyance. "I mean, I know you are a good man, that's why I married you." Quilla raised her hands in apology. "I'm just surprised my mother has changed her mind about you so quickly." "I wouldn't call weeks of interrogation quickly," Morok replied, leaving Quilla flabbergasted. It was no interrogation. I just wanted to know my son's-in-law better since you girls always play your cards so close to the vest. Gianni replied with an amiable voice. No, I'm pretty sure it was an interrogation. The tyrant shook his head. Way more polite and subtle than those I underwent back when I was a ranger in the army, but still an interrogation. If it was a conversation, I'm pretty sure I would have been allowed to leave or not answer your questions. Mom, what did you ask him? Quilla asked. Them, Morak pointed at himself and Nalrond. A few things here and there. Gianni brushed off her daughter's concerns with a wave of her hand. Everything, Morak corrected her. Everything, Quilla echoed. Everything, Nalrond confirmed, making Freya go from nervous to embarrassed and then angry in less than 2 seconds. Except for intimate details, of course. Gianni chuckled at his need to clarify, that point whereas her sons shuddered in horror at the thought. Mom, how could you do that? Freya asked. How couldn't I, you mean? Gianni replied. I was bored and tired of being left out of your lives. After what happened to your sister and after you've left the house, I've been so lonely. She cried on cue, going from the bad guy to the victim in a single move. Gianni couldn't hide her actions, but at least she could cover her motives. As any good strategist, Gianni was preparing the field for victory and settling her business in case of defeat. The clock was ticking, and she needed to make sure that if something happened to her, her children would be cared for. It was the reason she had brought her family together, Lucky included. Gianni had never liked the Mastiff much, but he loved Floria and missed her almost as much as Gianni did. They had bonded over the grief they shared, and the care the Rye showed for the unborn child. Lucky was now part of her contingency plans. He couldn't fight Awakened, but, with the proper equipment, he could ensure that the baby wouldn't fall in the Myrock's hands were Gianni and Orion to die. As for you, Quilla, are you even taking your marriage seriously? Are you neglecting your conjugal duties because of your research? How can you not be pregnant yet? Mom, Quilla cried in embarrassment. Not for a lack of trying on my part. Morak stood up, putting his hand on his secondary heart, located near the right lung. She's the one who's always busy. It's only thanks to me that we have explored every room of our house, if you know what I mean. Morak, just looking at the grimaces twisting her brothers' faces, made Quilla want to die. I would have rather not known this, but thank you, Gianni nodded. You don't have to be angry with him, dear. After everything Morak went through with his parents, he has lost any filter, but there's no malice in his words. He just wants to be sure to be accepted for who he is. His words may sound rude and crass to you, but it's just his way to be open with you. It was also the reason Gianni had been forced to write him off her battle plans. Chapter 29, 47 Changing Plans, Part 1. Luckily, after getting rid of Thamos and the destruction of the Black Tide, there had been just a few skirmishes that required Orion's direct intervention. As long as he didn't use magic, the pain disappeared, and his mana core reverted to its dormant state. Are you sure that you don't want us to stay and keep you company, Dad? Freya asked before leaving the quarantine room in Valoran. She and Quilla were free to go after a routine checkup, thanks to darkness fusion cleansing their system from any lingering pathogens, whereas Orion was just a fake mage. At least on paper. I'm sure, my little rainbow. He caressed her hair covered in 7 elemental streaks that she no longer needed to hide from the world. Go to your mother. She's been alone for all this time, and I'm worried sick about her. Because she's pregnant, Moody, and someone could take advantage of her state, Quilla asked. No, because she's pregnant, Moody, and there's no one to keep her temper under control, Orion replied. Just because your mother doesn't show emotions, it doesn't mean she has none. She's just that good at keeping them under control. Are you telling me that under her hardened shell, Mom's actually a softie? Freya said in joy. Are you listening to me? Orion pinched his nose in frustration. I'm talking about the kind of emotions that make your mother great at her job and difficult to find an open spot in the graveyards of the Ernest region. Come on, Dad, it can't be that bad, Quilla replied. It's not Mom's first rodeo, and there are Chilean and Gunnian by her side. Indeed, but there's also Morak. That was enough to make Quilla turn pale. The tyrant's brashness was well known, and any indelicate mention of the fate that had befallen Floria might have turned Quilla into a widow. Don't worry about me and go. Orion pointed them to the door. We'll call you as soon as we get home. Freya and Quilla left the room in a rush. Vaster waited for them to go past the security checkpoint outside the quarantine zone before sealing the door and making sure that no one would disturb them. He was wearing a life ward plague doctor mask. It generated a hard light construct that covered him like a second skin and kept any dangerous substance out. The darkness magic of the beak flooded the air before he breathed it, turning every substance it carried into inert dust. "I heard you went through a lot in Giera. How are you feeling?" The master chanted all the routine spells, making small talk while also establishing a mind link to start the real conversation. "I'm just tired. I've caught more bugs on Giera than in a year on Garland," Orion shrugged. "I feel like crap. I think there's something wrong with my mana core," he actually thought, bringing Vaster up to speed. "Of course you feel like crap," the professor replied in outrage. "You are an idiot." "Our time is limited, so less insults and more sense," Orion said. "Do you understand that the point of everything we are doing is to not trigger your awakening until your body has a chance of making it in one piece?" Vaster asked, and Orion nodded for him to continue. "Then how could you be so stupid that you used a blade tear spell? You were stationed above a mana geyser and surrounded by awakened. Compared to that, a crystal mine is poor in world energy. The life maelstrom wasn't an issue since it strengthened both your core and impurities, but the blade spell threw that delicate balance into the gutter. For a brief moment, your mana core exerted a pressure that your body couldn't contain. Each power core you drew upon was akin to an extra mana core with no impurities to balance it out. You are lucky to be alive." "I'm not stupid. I just did what I had to." Orion shook his head. "I suspected that the blade spell might kill me, whereas I was certain that the lost city would kill me. Would you have acted any different in my place? Were the lives of your children on the line?" "No, I would not," Vaster admitted. "Enough with the bad news. I also have good news for you." "I thought that me being alive was the good news," Orion replied. "Yes, but there's more. Whatever you've done after the blade spell has greatly tempered her body. That counterflow technique you've developed doubled the refining rate. How do you feel now?" Vaster asked after using invigoration to adjust the position of Orion's impurities and strengthen their anchoring points further. "Much better. Ever since I left the geyser, the burning sensation in my abdomen subsided, but now it's completely gone," Orion replied. "Do me a favor and cast a Tier 1 spell without conjuring its effects." Orion did as asked, discovering that no mana flow formed and informed Vaster of his findings. "This is a good sign, but just to be safe, don't use magic until I say otherwise." "Why?" Orion asked. "Because if I'm right, we have found a way to make your body refinement match your mana core," Vaster replied. "Are you telling me that I can awaken?" "Number at least not right now," Vaster said. "Yet by using a blade spell to stimulate your core and then using your counterflow technique to suppress it, your body should gradually get accustomed to high-pressure mana. On top of that, by adjusting the size and position of your impurities as your body refinement improves, you should have a concrete chance to survive your awakening." "Let's say you are right. How long would it take?" Orion asked. "If we want to make sure, a year, maybe more." "I don't have a year. Please, you have to find a way to speed things up." Vaster was taken aback, checking Orion's life force just to discover that he was a healthy man with at least 50 more years of good health left. "What are you talking about? What's the rush? I thought you wanted to awaken only to live as long as your wife." "That was before. Now I need to awaken to defend my wife, and I've only got a few months left." Orion didn't trust Vaster and his many secrets much, but with the term of Gianni's pregnancy approaching, he preferred to dirty his conscience if it meant keeping her alive. As Vaster performed the checkup, Orion told him the truth about House Myrock in Jernov. Space. Erna's Archduchy, a few minutes later. The moment the royal guard inputted the coordinates of the Erna's mansion, and the gate opened, Quilla and Freya took their first sigh in relief. The second came after they stepped through the dimensional corridor, and the house staff greeted them instead of offering them their condolences. "Welcome back, Lady Quilla. Welcome back, Lady Freya. I've read many great things about you two on the interlink." Dater, the old family butler, gave them a deep bow. "Thanks to you, the name Erna's is once again spoken throughout the kingdom with the respect it deserves." "Thank you," Quilla nodded. "Where is our mother?" Chapter 29, 49 Future Struggles, Part 1. Moroc's powers and his alliance with the monsters of Zelex would have been a fine addition to the forces at Gianni's command, but there was no way that Moroc would be able to keep the secret from Quilla. Gianni had no intention to involve any of her children in the battle ahead. It was Gianni's mess, something born out her grief from Floria's death. The thought of losing another precious member of her family, and because of her at that, was unacceptable. Moroc sat down fiddling with his fingers. It was his turn to feel embarrassed after being read like an open book. "I agree with Mom," Gunnian said, surprising no one. "Moroc is not and will never be royal court material, yet knowing that you have at least one honest friend in a world of lies and deceit is of great comfort to me, dear sister." "What about Nalrond?" Freya asked. "This is not for me to say." Gianni turned toward the Razar. "Go, dear, you two have much to talk about and you've waited too long already." Nalrond had been a true surprise to Gianni. Since she was already aware of Freya's awakening, Lith's and Moroc's past hybrid nature, and Nalrond's skills as a light master, the Razar had decided that disclosing his past wasn't a big deal after all. Also, in his naivety, he believed that by being honest with Gianni, she could later better help Freya in making up her mind about their relationship after he informed her about his plans. Instead, Gianni used the garnered information to further her own. Nalrond had gone through a lot of suffering. He had lost his entire village and his first fiancée. He knew grief even better than Gianni and would have been a priceless asset to her. Yet before involving him in her schemes, Gianni needed him to go on with his experiments and clear things with Freya. As he was, Nalrond's only worth was his light mastery and the fact that Freya loved him. There was no point pitting him against Awakened. If he succeeded in fusing his life forces, however, after awakening he would reach the bright blue, if not even the violet. Being already a true mage, Nalrond would quickly get used to his newfound condition, and his powers would play a key role in Gianni's strategies. Before deciding how to use him, however, she needed to hear Freya's answer. It would make the difference between making whatever the Razar might become a sacrificial pawn, and a piece that Gianni had to preserve at all costs. Thanks, Nalrond was glad to have opened up to Gianni, and have received the full support of who he hoped would be his future mother-in-law. Despite her inquisitive line of conversation, Gianni had proved to be a great listener. She had shed fake tears upon hearing about the fate of his village, showed no concern about his hybrid nature, and had even encouraged him about fusing his life forces. As for Chilean and Gunnian, they would have preferred fully human companions for their sisters. Yet Nalrond's and Moroc's honesty and hard-working nature made them better than any of the spoiled nobles and arrogant mages that plagued the royal court. On top of that, their tragic past put them in a unique position to bond with Quilla and Freya like not even the members of their adoptive family could. Moroc was an orphan just like Quilla, while Nalrond had lost his family in a single day, just like Freya. The fact that the two men were also powerful mages was a huge plus on any brother's book. Nalrond stood up from his armchair, taking Freya's hand and gently pulling her toward one of the safe rooms of the house. They were soundproofed and magically insulated against any kind of listening device, but since Nalrond didn't want to take risks, he added a hush spell and a couple of arrays of his own to ensure their privacy. His conversation with Gianni had given him a glimpse of the personality of his host, and he suspected that the safety measures didn't apply to the lords of the house. Even though he wanted Gianni to help Freya with the aftermath of their conversation, he didn't want her to take any part in it. "How was Giera? Do you need some rest?" Nalrond took Freya's hands into his and cast his best diagnostic spells to check on her condition. "It was exactly as the reports say." She smiled at him, glad for his care. "A beautiful and rich land on the precipice of annihilation. It showed me what the kingdom might have become if Hathorn's plague hadn't been contained or the civil war avoided. It made me appreciate the crown despite all of its shortcomings. I don't need any rest. I had plenty on Giera while shadowing Quilla. Aside from the occasional skirmish with a monster horde, there wasn't much for me to do. I spent most of my time using accumulation and practicing dimensional and gravity magic. If I managed to combine them like Tezka showed me, I could." Nalrond wrapped his arms around her body, giving her a sweet kiss and cutting her short. "I missed you," he said. "I missed you too." Freya looked him in the eyes, reading in them how glad he was of their reunion and how nervous he was. I guess that the magic lecture can wait. Yes, Nalrund nodded. And that you brought me here to talk about something important you've already discussed with my mother. Asking the mother's blessing instead of the father's before proposing was unusual, but Gianni was the one available during Freya's absence. You're on fire today, babe, he replied, taking a few steps back and flexing his fingers to relieve their tension. There's something that I need to tell you and I can't wait any longer. Freya expected him to get on one knee and pull out a betrothal gift from his dimensional amulet. Instead, Nalrund kept standing and told her about his plan to fuse his life forces, and how Quilla had refused to help him until he discussed everything with Freya. What do you mean, almost die? Are you insane? The missed proposal hurt, but the ease with which he spoke about endangering his own life was even worse. I'm not insane. This is the path werepeople sought for millennia. Nalrund shook his head. The path that I was already walking before meeting you. Now that I've finally found a solution, I need to put it into practice. No, you think to have found a solution. Freya clenched her fist, needing sheer willpower to not yell. And you have no need to put it into practice. It's just something you want to do. There's a difference. And what would that be? Nalrund narrowed his eyes in annoyance. That you are obsessing about one thing you don't have and ignoring everything and everyone else, Freya replied. What if you are wrong? What if you die? Why can't you just pass this knowledge to a tribe of werepeople and see how it goes? Are you seriously asking me this? He was flabbergasted. Chapter 29, 50 Future Struggles, Part 2. Would you ever consider taking all your work as a dimensional mage and giving it away just because something might go wrong? Nalrund asked with a scoff. It's not the same thing. Freya couldn't believe he could be so hard-headed. I've worked my ass off on dimensional magic since the academy. It's the path that I've chosen as my career, whereas you are just being stubborn. Please, I've been working my ass on light magic ever since I have memory because I wanted to fix my condition. My people worked on it for centuries. It's not only a career for me, but also my legacy. The dream that I share with my ancestor, and with all those who have been turned into werepeople by forbidden magic. Anger turned Nalrund's voice cold and his teeth into fangs. Fine, Freya couldn't argue his point without sounding like a hypocrite. But why it has to be you? Because I'm the one who had the vision in the fringe. I've worked on it, and the only life force that I'm confident treating is my own. Nalrund replied. It would take me months just to study the life force of another tribe and adapt the procedure to it. Also, I can count on Quilla's help and Lith's tower. Werepeople would never accept being treated by a stranger, and Lith would never expose Sola's secret. With their help, I have a chance, whereas everyone else doesn't. Is it because I'm stronger than you? Freya was running out of options, but she was too afraid to lose him to stop. She didn't care how low she had to stoop if it meant having him in her life. Because you can't awaken. Strength means nothing. Think of Camilla, think of my mother. They are both weaker than their partner, but they are happy. No, our difference in strength isn't the issue, even though I'd be lying to you if I told you that it doesn't bother me. But it's not for the reason you think. I wouldn't care about awakening if I had a way to get stronger with you. To live as long as you do. To not have to be left behind whenever something happens just because I'm too weak. I've lost everything but my life once already. Every time you go out fighting and I stay home, I feel as helpless as the day dawn destroyed my world while I could just watch. All of this bothers me, but it's not the reason I want to fuse my life forces. It's because I want this curse to end with me. To give our children, if you'll have me, a better life than mine. Whether they want to awaken or not, to be human or beasts, I want it to be their choice. Nalrund took a deep breath to both calm down and find the strength to say the next words. I didn't ask to be born, just like I didn't ask to be permanently stuck between two worlds yet belong to neither. I didn't ask for Dawn to destroy my village. Things just happened, and I had to suck them up. Seeking revenge was my first real life-altering choice. It led me to Lith, then to Protector, and lastly, to you. Our relationship is something that I've chosen, and I treasure it the most for this exact reason. If it has to become another thing that I just have to suck it up, it would become meaningless. I can't give up on my dream just because you ask me to, just like you wouldn't give up on dimensional magic for me, would you? No, Freya lowered her gaze. She knew how hypocritical her request sounded, but she didn't regret trying. When we started dating, you knew that sooner or later I would attempt to cure my condition, but you accepted me. If you have changed your mind and want to break up, you just have to tell me. Nalron took another step back, giving her space and waiting for her answer. Countless thoughts crossed Freya's mind, from ending the engagement with him to wondering what their children would look like. Then, as she pictured them growing up, if their condition as hybrids would trouble them like it did Nalron. She thought about the sacrifice she was asking him to make. A sacrifice that would reflect upon their marriage over the years, especially while everyone grew old while Freya remained youthful. Yet all of that seemed a pointless worry in the face of death. She'd rather deal with those issues when, and if they arose, rather than enable what she perceived as a suicidal attempt. Freya was about to open her mouth to answer when he put his finger on her lips. Please consider this. Failure doesn't mean that I'm going to die for sure. If the wall between my life forces crumbles and I can't merge them, I'll just turn into a hybrid. And since I'm way past 20, I'll have to make my choice. If it comes down to that, I'm going to pick my human side. I won't live as long as you become a harbinger, but I'll finally be myself and our children will resemble their grandparents. I have no idea how being a harbinger works, and I'd rather not have them choose between being a hydra and a Rizar. I love being human, and I'm certain that our children would suffer were they to look nothing like their mother. Those words struck Freya harder than she thought possible. Gods, I can't believe how selfish I am, she thought. While I only worried about me, Nalrund worried about us. I've never stopped to consider how the Hydra blood might affect my body. I've never questioned how my choice to serve Falul might affect my future family. Nalrund, instead, is willing to give up on his Rizar side and a longer life today just to make someone who doesn't even exist yet happy. Someone who may never be born if we break up. I have only one question. Freya took his finger off her mouth. Are you really okay with me becoming a harbinger to be the solace in our relationship? Depends, Nalrund furrowed his brows. Are you sleeping with her? What, no, why do you ask? Freya couldn't understand his logic. Then no, I don't mind to be the Camilla of our relationship. Falul is going to be the solace since she gets your mind but not your body, he said, making her laugh. Don't get me wrong, I'd rather not share you with anyone. Yet if I have to choose between you becoming a harbinger and not have you in my life at all, I pick harbinger hands down. Then go to Quilla and tell her to prepare for the procedure. She wanted us to have this talk, and we did. There's nothing I can do or say to stop you, nor do I have any right to. As you said, this is your life, and you have to live it as you see best. Freya sighed. What about us? Nalrund asked. I'm still against it. Freya shook her head. Yet if I have to choose between risking to lose you and losing you no matter what, I pick the risk hands down. We are still together. Chapter 29, 51, Present Struggles, Part 1. Freya hugged Nalrund tightly, losing herself in his warmth. She ran her hand through his hair, appreciating its soft thickness. Then she caressed his back, following the line of his muscles. Freya took deep breaths, taking in Nalrund's natural smell and that of his cologne. She clung to him, trying to trap all those feelings and engrave them in her memory as strongly as she could. It was the only thing she could do to fight the fear that it was the last time she would hold him. Space. Tron Woods, Lith's tower, a few minutes later. What do you mean almost die? Are you insane? Lith said, his words matching Freya's. Nalrund, Freya, and Quilla had warped to the Verhin house, and from there the Rizar had asked Lith to move to the tower to talk in private. Do you realize what you are asking me to do? Lith's outrage after Nalrund finished explaining to him the procedure to merge the Rizar life force with the human had taken everyone by surprise. They had expected a shrug, a cold risk-benefit analysis, a friendship hug since Lith knew all too well how having your life forces engaged in an eternal conflict felt. Anything but this. This isn't a life-saving procedure but an elective procedure, and dumb one at that, Lith snarled. No more than Quilla's attempt to awaken herself. Nalrund shook his head. Hey, Quilla said, not liking the comparison one bit, mostly because it was true. Please, Lith brushed the objection off with a wave of his hand. That wasn't stupid. That was suicidal. I classify it as a life-saving procedure because without me, Quilla had fewer chances of survival than a biscuit in soulless room. Hey, both women said in unison, liking the comparison even less than the prior. This time, instead, I can stop this madness simply by refusing to take part in it. If I accept and something goes wrong, it is going to weigh on soulless conscience for the rest of her life. Freya might resent me, and I'd lose one of the few friends I have. I don't see any reason to help you. I have nothing to gain and everything to lose from this shit. Wait, you don't even see me as a friend? Nalrund asked in shock. A friend? Lith furrowed his brows in greater shock. You tried to kill me at first sight. You betrayed Soulless' secret after she spared your life. You taught me light mastery only to make up for the mess you made. We are acquaintances and business partners in the Silver Mines, but that's it. Thank the gods you haven't changed, Nalrund said with a laugh, finding Lith still being Lith oddly reassuring. For a moment I feared that fatherhood had made you soft. Why in the gods' names are you happy that Lith's acting like a jerk? Freya asked, outraged enough for them both. Because I'd rather my healer be cold and detached during the procedure than an emotional mess. Nalrund shrugged. Most healers refuse to treat their loved ones because they can't take the heat. Also, if I have to be honest, Lith isn't wrong. We know each other for years, but you can count the times we hung out together for the fun of it on the fingers of one hand. Then the Razar turned to Soulless, who was still as confused as everyone else. Since we have already established that Lith has no conscience, and he's just worried about yours, would you please help me convince him, Soulless? Me, being the center of attention, made her take a step back in reflex. She considered Nalrund a friend, and was worried about how his death would reflect on Freya as well. The last thing Soulless wanted was to be the one making such a hard decision. Yes, Nalrund nodded. I know that it's a low blow, but if I convince you, Lith's going to follow you to the moon and back. Please, Soulless, help me. You know how it feels to be trapped in a cage that has no bars yet prevents you from living your life to its fullest. To be stuck in place not because of what you did, but for the choices that someone else made for you. Please, help me to shatter my chains. Soulless stared at him and then at Freya, not knowing what to do. What would I do in his shoes? Would I put my life on the line to be free from the tower? Soulless looked at the hands of her human body, and then she used Sky Blessing to study for the umpteenth time the cracks in her life force and mana core. They were still there, unchanged since the first time she had discovered them, but there was a reason for it. Were the tower to fix them, its bond with Soulless would be broken, and with it the possibility to save her life. The wound that the original Baitra had inflicted upon Elfin had caused her original life force to be nigh depleted, and her mana core to turn gray. The years Soulless had spent bonded with Lith had allowed the tower to replenish her missing life force by slowly converting the world energy into it, after using Lith as a blueprint. If the cracks in her life force had been sealed back when she was a stone, she would have died of old age in a matter of days. Even now, Soulless had no idea how much of her original life force had been restored. She had lived bonded to the tower for 700 years, and awakened humans were supposed to live around 1,000 years. Even worse, were the cracks in her mana core to be fixed, it would quickly reach the bright, violent level in a matter of days. Her core would then become too strong for her weakened body, making it burst like an overinflated balloon. Soulless had struggled a lot with her condition over the years, but the more she studied it, the more she realized that Menadian's work was a miracle of magic. Rifa had salvaged a shattered core and even found a way to replenish an exhausted life force. What were 16 years compared with the renewed youth and life that the tower was giving her? No, I would not try to close the cracks in my essence, Soulless answered to herself honestly. I wouldn't risk dying and losing Lith, Elijah, and everyone I've come to love, yet my situation is completely different from Nalrund's. I just have to wait to get everything I want, and maybe even get free from the tower, whereas he has to decide whether to be a prisoner for the rest or his life, or put everything on the line for a change at freedom. You are my friend, Nalrund. You have my help. Soulless offered him her hand, and he promptly shook it. He is, Lith was flabbergasted, but you've spent with him even less time than me. Lith Tiamat Verhen? Whenever someone used his full name, he knew to be in trouble. Nalrund risked his life while fighting by our side countless times. He helped us to save Falco from the Strangler. Chapter 29, 52, Present Struggles, Part 2. He taught us light mastery and accompanied us to the fringe. He is our friend, and the fact that Freya loves him should make you appreciate Nalrund more, not consider him a liability to your friendship. Fine, you win. Lith raised his hands with the palms out in surrender. But if we are going to do this, we'll do it my way. What do you mean? Nalrund asked. I mean that I'm going to do everything I can to ensure your survival, Lith scoffed. I'm not going to put Solus and Freya's happiness at risk just to be nice. I still don't follow you. The Rizar was getting more puzzled by the second. You putting the most effort into the procedure is a good thing. I want to live. It's the whole point of me asking you for help. Why are you talking as if it's a bad thing instead? Because when I say everything, I mean everything, Lith replied, his voice cold and his gaze stern. You are going to swallow a very bitter pill and you are not going to like it. Space. Gorgon Empire, underground city of Lightkeep. Why are we here? Freya had never been to the undead city and looked around in amazement. The tower warp had brought them inside Vladian's house, a fine noble mansion that put even the Erna's household to shame. As I said, we're going to do everything we can to ensure Nalrand's survival. This is where the final pieces of the puzzle are. Lith pointed at the hands of Menadian that they had borrowed from Falul and the mouth of Menadian that Tista had entrusted to them. The Hydra had agreed to oversee the procedure. She would wear the tower's eyes so that her 7 heads would take the full burden of the artifact. This way, she could study the data collected by the eyes and relay the parts relevant to the procedure via a mind link, leaving the healers free to focus on their spells. Lith and Quilla were the only ones in the group, besides Falul, to have reached such a mastery of the healing arts that they could hear the melody of the life forces. Having less skilled people like Freya or Tista around would just hinder them. I see, Freya nodded in understanding. We have come to borrow the eyes of Menadian from Kala. As if on cue, the White walked through the door and trotted toward them. It's nice to see you again so soon, Scourge. She was wearing a gold-rimmed pince-nez the size of a plate on her snout and a perfectly cut white crystal as big as an apple on her neck. I love your company, but you can't interrupt my work so often. Mom, Nika and Nock both slapped the back of the White's neck. First, rude. Second, what do you mean often? The last time you saw Lith was during the War of the Griffins. My point exactly, Kala grunted in annoyance. He can't barge in here every other day and expect me to be happy. I can't drop everything whenever he feels lonely. If Scourge has so much free time, he should deal with Thrude or take care of his pregnant wife. Mom, Nika and Nock both slapped the back of the White's neck again while everyone else chuckled at their expenses. That was over a year ago. Thrude is dead and Lith's daughter is 5 months old. Nika pointed at Elijah, who was strapped to the baby carrier on Lith's chest. Really? Kala took the eyes off her snout to clean them before taking a better look at her guests. She looks pregnant to me. Her claw pointed at Quilla, who raised her finger, opened her mouth, and then remembered how the eyes of Menadian worked. She fainted on the spot before anyone could recover from the surprise and congratulate her. Mom, that's Quilla, not Camilla. Nika slapped her own forehead so hard that it produced an echo. Also, way to break the news to her. You should be more tactful. Don't lie to me, Kala was outraged. I know Scourge's wife, Kelpie. She is female, has black hair, and she's shorter than Lith. The White waved at Quilla's unconscious figure that matched the generic description to perfection. Camilla, not Kelpie. Kala had still a long way before attaining lickhood, but Nock feared that her memory had already become that of an undead from overwork. Also, you have just described half of the women of the Garland continent. I see. It was only then that the scan revealed that the energy signature of the fetus didn't match those of the Tiamats, and Kala realized her blunder. Well, congratulations, young lady. He's going to be a healthy, strong boy. It's a boy. Quilla had barely recovered when she fainted again. Why the reaction? Kala was puzzled. There's no reason to prefer a female. The important is that the child is healthy. Mom, Nika slapped the massive head of the White with all of her strength. Please, shut up. Quilla doesn't care about the gender of the baby. It's just that you keep delivering her with big news with the tact of an avalanche. I see, and Kala was being literal. She saw things clearly with the eyes, but had yet to understand the reason for all that fuss. She decided to do as instructed and shut her mouth until talked to. Quilla had just regained consciousness again. When she woke up, she found herself to be lying on the marble floor with everyone giving her space while looking at her with a worried yet joyful look. It wasn't a dream, right? she asked, and when the others shook their heads in reply, she went into hyperventilation. Congratulations, sis. Freya took first place while offering Quilla a leather bag to breathe in. Thanks, I hope. I'm scared, Quilla said in between breaths, glad that every healer worthy of their name carried such bags with them at all times. I knew it, Calla inwardly patted her own back. I knew I had to shut up. If this Kira is already scared as it is, I should tell her about the twin only once she calms down. It's normal. When I learned that Kami was pregnant, I was terrified and I wasn't the one carrying the baby, Lith said. Congratulations, little one. Sis, little one Karnak, how can people demand me to remember so many goddamn names? Calla looked at the scene in annoyance, longing to go back to her lab already. Can't they just pick one and stick with it? Everyone congratulated Quilla in turns, and after a while she was able to get back to her feet. Thanks, guys, gods, I have to tell Morok, and Dad, and Mom. Quilla shuddered at that word. I don't know what to expect from her, to lock me in the house to protect me or send me out on a mission to exploit the baby's power boost. Babies, plural, Calla corrected her. The White had been distracted long enough to forget about the previous warnings, including her own. Babies, Quilla echoed as blood drained from her face. Chapter 29, 53 Victims and Perpetrators, Part 1. Yes, Calla tapped with a claw near Quilla's womb. A boy and a girl. I missed one earlier because the boy eclipses his twin, and with all the equipment the mother wears it took the eyes a bit to complete the scan. Quilla checked her womb with invigoration, finding the minuscule life forces only because she knew where and what to look for. It's fine, Quilla nodded and then fainted again. After a few minutes, several glasses of water for Quilla and slaps for Calla, the situation went back to normal. I'm okay now, I think. Quilla received a second round of congratulations, but this time she refused to get up. Just to be clear, we are done, right? Are you leaving already? Calla asked with a jovial tone that was anything but polite. No, I'm asking if we are done with the news. You didn't spot a third baby while I was passed out, did you? Quilla said. Calla took a long pause, her gaze getting stern. Did you? Quilla's voice quivered at the idea of triplets. I'm sorry, are you talking to me? I spaced out for a moment, the White replied. Yes, there's just 2 of them. Also, I'm sorry for upsetting you. I wouldn't have mentioned your pregnancy if I hadn't mistaken you for Scourge's wife. You resemble her a lot. Thanks, Quilla said with a chuckle, taking it for a compliment. The truth was that all humans looked the same to Calla. Please don't apologize. It was an honest mistake, and despite my unbecoming reaction, you made me really happy. Glad to hear. The White rubbed her muzzle against Quilla's hand in a friendly gesture. So, when are you leaving? Mom, Nika wanted to die in embarrassment, while Nock's paw hurt from all the slapping. I mean, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Lith briefly explained Nalron's problem to Calla and its experimental solution. Much to everyone's surprise, she remained focused for the entire conversation without missing a beat. I see. So you want to integrate Nalron's life forces, and you want to borrow my eyes to couple them with the towers, and maximize the efficiency of the floors that require the eyes to work. Yes, Lith nodded. Out of curiosity, how come you remember Nalron's name after hearing it once? What a silly question, Scourge. I never forget the name of my specimens, I mean friends. Calla looked around, hoping that no one had noticed her slip of the tongue. By the way, would you mind if I spectate? To become a lick, I'm going to almost die myself, and I could learn a thing of 2 from your experiment. First, it's a procedure. Second, you should ask Nalron, not me, Lith said. Yes, of course, Calla replied, turning to the Rizar. Do you mind? No problem. Nalron had just met the White, but he couldn't wait to get rid of her already. Great, let's get to work. Calla trotted toward the tower, but Lith stopped her. Not so fast. The eyes are just one of the things we need. Make way, Solus. The only thing Lith remembered about Vladian's house was that it was underground, whereas, thanks to her previous visit and her eidetic memory, Solus knew where Baba Yaga's lab was. I hate it when Lith acts like this, even more when he is right. She inwardly crossed her fingers, hoping for the best. Lightkeep was built over a geyser powerful enough to sustain temporarily both Solus Tower and Baba Yaga's hut, and Vladian's house was so big that it could host them both. Those who had never been to the undead city marveled at the sight of the training facilities, and the masterpieces of art decorating the place. Yet nothing shocked and awed Nalrond more than the contents of the small hunting hut. The room seemed to be made of plain hardwood, and the magical equipment was similar to what he had seen countless times in Falul's lair and Lith's tower. The Rizar lacked the forgemastering expertise to recognize how more advanced it actually was. So it wasn't a what who struck at the very core of his being, but a who. Nalrond went pale, the blood draining from his face in trigger response to his trauma before flushing back in anger. Hi, Nalrond. Zepho Akala, former ranger of the Griffin Kingdom and current host of the Horsemen of Dawn, stepped away from the magical equipment. Lith warned me of your arrival. He kept his hands visible and away from anything that could be considered even remotely a weapon. Yet the bright white mana crystal coming out of his chest was visible through the fabric of his shirt, and that was enough for Nalrond to consider Akala a threat. You did what? He said in shock. I told you that I would do everything to ensure your survival and that you wouldn't like it, Lith replied. Dawn is one of Mager's greatest experts on life forces in general and yours in particular. You told me that your people sought her advice and that you've learned light magic from her. Dawn has studied the life force of the Rizars for centuries, and she is bound to know a lot of things about it, if not even a cure. Not asking her advice before risking your life on a maybe would be stupid. Stupid? Nalrond could barely contain his anger. How can you bring me to the person who murdered my people and destroyed my life? How can you consider not seeking the advice of such a monster stupid? Akala remained still and silent, knowing that everything the Rizar was saying was true. You would be right if I had brought you here with the goal of reconciliation, Lith replied. I'm not asking you to forgive them or even to trust them, only to listen to what they have to say and check if it matches with your theory. You are the last Rizar, and if you die, your species will become extinct. You don't have to like them to take what it belongs to you. What the heck are you talking about? Nalrond felt like Mager had become crazy, and he was the only sane person remaining. You are not going to ask for their help. As I see it, they owe it to you, once we are done here. We are done here? Nalrond cut Lith short, enveloping Elijah in a shield of light that blocked her sight and hearing. And they don't owe me answers, they owe me blood. He shapeshifted into his Rizar form and charged at Akala. A Tier 3 light mastery spell enhanced the already razor-sharp edge of his claws and made them scorching hot. They easily ripped through clothes, flesh, and bones, leaving 4 deep diagonal cuts that went from Akala's left shoulder to his right hip. The heat cauterized the wounds the moment the claws opened them, making them harder to heal and the surrounding blood boil. Once it reached the nearby organs, they were steam-cooked from the inside and failed one after the other. Akala could have activated light fusion to mend the cuts, darkness fusion to stop the pain, or just the Lightspire armor to prevent the damage, but he did nothing. Chapter 29, 54 Victims and Perpetrators, Part 2. Whatever Nalrond does to me, I deserve it. This pain is the consequence of my actions, and I'm owning it for once, Akala thought. You destroyed my village. Nalrond yelled as a left-handed slash cleaved Akala's arm at shoulder level and the limb into 4 smaller pieces. No blood spurted from the wounds. The heat cauterized them instantly, searing the flesh and releasing a barbecue smell. You killed my people. A right-handed strike tore apart the remaining arm as well. You killed my family, my wife. Nalrond crossed his claws into an X-shaped cut that severed Akala's legs, leaving him a helpless stump. How dare you stand here like nothing happened? The Rizar lifted Akala from the collar of his shirt, his eyes burning with mana while his claws sizzled on contact with the flesh. How dare you live in comfort, well-fed and dressed, while I couldn't even collect the ashes of my people? You should be hiding in some dirty hole like the rat you are. You should spend the rest of your life scared, running from one place to another without knowing what day will be your last. Nalrond screamed every single word, and soon found himself short on breath. Yet his body was full of strength. His rage burned so strong that everything felt possible to him. Having his hated enemy at hand was a dream come true. He had imagined that moment countless times, and it was turning out to be everything he had hoped for. With one jarring sour note. In Nalrond's fantasies, Akala fought tooth and nail. He would scream in pain, shouting with rage and desperation as his life neared its gory, violent end. Now, instead, the former ranger refused to struggle and had yet to emit as much as a whimper. "You have no right to be happy," Nalrund shouted in frustration, and when once again Akala refused to reply, the Rizar decapitated him. "You have no right to live. My people should have never saved you." Nalrund's right hand pierced through Akala's chest, puncturing his heart and seizing Dawn's white crystal. He unleashed his best spells one after the other, screaming in an animalistic roar in the attempt to split the host and the cursed object apart. "Did you get it out of your system?" Dawn said, her voice coming out of the head on the floor that had shapeshifted into her own. Crystals sprouted from the stumps and reconnected the main body with the severed limbs. The muscular body of Akala was replaced by a lithe feminine frame, yet when Dawn's delicate hand closed around the Rizar's claws, it had the strength of an industrial vice. "I let Zepho become your punching bag because that's what he wanted. For some stupid reason, he feels guilty for what happened to you." The horseman pulled Nalrund's hand out of her chest with deliberate slowness as the Rizar grunted in fury and effort, trying to resist. "He can do everything he wants with his body, but when you dared touch mine, I had to draw a line, you scum." The crystal sprouts disappeared along with the wounds, leaving no trace of the slaughter. "How dare you call me scum, murderer?" Nalrund spat every word, saliva dripped off the horseman's face. "I just like calling things by their name, thief," Dawn replied with a low growl. "Since you are such a connoisseur of vengeance, you won't mind me exacting mine." She closed her fist shut, crushing the Rizar's hand in the process. Solus and Freya stepped forward to stop Dawn and help Nalrund, but Lith grabbed their shoulders, shaking his head. "Your vengeance," Nalrund roared in outrage. "Yours." "Yes, mine." The Rizar struck with his healthy hand only for Dawn to slap it away, and then hit his face in a single movement. The slap shattered his jaw and twisted his neck with so much strength that it gave him a concussion. Even with darkness fusion stopping the pain, Nalrund's vision blurred and his knees buckled. "Or have you conveniently forgotten the part about what your people did to me?" Dawn grabbed the Rizar by the scales on his neck akin to what he had done earlier to Akala, making him bleed. "I never even knew where people were real until I was forced inside the fringe. I never planned on involving the Rizars in my feud with Sinmara. You guys butted in." Since Nalrund kept struggling, she punched him in the chest. Darkness fusion spared him from the agony, but the shattered ribs made breathing almost impossible. The Rizar couldn't move anymore. There was no strength left in his body as he coughed out blood. With the excuse to be my jailers, the Rizars trapped me inside a small chest for centuries. Another slap broke the other side of Nalrund's jaw and aggravated the concussion. "You starved me of light element with your arrays. You tortured me for decades until I gave up and shared my knowledge with the Rizars." Dawn let go of Nalrund, healing his wounds just enough to make sure he could keep listening but not argue back. "You extorted life mastery and body sculpting from me. You stole another mage's work, breaking one of the most sacred taboos on Magur. Not even the Guardians, not even the past royals of the kingdom, or the magic emperors ever did such a thing to the lowest commoner." "Your people did." The horseman took a brief pause, letting her words sink in before dealing another stab at Nalrund's righteous anger. "Your people took everything from me, even my legacy. They left me alone in the dark for years at a time, until they needed something from me, and only then would I know a short respite. Did you really think that after enduring centuries of this, I would have just walked away with a smile? That I would have let you Rizar scum live happily to enjoy the fruits of my labor? You are a monster," Nalrund gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Everything you've learned cost thousands of lives. We delivered justice to your victims." "Please," Dawn laughed at him with scorn. "If you truly believe what you say, you would have never learned my magic. If my spells are stained with blood, so are your hands. Your people never cared about my so-called victims. They knew about me only what Sinmara told them, and they used it as a justification for their actions. Otherwise, your ancestors would have gone out of their fringe and fixed my alleged mess instead of hoarding my knowledge for themselves. The Rizars were no better than I am." Dawn spat on the ground. "Stop playing the tragic hero. Like it or not, sharing my legacy makes you the disciple I never wanted. Your hands are as blood-stained as mine. The only difference between you and I is that I moved on. Even after I discovered that a Rizar had survived, I didn't bother with a mad quest for revenge. When Verhin suddenly became a light master after meeting you, I didn't chase him down. I knew it was your doing, I just didn't care. I considered us even and let go of my resentment. Chapter 29, 55 Matching Pieces, Part 1. Nalron's chest was healed enough for him to breathe again. He wanted to yell, to curse at the horseman, and deny everything she said. Yet he lay down on the floor, his spirit as broken as his body. He knew that she was telling the truth because the methods for dealing with Dawn had been passed down in his tribe for generations. He had learned them as a child and put them into practice as an adult. He had never doubted those teachings or questioned his actions. From the Rizar's point of view, they were doing Magur a favor. Taking her knowledge was no act of malice, just their rightful compensation for the horrors they had suffered from the same forbidden magic that had spawned her. From Dawn's point of view, however, the Rizars were a bunch of cruel monsters, and she was their victim. How could I believe that a single Rizar would succeed where an entire village failed? Nalron thought. My quest has never been about revenge. My purpose never changed even after meeting Lith. I just wanted to be put off my misery and be reunited with my people. Now, since I doubt that your friend would like being indebted to me even more than he already is, soulless, it's better if one of you guys heals him. I'm going to check if Zepho is all right. Dawn walked out of the room to let both her host and Nalron express their grief without witnesses. Freya bolted to the Rizar's side as soon as Lith let go of her arm. She used invigoration on him to assess the severity of his condition, discovering that the wounds Dawn had inflicted upon him were painful but not life-threatening. She had avoided vital spots on purpose. Even the remaining rib fragments were nowhere near his heart and lungs. "Why did you stop me?" Freya asked, her tone filled with resentment and disbelief. "We could have helped Nalron, together we could win." "And then what?" Lith shrugged. "We have no way to destroy her mana crystal, and even if we did, making an enemy of Baba Yaga while inside her mage tower is beyond idiotic. On top of that, I made myself clear when I said that I'd do anything in my power to help Nalron, and that he wouldn't like it. We came here to ask Dawn a second opinion, and if Nalron needs to be beaten to a pulp to get a reality check, I'm fine with it." "How can you say that?" Quilla pulled Lith's arm, forcing him to look her in the eyes. "I doubt that in his shoes you'd act any different. You are a huge hypocrite." "No, I'm not," he replied. "I had plenty of enemies stronger than me in the past. Darius, Knight, Thrud, and I could go on, yet I've never charged blindly ahead. I always bid my time and wait for the moment when I can win. I don't fight losing battles unless my life of that of someone I love is on the line. What Nalron did here was reckless and stupid. Had Dawn not made peace with Solus, now we would be all involved in his mess, and we would have another immortal enemy." But Freya tried to say, but Nalron gently squeezed her hand, after shape-shifting back into his human form. "He's right," he said while coughing out the blood still stuck in his throat. "Dawn's right. I think that even someone as kind as Solus would have slaughtered us after being treated like that for centuries. We used the term cursed object, and the crimes we assumed Dawn perpetrated to excuse what we did to her. After meeting Solus, I understood that not all cursed objects are bloodthirsty monsters. We did things to Dawn, horrible things. She was just a murderous piece of crystal to us, not a person. We didn't waste 1 second worrying about her suffering. We only cared about getting our hands on the legendary light mastery." "Are you telling me that you've forgiven her?" Freya asked in disbelief. "No, I'll never forgive her," Nalron said with a snarl, finding his strength back. "I'm just too tired, I need time to think." After an awkward silence lingered in the lab for a few minutes, Lith sent Solus to call Dawn back. "Do you want to confront the Rizar?" the hostman asked Akala. "No, everything he said about me is right. Nothing I say will make Nalron feel better. My presence would only make things for him harder to bear. Besides, he needs your help, not mine. If he's your disciple, I'm just your apprentice, yet." "What can I do for you?" Dawn asked Lith without looking down at Nalron once. "My friend here thinks he's found a way to undo the effects of forbidden magic on his life forces. Since you have spent centuries in the fringe with his people, I assume you know a Rizar's physiology inside out. I want your opinion about the procedure he has devised, and any advice you can give us to improve on it." "Do you really expect me to know a cure for the condition of the werepeople?" the horseman asked with a scoff. "A cure, no," Lith replied. However, I bet that during your imprisonment you devoted a lot of time and energy to circumvent the Razar's condition and use one of them as your host. It's what I would have done. Consider the bet won? She nodded. Useless to say, I failed. After a while I realized that their life forces were so strongly intertwined that in my sealed state I couldn't fix them without a host. Yet unless I fixed their life forces, I couldn't get a host. It was an impossible conundrum. That's why I had to wait for an outsider like Zepho. Dawn was impressed by Lith's cold logic, as much as Akala was appalled by Lith's willingness to put Nalrund through so much emotional pain just to achieve his goal. I can see now how he beat us, Akala thought. I can see now why Solus likes him, Dawn thought. Nalrund, Lith asked. What? The Razar sighed, gulping down potions to make up for the lost nutrients. It's your research. My understanding of it is limited, Lith replied. I can act as a middleman if you don't want to talk directly to Dawn, but I still need your input. Lith put his hand on Nalrund's shoulder, establishing a mind link. Your choice. Isn't it a bit late for your concerns after setting me up for a beating? The Razar asked. I did no such thing. I warned you multiple times. It's you who acted out. You picked a fight with Dawn and got your ass kicked. I'm your healer, not your nanny. Nalrund gritted his teeth. Those words spread salt on his already wounded pride. Thanks, I think I can do it. He took a few slow breaths to relax and then explained everything to Dawn. I think you are on to something, she replied after pondering Nalrund's theory and brainstorming it with Akala. Your procedure should work, but in my opinion your odds of survival are barely 50%, at least as it is. Chapter 29, 56 Matching Pieces, Part 2. Do you know how to improve it after listening to it once? Nalrund was flabbergasted. No shop, genius. Elijah's presence triggered the autocorrect for family-friendly language. As your friend said, I've studied the Razars for a long time, and my expertise in light magic made Manohar look like a child in comparison. He's not my friend, Lith and Nalrund said in unison. Really? Dawn furrowed her brows. Going through so much trouble to help you heal in the body and the mind sounds like something a friend would do. He did, Nalrund was flabbergasted. Lith informed us of your arrival and asked us to go easy on you in case things got out of hand. Dawn nodded. Anyway, off the top of my head, there are 2 points that you have to reconsider. First, you can't just let your life forces meet and hope for the best. That's something that regular hybrids are forced to do, because they have no idea when the barrier between their life forces is going to fall apart and make them clash. In your case, you can make it happen any time you want. You might as well be prepared. Weakening your life forces by wounding your bodies will weaken their clashes and make them more receptive to your will, but that's it. If your goal is to merge your life forces, you should use body sculpting to create an artificial link between them. This way, their energies are going to flow into each other and reduce the friction between them. It's the same thing a Forgemaster does when applying runes during the preparatory phase, Dawn said, and Lith nodded for her to continue. Second, cracking both your cores is unnecessarily dangerous. You'd better try and see if they merge along with your life forces. Then, if that fails, consider cracking solely the mana core of the life force you are more willing to discard. Even if you can't make the mana cores merge, as long as you have a perfect life force and one healthy core, you should survive. This is very interesting, Kala said while taking notes with water magic and adapting the process for Liquid. According to my previous and almost lethal failures, however, it's better to collect data before attempting the actual procedure. Even with the eyes, it might take a few tries. We have no idea how long Nalrund's life forces are going to remain stable enough to study them, and he needs time to recover before performing a new attempt. Right, the eyes, Dawn said, looking at the white in envy. Well, if you don't need us anymore, we'd go back to our experiments. Solus looked at Nalrund, who replied, Yes, we are done here. In case anything else comes to your mind, please ask Vladian to contact us. He has Lith's rune. Solus didn't trust the horseman enough to give Dawn her contact rune. Also, she wanted to avoid further upsetting Nalrund. Where is Malishka? I was hoping to meet her. Mother is busy. As more and more members of the undead courts are leaving the surface, the eclipsed lands are running out of space. Dawn replied. Before helping them to build a new city, however, she wants to make sure her children from the surface have truly turned a new leaf. I'll let her know you've been looking for her. Freya and Quilla had never been in the eclipsed lands and were curious to see the rest of Lightkeep. Yet Nalrond was in dire need of rest. His physical wounds had already disappeared, whereas his mental scars had been torn open again. Everyone returned to the tower, and a quick warp brought them back to the Verhin mansion. Thanks to Scarlet's sunshade array that absorbed the excess light element of the day, Nika wasn't hindered by the sun as long as she remained away from the windows. Take all the time you need. Lith brought Nalrond to the Rizar's private quarters on the first floor of the tower. We need you at the top of your game before you give us a practical demonstration of the procedure. He left a tray of steaming food on the table and was about to leave the room when Nalrond stopped him. Why did you do that? You need to be more specific. Why did you force me to meet Dawn and Akala? You know what they did to me. If you thought we needed a second opinion so badly, we could have had that conversation through a communication amulet, Nalrond asked. Because you remind me a lot of how I was until a while ago, Lith replied. So focused on what I've lost that I disregarded what I had and, more importantly, what I could have if I just pulled my head out of my ass. He shapeshifted into his Tiamat form while holding Elijah's little hands. The baby girl shapeshifted as well, smiling from ear to ear as the dragon scales transmitted the love that her father was unable to express with words. Let me guess, Nalrond sighed. In my shoes, you wouldn't put at stake what I have with Freya nor go on with the procedure. No, that's why I say we are not friends. You don't know the first thing about me. The Tiamat snarled. In your shoes, I would absolutely try the procedure. The idea of not being able to protect Kami and Solus is unbearable to me. And don't get me started about dragging Elijah in my essay chop. What I wouldn't do is let my pride get in the way of my survival. I don't care who or what I have to ask for help. As long as I come back to my family at the end of every day, the rest doesn't matter. Space. While Nalrond sorted out the mess that his mind was, Lith and the others worked to sync the various pieces of the set of Menadian. Luckily, they already knew how to connect the two eyes, and with the help of the artifacts, syncing the mouths and the hands was just a matter of time. If my hypothesis is correct, this is going to more than double our magical prowess, Solus explained. You see, after the last upgrade, the tower has recovered a few floors that need the pieces of the set of Menadian to work. Even though the single external pieces can't connect with the tower by themselves, the problem should be solved by syncing them with their respective tower twin. Since Lith and Solus had nothing noteworthy for the grimoire and the thievery to study, Solus activated the spark. It allowed them to further refine the pieces they had already forge-mastered without the need to break them down with creation magic, and then enchant them again. Solus put the tower's hands on the stone pedestal, channeling the vigorous flow of world energy necessary to activate the full power of the artifact and start the refining process. Ragnar K was already comprised of Davros and elemental crystals, so it had no need for the spark. The Voidwalker armors, the Sage Staff, and Double Edge instead still had a long way to go. Chapter 2957 Lost Secrets, Part 1. Also, the spark enriched with mana the blood and tissue samples that Lith and the others would use as amplifiers for the artifacts they would forge-master in the future. Okay, here goes everything. Freya pressed the 6 elemental gems of her hands of Menadian against those of the tower's hands. A notification in the tower's interface announced to Solus that the sync had been successful, but nothing happened. Nothing happened. I knew it was too good to be. The tower shook below their feet and cracks opened on the stone pedestal in the middle of the spark. By my mom, I think we are putting too much stress on the tower. Either it needs to recover more floors in order to handle both artifacts, or we did something we weren't supposed to. We need to reverse the process. While Solus and Freya tried to deactivate the sync between the two pairs of hands, the cracks expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Or maybe not. Look, Tista pointed at the fissures in the stone pedestal that were taking a precise circular form instead of spreading. We were all wrong. It's no damage. The tower has just created a second slot for the other hands. Correction, we were partly wrong. Solus checked the tower's interface and the status of the core. I think this wasn't supposed to be possible, at least according to the old tower's schematics, and the process is indeed straining the tower. What do you mean? Lith asked. Aren't identical pieces of the sets of Menadian naturally capable of working like a single unit? Yes, but the pieces that my mother gifted to her apprentices weren't supposed to link with the tower. It became possible because the tower is incomplete, and once synced, the tower core mistook Freya's hands for another missing piece. It's like when we become one, Lith. When it happens, the power core is no longer capable of distinguishing between us and fixes your life force as well. In the case of the hands, it created an extra slot where there was none. The issue is that to do that, the tower core is rewriting itself to accommodate another artifact and deal with its foreign energy signature. I see. Lith pondered the issue for a while. This means that as soon as the tower recovers from the changes, we need to go to the thievery and the grimoire to make room for the second set of eyes. If we wait for too long, whatever new function the tower can gain by doubling the artifacts it is connected with will be lost. For once, the tower being in an incomplete state is not a handicap, but a limited opportunity to gain an advantage. What about the mouth? Tista pointed out. We have no floor that works with the mouth, Solus shrugged. There's no rush for that. Gods, how can you guys be so calm? Aren't you curious? Freya was quivering with curiosity. She stood in front of the stone pedestal while holding the hands, but she didn't dare insert them without permission. A mage tower was the most sacred treasure a mage could have, and Freya would never risk damaging such a priceless artifact. Yes, Lith and Solus replied in frustration, but this is new for us as well. Better be safe than sorry. After a while, the tremors stopped and the stone pedestal was whole again. No cracks remained. The slot for the second pair of hands was so cleanly cut that it seemed to have been chiseled by an artist with a scalpel. Even then, Solus waited until the tower interface detected no more power fluctuations for 10 minutes straight. Do it, but be ready to pull them out on my signal, Solus said, and Freya nodded. The moment she got close to the pedestal, the hands escaped her grip and positioned themselves so that the right glove of one set was in front of the left of the other. This way, the apprentice hands could cup around the master hands. The elemental crystals on the fingertips of the silver gloves touched those of the same color on the knuckles of the black gloves, leaving only the darkness gemstones on their backhands disconnected. At least until a small blade came out from under both the magic crystals, bringing them forward until they touched, completing the circuit. At that moment, the tower's efficiency in handling the world energy skyrocketed. It was still a long way from taking control of the entire output of the geyser, but enough for the spark to upgrade itself to make the best of the improved flow of energy. New cables sprouted from the walls, seeping inside the artifacts that needed refinement and hastening the maturing of the biological samples. A weapon? Lith had expected the changes in the spark, whereas the blade was a surprise, piquing his curiosity. I thought the hands were just a forgemastering and teaching tool. Me too, Solus nodded. I would think that it's just another upgrade caused by our bond, but that would be possible only for the master's hands. The apprentice set was forgemastered by my mother centuries ago and has never been modified. Sweet, Falwell said from the communication amulet. As a good apprentice, Freya had called the Hydra to give her the good news. I'll be there as soon as possible. Once the spark stabilized, it was the turn of the thievery and the grimoire. Both times the tower trembled and needed a while to adapt to the unexpected second artifact and its foreign energy signature. Luckily, all the pieces of Menadian's set could be used by anyone as long as they received permission from the owner, creating a temporary secondary imprint that solved the energy signature problem. For the thievery, the stone pedestal split into two halves that positioned themselves at the opposite ends of the room. This way, the artifacts under scan would be reflected in the lenses of both sets of eyes, which in turn mirrored the reflected images endlessly. Instead of deciphering one enchantment at a time, once coupled this way, the eyes studied the overall mana flow and the runes generating it. It was akin to go from deciphering a coded book to solving a jigsaw puzzle. The more pieces the eyes put together, the clearer the picture became, and the easier finding the next matching piece. In the grimoire, instead, the pedestal remained the same, and the eyes sat next to each other, parallel processing the information acquired by both of them and working on multiple spells at the same time without affecting the speed of the single process. Well, this is nice. The only downside is that now the tower also has to rest. Lith sighed. Even if the interface says that everything is okay, I'm not going to take risks. The tower is part of Solus and has become a living being. After so many changes, it needs to stabilize and recover. If anything happens during Nalron's procedure, we can't afford to split our focus. I don't want to force anyone to choose between Solus, well-being, and Nalron's. Well, since we seem to have some free time, what do you say if I teach you how to use the mouth properly, Tista? Solus asked. Chapter 29, 58, Lost Secrets, Part 2. What do you mean? I know how it works. I store a spell and then I cast it, Tista replied. Yes, that's one of the powers of the mouth, but not the only one, Solus chuckled. Really? Lith and Tista said in unison. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because until now I didn't know either, Solus shrugged. While we waited for the thievery to stabilize, I had the eyes focused solely on Tista's mouth. That's how I learned about another of its interesting functions. The apprentice's eyes were devised to be incapable of analyzing any of Menadian's masterpieces. It was a safety measure to ensure that the disciple who owned the eyes could not use them to reproduce the other pieces of the set, if not the tower itself. How could we miss it for so long, and how could you study the mouth so quickly? Lith asked. It was actually an overlook on our part, Solus sighed. We tried to study our mouth with our eyes, but got nothing because it's still incomplete. Tista's, instead, has all of its functions, but since Fear will explain to us how it works, we assumed there was nothing else to learn. I performed the scan on a whim, hoping that the collected information might speed up the recovery of the tower since the various floors are linked to our set of Menadian. Of course, it didn't work. What happened instead is that by using the information already available about our mouth as a base, the thievery had to scan only for the missing part, which wasn't actually much. Like the blade in the hands, the mouth has a hidden function as well. I hypothesized that my mother taught about them solely to the disciple to whom she had gifted each piece, and that these functions were lost to time because the various pieces were never passed down. They were stolen, and I bet that no mage is willing to reveal such a secret to their murderer. What does the mouth also do? Tista asked. More importantly, can ours do it as well? Lith added, drawing his sister's glare. Respectively, let me talk and partly, Solus tutted them both. As I said, the pieces of our set will remain incomplete until all the relative floors are recovered. Then she turned to Tista. To answer your question properly, the mouth can store not only spells but also enchantments. Isn't that almost the same thing? Tista was puzzled. Not quite. The stored spells still need to be cast, albeit way faster than usual, and they tap into your mana. The temporary enchantments of the mouth instead activate instantly and tap into the energy reserve of its power core, Solus explained. It means that you can imbue the mouth with a spirit barrier if you want additional protection. A healing spell if you think you'll face a hard battle. If the first enchantment is akin to having an extra casting method, the second is like having multiple spell-holding rings of all tiers. Tista's face lit up in a smile as she realized what it meant. Can I add enchantments of every type, even spirit spells? She asked, receiving a nod in reply. How many enchantments can the mouth store? Yours 3, ours 1, Solus replied. Why so few? Tista said with a tinge of disappointment in her voice. Because they are enchantments, not spells, Solus said, and once she noticed the confusion on her friend's face, she added, You have to forge master the enchantments every time you change the mouth's properties and consume ingredients if necessary. Also, too many extra enchantments would clash with the power core of the mouth, with disastrous consequences. 3 is not a small number if you consider you can add all kinds of powerful spells and skip all the forgemastering preparatory phases. Last but not least, don't forget that the more powerful an enchantment is, the more energy it consumes. If you abuse them, the mouth will run out of energy and you will lose all of its functions. I see. Lith examined the tower's mouth, giving it a simple enchantment and then erasing it. I think the mouth is the fruit of Menadian's studies to achieve creation magic. It offers no resistance to our mana since it already bears our imprint, and unless we use ingredients, it allows us to experiment with new ideas without wasting materials. For someone without access to a creation mage, the mouth is something worth killing for. Lith stared at Tista with a cold glare, his voice stern. I know, she sighed. I won't flaunt it around and I'll leave no witnesses alive. Good girl, Lith ruffled her hair. I don't mean to be harsh. It's just that this kind of power comes with a huge burden. Think about what happened to all those who possessed a single piece of Menadian set. Yeah, about that, Solus tugged at his arm. Do you think that Vaster learned about the hidden function of the mouth before returning it to us? Honestly, I bet he does, but I hope he doesn't. Space. In the end, they decided to wait for 2 days before attempting anything. 1 day to let Nalrond and the tower recover, and another just to be safe. If you don't feel like watching while I hurt myself, you can leave the room, Freya, Nalrond sighed. I asked for Quilla's help because I didn't want you to see me like that. I'm going to stay, thank you, she replied with conviction, yet her face paled a bit. Couldn't you just pass your vitality instead of opening wounds? The effect should be the same with no blood or pain. I know, but I can't get out of my head that if it wasn't important, Magur wouldn't have shown it to me both times I went to the fringe. In the images, my life forces fought against each other, creating mirror wounds. It has to be a clue. Maybe, Quilla pondered before offering him a hand for a mind link. Let me see the visions again. Nalrund wasn't the only one who had entered the mind space, so she asked Lith and even Morok to show her everything they remembered. Any idea? Nalrund asked in hope. No, but sure it didn't hurt. Quilla blushed in embarrassment as soon as the words came out of her mouth. No pun intended. None taken, Nalrund said with a thin smile. Man, I wish the tower had a hospital, a resurrection chamber, or something. The procedure was going to take place in the heart of the tower, where the mystical formations were stored and could be instantly activated by Lith and Solus. Since it was just a test run, there was no need for the hands, and the mouths had been filled with life-saving spells in case Nalrond messed up. Lith wore the apprentice's eyes, while Falul and her humanoid hybrid form wore the master's. The sync between the relics would allow Lith to gain instant understanding via the mind link without suffering any burden on his focus. Shouldering it rested on Falul's 7 heads. The process was relatively simple. Nalrund would tire both his blue cores by using the strongest spells at his disposal, until he was inches from suffering the effects of mana abuse. Chapter 29:59 Uriel's Lesson, Part 1. Then Nalrund opened one wound at a time, first on his human body and then an identical one on his Razar half. He used darkness fusion to numb the pain enough to not lose his concentration, but not so much that he wouldn't notice cutting too deep in. He hated every second of it, needing sheer determination to go against the instinct engraved inside every fiber of his body. Worst of all was looking at the worry and pain Freya's eyes. She turned around more than once, needing time to compose herself and resume watching. Okay, this is enough, Nalrund panted, exhausted from the pain and blood loss. Look carefully. He activated his tear body sculpting diagnostic spell, Watcher, to follow the process for the umpteenth time in the hope of noticing something he had missed in his previous attempts. Nalrund started to shapeshift, stopping the process midway to let his halves come into contact. With his life forces weakened, the wall built with forbidden magic to keep them apart had also become thinner. The barrier drew its strength from the life forces, and right now it lacked the power to keep the bridge from forming. As soon as the first crack in the wall opened, the life forces went from dead calm to raging. Whenever they touched, they would merge for a split second before bouncing back in a shower of sparks. The conflict further weakened the life forces and the wall, but while the latter crumbled, the former grew more violent by consuming what little energy they had left to exploit the opponent's weakness and put it down. I hope you have collected some useful data because I can't keep this up for much longer, Nalrund said. Then let's stop it here, Falul said. While Nalrund forcibly cut the contact between the life forces, he also healed the mirrored wounds one set at a time. It would take him a while if he was alone, since he couldn't risk losing consciousness until the wall was fully restored. With the others feeding him vitality, however, he could quickly close enough wounds to stabilize his life forces and make sure that the wall drained them faster than they could recover. He would go for a complete healing only after his life forces quieted down, and the wall was thick enough to keep them from perceiving one another again. Well, he asked, I have good news and I have bad news. Since Falwell had earned 7 massive headaches for her trouble, Lith let her make the honors. The good news is that even though the phenomenon didn't last long, we've collected precious information with the eyes. Also, whatever you did in the past worked. At least a bit. Unlike all the hybrids I've studied in the past, your life forces partially overlapped with every clash. They tried but failed to fuse every time they came into contact. That's nothing new, Nalrund sighed. I noticed that myself with my diagnostic spell. The problem is that I don't understand what causes the fusion to turn into a conflict. And here comes the bad news. Falwell was annoyed for being interrupted and expressed it with 7 loud grunts. Your mana cores never showed any sign of merging or even just coming closer. Whenever the forbidden magic separating your life forces starts to crumble, the mana cores perceive each other as a threat and react with extreme prejudice. How can my mana cores be the issue? Nalrund politely raised his hand to talk, and the Hydra nodded for him to continue. My life forces are completely different, whereas a mana core is a mana core no matter the race it belongs to. They even have the same energy signature. The Rizar projected a hologram of his human and beast sides as he saw them via the Watcher spell. One looked like a humanoid mannequin that had been built with red Lego bricks and an erector set. Every piece was snapped together with those adjacent, and connected with the rest of the body via what looked like strings and bars. The other, instead, looked like a burning blue star. It had a solid core that contained the information about the Rizar's physical form, while the flaming external layer controlled the flow of mana and the elemental affinities. True, but you have forgotten about a crucial aspect of your condition. Falwell added a hologram of her own representing the mana cores that were indeed identical in size, power, and energy signature. This is what happened a few minutes ago. She took control of the holograms with domination, and Nalrund let her. What he saw left him speechless. The projection depicted the 2 life forces coming in contact and trying to rearrange themselves in order to fit with each other. Whenever they failed, both mana cores perceived the merging like an illness. They reacted by employing life fusion to restore the original shape of the life force, fire fusion to strengthen their respective bodies, and earth fusion to make them resistant to further changes. The ensuing conflict resulted in the sparks and the bouncing back that the Watcher spell reported. What in the God's name is that? Nalrund knew the answer to his question, but he needed to hear it from someone else to make sure he had not gone insane. Even if the energy signature is the same, fusion magic still works, Solus replied. And since, as you said, your life forces are very different, it takes but a small alteration to make the fusion process fail. Why did this never happen to Lith or Tista? The Rizar asked in helpless frustration. Because we've only ever had one core, Lith replied. When our life forces were ready to merge, the mana flowing through them brought them together because they both belonged to it. Your mana cores, instead, recognize neither the other life force or each other. That's why no member of the Werepeople ever managed to find a cure, Nalrund said. With no access to a specific artifact or invigoration, even a true mage has no way to visualize their mana flow. Even worse, there are plenty of spells that can alter a life force but none for mana cores. They are not physical organs, and the only way to interact with them is with pure mana. Too bad that since I'm no awakened, I have no spirit magic, and if someone else uses it on me, I'd just get mana poisoning. Falwell and the others nodded, letting the Rizar vent his frustration since they had nothing useful to add. Calm down, Freya caressed his shoulder. This was just the first try. The Eyes has collected only 10% of the available information. There's still the remaining 90%. Nalrund sighed and went to bed. He needed to be at his full strength or the following scan would last even less. 1 week later, the Eyes had reached an 80% completion. Now the how, why, and when the fusion failed were much clearer. Alas, such knowledge gave Nalrund and the others no clue about how to overcome them. Consuming before the procedure so much mana that Nalrund reached mana abuse levels made him lose his focus, and his head ached so much that he couldn't bring the life forces together. The process would not even start. Chapter 29, 60 Uriel's Lesson, Part 2. After that, Nalrund tried to save just enough mana to keep it together, but the moment the cores started using fusion magic, exhaustion would bring him back to square one. Next, he resorted to poisoning his cores and almost died from it. Instead of making the cores meeker, the presence of external mana gave them the means to strike directly by forcing the poison onto the other core. The damage his life forces sustained, after trying to exploit mana poisoning, brought the experiments to a halt for a whole day. After 8 days and 90% completion, the group of healers was no closer to finding a solution, whereas Nalrond was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Fuck Magur and its lies. He punched a wall of the tower with all of his strength, breaking his hand in 4 points. My people, all the werepeople, have wasted centuries chasing a damn pipe dream. I've struggled so much, spent so much effort, and for what? I've wasted years of my life and argued with some of my best friends and Lith for nothing. Maybe and maybe not. Quilla took his hand and fixed the damage. I've thought long and hard about this. We may have found no solution yet, but I'm sure Magur doesn't lie. What makes you think that? Nalrund snorted. Freya's vision was true, and so was Lith's. Heck, based on what Falul has recently learned about the harmonizers, her vision and adjators are true as well. Why should you be a special case? Story of my life, that's why, he said with a sigh. No, that's the story of my life. Lith waved at himself, the tower, and Solus. Point taken. A small smile appeared on Nalrond's face. Still, I don't agree with you, Quilla. If Magur's vision is true, then the solution should be something that any of the werepeople can do on their own. In my vision, there wasn't a famous forgemaster like it happened for Solus, nor a mad king. There was just an identical copy of myself. No light like in Falul's vision, nor weird effects of any kind that might lead to think there is a tool involved. Then how is it possible that no one has ever found the solution? That not even with a legendary tower and 2 sets of Menadian, we are nowhere close to understanding what the vision means. That's easy to explain, Lith shrugged. As you told us, the werepeople see their Emperor Beast half as an enemy, something to beat into submission or get rid of instead of a part of themselves. They failed because their research was always aimed in the wrong direction. You are the first of your species to look for understanding and harmony, and only because you got to see how my life forces interacted. Whether we succeed or fail, we are condensing hundreds of years of research in a few days thanks to the tower and its tools. You should be proud of it. Also, there's no point being discouraged already. Freya moved closer to Nalrond, holding him in an embrace. There's still the final 10%. Sometimes the things you are looking for end up in the most unexpected places. Yeah, Nalrond sighed. Sometimes. Space. The next day and 1 more session later, the eyes reached 100% completion of the scan. Now they had a perfect understanding of how, why, when, and where every single attempt had failed, but no clue about how to succeed. The stress from the disappointing news, coupled with the constant self-harming, was more than Nalrond could take. The moment everyone admitted they had no idea how to go forward, the Rizar went this close to losing his mind. He disappeared in his room, refusing to open the door for an entire day and skipping every meal. Anger and despair drove him from one extreme to another in the span of minutes. Nalrond went from trashing the furniture and setting his clothes ablaze to crying his heart out so quickly that he couldn't control himself. More importantly, he didn't want to. His lifelong dream was falling apart in front of his eyes, and he was too angry to keep being strong just to not upset others. Once the Rizar was too hungry and too depressed to keep going like that, he called Lith on the communication amulet, asking for his company. Just a question. Lith's eye twitched in annoyance seeing the state the room was in. He didn't pop a vein only because the enchantments of the manor would fix the damage. Why me? I'm not as kind as Solus, and for sure I don't care about you as much as Freya. Because unlike them, you don't give a shit about my feelings. Nalrond handed Lith the only half-fixed chair in the room while he sat on the ruins of the bed. There's a question that's tormenting me, and I need an honest answer. I don't want someone to cheer me up, sugarcoat the truth, or tell me some optimistic bullshit about the rainbow after the storm. I want to know if what I'm doing is worth the effort or just madness. I'm fighting so hard for something that might as well kill me when I could just sit back and enjoy the rest of my life with Freya. Am I crazy for hurting myself and risking my future with the woman I love for this? Lith pondered the question for a while before answering. You know, years ago I had a friend who was facing a similar choice. Uriel was a rich, pampered kid, so there was no life for. death situation involved. Yet he too was torn between what he wanted to do and what others expected him to do. Lith conjured a hologram of one of his rare conversations with Uriel in one of their rooms at the White Griffin Academy. There were no sounds, only images to not betray those old confidences. In the end, he chose to pick the easy way, to have the rest of his life planned by his father, to marry a woman he didn't even like, and to live for the sake of others. Were he still alive, I don't know if by now he would have found happiness or be more miserable. What I know is that back then Uriel wasn't happy, and he spent his days at the academy with his head filled with ifs and buts. Nalrond, you can give up like Uriel did at any time. If you do it, however, I'm certain that for the rest of your life there will be a small voice in the back of your head. It will never stop wondering how things could have gone had you made a different choice. It would ruin your happiest moments and be a constant reminder that you settled for what you had instead of striving for what you wanted. Success or failure don't matter, only knowing that you've done everything you could. I felt the same way every time I had to reveal a part of my secrets to the people I love. I knew that I could have kept silent and no one would have ever suspected a thing. I knew that by telling the truth I could have lost everything. Chapter 29, 61 Painful Truth, Part 1. Yet I couldn't live with that lie. Lith shook his head. Wearing a mask for the rest of my life and the constant fear of what might happen if Kami or my family learned the truth was too much. It tainted every moment we spent together. What if things went differently? Nalrond asked. What if they didn't accept you? I would have still had my powers. Lith shrugged. I would have still had Solus by my side, the tower, and most importantly, I would have been free to look for someone who would accept me. Cutting ties is hard, but it's better than keeping them even when they are strangling you. Thanks, Lith. Nalrund's mood was still sour, but his heart felt lighter. I need some time to think. Please tell the others to not worry about me and that I'll see you all tomorrow. Do you want some food? Lith had a tray filled with steaming dishes appear out of his pocket dimension. If we want to continue with the research, you need your strength. Yes, please. Nalrund's stomach grumbled like a distant storm, the delicious smell triggering the primordial instincts that only cared about survival. Don't worry about the room. If something stays broken, I'll pay you back. You better, Lith nodded. Here's the bill for the food. Space. What an ass. Solus couldn't decide whether to be angry or laugh at Lith's prank. The final result was a sort of joyous scolding. You didn't even pay for the furniture of the mansion. The royals did. Billing him for the dinner was a brilliant move, though. Thanks, Lith nodded. The worst part is that Nalrund thought I was being serious and tried to pay me. Really? Freya asked. Really, we almost came to hands due to the lousy tip. At those words, everyone burst into laughter at what they hoped was another joke. Moving on, I'd like to review the data collected by the eyes and compare it with Maugre's vision together with you, Quilla said. I have a theory that I'd like to share, and the images make the explanation easier. I want to iron out every detail we can before telling Nalrund that I may have found a solution. I don't want to give him false hopes. Space. After plenty of free meals and the first good night's rest in over a week, Nalrund's body was in top shape and his mood was lighter. He went to the dining room of the Verhen mansion first thing in the morning to have breakfast with the others and reassure them about his condition. He found them sitting around the table, engaged in a lively discussion that ended the moment he walked in. Even weirder, Camilla, Elijah, Valoran, and even Ryla and Garrick were nowhere in sight. There's no need for a family intervention. Nalrund raised his hands in apology. I'm fine now. You can bring the others back. I won't scare the children with my temper, you have my word. That's not the issue. Lith shook his head while having a hearty breakfast of scrambled eggs, bacon, and sausages appear in front of Nalrund's chair. We have to discuss healers' matters, and there are things children shouldn't hear. I see. The Razar sat down and tipped a copper coin to Lith, who promptly threw it back, hitting Nalrund right in the middle of the forehead. Jackass. Cheapskate. Many would have liked to point out the glaring, pot calling the kettle black case, but they assumed it was some weird male bonding, and they left it at that. Once everyone was done eating, Quilla started talking. I've thought long and hard about this, and I believe to have found a solution. You did, Nalrund was flabbergasted. Until 2 days ago, no one had a single clue. Yeah, because what made me think was your comment about how any member of the werepeople should be able to solve the problem without so many resources, and that Magus' vision made no sense, she replied. After checking the readings of the eyes and comparing them with our memories from the fringe, I discovered that the answer was in front of our eyes the whole time. Which is, Nalrund leaned forward, barely containing his excitement. Look carefully. Quilla projected the vision belonging to Nalrund's own memories of the mindscape. She focused the vision on two moments. As long as the Razar kept his distance, the embodiments of his life forces lashed at each other. No matter which one delivered a successful strike, a mirroring wound would appear on the aggressor as well. When Nalrund approached them, however, they had stopped fighting and attacked him like rabid animals. The first part is what you understood and tried to replicate until now. The symmetrical wounds are a suggestion to link and weaken the two aspects of your life forces. The second part, instead, you misunderstood like we all did. Like it happened with the other vision, the attack isn't just a way to kick you out of the mindscape, but part of the solution. After noticing his confused expression, she pointed out. Look, they are not only attacking you, they also have stopped bickering. The moment your life forces found a common enemy, their base instincts brought them to work together. To successfully fuse them, you need to give them something to be worried about, something so dire that they'll be too busy surviving to waste time with infighting. Nalrund watched the images over and over until he was sure of it. You are right, while fighting with me, the two life forces coordinated their attacks. On top of that, even though they offered each other several openings, they exploited none until they were done with me, he said. Still, I don't think I can fight anyone while undergoing a body sculpting procedure, and I doubt Lith wants to expose the tower to any of our enemies. Before moving on to that, there's a matter that we've never considered but that we can't ignore any longer. A snap of Quilla's fingers shattered the hologram, bringing Nalrund's focus back on her. Life forces can fuse, we know that, we've seen that. She pointed at Lith and Tista before conjuring images of Elijah, Valoran, and Sharjin. It's possible under the right conditions and by following Dawn's suggestion. Once we solve the conflicting cores issue, merging your life forces should be no problem at all. They already want a fuse on their own. We just have to clear the path a bit for them and smoothen the process. Okay, Nalrund tilted his head in confusion. Kid, are you dumb or what? Calla was annoyed by all that beating around the bush. She had been away from the lab and her specimen for a whole day already. Solving the conflicting cores issue doesn't solve the cores issue. The what? Nalrund went from confused to stupefied. Mana cores don't merge, Solus rushed to clear up. At least not that we know of. Let's assume you get your life forces to fuse. What happens to your cores next? The only reason you are fine is the forbidden magic wall keeping them apart. What about the Master's hybrids like Xenogrosh? He asked. Chapter 29, 62 Painful Truth, Part 2. They have your same unsolved problem, but in their case, their cores have formed a symbiotic bond. It's their version of the wall, just another aspect of the same issue, Lith replied. On top of that, even if your two cores naturally fuse, we've never thought about what they would become, Freya pointed out. Were at least one of them weak, it would be no big deal. But they are both blue, and bright blue is the cap for normal people. Awakened need to temper their bodies and achieve enlightenment to reach the violet. Fake and true mages, instead, develop a unique constitution specific for them to survive the violet. What if your two cores exceed the limits of the bright blue when fusing? There were three possible answers. 1. The new core would go in overload, reaching the violet for a short while before blowing Nalrund's body to bits. 2. The core would not withstand its own energy and crack, killing Nalrund but leaving behind a fine corpse. 3. After cases 1 or 2 took place, due to his mastery over magic and will to live, Nalrund would become an abomination. Good gods, he took his head in his hands. How could I be this stupid? I've wasted everyone's time because of my blind obsession. No, you didn't, Quilla said. Besides, I wasn't lying when I said I have a solution. I just needed you to understand what the issues are before offering the answer to you. Nalrund furrowed his brows until his brain pieced the conversation together, giving him the only possible solution to all those unsurmountable obstacles. Are you saying that I have to awaken while you guys perform body sculpting on me? The idea was so brilliant that he didn't know whether to call Quilla crazy or praise her genius. "No, I'm saying you have to awaken and, if necessary, reach the violet while we perform body sculpting on you," she replied. Awakening did fit the various pieces of the puzzle. It would give the mana cores a common enemy, since they would be both too busy purging impurities from their respective bodies to fight each other. It would create a strong mana flow that could be influenced by rearranging the life forces with body sculpting. After all, a mana core had to be enveloped by a life force to survive. As the human and Razar bodies became one, both cores would move toward the new center of the mana circulatory system that was located slightly above the navel level. At that point, being the two cores made of mana and sharing the same energy signature, they would be forced to overlap. Last but not least, even if they exceeded the bright blue, the extra energy could be diverted throughout the body to form auxiliary cores. It was brilliant in its simplicity, solving several problems and answering centuries-old questions at the same time. Awakening was something that anyone could achieve and didn't require any special equipment. Nalron needed help like Floria, Tista, and Quilla before him because his cores were too powerful for his body. Had he harmonized his life forces and awakened at a young age, body sculpting would have been plenty enough to break him free from the shackles of the forbidden magic that plagued his body. "Are you sure about this?" Nalrund asked. "No, again, no one has ever undone a forbidden spell, so I can't be certain." Quilla shook her head. "But I believe the procedure has a good chance of working, and the others agree with me." The whole table nodded with different degrees of confidence, Freya being the lowest. She believed in the procedure they had devised, but she had a hard time being happy about it. "It's ironic," she thought. "Less talented people would have hit a dead end like all those before us, and Nalrond would have found closure without risking his life." "Define a good chance." Nalrond was taken aback. "I mean, awakening is a dangerous process, and I have two cores at the blue. What makes you think I won't just blow up?" "A few things." Fallow leaned forward on her chair. "Sure, you have two cores, but also two bodies, each with enough impurities to contain their respective cores. Your concern would be well-founded if you consider this like awakening two people, but that's not the case. During the awakening process, your bodies will be in a semi-fluid state as they rearrange themselves. The flesh, bones, and organs of the human and Razar sides need to fuse so that whatever you are going to become can survive. While in such state, your bodies are going to offer much less resistance to the waves of mana caused by the awakening. Less resistance means enduring less damage, if not even releasing the impurities with greater ease than a regular human. Also, consider that until the merging is complete, your mana cores will be subjected to the shifts and changes of your physical form. The process will be fast, but we can follow it in real time with the eyes and act accordingly. We can compensate for the uneven mana flow by redirecting it to non-vital areas so that random surges of mana won't kill you. If necessary, we can also shift the position of the impurities or use the hands to lessen the pressure on your body whenever you need time to recover. All the spells and enchantments we are going to need will be pre-recorded in the mouths, so there should be no delay between the need and the cast of a spell. All of that plus my immortal body array and the other abilities of the tower should cover for unexpected complications. Solus looked at the rest of the table, making sure there was unanimous consent before delivering the final note. "One more thing. I'd rather not take Maugre's help in consideration since we have no control over it, but for your peace of mind, I want to remind you that it's a possibility nonetheless." "You are right," Nalrund snapped his fingers in excitement. "I'm not fully human. Maugre might help me just like they helped Lith, Tista, and even that friend of yours, Vaster. Can you imagine if after worrying and banging our heads, so much Maugre just sweeps in at the beginning of the procedure and does everything on their own?" "Can you?" Lith said with the coldest and most deadpan voice the Razar had ever heard. "No," Nalrund's bubble burst as quickly as his mind had conjured it. "We can't rely on luck and wishful thinking. We need to be prepared for the worst." Space. Another week was necessary before attempting the procedure. It was the bare minimum necessary for Nalrond to learn everyone's respective techniques for the violet, get accustomed to them, and then trying to piece together the parts that fit with him best. He had already learned how to awaken by himself during his apprenticeship with Falul. He had never put his breathing technique into practice, because back then his survival chances were 0. To no one's surprise, Morak was happy to share his enlightenment to achieve the violet, whereas Falul apologetically but firmly refused. Chapter 2963, What's Left Behind, Part 1. I'm sorry, but my method to reach the violet core is a family legacy, Falul said. As much as I like you and consider you a friend, Nalrond, I can't betray the Hydra bloodline and expose its secrets. I hope you understand. No need to apologize. He smiled at her to show his sincerity. I'm not even your disciple, and even though we have helped each other in the past, you owe me nothing. Rather, I'm in your debt for hiding my existence from the Council and supporting me all this time. Even if you can't share with me your bloodline technique, you are lending me your hands, your heads for the eyes, and your great expertise in healing magic. If I survive, it will be in no small part thanks to you. Thank you. The Hydra shook his hand, hoping that everything would go well. Kala's lab log, Rizar's experiment, final addendum before the procedure. The specimen is healthy, arbitrarily optimistic, and emotional, the White said inside her recorder. Even though I don't believe there is a correlation between the mood of the subject and his odds of survival, it seems to ease the mind of my colleagues from the worry of his imminent potential demise. The subject is now staring at me. His unblinking gaze suggests deep thought process, difficulty processing visual images, or sudden brain damage. Do you have to be here? Nalrond asked. Of course not. Kala moved to a different corner. I meant in my room with me, while I get ready for the procedure. I don't have to, but I want to. Kala spoke like she was talking to a small child. The subject is sighing, showing minor signs of emotional distress, probably due to the approaching of the scheduled procedure. He is the last of his species, and in the case of his passing, his tribe's legacy would be lost with him. A tragic eventuality that makes his sacrifice in the name of science admirable. Even though he might be only remembered for his failure, he won't be forgotten. He is now briskly walking toward the door, probably to finish saying his farewell. As Kala followed him, she was hit on the nose by the door that Nalrond slammed on his way out. She had managed to upset him with her rude words, and the worst part was that everything the White had said was true. More than the concrete chance of losing his life, it was the idea of leaving no legacy behind that scared him. His obsession with finding a cure for his condition had prevented him from having a child. Even worse, his unwillingness to share the secrets of his people with someone outside the Rizar bloodline had caused him to never train a proper heir or even have a disciple. If I were to die today, nothing would be left of me but the memory of a bitter man who achieved nothing his whole life. I would be forgotten in a single generation, and with me my entire tribe. Nalrond's mouth said his goodbyes to Celia, Protector, and their kids, but his mind was elsewhere. The only person alive who'd have more than generic knowledge of my people is Akala, cursed be his name. On the back of his head, a small voice pointed out that the Rizar culture would actually survive since Dawn was its original founder. Yet the thought that everything that mattered to him would remain in the hands of the two people he hated the most made Nalrond so angry that if he focused on it for too long, his will to undergo the procedure wavered. Don't worry too much. Celia gave him her best motherly smile, trying to appear serene and give him confidence. When Lith saved this wolf head, he didn't have a fraction of his current skills and tools. Compared to fixing a broken core with his bare hands, this is going to be a walk in the park. You are right, thank you, Celia. Nalrond hugged the huntress. He knew that her words contained only a partial truth. Back then, Lith had been at 100% of his strength and had permanently sacrificed part of his life force to save someone he loved. Now Lith's maximum power was unstable due to the cracks, and there was no way he would risk anything for someone he didn't even consider a friend. Celia is right, Protector nodded, interrupting his woodwork. Also, even if the worst were to happen, you will never be forgotten. You may have kept your guard raised with us adults, but you did a poor job with the kids. He led inside Lilia and Laren, who had been fed the cover story of Nalrond, going on a sudden trip away to justify his possible disappearance. Good luck, Uncle Nalrond, they said while handing him small wooden figurines depicting his human half on the front and the Rizar on the back. They were good luck charms that the members of his tribe gave in the past to those who went to speak with Magus in the mindscape or attempted to fuse their life forces. Most of them died, but Nalrond had altered the story to not scare the kids, telling them it ended with a long journey, just like his own. The figurines were crudely made. The front looked like a murderous mannequin, while the back resembled more a dog than a Razar. Knowing the true ending of the story, the gifts would have been creepy if they weren't just perfect. They looked exactly like those that the children of Nalrond's tribe once had given to their family members as birthday presents. Not even Razar kids knew the true meaning of the figurines, and in time, their blunder had altered the meaning of the tradition. "Thank you, kids." Nalrond hugged Lilia and Laren, feeling at home for a moment. "I promise that I'll be back as soon as I can." Fenrir tugged at his pants, handing him a piece of wood. It wasn't carved. She wasn't allowed to use sharp objects. Even her claws were for self-defense only. Yet she loved her uncle and wanted to give him something just like her siblings. "Thank you, little one." Nalrond put the wood piece in his pocket with the figurines before lifting her. "I'm not little anymore. I'm a big sister now." She pouted, pointing at Salkar, who was asleep in his crib. "You sure are." Nalrond chuckled, thinking of how every time she insisted on taking care of the baby, someone had to take care of them both. After that, the only people left were the ones involved with the procedure, who kept things brief to not get emotional right before the action, and Morok. Twins, even a week after receiving the news, he was still dumbstruck. "Yeah, congratulations, man, for the umpteenth time now," Nalrond sighed. It was the only topic Morok talked about, and for once no one had the heart to interrupt him when he bragged about it. Gianni and Orion shared his sentiment. Their opinion on the tyrant had been upended by a single feat. "For once I've beaten Lith, but I guess this much had to be expected," Morok said. Chapter 29-64 What's Left Behind, Part 2. "Please, no, not again," Nalrond whined. "These are not the last words I want to hear. I never wanted to hear them even the first time. You see, tyrants have redundant vital organs to ensure their survival. It's the reason I have 2 hearts, brains, livers, and 3 lungs and kidneys. Then why in the gods' names don't we have at least 2D? The slamming of the door spared the Razar from the rest of the rant. Feeling the need to cleanse his eyes, ears, and soul, he went to Freya's room. "Hi, babe, big day today. How are you feeling?" he asked. "That should be my question," she replied with a wry smile. "Seriously, how do you feel?" "Anxious, excited, and terrified." Nalrond sat on her bed, holding his churning stomach. "I can't wait for this day to be over." "You and me both," she sighed, sitting beside him. "Also, I'm grateful for you not asking me to stop. It's already hard as it is. I don't know if I could go on without your support." He took her hand into his. "I would never do that to you." Freya actually wanted to, but she knew how much the procedure meant to him. "I'm grateful for having a friend like Lith instead. I would never be able to operate on family or a dear friend." Lith instead treated Tista, Floria, and Zinnia. "The guy has a heart made of ice, if he even has one." "I'm pretty sure he does." The conversation died after that, neither of them knowing how to say what was running through their minds without making the other feel much worse. They spent the rest of the time in silence until Quilla called them on the contact amulet. Nalrond opened a warp steps to the keep of the Verhin mansion, and Freya shut it down with domination, putting herself in front of him. "Promise me you won't die." "I promise." Nalrond wrapped his arms around her, focusing on the warmth of her body and the smell of her hair to carve into his being the reason he was fighting for. Then he stepped away and took control of the steps back. "No kiss?" she asked. "No goodbye kisses, miss. I'm not allowed to die," he said with what he hoped was his best confident smile. "We'll resume this after the procedure." "Good boy." She stood up on her tiptoes and ruffled his hair. The rest of the team waited for them on the other side of the dimensional door. The location was the heart of the tower, the center of its array system. Solus had already depowered all the other floors but the library, the arsenal, and the firing range to keep most of the energy from the mana geyser at the ready. The room was empty aside from a single operating bed placed in its center, and the immortal body array already coursing through the floor. "Are you ready?" Lith was one set of scrubs away from looking like a magic surgeon. He wore the hands instead of surgical gloves, the mouth instead of a mask, and his head was covered by the Voidwalker armor. He had no idea how Nalrond's body would change, and he didn't want to risk a stray hair mixing with the Razar's flesh and disrupting the process. Almost, Nalrun took the 2 wooden figurines and the piece of wood out of his pocket and placed them below the feet, the head, and the center of the bed as silent guardians. Okay, ready. Please lay down. Quilla was wearing the same artifacts as Lith plus the apprentice eyes. The results of the scans were going to be shared with the master eyes and sifted through by Solus. Then, she would write down the relevant information with water magic and store it in the library, giving everyone instant access to it. The gold-rimmed pince-nez had no mind link with its owner, and Quilla wouldn't have the time to read the information. She wore the apprentice eyes only because she needed the artifact to point out to her any anomaly that she would have to treat off the top of her head until Solus provided her with a solution. Nalrond did as instructed, finding comfort in the many contingency measures. Falul wore 1 monocle of Menadian, sharing its burden with her 7 heads, while Tista wore the other. That plus the tower core gave the artifact the brain power of 9 mages. The sage staff stored in the armory enhanced everyone's clarity and mental focus, while the firing range would allow Solus to cast any spell she needed at a moment's notice. Shapeshift when I ask you to, Quilla said while she and Lith activated their respective breathing techniques and versions of the body sculpting spell, Chisel. If not for the hands, they would have found it difficult to use their breathing technique without physical contact for a prolonged time. Yet they had no choice since Scanner wouldn't perceive the mana cores, and they were a vital part of the problem. Relax and don't resist. I'm siphoning your human vitality first. Quilla used her personal body sculpting spell, Lifestock. It used darkness magic to drain the patient's energy and light magic to keep it stable until the healer needed to inject it back. It was akin to drawing a rare blood type from a patient before a procedure. To think that I could have done this from the beginning instead of cutting myself open like a fish, Nalrond inwardly whined. Instead of feeling a burning pain, the affected areas just became numb. Go Rizar now, please. 6 glowing spheres floated behind her, 1 from each limb plus the torso to weaken them at the same time and in the same proportion. She repeated the process for the second life force, making Nalrond feel like a barbarian in comparison. There was no blood nor waste. Were he to decide to back off, his vitality would be returned to him with no need of being healed and rest. Human again. Quilla drew a lesser amount, making sure to weaken the life forces while also leaving them the strength to survive the transformation. She also checked Nalrond's lucidity from time to time with random questions. Quilla needed to be sure that if something went wrong, he would notice and help them fix it with his willpower. Take down the wall, but warn us before the first crack opens, she said after Nalrond assured her that his life forces were weak enough to compromise the stability of the barrier separating them. Now, Nalrond's voice was a whisper, his full focus on harmonizing the Rizar and the human half while also doing his best to suppress the mana cores. Lith and Quilla focused on the breaches in the forbidden magic, using chisel and threads of mana to connect the pieces of the life forces on both sides before they came into direct contact. This way, the blazing fire of the Emperor Beast's star and the red threads of the human side were allowed to share part of their essence and meet on neutral ground. The chisels created temporary buffer zones between the life forces, giving them the time to adapt and increase their compatibility. Chapter 29, 65 Plan F, Part 1. For a while the clashes between the live forces were minimal and the mana cores remained dormant. The more the fusion progressed, the more Nalrund's body started to change. Both forms now had pink flesh and orange scales, constantly shifting in mass and size. The human body slowly grew bigger while the Rizars shrunk. The 2 vessels broke down as they shaped a third one that would take their place. At the same time, however, the wall collapsed faster and faster until Lith and Quilla were incapable of keeping up with the speed new openings formed. When it happened, the life force's rejection triggered the cores which used fusion magic to unravel everything the healers had done up to that moment. Awaken now, Lith said while using the master hands to conjure a flow of world energy that countered the mana cores and the mouth to conjure and maintain as many chisels as he needed without any burden on his focus. Nalrund felt dizzy and nauseous, but did as instructed. He used his breathing technique to stimulate his cores and establish a mana flow. Unlike that time in Fallow's lair, the forbidden magic inside his body was weakened, and his life forces partially fused. His body didn't swell like a balloon, nor did he bleed from his orifices, yet the pain of awakening was inevitable. Also, the sudden convergence of impurities on both cores brought their influence on the life forces to a stop. Impurities were natural mana insolents, and as long as the cores were coated in impurities, their link with their respective bodies would be limited. All of their energy had to be accumulated and amplified to reach the breaking point and release a mana wave strong enough to push the impurities away. Shit, Falul avoided the mind link to not add mana poisoning to the long list of problems they already had. Both cores are now bright blue. The bastards really are in sync. The group had hoped that the breakthrough would happen at different times, so that the strain on the bodies would be just above that of a single core. Now, instead, 2 mana flows were flooding Nalrond at the same time. It wasn't just that the fused areas would now endure twice the strain. With double the life force they were supposed to hold. The problem was that the flows of impurities moved in different directions and overlapped at multiple points. If a clog were to form, the pressure from the mana cores would make the fused areas burst, and once they regenerated, they would do it in their original and split form. Quilla and Lith couldn't risk throwing all their work so far in the gutter. They used the hands to conjure a counter flow that slowed down the impurities, invigoration to keep them from clumping together, and chisel to create the best next thing to a temporary exhaust port where the mana flows overlapped. Luckily, the constant shapeshifting made the life forces malleable. The impurities encountered small resistance as they moved through the 2 bodies, and it didn't take Lith and Quilla long to create a way out for the impurities that wouldn't mess with their work. The problem was that less impurities also meant a stronger mana flow. No body could handle 2 bright blue cores without exploding, but after being just promoted, alone they lacked the energy to reach the violet even though Nalrond knew how to do it. We need to keep as many impurities as we can inside until the mana cores are fused. Lith said via the mind link, while using everything he had to make the fusion process of the life forces faster than the awakening. And how do you propose to do that? Quilla replied as she had come to the same conclusion. Clench your teeth, pal. You are not going to like this, Lith said while putting a hushed gag in Nalrund's mouth to ensure he wouldn't hurt himself. The silver lining is that you can scream as much as you want. No one is going to hear you. Solus Contingency Plan F. Engaged, she replied while storing the scroll containing the details of the procedure inside the library. I fucking hate you, Quilla and Nalrund said in unison the moment they accessed the scroll's contents. Make it so, number 1. Lith had prepared several contingency plans, all of them arranged in the library in alphabetical order. Some letters were missing, but everyone had just assumed it was because of his peculiar naming sense. The truth was that the missing parchments were about plans that Lith had kept to himself, so as not to upset the others before the procedure. The idea was to share them only if it was strictly necessary, and during a crisis to avoid pointless debates, nagging, or another psych evaluation. Marvelous, Calla fell in love with both the plan and the library. It gave her access to a vast amount of knowledge with but a thought, and left her free to take notes without being bothered to read or listen to others. Plan F stood for fireworks. Quilla followed Lith's lead, forced to set her moral dilemmas and professional ethics aside for later. Lith reversed the effects of chisel and invigoration while using the hands to redirect the impurities toward the zones of Nalrond's body that offered the most resistance. There, the impurities would accumulate and clump together, causing the flesh and life forces to swell until they couldn't stand the pressure of the mana flow any longer. At that point, they would explode in a burst of blood and bones. The immortal body array would quickly repair the damage, while Lith exploited the scattered state of the life forces to merge them before they could return to their original position. Once the body was mended, the healing process further mixed the life forces. Survival took priority, so instead of wasting energy trying to split, the human and Razar parts rearranged themselves in a way that would prevent another clogging. On top of that, the array would also put back the impurities into place, keeping the mana resistance of the tissues high and limiting the mana flow. Bloody fireworks bloomed from Nalrond's body, blowing the recalcitrant parts of his life force to bits as many times as necessary. Quilla had to use her injection spell with multiple potions, at a time, to ensure that Nalrond would have enough nutrients in his bloodstream to survive the shock from the constant damage and regeneration. It's disgusting, but it's working. Falul saw with the eyes that as the life forces merged, the mana cores were pushed toward the same place. Rearrange the impurities at the following points. The artifact followed the evolution of the mana flow and predicted its path. Lith and Quilla created dead ends until the mana cores only had one available path and slowly moved to occupy the same space. The moment they started overlapping, the bright blue became lighter and lighter. Then, the first streaks of violet appeared and Nalrond's whole body started to crack and swell. Do it, just pick a technique for the violet and use it. Lith and Quilla focused on expelling the impurities as fast as they could. Chapter 2966 Plan F Part 2. The closer Nalrond's bodies got to merge into one, the denser they became. To manipulate his cores and protect his bodies, Lith and Quilla had to keep double the impurities of a regular bright blue core, which meant that Nalrond's odds of survival would be 0 the moment the merging process reached completion. They exploited Nalrond's vigorous mana flow, invigoration, and the temporary malleable state of his bodies to get rid of everything that wasn't necessary to keep nudging his evolution in the right direction. It would have been an impossible task without the eyes marking the dangerous impurities, the hands harnessing the power of the mana geyser to finally regulate the speed of the awakening process, and the mouths allowing for a negligible cast time. Nalrond's nature as a true mage gave him years of experience with fusion magic, so the moment his mana started to flow and the vortexes to appear, he knew what he had to do. He circulated his mana to form his favorite spells, not the strongest or the most useful, but those he had learned at a tender age or that held sentimental value. To achieve the violet, magic had to become a part of him, and those spells defined who he was. He lacked Freya's 7 streaks, so he had to discard the part about using his natural affinities to split the elemental mana. His eyes conjured no world energy, so he had to diverge from Morok's technique that used them as a conduit. His heart didn't store mana like Lith's, so he couldn't use his bloodstream to carry the mystical runes. Nalrond stripped one technique at a time of the parts he couldn't use and replaced the missing bits with the first thing that worked. At that moment, he didn't care for his potential future enlightenment. He only wanted to live. He used his newborn life force to channel his mana, forcing his blood and mana vessels to overlap. He took hold of the heat that his tissues produced, using it to weave runes that reached every nook and cranny of his new, unknown body. As the first vortex turned into an auxiliary core, a golden pillar erupted from Nalrond, and another one descended from the sky. The pain disappeared as Magus gave the finishing touches, bringing harmony where there was still conflict and order to chaos. His body still felt alien, but now Nalrond could hear the melody of his life force. He used it to guide the mana throughout his body and close the rest of the vortexes. Once his deep violet core stabilized itself, the excess energy formed more vortexes that needed to be awakened into auxiliary cores, but that could wait. Nalrond bit the enchanted gag, crushing it between his fangs, and jumped off the bed. He punched Lith in the face with all the strength his newly evolved body could muster, the hit accompanied by the cracking of bones and snapping of sinews. Were the form of the creature born solely out of Beatty sculpting, Nalrond's mass would just equal the sum of his old human and Razar's sides. Yet due to his height now reaching over 4 meters, 14, it wouldn't have been enough. It would have left him in a weakened state that would have lasted until he had assimilated the missing mass by eating and resting. Thanks to Magus's help, however, he had already reached his peak form and size. The unknown beast still resembled a Razar, but it was bigger, and now it had silvery bone spikes coming out of his body instead of orange scales. His body shape was also leaner and more muscular, resembling more a humanoid rather than a 2-legged pangolin. The tail and the claws were still there, but the former was slender and longer while the latter formed perfect hands and feet. The fingers were razor-sharp for their entire length, but by adjusting the chitinous plaques surrounding them, Nalrond could remove their edge or move it to the external side of his fingers. This way his punches would cut and his knuckles would pierce, just like he was doing now in a fit of anger. Lith's mass was that of a divine beast, so none of that mattered. Nalron's fist crumbled, and a second elbow seemed to form halfway the ulna. He suppressed the pain with darkness fusion, and hugged Lith while light fusion slowly mended the damage. "Thank you, you beautiful bastard." The air, the light, even the pain felt new and exciting. "You put me through hell and back, but it's only thanks to you that I'm still alive." Nalron's tail hit the floor multiple times in excitement, as he rubbed Lith's head with the knuckles of his good hand. "If you really want to thank me, stop damaging your body. We worked our asses off for hours to make it, and you've already messed it up." Lith activated the immortal body array to fix the damage to the right arm. "I don't know you guys, but I'm starving." "Me too." Nalron's stomach roared like an angry beast. Magur had made up for the missing mass, but all the nutrients spent before their intervention were still missing. "I'm not," Freya chimed in outrage. "We've gone with your crazy experiment, you've escaped the jaws of death by a hair's breadth, and your first instinct is to hug Lith instead of me." "Actually, he punched me first," the two men said in unison. The hug was simply the byproduct of guilt for the unwarranted aggression and enthusiasm for the success of the procedure. It was Nalron's way to apologize for his outburst, just like ignoring it, and fixing Nalron's arm was Lith's way to accept the apology. "Still, you went to him over me?" That was the only thing Freya could think of. "I was scared shitless the whole time. I prayed Magur and every guardian I know for your safety, and you left me hanging." She started to cry, making Nalron feel awful and move to her side. He wanted to embrace and console her, but his new form was so tall that even if he went down to his knees, she would barely reach his waist. Freya ignored the issue, grabbing his leg tight the moment he came close and bawling her eyes out while nuzzling her face on it. That vision and the desperate cries made Nalron's stomach churn. Literally. He felt a tug at the level of his abdomen, like something was being pulled and squeezed from the inside. His form shrunk to 2 meters, 67, and the spikes flattened into scales. On top of that, the elongated snout of the creature turned into Nalron's face, and thick black hair covered the small scales on his head. "What the heck?" Nalron looked at his limbs that now had the muscles of the beast but the shape of a human. "Shut up and hug me, you jerk." Freya had noticed as well, she just didn't care. All she wanted was to feel his touch and warmth to reassure her it was not just a dream. "I'm sorry." He caressed her head and back, holding her tight in silence until the sobbing subsided. Chapter 2967, Fire of Knowledge, Part 1. The room was quiet. Everyone respected their moment except for Kala, who kept writing down her notes and accessing to the collected data in the library to adapt the procedure to Liquid. "Do you think you still have a human form?" Freya asked, and Nalron's stomach growled in reply. "Maybe," he shrugged, and the simple gesture was strong enough to push her 2 steps away. "Gods, I'm so sorry." Nalron had never been so heavy and strong, so he had no control over his new form. A quick examination confirmed that Freya was all right. Her enhanced body and the armor she wore protected her from his clumsy touch. "Don't worry, we can work this out. It happened to me as well right after Falul awakened me." Freya had lost count of the cups she had broken and the ribs she had cracked by hugging people. "Your human form can wait. First, we all need food and rest," she said. "Lots of rest." Falul took the eyes off and assumed her human form, reducing the number of throbbing heads to 1. "Even with the tower and the sage staff, my head is killing me. During the procedure, I've used invigoration to recover my mental focus so many times that it has barely any effect. You should also thank my sister, jerk." Freya hugged him with all of her strength, inwardly glad she didn't have to hold back with him anymore. "That's right, Quilla." He felt terrible for almost forgetting about her, but she had remained silent the whole time and had yet to move from her position near the surgical bed. "Is everything okay?" Her face was deathly pale while her breath quick and shallow. The moment she opened her mouth, she started to puke her guts out. Quilla fell on all fours, her body shaking uncontrollably. Tista ran to her side and was about to check on her with invigoration when Falul stopped her. "Don't, she's suffering from mana poisoning." Even with the library, Solus and I had to share with her lots of information during the procedure whenever she needed to make a snap decision. "What about Lith?" Tista pointed at her brother, who was in tip-top shape. "Solus and I have our bond. Her mana is my mana, he replied. Also, I have the tower empowering me. My mana flow cleansed the foreign energy signatures before they could build up and reach my core. Quilla wasn't so lucky. Is there anything we can do for her or you? Freya asked Falul, but it was Calla to answer. No, we can't. Now that she was done with her notes, the White closed her notebook. The tower, however, can. The high concentration of world energy is helping Quilla's core to recover while the sage staff is keeping Falul's mind from collapsing. No one can leave, especially Nalrond. Magur or not, the first 24 hours after a procedure of this magnitude are critical. If something can still go wrong, it's going to happen soon. Agreed. Solus let her human body disappear and reverted to her wisp form. The burden from the prolonged use of the master eyes weighed on her as well, and the strain of controlling so many enchantments at the same time for so long was taking its toll on her. Yet she felt great. She had succeeded in helping one of her friends, and in using so much power for a long time with no adverse effects. She still remembered how back when she had first regained her body, it would last only for a while, even while inside the tower. Solus felt like the procedure had also given her back a part of herself, bringing her one step closer to being whole again. While everyone lay down on the floor to catch their breath, Nalrond picked up the wooden figurines and the piece of wood that Protector's children had gifted him from under the surgical bed. I can't believe they worked, he said, putting them inside his dimensional amulet. In a way, they are the first lucky charms of my tribe to have saved a life. Do you plan on keeping them? Freya asked. Yes, they mark the end of a nightmare and a new beginning, he replied. Now even if someone observes my life force, they'll never know I belong to the Werepeople. I'm a free man. I can even join the Awakened Council if I want to. About that, have you thought about how do we have to call your species? Because using the Razar name would defy the purpose of the procedure, Lith asked. Yes, ever since I was a child, Nalrund nodded. My new species still has light and fire as its innate elements, and I used my life force and body heat to reach the violet. I'll call myself Agni, like the god who gifted men fire and shed the light of knowledge to disperse the shadow of ignorance. Speaking of ignorance, in your long list of contingency plans, the letter P was missing as well. What does it stand for? Pain, Lith replied, making Nalrund wonder what could possibly be more painful than fireworks, and happy that he would never know what Plan P entailed. Space. Meanwhile, in the Empire, Ligaen blushed. Agni was one of his old aliases back when he traveled Magur, teaching people how to use fire to purify metals and the importance of keeping written recordings of their discoveries. Yet this is a story for another day. He's not of dragon blood, but I'll allow it, the Guardian said to Milia, who noticed his tail wagging in excitement. How magnanimous of you, letting others carry your name and stroke your ego. Space. Back in the Verhin mansion, Calla and Tista procured enough food for everyone while Quilla only drank potions until her body recovered enough to ingest solids. After they finished eating, Nalrund could thank Falul and Quilla without his gratitude making their condition worse. Thanks, Master Falul. In the end, I was right. I didn't need your bloodline technique to survive, only your help, he said while offering her his hand. The Hydra was about to shake it, when an involuntary reflex caused a long spike blade to erupt from the Agni's backhand, stopping millimeters away from her heart. Is this a weird coincidence or some passive-aggressive threat for not sharing my technique? Falul studied the blade, discovering that it was razor-sharp and dense enough to pierce through the enhanced body of another awakened. It was an accident, I swear. Nalrund pulled his right arm away only for a second blade to come out of the left hand and almost give Freya a haircut. Hey, be careful with those things. She checked her hair, finding no missing locks. Why didn't you warn us about them? Because I'm still resting and Calla forbade me even to use my breathing technique. How was I supposed to know? He tried to flex and relax his muscles to have the blades go back in. They were as long as his forearm, and made it impossible for him to grab something without knocking it over. His attempts to get rid of the blades were rewarded by 2 more spikes erupting from his knees. Chapter 29, 68 Fire of Knowledge, Part 2. Gods, why? As he raised his hands to the sky in frustration, the spike blades on his arms went back under the bone spikes and then came out from the other side, slightly above the elbow. My guess is that your species is supposed to use them to impale anyone dumb enough to charge at you, Lith pointed out. While in your more human than beast form, the knee blades are useless. Yet in your other form, you are forced in a half-sitting position to sustain your massive upper body. I suppose the knee blades and tail make up for the impossibility of kicking. Good to know, Nalrun scoffed. How do I retract them? Practice, lots of practice. Freya patted his back, deciding it was safer to leave him alone until she could take a good look with her breathing technique to his new body. Space. The night went uneventful, and by the next morning everyone had recovered, and the Agni had gotten the hang of the retractable blades. Nalrun felt confident enough to use his breathing technique, Fire Life, discovering how much his life force had changed. The red bricks and the burning star were gone, replaced by a red flaming humanoid figure. He had now one life force, neither human nor emperor beast. It took him a few tries to get his old appearance back with body sculpting. I'm sorry, it seems that I'm different from Lith and Tista. My original life essences have become so mixed up that I can't separate them completely like they do. I can tune one down and focus on the other, but only up to a point. It's fine, you are still part human, and so will I if I become a harbinger. Right, Falul? Freya asked. I have no clue, the Hydra shrugged. I've never met a harbinger, and no one among the lesser divine beast had one. I can't tell you what's going to happen to you because there's no record of it. At those words, Freya swallowed a lump of saliva. It's fine, she thought. There's still over 90 years left before Falul has to decide whether to make me her harbinger or kill me. By then, I will have already lived a long and hopefully happy life. Space. After everyone left the tower to get back to their respective lives, the days passed quiet and uneventful. Alicia kept growing healthy, Camilla was recovering from her depression thanks to her efforts and the help of her family, and Lith was teaching void magic again. Even though he was still perfecting Tier 4 and working on Tier 5, he found that going over the basics of void magic helped his creativity and deepened his understanding. Teaching it to the kids and Camilla helped, but the 6 great academies were filled with youths of outstanding talent. Sometimes they asked him a question or proposed an explanation that would help him find a missing piece of the puzzle, improving his research by leaps and bounds. He and Solus enjoyed their new routine, splitting their time between home and work. By spending so much time with Alina and Zinnia, Camilla had become a great cook. Maybe too much since Lith had found himself eating even when he wasn't hungry, and Solus had gained more weight. Her diet had barely started when they received 2 unexpected calls. The first was from Baba Yaga, who had called on behalf on Dawn. The horseman wanted to know if Nalrund was all right and if her suggestions had been helpful. I'm sorry to bother you, but I can't call Nalrund. I don't want to upset him further, nor do I want him to think this is an attempt at reconciliation. As I said, I consider us even. Didn't Kala tell you? Solus asked in puzzlement. I don't talk to a wannabe lick, and the wannabe lick returns the favor, Dawn replied. Sooner or later, the news of Freya's future marriage would be public knowledge, and by taking the Urna's name, Nalrund was bound to receive a lot of attention. There was no point in hiding the truth. I see, thanks Solus, Dawn said after a brief and doctored recount of the procedure. You have my and Akala's thanks. If you ever need my help again, you only have to ask. The horseman had followed Solus' advice, using partial mind fusions to share her feelings and thoughts with Akala without burning his brain. It helped him to overcome his doubts about her sincerity, and Dawn to understand how deeply her manipulations had hurt him. Will do, bye, Solus said, ending the call. Man, that was weird. Even weirder was the second call that Lith received the following day. I'm contacting you as the current head of the Awakened Council, Verhen. This isn't a courtesy call, Ragudririan said. One of our elders has recently been murdered in his own home, and we need to bring his killer to justice. Do I know the guy? Lith asked, receiving a no in reply. Then why are telling me about this, and more importantly, why should I care? You didn't let me finish, Ragu replied with a sigh. She was annoyed by Lith's attitude, but Lith played no part in the council political plays and had no pending matters, so she had no influence over him. If she wanted a favor, she'd ask for it and do it nicely. The council elder's name was Shirk Limbel, and with his 1046 years, he was one of the oldest among us. Despite his age, He was a very powerful mage and an even more powerful forgemaster. He was never close to the title of ruler of the flames, but he was the next best thing for the kingdom, just like the late Lazalia was for the desert. Now, only the Empire possessed one such forgemasters. Ragu hoped that due to the role Lith had played in the death of Lazalia, he would feel guilty and be more malleable. "Who's Lazalia?" Lith asked, oblivious of Ragu's ploy and of the identity of the dead forgemaster. "The master of one of the apprentices who attacked you in Xantia." Solus reminded him via their mind link, and Ragu said through the amulet, "The guys who staged the Griever in order to use a forbidden array." "I still don't see how this is my problem," Lith shrugged. "You don't understand." Ragu shook her head. "Limbel's house was well protected. He spent there most of his time, and after living for so long it was supposed to be impregnable. Yet he was killed and his home ransacked. When his heir came back from a mission to fetch the ingredients Limbel had requested, he found his grandfather dead and most of his resources stolen. An awakened is supposed to be invincible in their own house. The death of a single one of us is a red flag, but I wouldn't have contacted you if it was just an isolated accident. More people are dying and precious ingredients are going missing." She took a pause to let her words sink. The wounds from the War of the Griffins were too fresh for Lith to forget that the situation at hand was very similar to how Thrud had staged her uprising. Chapter 2969, Strong Enough, Part 1. "Are you suggesting that some of Thrud's generals survived and are back for revenge?" Lith asked. "No, that's impossible. I have witnessed all of them die, either with my own eyes or through the recordings of the kingdom. What worries me is this." Ragu had a holographic list of ingredients appear on Lith's amulet. They were all priceless and very rare, but that was understandable. No one would attack a council elder to get something they could find at the farmer's market. Lith recognized several of them as those whose purchase was severely regulated, due to the role they played in several known forbidden magic spells. The council has already underestimated too many threats in the past. The monster outbreak, the disappearance of the children of the eclipsed lands, and the resentment of our apprentices, to name a few. We have learned from our mistakes and want to get to the bottom of this before it becomes something bigger and more dangerous. I've called you because the Hand of Fate has run out of leads, and Elder Hogg says that you've solved a similar case in the past, and you can do it again. She had no idea that the reason Lith had succeeded in completing Hogg's mission was that he had worked with Scarlet the Scorpicore and back. Then she had the eyes of Menadian. Sure, Lith now had eyes of his own, but he still lacked a reason to get involved with someone else's mess. "I'd rather keep studying void magic and spend time with my family," he thought. "This way, whenever Meln will raise his ugly head, I'll have access to another branch of magic he knows nothing about. Also, keeping the tower on the Mana Geyser speeds up its recovery. With a little luck, the tower will have regained more floors by then." Lith had never left loose ends in his life, and hadn't forgotten about the threat that his estranged brother posed. "Elder Hogg is not the only one who has requested your presence. Xenagrosh of the organization petitioned your presence on the investigation team as well," Ragu continued. "Xenagrosh?" Lith echoed, surprised by both the request and the Shadow Dragon not asking him in person. "Yes," Ragu nodded. "We had to ask for her help as well since she's the best tracker among the hybrids. She gladly accepted and proposed your collaboration." She could almost hear the thoughts running through Lith's mind. "Zorith would never waste my time, let alone leave Kami and Elijah alone if this wasn't important. This arouses a question, however. As far as I know, the organization is still a probatory member of the council. How come you are involving them in a private matter, and what have you offered them to ensure their collaboration?" "The same thing I was about to offer to you." Ragu was glad that Lith had asked for the bait before she had to throw it. "Limbel's heir wants the murderer of his grandfather caught and the stolen legacy retrieved at all costs. Since he's too young and weak to face such an opponent, he has asked for our help and offered a juicy reward. Anyone who helps find useful clues about the lost legacy will be entitled to a share. The one who finds it instead gets the first choice." "Just a share of the magical research." Lith was already swamped with fusing arrays with light mastery spells, learning creation magic, perfecting forgemastery, discovering void magic, and his attempts at gravity magic. A reward that might be of any worth, only years in the future, held little interest to him. Know also of the missing ingredients, assuming that there is still any by the time we track down the culprit, Raghu replied. Fine, you can count on my help. Where did Limbel live and when can I get there? You'll meet with the rest of the team at the crime scene. I'll inform you about the details as soon as the squad of the Hand of Fate in charge of the investigation reports to me. Raghu out. The moment the call ended, it was Lith's turn to make one, contacting Zorath on her personal amulet on a secure line. Hi, little brother, how are you doing? She asked with a warm smile on her face. I'm fine, mostly confused. Lith repeated the contents of his talk with Raghu. What's so important about a dead old coot, and why didn't you ask me first before involving me in this matter? The dead old coot, as you call him, was known as Shirk Limbel, but his real name was Ferk of Dirios. Zorath replied while studying his expression. What makes him important is the fact that he not only was one of Menadian's favorite apprentices, but also the one she entrusted the ears to. What? Lith jumped up from his chair, inviting Solus via the mind link to join him. Are you sure? Very, the shadow dragon nodded. Judging by your reaction, Elf, I mean, Solus has yet to recover her memory. Yes, why do you ask? Lith's paranoia started to pound his brain like his heart was doing his chest. Because I hoped she would be able to help us, she sighed. As for the reason I didn't warn you, it's because I wanted you to act as detached as possible. Raghu is no idiot, and the greed of a dragon is hard to control. She noticed my interest immediately, and it took me quite some effort to convince her to let me in the operation. This way, she suspects nothing, and I bet that she had to bust her ass to rope you in. Nailed in one. Lith nodded, his paranoia taking the back seat again. Excellent move. Had I known it, I would have eagerly waited for Raghu's call, and excitement might have betrayed my interest. It surely would, since I had my conversation with her over a week ago, the shadow dragon said. What? Solus and Lith said in unison. Raghu must have waited to call you on purpose, hoping that you would simmer in impatience and maybe even contact her first. Zorath leaned back on her chair with a smug expression on her face. She suspects I know something that she doesn't, and that if it was really important, I would have kept you posted. Now, however, she has probably lowered her guard, thinking that whatever I'm after is relevant only to me. Even if Raghu doesn't trust me, now she believes that you'll play on her team if the price is right. Instead, we can now just pretend to be on her side and have access to the Council's files about the investigation, Solus blurted out in understanding. You are a genius. Please, Solus. Zorath dismissed the compliments with a wave of her hand. I may be young in the ranks of the organization, but I'm way older than Raghu. If after over a millennium I hadn't learned this much, I would be an idiot. Credit where credit is due, big sister, Lith said. This was brilliant. Not to be rude, but who else in the organization knows about this? Solus asked, visibly on edge. Chapter 2970 Strong Enough, Part 2. Only Bite and I, the shadow dragon, replied. I had no clue what Ferk looked like or who the people Menadian gave the pieces of her set were. Baitra recognized him from the picture and informed me. It happened during the call with Raghu, so even though I had muted the amulet while Baitra told me about Ferk and the ears, I didn't have the time to cool off. She sighed in regret. After that, we decided to not alert the rest of the organization to avoid repeating what happened with the mouth. Convincing the master to also give you the ears would be hard, and he might suspect something. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Solus jumped for joy at the idea of getting her hands back on another piece of her mother's legacy. The fact that this time it wouldn't fall into the organization's hand sweetened the deal and eased her worries about Vaster's plans. If the professor makes something bad out of my mom's work, I'd feel responsible. Luckily, Zorath has no idea we possess the tower and that we just need to touch the artifact, not possess it, she thought. Cynicism 2156, Naivety 4, you are welcome, Lith replied, pissing her off big time. Since when are we keeping score? Since ever. Don't mention it, Xenogrosh replied. I know that your grudge with Baitra is not easily settled and none of my business, but please, believe me when I say she's not the person of your past. Ever since she learned about Ferk's death, she's been obsessing about how you must feel and how to help you. Also, please make no mention of this conversation to her, or she'll kick my ass. I was supposed to underplay her involvement in the matter. Some bullshit about doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do and not to get something in exchange. Zorith shook her head, clearly not sharing Bytra's sentiment one bit. Hey, Solus felt offended at the remark. Tell me about it. Lith shook his head as well while pointing at Solus. Hey, we'll see you in a while. Say hello to Kami and kiss Elijah for me. Zorith out. Who's we? Solus pondered as the shadow dragon's hologram faded. Bytra is probably going to come along as well, Lith shrugged. Vaster favors the buddy system to make up for the hybrid's lack of spirit magic. There's little love and even less trust between his organization and the council. What about Tezka? He always works alone. Solus, good mood and gratefulness toward the fourth ruler of the flames disappeared like snow under the sun at the idea of meeting her again. No matter how many good words and deeds Bytra performed, Solus had still nightmares about the Reju's horn piercing her chest. She could still see the bodies of her fellow apprentices lying in pools of blood all over the tower at night. After seeing him fight with Grandma, do you think there's someone who can hurt him? Lith found the idea preposterous. Definitely not, Solus had to admit. The first thing Lith had to do was to inform Camilla of his absence. He had no idea how long the investigation would take. It might even be the first time since Elijah's birth that he spent a whole day away. Also, he needed someone to inform the academy of his leave, and that the void magic lessons would be suspended. I don't like this. Camilla paced the room nervously while Lith held the baby girl in his arms. Do you really have to do it? What do you mean? Father and daughter shape-shifted together from one of their 4 forms into the other. The resonance between them helped Lith to safely study the changes in the different aspects of his life force, especially the abomination one. For Elijah, instead, it was a way to become accustomed to her powers and learn how to control them. More importantly, it was a moment of bonding for both of them, allowing them to touch each other's minds and hearts. I get that Solus needs the ears, that it might help the tower to recover more quickly, that it's her mother's legacy, and blah blah blah. But do you really have to stick your neck in this mess after what happened on Giera? Camilla stopped in her tracks. Despite her anxiety, seeing father and daughter smiling warmed her heart. You're going after a killer, someone who could murder a bright violet awakened like you in his own home. And that was before the murderer got his hands on the ears of Menadian. It sounds awfully dangerous to me. It also made her terrified of losing her husband. And don't try to say that you are not going in alone. I trust Solus, but away from a geyser she has limits. We both know you'll try to ditch the hand of fate as soon as you can, so they don't count. Sure, Bytra and Zorith are coming, but that's exactly the reason you shouldn't go. They are trustworthy and don't need your help. Can't you stay here and wait for their return? She asked as Elijah grabbed and sucked Lith's finger. It is dangerous, Kami, and you are right. I could sit back and leave Zorith to deal with it, but then I would learn nothing. Ferk might have had my same core, but he was much older and powerful than me. I need to know firsthand how to defeat someone like that so that I can do it too, and no one can do it to me, Lith said while looking Camilla in the eyes. Even once I reach the peak of the bright violet, I'm still going to be a 20-years-old runt. To get stronger, I need battle experience. Otherwise, I'll never fill the gap with old monsters like Tezka and Grandma. Stronger, she echoed in disbelief. You are a bright violet. Cord divine beast, you are the farming supreme Magus. You have no need to get stronger. You should think of our daughter. It's exactly for her that I'm doing it, Lith replied while cooing at Elijah. I don't want her to grow up while watching me fight like I've done in the past. I don't want her to witness the violence and bloodshed I needed to protect everyone. I want to be strong, Kami, strong enough to be gentle. So strong that I can afford to be kind without it biting my back in the future. The weak are not gentle nor kind. They just pretend to be to cope with their helplessness. When Camilla met his gaze, she read all the pain from his past life on Earth and his early life on Magur. Above all, she saw his will to not let their daughter have to endure any of it. Okay, Camilla sat down beside Lith, holding him in an embrace. Just be careful, will you? I'm more than careful, I'm paranoid, Lith replied while kissing her head, making her chuckle. I guess that it has its perks. Camilla gave him a sweet kiss, then she took Elijah from his arms to kiss her as well. Chapter 29-71 Rescue Mission, Part 1. The baby girl was happy to see her mother. All those big words and the repeated shape-shifting had worked her up an appetite. Elijah turned into a Tiamat for better mobility and went for Camilla's chest. "Bad Elijah," Camilla said as the baby pulled her shirt open, exposing her bosom. "That's my girl," Lith said with pride. Space. Erna's household, a few hours later. A regional holiday had been declared for the whole week to celebrate the news of Quilla's twins. Gianni and Orion had arranged for festivals to be held in every city and village, providing as much food as the recent end of the famine allowed for. So Lith wasn't surprised when he walked through the private gate of their mansion and found every wall, curtain, and piece of furniture decorated with blue and pink ribbons. Even the portraits of Orion's ancestors wore one on the lapels of their painted jackets, and their expressions looked more smug than usual. "It's all in your head," Solus said. "I remember what they looked like and no one altered the paintings." "If you say so." Seeing the usually polite and reserved house staff smile from ear to ear was so creepy that Lith pondered if Maugr had its own clown prince of crime who had filled the mansion with lethal laughing gas. When they reached Orion's Forgemastery lab, they almost couldn't recognize it. It was filled with cribs, blankets, and everything one would expect from a children's shop, not the research quarters of a powerful mage. "Welcome, Lith. Hi, Solus." Orion shoved a cigar in Lith's mouth, gifted a small bottle of perfume to Solus, and handed a glass of dragon water to both. "Come on in, we were just getting started." "Hi guys, please tell me you've come here on a rescue mission." Nalrond was in his Agni form. He had 3 cigars in his maw, and 1 bucket-sized glass filled with liquor in each clawed hand. Orion was supposed to take Nalrond's new measurements for a new armor, but he had been otherwise occupied. "What a guy, he has a killer sense of humor." Orion laughed, creeping everyone out. "Don't worry, we'll be done soon and you'll be free to go back to Freya." The nudges and winks left no doubt that Orion was fishing for more grandchildren. Sort of. Lith had walked many miles in Nalrund's current shoes. His parents had been pushy even before he met Camilla, and only Elijah's birth had made them relent from their demands for grandchildren. For a while. "I bring good news and lots of stuff." Lith opened his pocket dimension, dropping the materials from Nalrond's old Featherwalker armor that he had recycled with creation magic. "Did you ask Salark or?" Orion asked with greed. Even the happiness of the moment couldn't make him forget his own personal war. His lab was full of failed prototypes, and the vaults of the Erna's household were cluttered with old artifacts that creation magic could turn into materials for weapons of destruction. "Both," Lith raised his hands in surrender. "As in, I tried, failed, and Grandma stepped in before everything blew to bits. Sorry, Orion, but your creations are still too complex for me. Maybe if you gave me the schematics of your cloaking runes." "Over my dead body." Not even his personal war could make Orion forget his pride as Forgemaster. "Then you would steal every secret of my bloodline's legacy, and the Ernas would de facto be reduced to a branch of the Verhin family." "I was just saying." Lith didn't even try to deny Orion's on-point allegations. "How is it going?" "Before good, now it's much better," Orion said. The violet crystals were expensive, but the real issue was getting his hands on enough adamant to make a proper armor for Nalrond's new and even bigger body. Getting back the adamant of the Featherwalker made things much easier. "This guy is a Forgemaster's dream." Orion pressed a few nerves, triggering the retractable blade spikes on the forearms and knees. "I have a name and I'm not a toy. Stop doing that," Nalrond said. Then he saw the hurt in Orion's eyes and remembered how much the Ernas were doing for him. How even after seeing him in his new form, they hadn't batted an eye at his diminished humanity. "Please." "I'm sorry, Nalrond, I'm just too happy," Orion said. In his Agni form, his son-in-law would be a formidable ally. Nalrond had already learned and practiced spirit magic during Falul's lessons with the help of her silvery wand. The first 3 tiers of magic were just a matter of power, so he only needed to practice tiers 4 and 5 to become a spirit master. Also, Nalrond had already started to teach Freya light mastery. Even though there wasn't much time, Orion believed that every bit he could snatch from those lessons would help. Last, but not least, between his already deep violet core and his armored body, the Agni was a force to be reckoned with. "Why is Nalrond's new body relevant to Forgemastery?" Solus asked in curiosity. It's actually a niche branch, but a very useful one, Orion explained. You see, normally an armor's focus is just defense. You can add things like bladed wings or claws, but those are last-ditch resorts. Adding more metal for including weapons is not the problem since the weight-reducing spells take care of it. The issue is that you can't give an artifact more than one power core. Adding the specifics for a weapon also means wasting runes to set its shape, edge, and measurements, or the self-repair spells won't work. You also have to specify where the blade comes out of how. For Nalron, there's no such problem. I just have to enchant the armor with the simple, cover your owner spell to give him what he needs. Orion pointed at the bone spikes on his body and the retractable blades. With Nalron's external shell giving shape to the armor, I simply have to choose for the power core spells that can work both as offense and defense. I can focus on the enchantments and their efficiency instead of wasting runes on diagrams. This is interesting, Lith pondered. The horns in my Tiamat form are too short to be useful except as a last resort, but my tail is another story entirely. Maybe it's time to put the bone spear at its end to good use. Sure, Solus replied, blushing in embarrassment as memories about the tale that weren't her own flashed in her mind. I'm going on a mission for a while. If you guys need me for anything, please let Camilla know. I might not be able to answer my amulet until I'm done. Thanks, Lith. You have no idea how much this means to me. With the Urnas paying for the mansion, the marriage, and even Nalron's equipment, he felt greatly indebted to them. Recycling the old armor helped lessen the expenses for the new one, but that wasn't enough. Light mastery is my bloodline legacy, and the Urnas are my new tribe. I guess that I'll follow Morok's lead and share with my in-law everything I know. He thought, unaware that he was being manipulated into doing this for months now. Chapter 2972 Rescue Mission, Part 2. You are welcome, Nalrond. Thanks for the lesson, Orion, Lith said, a bit surprised that a proud artisan would share information with a rival. Don't mention it, Orion said. The stronger Lith gets, the higher our chances of survival against the Myrok. He actually thought. I would have never taught him anything if he was alone, but with his share of Thrud's spoils and his demons, one piece of information can change the course of a war when it applies to an entire army. Space. Weran region, Madaka Plains, the following day. After a quick trip to the desert for a few tweaks on the Voidwalker armor, and a good night's rest to reset Invigoration's effects, Lith woke up to a call informing him that the final details of the investigation had been settled. For some reason, the captain of the Hand of Fate, the Council's enforcers, had refused to give Lith the coordinates of Ferk's home and demanded to meet in an open space. This is weird. My paranoia sense is tingling, Lith said while looking around the empty area chosen as the point of contact. The scarce vegetation of the area had been trampled and uprooted during the War of the Griffins. It gave a clear line of sight for kilometers, but also no place where to hide or take cover in case of ambush. Agreed, this is the perfect spot for a trap. Solus used the eyes to scan the area for dormant arrays or surveillance spells. Only once she found nothing could she relax a bit and tune down to the less draining mana sense. The eyes came from the tower, and the tower shared its power source with Solus, so the use of the artifact without a geyser still took a toll on her mana reserves. By the way, I was thinking, Ferk of Dirios, isn't it odd that one of Mom's closest apprentices is from our region? She asked. Not really, Lith replied. Orion told us that the first records about Menadian's life mentioned that she lived in the Distar region when Dirios was still a small village. So what? Solus asked. If your mother really was born in the Marquisate, it's normal that she befriended people close to where she lived. Also, if Dirios underwent the same explosive growth as Lucia, it wouldn't surprise me if our village was also built because of her, Lith replied. Do you think that my mother founded Lucia? The idea shocked Solus. No, more like that she lived nearby for the Mana Geyser where I found you, and that the area started developing due to her presence. Lith shrugged. It makes sense, Solus pondered. Probably back then people didn't even know who she was, and the presence of a mage gave them safety. Then, after she died, people moved out. Just like it happened to Lucia after I was exiled. Lith used his Tiamat keen sight to scout in 3 directions at the same time, but there was nothing to see. Someone's coming, Solus focused mana sense on the dimensional rift, taking form a few meters from them, and conjured the fury in her hand. "Hi, little brother, hi, Solus." Zorith walked out of the chaos steps first. She was wearing a full set of deep blue bookworm armor. The adamant sky piercer claw on her right hand crackled with bolts of power coming from the 6 elemental crystals studded on its surface. The battle claw emitted energy pulses that scanned the surroundings which, along with the barrier enveloping her, indicated that Xenagrosh was expecting trouble. "If the area is clear, why are you so tense?" She pointed at the hammer in Solus' hand and Lith keeping his palm on the hilt of Ragnar K. "You can come, bite." "Because we've been waiting here for a while, and I was starting to suspect this is all a setup." Lith assumed a relaxed stance. There was little that 2 monster eldritch hybrids couldn't deal with, especially with that kind of equipment. "By my mom, that's not the same equipment Zorith had the last time we met her in Zelex. Her artifacts have been significantly upgraded," Solus said. "Also, is it me or has that claw gotten closer to the hands of Menadian as well? And it's made of pure adamant." Lith didn't know whether to be more envious or worried, so he went for both. "Where the heck does Vaster get so much enchanted metal? Orion is struggling to make one armor for Nalrond." "Hi, Lith," Bytra waved at him before shaking his hand. "Solus." She kept her distance from Solus, greeting her with a nod. The movement brought Solus' attention to what looked like a bandana that both hybrids wore around their necks. It took her a single glance at them with the eyes to send a cold shiver down her spine. "What do you mean, waiting?" Zorith would have liked to ask for recent pictures of Elysia, but the situation was indeed weird. "I'm late on purpose. I don't trust the council, so I made sure that you would arrive first. Your presence is supposed to smooth whatever tension might arise." She sniffed the air, finding no unusual smell. "Fine, have it your way." The shadow dragon raised her gloved hand and discharged the accumulated energy. The resulting pulse expanded in every direction, creating a dome comprised of swirling elemental energy. The pulse suddenly shattered on contact with a lonely tree located about 500 meters, 1641 feet, away. Bytra followed by throwing the absolution with every ounce of her considerable strength, yet she aimed a few meters away from the base of the tree. The impact blew the ground into a crater with a boom of thunder, sending the tree and 3 more people of different sizes belly up. "What the fuck?" They were hiding underground at the base of the tree, but that doesn't explain why not even the eyes detected them. Before Lith could finish the thought, a 5th figure bolted toward Zorith, exploiting the depowered state of her weapon. The creature rode a bolt of lightning and moved so fast that even to Lith's awakened senses it was barely a blue blur. It would have struck at Xenagrosh before she even had the time to register the movement if not for Bytra being on guard. The Reiju used her own electric powers to move fast enough to intercept the enemy. Her silver bolt and the blue one of her opponent moved to 6 different locations in 6 different directions before the shadow dragon could lower her hand. The eyes failed to lock onto anything, and Lith's 7 eyes could barely follow the countless exchanges that took place in a single heartbeat. "I can tell that they use 2 different bloodline abilities, and that it's more a spar than a fight, but that's it." The mind link reported the message as the bolts stopped. Much to Lith's dismay, the newcomer wasn't a humanoid blue hedgehog, but a humanoid white tiger. The blue streak as he moved came from his armor, which carried a pattern of colors and design that Lith didn't recognize. "Are we done playing?" Xenagrosh's tone was flat, as if she was making small talk in an elevator rather than dealing with an unknown assailant. Chapter 29, 73 Gravity Field, Part 1. "You seem to be as good as you claim to be, Abomination," the creature said with a low leopard growl. "Maybe there really is merit in your presence here, maybe. First, I'm an eldritch, not an abomination. Get on with the program or I'll refer to you as a kitten." Xenagrosh's voice now sounded bored, which gave insult a further sting. "Second, if I wanted to hurt you posers, that pulse would have exploded in your face instead of imploding on itself. You live because I allow it." "You," before the white tiger could snarl something back, Bytra wrapped the strap at the end of the absolution's hilt around his hand and let go of the hammer. The Emperor Beast charged himself with another yellow bolt of lightning and tried to move, but the absolution brought him down like a dirty rag. His speed was meaningless while he was pinned to the ground. He grunted, pulled, and pushed, but the ham didn't budge. Baitra, however, was free to move. With one hand locked on the floor in a half-knelt position, the white tiger could neither block nor dodge. Her delicate fist hit in an uppercut that sent him flying up just for the pinned arm to whip him down with a shattered jaw and dislocated wrist, elbow, and shoulder. "You live because she allows it," Baitra snarled, her black aura spreading to the sky and conjuring dark clouds. The fourth ruler of the Flames was the meekest among the organization's eldritches. Like most clones, her past, innocent self was dominant compared to the original's ruthlessness. She felt remorseful for slaughters she had never perpetrated and wished to make amends for them. Unless someone threatened Xenagrosh. The Shadow Dragon was a merciless killer to the rest of Magur and the son to Baitra. Any attempt to harm her wife turned the Reiju into a feral beast that would have made the old Korg hide in a corner. Meanwhile, the lonely tree had fallen back to the ground and shape-shifted into a fae wearing a dark suit of armor identical to those of the other three awakened. They assumed a battle formation with perfect teamwork and bolted forward with a unique flight spell. They were a human male, a humanoid serpentine creature, and a rotten skeleton wielding a staff that Lith assumed was a female solely because she was too short to be an awakened man. So they didn't hide behind the tree was hiding them in an underground space between its roots. Lith's thought, uncaring of the events unfolding around him. A smart move, but it still doesn't explain why we failed to notice them. Life vision, mana sense, and the eyes perceived nothing where the four black-clad warriors and the white tiger stood. Aside from a slight distortion in the world energy around them, it was like they didn't exist. "My bet is they wear Darwin-coated armors," Solus replied. "Somehow, the material has been treated to reduce the vacuum in the world energy that would otherwise betray its presence. Whatever the crafting method of that armor is, the result is beyond every cloaking artifact we've ever imagined. I can't read their cores, their life forces, their equipment, nothing. They could all be divine beasts wearing royal fortress armor, and we'd be none the wiser." "That's why I hate stupid kids," Xenagrosh sighed. "They can't see the truth until they slam their noses into it." When the four alleged members of the Hand of Fate were just a few dozen meters away, Zorith spread her black-violet aura and activated Dragon Fear. Her mana filled the area, carrying with it her killing intent that seeped inside the bodies of everyone inside the Dragon Fear's aura of effect. Panic made the four awakened lose control of their flight spell and crash onto the ground. As Lith estimated their masses based on the depth of the crater their fall created, the only thing in their eyes was Xenagrosh. Even though she was still in her human form, they could see behind her the illusion of a majestic shadow dragon standing on all fours. Its wings were unfolded, blotting out the sky, and its neck was reared high, ready to unleash the sea of fire and shadows that was roiling in its mouth. "Dodge!" A flick of Zorith's middle and thumb fingers conjured several icicles the size of a dagger that flew at the warriors. It was just a Tier 3 spell, something that anyone with an alchemical wand could use. There was no willpower in it, and its destructive power was far from remarkable. Yet the Council's elite took every icicle in full. They had been forewarned and had plenty of space for maneuver, but Dragon Fear paralyzed their limbs like adamant chains. They were sent sprawling on the ground, coughing up blood from the internal injuries they had suffered. "Bite, stomach, please." Before the white tiger could be outraged by the humiliation of his soldiers or confused by Xenagrosh's request, the Reiju delivered a punch to his solar plexus. It squeezed the air out of his body and cracked the insulating layer of Darwin that coated his armor. Lith could now see a bright blue aura seeping out of the four lackeys and a bright violet one from their indomitable leader. "Now that we have properly introduced ourselves, would you like to speak like a civilized person, or do I have to keep beating manners into you?" The shadow dragon had yet to move from her spot, her voice the same she would use to discuss the weather. The white tiger growled back, but Baitra's charging fist was as telegraphed as its consequences. "Fine, let's talk." The fist didn't slow down, it just changed its target from the throat to the gonads. "I apologize for my rude behavior. The attack was uncalled for, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to see what's so special about you guys." "Apologies accepted." Zorith nodded, and Baitra let go of the scruff of the white tiger while recalling the absolution to her hand. Take your time to heal your soldiers and compose yourselves. I want to avoid further delays to our mission." "Excellent idea." The white tiger turned around without introducing himself, taking care of fixing his armor first and checking on his unit later. "What was that?" Solus pointed at the spot where the absolution had lain until a second ago. There was a deep depression in the soft soil where the hammer had blocked the Emperor Beast. A crater several meters deep that couldn't be explained by the combined weight of the absolution and the white tiger. Solus still had many reserves about the Reiju, but her love for Forge Mastery was stronger than her trauma. "Something I made up to avoid the absolution ever ending up like the Fury." Baitra lowered her gaze in shame while offering the hammer to Solus. "It conjures an internal gravity field so that arrays have no effect on it. The moment someone who hasn't my approval or has a different energy signature from mine touches it, the gravity field increases the weight of the absolution. Also, since the enchantment works akin to fusion magic, you can't store the hammer inside a dimensional amulet to steal it." Chapter 29, 74 Gravity Field, Part 2. "It's brilliant." Solus had sparkles in her eyes, pondering how she could do the same for the Fury. "Please forgive me, Solus. I've learned from my own crimes." Baitra was afraid that the revelation would trigger another panic attack, but Solus remained calm. "Thanks for the apology, but you have no need to. It wasn't you." Every word was like pulling teeth. "Feel free to share the method with me if it makes you feel better." Zorath furrowed her brows at the blatant exploitation of the Reiju's guilt, but Baitra didn't seem to notice, and if she did, she didn't care. "I would love to, but I didn't do everything by myself. I had the idea, but the spell is Tezca's. See?" She pointed at the violet dimensional crystal that was now studded on the head of the absolution. "Too bad," Solus inwardly sighed. "I bet that this has aroused every nerd instinct in your body," she said via the mind link with a chuckle. "How is that?" Lith asked in confusion. "Are you telling me that all that, whoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor, didn't cross your mind? Not even for an instant?" "Please, that's lame. There's only one Thor for me." The thunder god of Lith's childhood had long red hair and beard, wore enchanted metal gloves, and a belt doubling his strength. His hammer had a short handle due to sabotage during the forge mastering process, and its powers came from the owner, not the other way around. Still, it's a good idea to protect the Fury. We'll have to add it to Freya's to-do list. By the way, is it me or isn't just Zorath's and Baitra's equipment that got stronger? "I don't know," Solus replied. "They wear a cloaking ring that shields both their cores and life forces. It's inferior to those guys' armor, but more than enough to jumble Mana Sense's readings. Damn it, we need to know if Vaster is getting closer to fusing their life essences like we did for Nalrond. I could try using Invigoration, but Zorath was once an awakened, and she knows how having foreign mana flowing inside you feels." Lith inwardly grumbled. "Or, and I know it sounds crazy, you could ask her." Solus thought oozed sarcasm. "Zorath considers herself your sister, she is Elijah's godmother, and she's the one who bought our ticket to this fair. Why do you keep treating her like an enemy?" "A rival, there's a difference," Lith countered soberly. "Still, you are right." "Is it me, or have both you and your equipment had quite the makeover?" Lith asked. "It's not you," Zorath smiled and ruffled Lith's hair. "But let's talk about this later. The children are coming." She pointed with her thumb at the members of the Hand of Fate. "Nice to meet you." The white tiger sounded more fake than a $3 bill. "My name is Strider the Zawu of the Emperor Beast dynasty." He offered his hand with his claws still extended. "Not to be rude, but I've never seen one of your kind or even heard about their existence before." Lith shook it dryly while taking a good look at his reluctant ally now that the white tiger stood still. He had long curved horns coming out of his forehead and tusks from the sides of his mouth. What Lith had earlier mistaken for frills of the Zawu's armor were small proto-feathered wings on Strider's elbows and knees. They weren't meant to fly, their feathers a tool to fine conjure air currents and control them with pinpoint accuracy. His tail was very long, and it was ethereal in nature. The white came from compressed clouds and the black from the storm brewing within. It was possible to see thunderbolts light the tail from the inside and discharge into Strider's body, probably fueling his abilities. "That's because I'm not from Garland." The Zawu bowed his head, in respect to his origins rather than his unwanted guests. My family comes from the eastern continent of Zima. These are my subordinates, Ruda alias. He pointed at a handsome man who gave them a polite nod of his head. He was as tall as Lith, with red hair and blue eyes. Anana the Naga, the creature was a male as well. It had 6 arms, blue skin, and the lower part of his body was that of a giant snake. He crossed his arms over his chest and gave them a bow. Rika the Titania. The Fae was almost 2 meters, 67, tall, with the appearance of a gorgeous woman with pearly pink skin, ocean blue eyes, and long hair the color of red maple leaves. She extended her hand, sprouting 1 vine for each of her guests who promptly shook them. And Ajam wrote, "The sanest lick you'll ever meet." The skeleton was definitely human, but what was left of her flesh wasn't enough to guess what she looked like or what she was thinking. "Hi, my name is Solus Verhin." When she offered the Zawu her hand, Strider's face lighted up with a real smile. "Nice to meet you, Lady Verhin. I wish we could have met under different circumstances and with better company." When he pulled back from the handshake, Solus found her arms filled with delicious-smelling food. "Thanks," she smiled while taking a bite from a donut. "Looking sweet. I mean, while you are pretty rude, what threat do we pose to you?" she asked while never stopping to eat. "You mean what threat they pose to us, miss, to us all?" The Zawu waved at Lith, Xenagrosh, and Zorith. "Abominations aren't named after what they do, but what they are." His voice turned into a rumbling snarl, but this time he kept his feet and mana still. "They murder and pillage with no remorse. Entire villages, cities, and even whole countries have been brought down by those monsters. They forced my family to flee from Zima and seek the protection of the Great Mother." There was anger and shame in his tone. "Those are the abominations of your country. Here things are different," Solus said, hating Strider lumping Lith with the rest of his kind. "Are they?" the Zawu said in anger, yet gave her more food. "The organization was behind the monster outbreak of a few years ago. It spawned hybrids like them that made countless victims. Zacha the New, one of the kindest beings I've ever met, was driven crazy by them. She became one of them. She killed Mishar the Unicorn, our savior, and then she destroyed my second house, forcing my family to run away again." He glared at Zorith, who shrugged, and Baitra, who blushed, knowing that she was born from the outbreak. Not the same that Strider was talking about, but only due to dumb luck. Taking their silence as an admission of guilt, he continued. "As for him," the Zawu pointed at Lith, "he's just another hybrid. He planted himself inside a human house and played nice. I have to concede that. Yet the moment his identity was exposed, it took him minutes to show his true colors. Everyone in Garland has seen Verhin torturing and feeding off the Hogums." Chapter 2975 Hidden Lab, Part 1. 2975 Hidden Lab, Part 1. During one of the longest famines of this century, your dear cousin erased an entire bloodline and turned a fertile barony into a barren land to relieve his anger. "Do you deny it?" Strider asked. "No, but—" After that, he bought his pardon by sharing void magic with the humans instead of the awakened community. He didn't care for us, only for himself. The title of Supreme Magus he carries marks him as a convicted murderer and a traitor. A slow clap cut the Zawu off, just like he had done to Solus. "Thanks for the recap," Lith said. "If I ever want a biographer, I know who not to call. Now, what do you say if you quit whining and we get a move on? I don't have all day." The Zawu's eyes narrowed into fiery slits that brimmed with mana. He growled but said nothing, his gaze lingering on Baitra way longer than it was polite. "And you, how could you do it?" The fourth ruler of the Flames was aware that Strider had no way of knowing about her killing Menadian, but his words sounded like an accusation nonetheless. "How could you betray us for this?" He pointed at the Shadow Dragon. Not knowing about the real Baitra or the clones, the Zawu assumed that she had lived in seclusion for some reason until the organization had scouted her. Then, Baitra must have fallen in love and willingly turned into a hybrid to be with her lover. None of it was true, but he didn't know nor care. "That's enough." Zorith grabbed his extended finger and broke it into 3 parts, bringing Strider to his knees from pain. "I'm tired of listening to you, kitten. Bring us to Limbel's lab, now." "Fine," the Zawu mended his wound. "This way." A wave of his hand opened a warp gate leading straight to their destination. It was an underground palace. either built inside a mountain or so deep into the ground that everyone could feel the pressure of dozens of tons of rocks weighing above them. "You first." Lith took the Zawu by surprise and by the scruff of his neck, throwing him inside first and then the rest of his team. "No traps, we can go in." "Was it necessary?" Strider asked, while helping the members of the Hand of Fate who had trouble getting up. "Being thrown like a sack of potatoes by a divine beast did a number on your pride, bones, and internal organs." "Yes," Lith nodded. "Since we are such good friends, it was reasonable to think you might have forgotten to deactivate the protection system so that we could have an unfortunate accident." The truth was that the Zawu had thought about it and decided otherwise for Solus' sake. He hated abominations, but he would never sacrifice an innocent for his revenge. "I see, follow me." He turned around and started walking. The palace was exactly what one could expect from an ancient, powerful being who spent more time in his lab than in the outside world. Every room and corridor was pristine. The self-cleaning spells of the house made it low maintenance. The furniture was made of high-end materials and finely crafted. Their beauty showed the hand of master artists capable of creating a masterpiece without it being ostentatious. Yet while every piece of art was pleasant by itself, the overall impression of the palace was jarring. Limbel/Ferk had collected many things in his over 1,000 years of life, and his house was filled with things linked by the common feelings they inspired in him, not by design. Colorful tapestries were hung on the walls behind what looked like plain vases and even rocks. Paintings of completely different styles and ages were displayed one near the other, their themes often in contrast. The house seemed to have been decorated by a colorblind, compulsive hoarder in a drunken fit. Yet everyone could appreciate the majestic complexity of the enchantments interwoven throughout the palace. Ferk was indeed a gifted forgemaster and one of Menadian's dearest apprentices. Solus and Baitra could see it in his work, in how every rune was drawn and placed with the care of an artist. The enchantments were a symphony to their eyes, making them mist with tears as the familiar designs aroused long-forgotten memories in both women. "Why are," Strider said, and Lith hushed him not to ruin Solus' moment, "they crying?" "You can ask them later," the Tiamat replied, receiving a fist bump of approval by Zorith. "By the way, as far as I know, the Hand of Fate is supposed to be comprised of bright blue-cored individuals who seek the Elder's help to reach the violet. Yet unlike your men, you already have a violet core. What's in it for you?" The ease with which Lith asked such a cynical question made Strider sigh in exasperation, reaffirming his prejudices about abominations. "Yes, the bulk of our forces is stuck at the bright blue, but that's more than enough for most investigations. The blue core is the limit for everyone, and between spirit magic and our longevity, it takes a lot to harm an awakened. Yet when someone capable of killing an elder appears, sending blue cores would be like throwing leaves into a fire and hope to smother it. That's why there are people like me who take point when something like this happens. As for what's in it for me, the answer is not much. I get to keep my seat among the council's elders and my turf. We take turns serving the Hand of Fate as part of our duty. Even your former master, Falul, has to answer the call when summoned." "Can I ask you a few questions?" Strider said. "Sure," Lith nodded as the Zawu asked him the reason he had refused the seat in the council. As Lith replied with his usual blunt candor, Rika the Titania asked him for advice about the violet, while Ruta was eager to listen about how it felt to have become a Magus at such a young age. As a fellow awakened human, Ruta was used to stay on the sideline and hide his abilities. Fame and recognition were something he could only dream about. The more Lith talked, the less he appeared like the bloodthirsty monster Strider had painted him. As the ice between the two groups thinned, Ajum the Lick dared to ask Zenagrosh questions about her condition as an eldritch and her role in the War of the Griffins. She turned out to be warm and friendly when you weren't ambushing her. Baitra and Solus, instead, walked in silence for a while. They snapped out of their reverie almost at the same time and noticed that they could see everyone's lips moving yet hear nothing. They turned to each other, noticing their respective teary eyes. For a moment, they felt close. The two of them were the only ones who could appreciate the hidden beauty of the palace and see the traces of Menadian's legacy hidden in Ferk's work. Then the moment passed, and it made things awkward between them. They rushed to wipe their eyes and dispel the hush zone just in time to hear. This is it, the Zawu said, pointing at the crime scene. It was hidden behind a fake wall, a second Forgemastery lab right past the one where Lindell trained his disciple and met his clients. Chapter 2976 Hidden Lab, Part 2. 2976 Hidden Lab, Part 2. By the time Lindell/Ferk's secret lab had been found, the damage to the hidden room had been repaired by the protective arrays of the palace. The complex and delicate instruments were intact, but too many things were out of place. The forge had disappeared, leaving only a depression in the carpet. The many books scattered throughout the room and the several empty shelves were the only remaining signs of struggle. No mage would be foolish enough to set up an array to put books back in their place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to read without the array taking the tome off their hands like an annoying librarian. If a shelf had been broken, the books were right below it. If a spell had blown it to bits, however, the explosion would propel the books away. By studying the pattern of the books, it was easy to retrace the different phases of the fight and also understand when things had gotten dire. Self-repairing enchantments were no barriers, and paper was frail by nature. A tome with missing pages, or the presence of scattered ashes, meant that a spell strong enough to overpower the protections had been used. "I'll tell you what we already know so you won't have to start from scratch," Ajam said. "Based on our timeline reconstruction, about 5 months ago someone entered Limbell's house. It must." 5 months ago? Lith was flabbergasted. "You've sat on the scene for so long and expect us to find something." "No, we didn't sit on the scene, as you put it," Strider snarled. "We have used arrays to preserve everything as it was, from the dust on the furniture to the position of the books to the lingering energy signatures. Everything is still as we found it. Also, what did you expect? Awakened crimes aren't like human crimes. There are only so many possible suspects, and no one steals something like this to keep it hidden. We were certain that by letting the culprit think that they had gotten away with it, they would have done something that would betray their involvement. Also, we've never stopped investigating. We believed that something would come out. The problem is that we were wrong. Please continue, Ajam." "It must have been a friend, because unless Limbell opened the door himself, the security system would have alerted him, and he would have fought the intruder in the outer rooms, not in his hidden Forgemastering lab. Also, it must be someone Limbell trusted. A Forgemaster treasures his secrets more than his bedchambers." The Lick said, and Baitra, Solus, and Lith nodded in agreement. "We think that Limbell brought the killer here to show them something, maybe a piece that had been commissioned, but still needed the input of the client before being completed. Then something was said or done that caused the violence. This is most likely a fist." He pointed at a pile of collapsed books in front of an empty shelf at the level of Limbell/Ferk's head. When that failed, spells started to fly. She pointed at the scattered and burned books on both sides of the room where the mages had probably crashed during the exchanges. Then Limbell died, and you know the rest. "Are there missing books?" Xenogrosh's dragon eyes had already counted the stray books, and then calculated the empty volume on the shelves. For them to be all destroyed, there were too little ashes. "Many," Ruta said. "After accounting for the scattered books, those damaged, and the few that have been blown to cinders, we estimate that about half of the content from the empty shelves was taken. Another weird thing is that Limbell's diaries, grimoires, and secret manuals are safe. He had entrusted them to his disciple, and even though the young Nem Limbell refused to let us read them, we could still verify their contents. The books in his possession are so many that they would fit this entire room. The missing tomes are just a few dozens. Before you ask, yes, we checked Nem Limbell's whereabouts and alibi," Anana the Naga said. "He was our first suspect since he fit the bill of the culprit to nigh perfection." 0316. "He was away when this happened. Old Limbell had sent him to fetch rare ingredients in the council's market. We have witnesses, security footage, timeline, everything. Also, I specified nigh perfection because the young Limbell has no damn motive. His master was old. There was no argument between them nor time to find a replacement. All of this was going to belong to Nem in a few years anyway. It was no secret that Shirk Limbell's life force was almost drained, so why kill his master and risk death at the hand of the council?" "How can you be so sure that there was no argument with his disciple?" Baitra asked. knowing well how a disgruntled apprentice could hide their resentment until it turned into hatred. Solus swallowed at those words, wondering if it took a murderer to know one. Because Limbel was old and had plenty of friends, Strider replied. We have checked with them their conversations of the last few years, and there's no mention of attrition with Nem Limbel, nor did Shirk ask his friends to help him find a replacement. We even checked with Nem's friends, who confirmed to us that the youth has been a mess for quite a while now. He loved the idea of becoming the master of the house, but he hated that it came at the price of losing his beloved great-grandfather. It's a mystery. Xenagrosh thought long and hard about the issue, but found no explanation. Warping inside a mage's house was suicidal, but before that, it was impossible unless you had been there already and knew the dimensional coordinates. A guest or a friend would have never known about the secret lab. Even if somehow an intruder bypassed the dimensional ceiling arrays with spirit magic, they would have appeared in the common areas that were also the most heavily protected. Yet there was no trace of struggle in the rest of the house, so there had been no fight. On top of that, killing an awakened as old as Ferk in his own turn turf was far from easy, and that without taking the ears of Menadian into the equation. Zorith couldn't think of a single way she could have done such a surgical job against someone with Ferk's resources. It was a feat on Tezca's level, but someone like the Sun-Eater would have never run away and left behind so many treasures. He would have taken his time and stolen everything noteworthy. Anyone strong enough to kill Ferk was supposed to have no reason to fear Nem's return. The culprit had killed like a powerful mage, and then acted like a weakling with no plan or experience in cleaning his own mess. The execution was the mark of a pro. Everything else was the wreck of an amateur at his first kill. The only silver lining was that Xenagrosh had no need to understand someone to track them to the end of Maugr. Indeed, and I don't have the time to solve mysteries. Lith took out his communicator amulet and pressed a familiar rune. Chapter 2977 Murder, she said, Part 1. 2977 Murder, she said, Part 1. What do you think you are doing? Strider tried to grab the amulet from Lith's hands, but razor-sharp wings and tail whipped at him, forcing the Zawu to stand back. Even in his human form, the Tiamat still had the mass of a divine beast, and the mere air pressure generated by his movements hit like a storm. Strider had dodged everything, yet small bruises and cuts appeared on his hands and face. I'm an expert at tracking people, not a constable, Lith replied. Yet I know a very good one, and I like to understand what kind of mess I'm facing before getting involved with it. Thank you for the call, Lith. I was really bored and I could use some company. The image of a petite, blonde woman lying on a sofa appeared in the middle of the room. I would have liked to be forewarned that others were going to be present, though. Lady Gianni Erna sat straight, wiping the chocolate mustache from her face and lots of crumbs from her dress. She ate a lot due to the cravings, and in the privacy of her own home, she didn't care for appearances. Yeah, you're right, I should have thought about that. Lith cleared his throat in embarrassment. Can you help me with a case? A case? Gianni's eyes shone with interest. Dear, you shouldn't even ask. You know that I'm always here for you in your times of need. Tell me everything. She spoke with an amiable voice and a warm smile, yet Lith could see in her eyes an IOU bill with his name written on the bottom. Once Lith was done recounting the events and showing her the room, Gianni was deep in thought. It's unbelievable, she said. I know it doesn't make sense, Lith said, and the rest of the team nodded. No, I mean that it's unbelievable that after 5 months this case is still open. Gianni grunted like when she had to deal with a rookie constable on their first day on the job. I guess Awakened must be so used to using magic to solve their problems that they let their brains rot. I don't know who you are, miss, but I assure you that we are professionals. We covered every base and investigated everyone involved, Strider said with his best professional and detached tone. He didn't like Gianni because she was Lith's friend, but taking his anger on an innocent human, and a pregnant one at that, was out of the question. I can see that, Gianni nodded, which is why I find it incredible you've stopped one step away from the finishing line. Be a dear, Lith, and ask the Zawu with anger issues who the person supposed to provide Nem Limbel with the ingredients was. Both Lith and Strider were flabbergasted. The former thought that maybe Ferk's death was linked to his latest magical theory, But that would mean looking for the perpetrator among those who had sought the same magical resources. Their source was irrelevant. The latter, instead, had a hard time believing that not only had the human recognized an Emperor Beast from Zima at first glance, but also seen through his best poker face. "The merchant's name is Iram Zeth," Strider said, trying and failing to hide his shock. "His name is irrelevant, sir." Gianni shook her head. "What I'm interested in is to know what Zeth's relationship with the victim was. They were friends for centuries, and he has an alibi as well. He's beyond suspicion," the Zawu replied. "Then I was right. You guys are not very good at your job," Gianni sighed. "You should think about awakening a few constables. You can't improvise being one, and even the best tools are pointless if you can't read their findings." Truth be told, no one there was a detective of any sort. The members of the Hand of Fate constantly rotated, and they were assigned cases based on who was available, not on their area of expertise. "Do you have the name and a description of the culprit?" Lith asked with a stern face that Gianni matched as she nodded, making everyone gasp in astonishment. "Do you really have to work with such gullible people, Lith?" Gianni chuckled at the Awakened for falling for a blatant lie. "Jokes aside, I have a few more questions. This Limbel was very old and powerful, correct?" Lith nodded for her to continue. "Is there any chance he had some dark secret he didn't want anyone to know about, even after his death?" "Most likely. You don't live 1,000 years without a few skeletons hidden in your closet." Lith's face seemed to be carved in stone, and so was Zorith's. The members of the Hand of Fate were dumbfounded, whereas Solus and Baitra showed more nervousness than curiosity, telling Gianni more about the nature of the case. "Then I'm almost certain that you are dealing with a shadow disciple," Gianni said. "A shadow what?" Lith asked in confusion, while the faces of the members of the Hand of Fate lit up in understanding. "A shadow disciple, dear," Gianni replied. "Someone who is not going to inherit the title, the house, and the riches. Only the dirty little secrets that the real heir has been deemed incapable of keeping under wraps, or that the master just doesn't want to burden them with." "Are you sure?" Strider asked, a newfound respect for humans in his voice. "It's the only possible explanation," Gianni said. "Limbel didn't send Nem for ingredients. He sent the youth away. I bet that Zeth had to keep an eye on Nem and warn Limbel in case his heir left early. Limbel needed time to meet his shadow disciple in secret and make the final arrangements. He couldn't afford to die and let Nem discover the secret room before clearing it. The missing items aren't stolen. They were entrusted to the murderer and neatly organized for them. That's why there's no trace of pillaging or ransacking." "Wait a second." Lith raised his hand to stop her. "Even if you are right, the shadow disciple had no motive either. If he got books, materials, a forge, and Limbel's teachings, why kill his dying mentor?" "I can clear that up," Strider said with a sigh. "As the Mist said, a shadow disciple inherits none of the wealth and fame of their master. They are forced to start from scratch and build their reputation on their own so that no one will ever link them to their teacher. Even their techniques and spells must undergo many modifications so that they can pass as inspired by the master's work and not pass down. It can create a lot of resentment, especially at the end of the master-apprentice relationship. As long as the master is alive, the shadow disciple still gets access to the resources and wealth they need. They get to learn from their mentor and take pride in knowing that the real heir won't get any of those secrets. It's something special only for them. Yet as the master gets old, there's less and less to learn, and the shadow disciple knows that they're going to end up alone and lose access to all the things they have taken for granted until that moment. Chapter 2978 Murder, she said, Part 2. 2978 Murder, she said, Part 2. "Yeah, I can see that pissing anyone off big time," Lith pondered. "Especially someone who has never worked to live. With no reputation to back their skill, the shadow disciple is going to lack a consistent source of money. Which means being forced to lower their living standards by a lot until they build their reputation. I suppose that doing that while hiding the techniques passed on by the master should take years." "More like decades," Strider pointed out. "Non-awakened don't trust those who didn't attend one of the great academies, and awakened have no need for amateurs. Our quality standards are much higher." "What about the fight then?" Lith pointed at the piles of books. "Someone of that age can be knocked out by a single sucker punch," Gianni said. Limbel was old and almost dead, whereas his disciple is bound to be young and with a very powerful core. He had no chance in close quarters. My guess is that either Limbel was already almost dead after the first strike and put up a little fight, or, as I'm inclined to think, he died on the spot. Look carefully. The evidence isn't consistent with a struggle between two powerful beings. More like the havoc caused by one powerful being throwing a fit after realizing what they have done. Looking at the scene from that perspective, Gianni's words sounded painfully obvious to the members of the Hand of Fate. "Thank you, miss. Your help has been enlightening." The Zhaowu gave her a respectful bow. "I'll pass your suggestion of recruiting constables like you on to the council." "Gods, no," Solus said in horror, imagining what a small army of awakened Giannis could do. Everyone but Lith had no idea what she was rambling about, so they looked at Solus like she was crazy. "I mean, thanks, Gianni," she blushed, lowering her gaze. "Thank you, kind sir. My name is Gianni Ernaz. Feel free to look for me if you ever need a few names." She returned the bow as much as her swollen womb allowed her to. "Is there anything else, Lith?" "No, but I will call you again if we need your help. Thanks, Gianni. Lith out." After ending the call, Lith looked around the room with an annoyed look on his face. "Bottom line, we have to deal with an awakened with at least a violet core who had 5 months to get accustomed to whatever Limbel gave them and prepare for our arrival. Once we find them, we're up for a deadly welcome." "First we have to find them," Zorath said. "Lith, collect everything you need and let me know when you are done. My tracking methods are destructive, and once I use them, there won't be anything useful left." Lith nodded and released his bright violet aura. At the same time, he circulated the power of the elements, his mana, and life force through his 7 eyes. Then he turned on and off the call of the void multiple times. It was all absolutely pointless, since he had yet to discover anything about his eyes' bloodline abilities. The problem with unique races was that they came with unique traits and no instruction manual. Everything was just layer upon layer of deception as he activated the eyes of Menadian to study the room. This way, even if the awakened looked at him with life vision, the artifact would be hard to notice with all the mana flowing through him. Also, being a part of the tower, the eyes shared Lith's mana and energy signature, which further helped hide their presence. Lith immediately excluded the arrays of the palace's defensive systems. They were back in perfect condition and held no clue. Then he filtered out the auras of all those present so that they wouldn't contaminate the readings. With each layer of magic he eliminated, the strain on his and Solus' brain lessened, and the eyes could narrow their focus on the lingering traces of Limbel and his shadow disciple. He ignored the enchantments protecting the books and the shelves, leaving only the energy signatures of those who had touched them visible. If Gianni is right and the disciple had a meltdown, he might have injured themselves while breaking stuff. A single hair or speck of skin is enough for the eyes, Lith thought. And shit. "I need something of Limbel," Lith said. "Something he wore or enchanted, or we have a 50% chance of chasing a dead body." Strider took a blood sample out of his dimensional item. It was an alchemical tool devised to put its content into stasis to preserve it even outside a dimensional distortion. "Thanks," Lith scanned and removed Ferk's energy signature, leaving only one. By focusing on it, the eyes projected on his cornea's hazy images of the shadow disciple's actions and movements in the room. Lith could estimate the height, build, and gender of the culprit. He saw one of the residual images throwing a single punch filled to the brim with fusion magic, and then casting spells while destroying things in a fit of rage. Most importantly, Lith had the energy signature of his prey. This tall, male, muscular build of a Forge Master. Now Lith could find the shadow disciple, but he needed to be in the area of effect of the eyes. "How do you know he's a he and 1.9 meters, 63, tall?" Ajam the Lick asked. "My eyes can read the elemental fluctuations left by his body. I can tell where they start, finish, and what shape they outline, but that's it." Lith lied through his teeth while also conjuring a life-sized hologram of what he saw through the eyes of Menadian to divert everyone's attention. "Remarkable," Ruda said in admiration. "Sort of," Lith replied, faking modesty to hide the full scope of his abilities. "Now I know his energy signature and I can follow his trail, but if he warped away, I'll lose his trace until we get close enough to perceive him." "Are you done?" Zorath asked, receiving a nod in reply. Bite, give me a hand. The two eldritches raised what looked like bandanas that they wore on their necks, revealing them to be metal face masks that covered their noses and everything below eye level. To Lith and Solus, they resembled the cloth a ninja would wear to hide their face, if not for a major difference that didn't lay in the material they were made of. Each face mask was studded with 14 elemental crystal, arranged in 2 curved lines. Each line was comprised of 7 gemstones of different colors, 1 for each element plus a violet dimensional crystal. Adding a spirit crystal would have made the artifact useless for anyone but its crafter. The elemental crystals were paired up based on their element, 1 above, 1 below, forming what looked like a grinning mouth filled with sharp crystal fangs. Is that Strider choked on his own words, incapable of believing his eyes. It's impossible. There should be only 1 mouth of Menadian. And you are right. Even with the face mask on, Zorith's eyes were smiling, and the fangs matched her expression with such perfection that it wasn't hard to guess who had inspired Baitra in her work. Chapter 2979 Stalking Predator, Part 1. 2979 Stalking Predator, Part 1. These aren't the mouth of Menadian, but the maw of Baitra, the shadow dragon said while waving at her wife with pride. She is not only the 4th ruler of the flames, but also one of Menadian's disciples. What one genius forgemaster can make, another can recreate. As she spoke, the 2 maws resonated with each other, generating a synchronization effect that Lith and Solus knew all too well. The 2 artifacts cast several detection spells and arrays in quick succession, collecting all the evidence they needed and storing the data necessary for the eldritches to make up for their lack of life vision. And you dare throw them in the face of the emissaries of the council? Rika the Titania asked in shock. Why should we hide? Xenogrosh's laughter was full of contempt. We are as strong as your precious council. If you think we feel threatened by you, think again. Make one move against the organization, and not only will you discover how wrong you are, you will also learn the hard way what Baitra's creations can do in the hands of beings older than any council elder, if not even the guardians themselves. Between the power of the Maw and her black-white aura exuding dragon fear, the members of the Hand of Fate took several steps back without even noticing. You must be great in bed to inspire such a betrayal, lizard. Strider roared in outrage, releasing his aura to oppose the dragons. Better than you'll ever be, kitten. Xenogrosh extended the claws of Skypiercer and beckoned at him. I bet you are fast in everything you do, and I mean everything. Enough, Baitra stepped between them, breaking the clash. Xenogrosh, stop taunting him. It stopped being funny an hour ago. Zorith grumbled, but she retracted her aura and lowered her gaze. As for you, fastest jerk alive, I'm sick of your ridiculous claims. I owe no loyalty to you or the council, so stop acting like at some point you and I were betrothed. Insult me again, and we are going to see if you can fight as meanly as you talk. For the record, even though it's none of your business, the organization found me when I was already an abomination. Preposterous, the Zawu replied. Am I supposed to believe that someone who achieved the title of ruler of the flames failed awakening or a breakthrough? Yes, you idiot. In her rage, Baitra conjured her horn and the mother of all storms. Do you really think that a brilliant forgemaster likes to spend her days breathing and training while her head is full of projects and groundbreaking theories? I awakened young, but reached the violet centuries later because overcoming the bright blue took time, and I was always busy in my forge. I devoted myself to training only after I had mastered the level of crafts I could perform, and only because my core lacked the power to put my new ideas to the test. To all those like Menadian and I, our core is just a means to an end. Forgemastery. You wouldn't find one forgemaster at the Scion level if we could do everything with a green core. Baitra's outburst took everyone aback, and also explained to Solus why Baitra had yet to reach the bright violet after finishing her apprenticeship with Menadian. I was different from the others, she thought as fragments of her memory flashed in front of her eyes. After what happened to Dad, I was obsessed with training. I was terrified of exploding like him. I had little life outside the forge because I devoted my free time to refining my core and training my body. Then a painful memory hit her. After reaching the bright violet, Elfin had thrown the training in the gutter and moved her attention to sweets. Solus could remember Rifa nagging at her for gaining weight and the slow build of her Sentin physique. I guess I still have something in common with Elfin Menadian, she inwardly sighed. Meanwhile, the Zawu could see the fury in Baitra's eyes and feel her power. She's beyond the bright violet as well, and with her speed, she might even be my match. There's no point fighting a losing battle. Even if I win, the Shadow Dragon will have my head, and if not her, the council. Stop acting like a child, damn it. Strider stepped back and closed his eyes, trying to push the memories of the Eldritch destroying his birthplace back into a corner of his mind. Whenever he met an abomination, he could still hear the screams of his people as they were mowed down, feel his mother's hand painfully squeezing his own in fear while she dragged him away by force. He would go back to being a 6-year-old Zawu, forced to leave his father behind to face the monster alone while he and his mother escaped. Strider hated his old self for its weakness, and his present self for lashing out like a scared child. I apologize, Lady Baitra, he growled more than talked and gave her a small bow. My words were uncalled for. Sucks as an apology, but this isn't worth my time. Baitra dismissed him with a wave of her hand like a petulant servant. Zenagrosh. On it, the Shadow Dragon's human form flickered. Her body became covered in black scales that turned smoother and of a deeper shade of black as she tapped into her eldritch powers. She used her stalking predator bloodline ability to draw in all the auras in the room and integrate them into her body. The books lost the smell of old paper. The air became clean of the smell of the breakfast the master and apprentice had consumed, until everything that gave the secret lab a lived-in appearance was no more. Everything became aseptic, as if the scene was just a display in a museum. Lith noticed that even his smell and the small particles of dust on the Voidwalker armor had ended up the same way. He felt the same way as after taking a sterilization shower back when he was quarantined in Valoran. Even his armor looked brand new. He wasn't the only one. Everyone was shuddering, feeling that something they had never noticed yet they cared about had been taken away from them. Everyone but Baitra. It's not my first rodeo, she shrugged in reply to Lith's silent question. I'm wearing brand new clothes on purpose so I barely notice the difference. Do you need the life force sample too? Strider wanted to argue about the violation of his personal space, but with an effort he managed to keep his temper in check. No, thanks, Zenagrosh replied while sniffing the air. I don't need it. 2 smells came in here but only one gets out. The old man died here. She pointed at the impression of the forge in the carpet. Correct, Anana the Naga said. We found Limbel there, but how does that hell? Shush, child. This is the crucial step. I need to focus. Zorith raised her hand to ask them to be quiet while her body metabolized the energy signatures she had devoured and converted them in a signal that she could follow. Chapter 29, 80 Stalking Predator, Part 2. 2980 Stalking Predator, Part 2. Discarding her own, Baitra's, Lith's, and Sola's sense was easy, because she was already familiar with them. Then, she consumed the energy belonging to unanimated artifacts like armor and weapons. They were metallic, leathery, or woody. Some were made of paper or the skin of the member of one of the 5 races, but they all had one thing in common. Their mana was stale, dead as a doornail, a mere variation on that of their owner. Then only 2 smells remained. One, belonging to Limbel/Ferk, was spread throughout the house, while the second, the Shadow Disciple, was present only in a few rooms. Yet inside the secret lab, his scent was stronger than Ferk's. The Disciple had spent a considerable time there, mastering the secret crafts that his master had entrusted solely to him. Zenagrosh unraveled the tangle that his smell formed by focusing on the small details. She now could feel the Disciple entering the room 1 step behind his master and walking to the forge. Inside the secret lab, the smell became agitated and spread out like a storm to the bookshelves the Disciple had destroyed in his fury. Then it started to move in circles like a caged beast before moving out of the door. This way, Zenagrosh led the party and the others followed. Fuck me sideways, Zorith's power and the eyes don't work well together. She destroyed everything we needed to retrace the movements of our prey. Lith thought as the artifact's scan was now completely blank. Yeah, Solus inwardly nodded. Let's hope it was worth it. She took a different corridor from the one they had come from, her stride quick and confident as if she was familiar with the palace's layout. After a few meters, the eyes picked the unknown energy signature again, and showed Lith a hazy ghost on the run. Gianni was right. After killing Ferk, the Shadow Disciple went into a panic. This wasn't planned. Solus noticed there was no attempt to cover his tracks or destroy the traces of his passage. The only thing the ghost cared about was getting out of there quickly. The group walked into a long corridor filled with portraits of Ferk with the various disciples he had trained over the years. There were men and women of all races and ages. The only trace of the passage of time was Ferk getting older or younger. "Do you think we might find the Shadow Disciple among these guys?" Ruda asked. "Unlikely," Strider shook his head. "There's no point having a Shadow Disciple if you hang his portrait on display. I bet my latest batch of ingredients that this just made our guy angrier." "Nailed it." Zorith pointed at a spot in the corridor where she could smell the residue of a punch strong enough to make even an awakened bleed. The arrays had long since repaired any damage, and the Shadow Disciple had the presence of spirit to destroy his blood with darkness magic. Yet Zorith's nose and the eyes could still pick it, and the presence of the portrait of Ferk with his official air made everyone believe the Shadow Dragon's words, even though they couldn't notice anything. "There's a secret passage here." Xenagrosh pointed at the wall in front of her. "The smell moves in this direction. And the control panel is here." Lith could see where the ghost's hand touched the wall, so he did the same while activating the Tier 4 Forgemastering spell, Reveal. The hidden enchantment turned visible, revealing a holographic keypad waiting for the access code. "I can't read the code," Lith said. "I can't smell a code," Xenagrosh shrugged. "We don't need to." Strider entered the numbers 12345 on the keypad, and the door opened. "What?" Lith blurted out in surprise. "Was Ferk senile? That's the kind of thing an idiot would have on his lock." "Indeed," the Zawu replied. "But after his death, his imprint has been lost and all the security codes have been reset. We forbade Nem to add his imprint exactly for a case like this." "Still, the old man had a perverse sense of humor," Baitra said. "Every time the Shadow Disciple had to get in and out, he would not only be forced to use a secondary entrance like a beggar, but also be reminded of what he can never have. Ferk's official disciples will be remembered after his death, and can use his name as a reference, whereas no one was supposed to know about the Shadow Disciple, and they have to hide their skills like a thief." The door led to a long, underground corridor that opened on the back of the White Fang Mountain, which was located at the edges of the Medaka Plains. "Wait a second." Baitra stopped the Shadow Dragon the moment she felt they were leaving the Mana Geyser under Ferk's house. She turned around, hastily scribbling on a piece of paper that she crumpled and handed Solus. She opened it, taking care that no one else could read it. "If you need time to recover your strength after what you and Lith did, you just have to give me a sign. I'll find an excuse to take a break." Solus burned the piece of paper and patted Baitra's back to reply with a hidden mind link. "Thanks, but it won't be necessary. I'm fine." Even though she couldn't summon the tower over an already taken geyser, between the rich world energy, the sage staff, and Lith's presence, Solus was at the top of her game. "You guys did a great job covering the entire area with the energy-preserving arrays," Xenagrosh said to buy time and smoothen things with the hand of fate. "I have yet to lose track of our prey." "Thanks, but it's standard procedure. Always preserve the area covered by the victim's magical formations and then some more." Ajam quoted the manual. "We are still inside Limbel's array system." Once Baitra gave her a covert signal, the Shadow Dragon resumed her advance. The trace still moved in a straight line, making it easy to follow as they exited the array's range and entered a small patch of trees. Lith inwardly cursed when he saw the hazy figure of the ghost disappearing into a circle of light that he recognized as a warp steps. "I was right." Xenagrosh stopped in front of the echo of the dimensional door. "You guys did a good job." She spread her arms out and traced runes in the air that outlined the shape of the remnants of the steps. Her hands moved in a blur in every direction, forming what looked like an array. The eyes of Menadian's readings indicated that the portal's energy trace was getting stronger with every rune Zorith conjured. The array was picking up the echo of the warp steps as well, amplifying it until the spell came back to life. "I didn't know you also were a dimensional mage." Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. "Because I'm not," the Shadow Dragon replied. A dimensional mage would have opened this with a wave of their hand. I'm just ancient and specialized in tracking. I've learned how to do this with lots of practice. Chapter 29, 81 Random Steps, Part 1. 2981 Random Steps, Part 1. This spell wouldn't even work if I couldn't feel on my own the exact point where the original steps had been opened. Get in, Xenagrosh said. Once on the other side, both her nose and the eyes lost track of their mark. 5 months had passed, and without the energy-preserving arrays, the energy signature had completely faded over time. Shit, Ruta studied their surroundings, discovering they were in the middle of nowhere. Another dead end. No, not at all. Zorith took a map out of her pocket dimension and found their new position in the Wigan region by using the visible landmarks and her knowledge of the kingdom. The hunt has just begun, and we are getting closer. What do you mean? Solus set the eyes to full-range scan, seeking only their mark's energy signature, yet it found nothing. The guy was panicking, but he still had the common sense to warp in a random direction. He could be anywhere by now. Wrong. Just by calculating the distance between the entry and exit points, we can estimate how strong he is and the distance we can expect him to cover on average with a single steps. The Shadow Dragon explained. Also, everyone uses the term random direction because it has a nice ring and makes them feel safe, but there is no such thing as a random place. You can't warp to an unknown house just by pointing your finger. You must remember their dimensional coordinates by heart, and no one bothers remembering the place they sneezed, unless they did it in the king's face. When people warps in a random direction, it's actually just the wrong direction but still in the ballpark of their real destination. You can't go in the opposite direction, or you'd just waste time and mana by moving back and forth in a straight line. If we could retrace all of his random steps, we could narrow the area of search. Everyone took notes, while Lith also discovered that her reasoning applied to him as well, and changed his warping routine accordingly. Even if you are right, how are we supposed to find him? He asked. That's why you are still green as a manhunter, little brother, Zorith tutted, booping Lith's nose with her finger. You have yet to learn how to think like a predator. What do we know about him? Lith narrowed his eyes in confusion, but answered the question. Our mark is young by awakened standards and panicked after killing his master. Wherever he lives, he tries to pass himself for a self-taught mage, most likely a forgemaster. Go on, Zorith twirled her fingers in the air. He has no name for himself, little money, and with the death of his master, he has lost access to the supply line of ingredients he was used to. Also, after 5 months, he must be thinking he has gotten away with it and has lowered his guard, Lith said. Which means that even if he has lived holed up in his hideout, by now he must have run out of food and magical resources. We must look for a mage who moved into the area recently and is looking for forgemastering ingredients, Lith concluded. Correct, but that would be the right course of action only if we were like them. Zorith pointed at the Hand of Fate. We don't need a precise who, where, or when, just to be close enough to perceive him. If he has stopped hiding, the places he hangs around are bound to be filled with his smell. He thinks to be just a face in the crowd. The secret of his existence is allegedly paying off. He doesn't know he can be found, so he won't bother covering his tracks. She pointed at the cities and villages on the map, in the range of at least another warp steps, covering the same distance as the first. True, where do we start? Lith asked. What do you think? The Shadow Dragon smiled at him. Villages, he replied. Sure, cities are crowded, but you have to constantly show your ID and have a connection with the Mage Association if you want to deal in magical resources. Also, if for some reason someone notices you, they have no qualms about reporting you to the local authorities. In a village, instead, no one asks for IDs, and a mage offering his services as a healer is always welcome. On top of that, villagers are distrustful of strangers. After 5 months, they'll consider him one of their own and lie for him. Losing your healer means losing your family at the first cough. Excellent job, little brother. She ruffled Lith's hair, giving him the opportunity to open a mind link. Zorith, are you sure you want to give your spells and techniques out like this? He asked. The members of the Hand of Fate are not our allies, and Strider hates our guts. He could use everything you are teaching us against you. Let him try, she telepathically chuckled. This is nothing groundbreaking, just things you learn with age and experience. These runts have no idea how our respective tracking abilities work, so as long as we play it close to the vest, they won't be able to jam our senses even if they try. On top of that, how can you ask a big sister to pass up the opportunity to look cool in front of her little brother? Those words made Lith feel weird inside. Zorith treated him like Rena would, if only she had something to teach him. Zorith looked out for Lith like family, whereas he was on the lookout for her like a liability. He believed her affection was sincere, but he couldn't shake off the suspicions that her involvement in Vaster's plans entailed. He would have loved to trust her, but the consequences of underestimating the organization's resources were still hanging at her neck. Space. Village of Harrock, Vomer Barony. A few hours and several warps later, Lith could put into practice Zorith's teachings. There was no need to enter a village or ask questions. They would get close enough to a settlement to scan it without entering its borders. The eye's range extended way farther than what a medium or large village covered. As soon as the reading came back negative, he informed the Shadow Dragon, who would confirm his findings or ask for a small tour of the village. Lith wondered if her accuracy was greater than the eyes, or if she was just doing it to hide the limits of their abilities, but he said nothing and followed her lead. She seems to pick up traces as well as us, Solus said. That and dragon eyes truly make up for her limits. Too bad that there's no such thing as the nose of Menadian. And what should it do exactly? Lith scoffed. All the tools we've found so far were related to Forgemastery. You don't sniff metals or mana crystals, so there's no point in having a nose of Menadian. Then what are the ears supposed to do, smartass? We don't listen to metals or mana crystals either, she retorted. Chapter 2982 Random Steps, Part 2. 2982 Random Steps, Part 2. The ears do exist, so maybe you are right, and we should listen to metals and crystals. There was a nagging feeling in the back of Lith's head, and for once it wasn't Solus. At least not directly this time. Her words had stirred one old and one recent memory that he still couldn't explain. When they had fused against Nalar and years later against Windfell, they had displayed abilities that couldn't be explained by the floors the tower possessed at the time. I wonder if that was the ears doing, he pondered. Lunchtime came and went. Everyone had brought hot food with them, even the Lick. After a few awkward and short-lived conversations, the Awakened mustered the courage to speak with Baitra. She was already a living legend, and the revelation of the Maw of Baitra made her a goddess of the Forge to their eyes. Everyone wanted to hear stories from her time with Menadian, and more importantly, if she accepted commissions. Baitra avoided talking about Menadian for Solus' sake, and politely turned down the orders for custom-made equipment. To not let the conversation plunge back into embarrassed silence and small talk, she shared her memories about the founding of the kingdom with the Awakened. Eldritch's aside, the oldest member of the group was 359 years old. They had read about those events in history books, but hearing them from someone who had taken part in so many important moments was a completely different experience. Back then everything seemed possible, Baitra said. In a little more than 300 years, we had 4 rulers of the flames and even more magi. White cores and guardians walked among us, and a mixed couple ruled over the first and strongest kingdom of Garland. She took a brief pause, conjuring with Lith's help a hologram of Valoran's coronation, and then another depicting the figures of the first 3 rulers of the flames, leaving herself out. And that's when everything went downhill, she sighed. Magic started to progress too quickly. Powerful artifacts were now available for the first idiot who had the money and connections to get them. The madness, the slave collars, and many other plagues were born from our collective stupidity. We rulers of the flames were so obsessed with one-upping each other that we didn't realize how dangerous our creations were. The last 700 years have been wasted cleaning up the mess we made. I can't even imagine how many brilliant minds have been snuffed out during one of the eternal conflicts between the countries. We worked so hard to create a golden age and failed to make it last. But things are finally changing again, Rutha said. There's the blood Magus in the desert, the void Magus in the kingdom, and a new guardian. And don't forget about Baba Yaga's return, Anana said. She's the living proof that white cores exist and that mage towers are real. With so many brilliant minds and Lady Baitra becoming part of the council again, there's no telling what the future holds. It's Supreme Magus, Rutha, Rika chided him. You are forgetting about Magus Verhin's forge-mastering skills. We might have another ruler of the flames right here. Ajum nudged them all, nodding at their leader. Strider's dislike for all forms of abominations was well known, and Baba Yaga had returned because of the mess her horsemen had made. The war with the undead courts had cost many awakened lives, including many of their friends. The Zawu clenched his cutlery, closing his eyes more often than he liked to make sure his gaze didn't turn into a murderous glare. The Lick's worries were on point, but what annoyed Strider the most was that he couldn't refute any of his subordinates' overly enthusiastic remarks. Instead of whining like a loser, I'd better work hard and become a leading figure myself. I can't just cross my arms and wait for Magur to change. I must become the change, he thought. How are you and your family finding Garland? Solus asked to make him part of the conversation instead of a brooding spectator. Do you miss Zima? We're doing fine, thank you, Lady Verhin. Strider felt weird saying it as if he was talking to Lith's wife. All their hidden mind link required physical contact like holding hands and touching shoulders, which were easy to misunderstand. The two showed a degree of intimacy that the Zawu hoped to have never displayed with any of his siblings. At first it was hard. In Zima we speak Tyrus language, so that wasn't a problem. The hardest thing to get used to was the food, he sighed. My mother grew quickly accustomed to the new cuisine, whereas my father still whines at every meal unless she prepares a traditional dish. My siblings were born here, so they don't understand why he's like that and mock him for it. We don't miss Zima much. Aside from the human's physical appearance, everything is the same here. We just wish we didn't have to abandon so many things during our escape. Space. After they were done eating, the hunt resumed. It was a few hours before sundown when they picked the Shadow Disciples' trace again. Told you so? Xenagrosh gloated, pointing on the map how the village of Ueda was just a few degrees off the straight line she had traced by connecting Ferk's lab and the exit point of the steps she had reopened. Random steps don't exist. The guy must have never even bothered checking a map. I bet he just picked a spot he's familiar with, and that allows him to travel fast. The members of the Hands of Fate nodded and swallowed loudly, realizing that probably they made the same mistake, and that someone like the Shadow Dragon could find their hidden labs with ease. Do we go in now or wait until tomorrow to interrogate the locals? Strider swallowed his pride instead and let Xenagrosh take the lead. To get what? Lies and misdirection. Our prey has no reason to be honest with the villagers, and what little might have slipped during their everyday conversations is irrelevant at best. Lith. That way? The eyes picked a faint residual energy trace in the village, and a massive one in the thick woods a couple of kilometers away from the village. He could have pinpointed the position of their mark, but that would have been stupid and aroused questions he didn't want the others to even ask themselves, let alone to him. Yes, his trace goes in that direction, and it's fresh. He left the village no more than a few hours ago. Let's move. Xenagrosh opened a steps a kilometer away from the woods, but she didn't cross it to make sure not to trigger any traps. Be on guard. A cornered prey is the most dangerous, and we're challenging him inside his own den after giving him 5 months to prepare. The maw emitted life and array-sensing spells, covering the entire stretch of land between the open steps and the woods, while the rest of the team used life vision to scan the area. Much to everyone's surprise, spells and mystical senses perceived nothing at all. Chapter 29, 83 Magur's Garden, Part 1. 2983 Magur's Garden, Part 1. Weird, Xenagrosh said. Either our mark is an idiot or he is so confident in his defenses that he doesn't need alarms. Stay on guard. Both are equally possible, and his confidence may be well-founded. Following the energy signature was easy, but their advance was slow because they stopped from time to check for traps and alarms. They never found anything, but that only made them more nervous. In everyone's experience, the longer the opponent waited to deliver the blow, the stronger it would be. Lith and Solus alternated using life vision, mana sense, and the eyes to save their strength, noticing something about the maw of Baitra. At regular intervals, the Reiju and Zorath conjured the life-sensing and array-detecting spells, and a third spell that Lith had never seen before via the artifact. Can I ask you something about how the maw works? He said. Sure, but with a mind link, please. Brother-sister confidentiality. Zorath agreeing so easily made Lith feel bad. Asking for a mind link in the presence of Awakened was considered a rude gesture and a sign of blatant lack of trust, but she did it for him nonetheless. The tenderness with which the shadow dragon caressed his head made him feel worse. The tenderness with which the shadow dragon caressed his head made him feel worse. What if one day I have to use what she is teaching me now against her? Wouldn't that be an act of betrayal? He thought. What's the spell you cast after the 2 arrays? He actually asked via the mind link. As you know, abominations lack things like body cast and life vision. The Maw makes up for both. By combining a modified version of full guard with the sensing arrays, I can perceive both the movement of hidden enemies and the flow of mana of spells. She replied. You can incorporate full guard to arrays? Lith was flabbergasted. Yeah, but it's not as cool as it sounds, she sighed. Arrays can't move with me, and even though I get to feel the flow of mana, I don't know what runes are being employed unless I look at them. I can only understand what elements are being conjured and how powerful a spell is. As you can easily imagine, my dragon eyes don't work with it as well. That's why we are researching for a better version that at least can read a spell's runes. The idea of a dragon capable of learning everything that happened around them was simply terrifying. Life vision had a much shorter range than an array, and couldn't see outside the field of view of the user. How do you mix 3 spells like that? Lith put his worries aside and asked the question that bothered him the most. It usually required a power core to synergize arrays. I don't. It's not something any mage I know can do, but the Maw can. Zorath tapped on the collar of her armor. Thanks, big sister. Lith knew how much she liked to be called like that, and the warm smile she gave him was proof of that. Don't mention it, little brother. This is nothing compared to the honor you gave me when you asked me to be Elijah's godmother. We are family, she replied. The idea of using his daughter in his manipulation was the last straw. Lith cut off the mind link and turned to Solus. Can our mouth do the same? He asked after sharing the previous conversation with her. It's possible. She wanted to scold him for what he had done, but Solus could sense how guilty Lith already felt. Remember that the eyes explain only how something works. It's up to us to understand its applications and limits. If what Zorath is doing requires just the spells stored in the mouth, then yes, we can do the same. If it's an ability based on the stored enchantments instead, then we can't at the moment, but we can still test this theory on the apprentice mouth. Lith nodded, setting those questions aside for later. He couldn't use the mouth in the presence of witnesses anyway. The artifact was too eye-catching, and unlike the eyes, the mouth had no stealth capabilities. As they reached the deepest part of the woods, the scans kept coming back negative. There were no life forms but animals and no spells but those the group cast. In there, Xenagrosh pointed at a rock formation that looked like the entrance to a cave. She opened a steps as far inside the cave as she could see from a distance in the fading daylight, and cast her set of 3 spells. What the fuck? The shadow dragon sniffed the air, touched the ground with her black abomination hands, and cast the same set of spells from the outside, refusing to believe her own magic. Yet all the readings confirmed her first impression. Why are you freaking out? Strider used life vision and his best detection spells while never taking his hands off the hilts of the curved swords at his hips. Have we fallen into a trap? Anything that can make a monster like her flustered can turn us into mincemeat. He thought, not lowering his guard even when he found no trace of the presence of a mage or even a magical beast. No, there are no traps or spells, not even inside the cave. Xenagrosh shook her head. That I would understand. This makes no sense. Instead, you need to see it for yourself or you won't believe me. No matter what spell or mystical sense the others used, there was nothing but small animals and common vegetation. Their curiosity piqued as they reached the cave, and there it turned into shock. What the fuck? Some of them used different words, but the concept was the same. Up until the external layers of rock, the woods were nothing special. Once past the threshold of the cave, instead, there was a vigorous flow of world energy like they had never seen before. Most mana geysers looked flimsy in comparison. Trying to find an explanation for the phenomenon, they went in and out of the cave multiple times until they could deny the evidence anymore. This cannot be. Rika the Titania stepped inside, her body trembling in shock and excitement. Small roots sprouted from her hands and feet, seeping through the hard rock like it was wet soil. Her skin lit up like a blazing torch as the world energy flowed through her body and charged the sap that ran in her veins instead of blood. Her mouth and eyes were open wide. A bright blue light surged from within her and turned them into 3 blazing wells of mana. What cannot be? Explain yourself. Strider grabbed her shoulder to snap her out of it, receiving a jolt of energy that sent him flying. Before anyone could make a move, the Titania arched her back and the wood of her body screeched and twisted in what was the Fey equivalent of a scream. A tinge of violet painted the blue, and after a few seconds, it spread to the rest of her aura. Under the shocked gazes of her companions, Rika had just reached the deep violet core. Chapter 29, 84 Mager's Garden, Part 2. 2984 Mager's Garden, Part 2. Centuries of shackles shattered in an instant, and for no apparent reason. I can't believe it was so simple. She fell onto her knees while green tears of joy flowed down her cheeks. Thank you, Great Mother. She put her head and hands against the ground, kissing the naked rock and chanting words that sounded like the rustling of wind through a thick foliage. What happened? How did you do it? The Blue Cord members of the Hand of Fate repeated her previous actions, but to their touch, the stone remained solid and the world energy ignored them. Who cares about that? It can wait. Baitra forced Rika to stand up. What's this place? And for the love of the gods, someone tell me you've hushed us or we've just announced our presence to the enemy like a bunch of idiots. I did, Lith raised his hand. Caverns mean echo, so I've kept us hushed since we spotted the cave. Well done, Zorith patted his back, puffing her chest out with pride. Now answer the question, child. Rika was still recovering from the ecstasy of the communion and looked hesitant to speak, at least until Strider said, The Eldritch is right. Remember the mission, soldier. There's no time for petty secrets. The deep violet will do you no good if we all die inside there. The man we are after killed someone much older and more powerful than you are. Tell us what Lady Tyrus has to do with this place. The Titania grimaced, her hands moved toward the cave again. She craved the communion and the quick refinement of her body and core that it would grant her. Not Tyrus. This cave is something I believed existed only in the legends of the Fae. She felt dirty betraying the lore of her people with the members of the other races. Her words came out slowly and with great difficulty. Long ago, before the Guardians and even before the World Tree, there was only Mager, the first Great Mother. According to the legends, our planet suffered from the loneliness of being the only sentient being on her surface, so she researched ways to help her children to become her equals. For that purpose, she created her gardens. The Titania pointed at the cave. Places where the world energy doesn't just flow like it happens for mana geysers, but it's also focused and accumulated. Within a garden, life thrives, grows, adapts, and evolves, achieving in minutes what is supposed to take centuries. First, the Great Mother gave birth to the plant folk. We are her firstborns because we took our nourishment straight from her bosom. Then came the Horde, the second-born, pale imitations of the plant folk who fed on my ancestors like parasites, stealing rather than earning the gift of sentience. For their crime, the Great Mother took away their ability to have offspring. They are damned to spend their eternal life in solitude and to roam Mager in search of their own kin. Then came the animals. Over time, by eating our fruits and grazing the rich grass of the gardens, herbivores became the first magical beasts and monkeys became humans. They are called the third-born by some and the real second-born by most. Carnivores came last, gaining their sentience by feeding on the second-born. Really? Solus was flabbergasted. Are plant folk the first sentient beings on Mager? Nah, it's just a legend, Ajam the Lick said with a scoff. Every race has their pompous backstory to justify the claim to be the firstborns of Mager and their alleged superiority over the other races. I don't like using swear words, but this is just malarkey. Really? Then how do you explain that the garden is real? Rika would have agreed with Ajam until just a few minutes ago, but now her faith in the old ways had been restored. We are the firstborns, and this is undeniable proof that our legends are true. Hogwash, Ajam dismissed her argument with a wave of the hand. If what you say is true, then why didn't all plant folk evolve into Fae and reach the violet? Why do you Fae need the council? Why did you, Rika, spend over 100 years serving the Hand if you could have just called Mommy Mager for help? Rika was taken aback, finding no logical answer to the Lick's questions and answering with dogmas. Because after the emergence of sentient beings, the gardens were no longer needed. Magur decided that all races deserved the same opportunities. That giving an advantage to her firstborns over the rest of her children was unfair. So the Great Mother turned the gardens into mana geysers, and the races started to battle to receive Magur's love and blessings. Re-8? Ajam sneered, her red undead eyes rolling in the empty sockets of her skull. Then your almighty Great Magur forgot to get rid of this garden after the spring cleaning. That or you Fae sucked so hard that she has changed her mind and decided you needed a clutch. Magur makes no mistakes and we Fae are not a failure, the Titania said in outrage. Please, Rika, don't let your new powers go to your head. Strider gripped her shoulders to ground her in reality. Think, isn't it more likely that the gardens are just a natural occurrence like mana geysers? That those who knew about the existence of the gardens kept it a secret in order to be the only ones to benefit from it? What do you think makes more sense? That your people are greedy, or that a god creates and destroys things on a whim? If the legends are true, how can a garden still exist, and how is it possible that you Fae never evolved into whatever your divine beast equivalent is? We know our mark is in there, and he has lived in the garden for at least 5 months. If it's such a miracle place, then what need does he have to hide from us? Shouldn't he have already achieved the power to match the Guardians? All he said was true. The legends made no sense when put in front of reality. I guess you are right, Rika sighed. I'm sorry for acting crazy. Don't worry about that, he replied. Just tell us if there's anything we should know about the garden. Even though the legends are bound to be exaggerated and inaccurate, they can give us an idea of what to expect. There's nothing else useful, she shook her head. The rest are stories about the life inside a garden and how the Fae learned magic from Magur. Still, I'd like to propose an experiment, Lith said. Merge with the garden again and use accumulation. I want to see how accurate the legends about the evolution speed are. It can help us to gauge how powerful our enemy might have become until now. He looked at the Zawu who nodded, and then moved to the rest of the group. Only once unanimity was achieved did he ask Rika. What do you want to do? Remember that the Shadow Disciple might have poisoned the well or set alarms. If something goes wrong, you would be the first to lose her life. Chapter 29, 85 Legends and Reality, Part 1. 2985 Legends and Reality, Part 1. I want to do it. Rika took a single step inside the cave and spread her roots again. The world energy flooded her, making her skin turn violet as the light reached her mana core. Her body swelled, shrunk, and snapped trying to accommodate the raging flow of energy. Less than 1 minute later, cracks appeared on her bark and green sap bled out of her wounds and orifices. Her body jolted back like she had touched a high-voltage cable, sending Rika writhing on the ground in a seizure. A thin smoke came from the burned roots on her hands and feet, which smelled like charcoal. Stay back and don't use any kind of mana on her. She's about to burst, Lith said while watching the Titania's core pounding against her life force. It was overloaded with world energy that the core couldn't assimilate fast enough. Her body broke down and regenerated, holding itself from falling apart by sucking the nutrients in the fertile soil around her. If not for the Fae's unparalleled regenerative abilities and the griffin-like constitution of the Titanias, Rika would have already died. If nothing changed, she was still going to die, just in a slow and excruciating way. She couldn't use darkness fusion to suppress the pain. The slightest stimulus to her mana core hastened the collapse of her body. Follow my lead. Lith cast the Tier 5 spirit magic spell, Sealed Space. It cut Rika off the world energy, and once her core absorbed what little was left inside the emerald cube, the area around her was devoid of natural mana. Solus was the first to cast another Sealed Space, and the members of the Hand of Fate quickly followed. Baitra and Xenogrosh had no access to spirit magic, so they both cast all 6 elemental sealing arrays to keep the world energy at bay. Due to the vacuum in the sealed space, no more world energy entered the Titania's body. Her mana core processed the energy, overloading it, slowly but steadily reducing the burden on itself and the strain on the life force. The multiple sealed spaces and the elemental sealing arrays ensured that the vacuum was contained and preserved. Nature abhorred a void, and the world energy would have slowly seeped through the first sealed space Rika, if not for the multiple layers delaying the process. After a while, the spasms ended, and the cracks on the Titania's body started to close. Let's keep Rika sealed until all the world energy has been converted into mana, Strider said, and Lith nodded. Agreed, then we'd better move her to a safe distance. It's dangerous for her to stay close to such a high concentration of world energy until she fully recovers. An hour later, Rika sat up and knocked on the sealed space, asking to be freed. Thanks for saving my life, guys. I'm fine now. I'll be the judge of that, the Zawu roared. Try using fusion magic again. If there's no trace of pain, prepare to be warped away. The Titania experienced no discomfort, so the group employed a warping array to get everyone away from the cavern's entrance. They couldn't risk meeting their mark while they were unprepared, and one of them was injured. Thank you for saving Rika with your quick thinking, Verhin. I misjudged you. It was the first nice thing that Strider said to Lith without a hint of sarcasm in his voice. I owe you one. Alas, even though his tone was sincere, his gaze reminded Lith that of a hungry vulture disappointed in his meal. Not because it was all skin and bones, but because it was still alive, delaying his dinner. I'm a healer first. I did what I had to. Lith shrugged. I guess this disproves the hastened evolution part of the legends. Probably a garden can help a plant folk awaken or, in Rika's case, help to achieve enlightenment after having long researched the violet. Yet tapping directly into it is risky, and the garden can't be used for long. Yeah, too bad. Solus inwardly sighed via their mind link. I hoped we could mark the garden and bring the tower here to recover all of its floors in a few days, but I'm afraid the tower core would end up the same as Rika. Solus, if these gardens were so amazing, don't you think that people like Silverwing, the Guardians, or Baba Yaga would have monopolized them by now? There's always a catch, Lith replied. I know, when something is too good to be true, it usually is. You can say that. The Titania still didn't dare cast one single spell or use a breathing technique. You were right, Ajam, it was all malarkey. Magic is science and Magur is no god. The Lick gave her a small bow, accepting her apology. Just damn powerful and with a flair for making things interesting. How long do you need to be back in action? Strider asked. If necessary, I can relieve you of duty. The four of us are going to be enough if not redundant. I feel our guests outmatch us big time. He said, pointing at the abominations, Lith included. Just a minute, Rika replied. Even though the legends are inaccurate, there's a reason only plant folk can use the gardens. She disappeared into the ground and split her body into countless roots and vines. The small pieces of the Titania fused temporarily with all forms of plant life, using them to ground the excess mana and world energy that afflicted her. On top of that, the phenomenon allowed her to stock on nutrients and replenish her vigor without the use of a breathing technique. When she emerged from the grass patch, she was back to her peak condition. The group whistled in admiration, wishing they could recover so quickly from such grievous wounds. Not to mention that I might remember something useful while we are down there. The legends are all we know about the garden, or rather, I know. Without me, you guys would be lost. They returned to the cave on foot, scouting their path like it was the first time. The entrance was still open and unguarded, but this time they went in without hesitation. Xenagrosh went first, using her nose to lead the way. Rika was behind her to look around and notice anything that might indicate the presence of their mark. Let me try something. She touched the inside of the cave and used her eldritch side to absorb the world energy. Xenagrosh felt pain. The flow was so intense that it was smothering the chaos and invading her troll's side, making her hand swell until her fingers looked like sausages. Sadly, I was right. Even we have no use for this thing. She stepped away and her hand returned to normal. The chaos fed upon the excess world energy and decay on the excess side, restoring the balance. Unless I get Tezka to teach me that energy into matter thingy, she inwardly added. The tunnel was large enough for two of them to walk abreast, but they preferred to advance in a single line to buy time for those behind to react in case something happened on the front. Chapter 29, 86 Legends and Reality, Part 2. 2986 Legends and Reality, Part 2. Lith walked last, to double-check Zorath's findings and make sure she didn't miss anything or, if she did, that no one would notice him taking it for himself. The tunnel was rough and uneven, with no source of illumination. It was a natural structure formed over a very long time that showed no signs of the recent passage of any creature bigger than a rat. Aside from the droppings of small animals and the presence of moss, one would have thought it barren. "Remarkable," Anana said, carrying the silencer device that ensured no one would hear them. "The flow of world energy is accumulated and focused inside the garden like the legends say. If someone finds a way to tap into it, the sky is the limit to its potential applications." "Yeah, all the more reason to stay on our guard," Baitra said. "Limbel was a genius forgemaster, and I bet that his shadow disciple didn't find this place on his own. I bet that this is where Limbel conducted his secret experiments. The dark, shady research he couldn't burden his heir with. If I'm right, the secret lab you found in his house was just for teaching. This is where the real magic happens, and the protections of this place have been devised by an old monster, not a runt." The Reju's words made everyone stop, wondering whether to report the garden's existence to the council or keep the secret between them. If that was Limbel's real lab, the weapons at the disposal of the Shadow Disciple were much deadlier than their master. Space. Deep inside the garden, inside the temple of the Great Mother at the same time. Mergron Ashvin, Shadow Disciple of Ferk of Dirios, heir to the ears of Menadian, and new owner of the secret lab, was sitting on the stone throne of the main hall of the temple. Once it had been the symbol of power of the groundkeeper, the Fae who ruled over the Garden of Magur and ruled who to grant or refuse access to the temple. Now, it was just a chair in the right position. From there, Ferk had overseen many experiments at the same time thanks to the ears, making sure that each one of them would receive the power it needed from the garden without blowing in his face. Mergron had learned well from his late master, and exploited the perfect acoustic of the room and the power of the ears to extend the area of effect of Earth vision to the entire complex of the caves. While sitting on the throne, he could finally regulate the ongoing alchemical processes, study the pseudo-cores conjured by the many forgemastering circles he was tinkering with, and act as a living security system more accurate than any array. At the moment, however, he was holding his head between his hands in sadness. "How could you do this to me, Master Ferk?" He sighed deeply, the pain in his voice as fresh as if the murder had happened just 1 day ago. "All of this would have never happened if you had 1 ounce of compassion in your heart. All I asked you was to give me a small shop, something that would act as a link with the awakened community and provide me with funds while I got on my feet. Yet not only did you refuse, claiming it would have aroused too many questions." The late Ferk was right. Even establishing a small shop was too risky. The size and revenue weren't the problem, the connections required to sell anything to awakened were. How could a nameless youngster have a well-established business? How could people trust a nobody? The only way to make it work was to create a fake family and make Mergron their heir, but that would have been idiotic. One couldn't make up an entire awakened bloodline and hope that everyone went senile or never questioned why they had never heard the name before. Awakened, especially the powerful ones, were old and had a great memory. They would have seen through the ruse in 1 instant, and soon Mergron would have been interrogated until he spilled the truth or be forced to run away. Old man Ferk had tried to explain this to his disciple, but Mergron just wouldn't listen. "No, that would have been too kind of you, Master. You had the gall to also ask me to help your precious Nem from the shadows, to befriend him and watch his back from the greedy awakened who would go after his legacy. To covertly use my ears and the knowledge you imparted me to make him a better forgemaster. How could you do that? I was already resigned to leaving your house like a beggar and toiling as a nameless forgemaster for years to build my own reputation. I managed to suppress my rage at the thought that the ears and a damp cave were all I'd get after your death, while Nem would take the house, the riches, and your family name. Asking me to share what little I had with that rich, spoiled brat was beyond heartless." Mergron had repeated that same speech countless times in the attempt to convince himself that it wasn't his fault. "I had every right to be angry. You deserve that punch, you old fool." Tears streaked down his eyes, not believing a word that came out of his own mouth. Ferk had died because he trusted Mergron so much that he was listed as a son in the defensive mainframe, making him immune to the many arrays of the house. because Ferk never wore enchanted protections while spending what little time he had left with his precious disciple. The punch would have never killed him if not for the blind trust he had in Mergran. With his master dead, the shadow apprentice had lost his mind. Knowing that soon Nem would come back and find the body, it was only a matter of time before the council hunted Mergran down like a rabid animal. With already one murder on his shoulders, committing more wouldn't make his situation any worse. Needing money and resources for his experiments and being in a precarious state of mind, Mergran had used the ears to take what he needed. After a few months had passed and no one had knocked on his door, he had calmed down enough to recognize the foolishness of his ways. He had stopped attacking the council elders, hoping to have gotten away with it. He had also started to build his reputation as a mage in the village of Ueda, waiting for the rumors about his abilities to reach the right ears. He needed the council to come to him so that he could claim ignorance of everything and have a fresh start. Mergran was still sniffling when the ears of Menadian caught a weird vibration coming from the upper floors of the complex. It took him a second to focus his consciousness and follow the sound waves to their source. What the fuck? He could sense 2 weaklings, 2 regular human women, and 5 ghosts. Something is weird. I get that the council sent its hand of fate after me, but who are the other 4? Guides, trackers. Chapter 2987, A Disciple's Struggle, Part 1. Xenagrosh and Baitra wore the second-best cloaking device, reducing their magical aura to a deep red core and hiding their eldritch aura. Lith wore 1 cloaking ring and Solus 2, making them appear respectively as a cyan and a yellow core. The 5 members of the Hand of Fate were invisible to mystical senses thanks to their Darwin-coated armor. That plus Anana's silencer device that enveloped everyone, canceling their footsteps and keeping their smell from spreading. Mergran would have never noticed the intruders if not for the pressure they exerted on the ground as they walked. The ceiling of the tunnels was low and narrow, making it impossible to fly or float. Due to the asperities on the ceiling and the irregular downward inclination of the tunnels, their sight would be limited to just a couple of meters forward, making the awakened blind to any incoming threat. The massive amounts of world energy running through the rock blinded life vision, and fire vision couldn't see past dense rock. Xenagrosh had neither, moving with ease only thanks to her keen sense of smell and the experience of centuries. Baitra needed someone sharing fire vision with her via a mind link to not stumble every other step, and that someone was Lith. Solus felt that a telepathic connection was too intimate and didn't want to talk with Baitra unless strictly necessary. Using a light spell would have been dangerous. It would have made them visible from a long distance while they would only see within the cone of light. Whoever the other 4 are, I bet they are not to be underestimated. The council would never hire goons without a good reason. The real question is if these people are here for me, or if they have stumbled into the garden by chance and are exploring it. Only one way to know. He leaned back on the throne, letting the ears fully connect with it and putting on hold the ongoing experiments. Mergran would devote his full focus on the intruders until they had either gotten out of his house or joined his army. Space. So far, so good, Zoreth said to break the eerie silence of the tunnels. Our mark uses this path often. His smell is so intense that it's impossible to miss. Lith nodded as if he could confirm it, whereas he still had trouble filtering the surrounding world energy from the eye's readings. He had managed to eliminate most of the white noise, but there was still too much useless information. The structure of the garden was filled with random fluctuations and buildups in the world energy that obstructed his vision. Whenever they appeared, the eyes gave him a headache and broke his focus. Rika, Strider asked the Titania, the only one in the group capable of using Earth vision. I'm sorry, boss, there's too much interference. The hush spell kept sounds and vibrations from getting out, not in. All I can tell you is that there's moss, the dripping of water, insects, and rodents. The echo in this place is strong, and the flow of world energy makes things even worse. She showed her burned hands and feet. I can't connect with the ground for more than a few seconds at a time, so I can't focus on anything too distant or unclear. The good news is that our mark is on our same boat. It would take a miracle to make a permanent detection array work inside the garden. The world energy messes up with all kinds of long-range signals. A miracle or the ears of Menadian. Solus thought, as she and Lith shared one monocle of Menadian each, and were now able to pinpoint Mergron's energy signature in the distance. It took us quite some effort to adjust the settings, and Ferk had centuries to get used to this place. I can't shake off the feeling that he chose the Garden of Magus to tap into the ear's true potential. If only you could remember what they do, it would be peachy, Lith replied. The only good thing about that situation was that now they could establish a mind link whenever they wanted without holding hands or physical contact, and no one would notice it anyway. I'm sorry if I have amnesia. I have almost died of starvation for centuries. What's Baitra's excuse? She sneered, angry to share Lith's mind link with the fourth ruler of the flames. Good question. Hey, Baitra, what do the ears do? Lith asked. I don't know, I'm sorry. Menadian was a control freak and would only grant her apprentices access to the pieces of Menadian set that would make up for what she thought they lacked. In my case, the fury since she said my technique was wanting. I've never used once the eyes, the hands, or the mouth either for the duration of my entire apprenticeship. Being allowed to use one of Menadian's artifacts was considered a badge of honor, and each piece of the set had its exclusive club. On the one hand, I'm glad Rifa was so secretive. Otherwise, my old crazy self would have probably gone insane faster and done something even worse than she did. On the other hand, Menadian was a bitch. She made us compete for everything. She rewarded us with her attention and then rubbed her superiority in our faces. She always used the full set, whereas an apprentice could consider himself lucky to have access to one piece of the set. Rifa was... Baitra bit her tongue, realizing how rude and ungrateful her words sounded. Please don't tell Solus I said that. I don't want her to think I'm trying to tarnish the memory of her mother to justify my actions. My lips are sealed, Lith replied, and it was the truth. His lips didn't move, it was his brain relaying the conversation in real time. Solus flushed in anger at those words, wanting to give Baitra a piece of her mind. Yet a little voice in her head reassured Solus that the Reiju was telling the truth. A deep-seated annoyance from a past she couldn't remember made Solus nod in agreement before she could even notice her own reaction. What else can you tell me about Menadian? Lith baited Baitra, hoping to help Solus regain more fragments of her memory. She was the best person I've ever met. She was a great mentor, a caring friend, and the loving mother I've always wanted. She and Solus inwardly sighed in relief. But once she stepped inside her forge, Menadian disappeared and only the Forgemaster remained. She was cold, demanding, and whenever you made a breakthrough, she would point out the flaws in your technique instead of congratulating you. Every time I discovered something, she would pat me on the back and give me enough hints to understand it was nothing new for her, and that I was just scratching the surface of the matter. It was infuriating. I know she did it to push me forward, but Rifa always made me feel inadequate, Baitra said, and Solus instinctively agreed. Just like keeping me from the other pieces of the set made me feel like she didn't trust me. I'm a terrible person, I know. Chapter 2988 A Disciple's Struggle, Part 2. 2988 A Disciple's Struggle, Part 2. No, you were a terrible person. There's a difference. Also, Menadian was a piece of work, Lith replied, leaving both women flabbergasted. First, she drowned in her sorrow for Thrain's death for so long that she alienated Elfin. Then, she let her inner conflict between being a good mentor and hiding her secrets sour the relationship with her apprentices. It's no surprise that no one looked for her murderer. People only cared about her tower. Don't get me wrong, the old Baitra was a monster, but Menadian contributed to making it. Instead of giving her apprentices a taste of a power they could never obtain, she should have shown them solely what she was willing to share. The tower was already temptation enough. Revealing the set of Menadian on top of that was like playing with fire. Rivalry and secrets can breed resentment that can fester for centuries due to the Awakened's lifespan. It was only a matter of time before she got burned. Baitra pondered his words but said nothing, fearing it would sound like self-absolving. Solus, instead, thought deeply about it and compared Menadian's teaching methods with Lith's. Eren and Lyria knew about the tower, but not what it did or how hard it was to make one. Whenever Lith taught them something, he showed them both the harshness of the beginning and the prize waiting at the end of the journey. Menadian, instead, let people believe they had reached the finishing line just to reveal it was just one stage, and they still had a long way to go. It allowed her disciples to focus on the matter at hand. but at the same time made their accomplishments feel hollow. I wonder if I ever got to use the full set myself, Solus pondered. I regained a lot of memories by holding the Fury, but when we got the eyes, the hands, and the mouth I felt nothing. Why did Mother? Watch out, something small and smelly is incoming. Zorith's warning snapped Solus out of her reverie. Can you be more specific? Strider unsheathed his blades and started weaving a balanced set of spells. Yes, they're smaller than a fist and smell like garbage, the shadow dragon replied with a sneer. It's pitch black and the echo messes with my hearing, dimwit. Strider's fire vision couldn't see further than 10 meters, and his feline ears fared no better than Xenogrosh's. Even if a rock dragon was charging at them from below, he wouldn't be able to notice it until it was too late. Of course, Ligon's offspring had better things to do than chase small mice in narrow tunnels. What came at them was a cloud of bats flying so packed together that they appeared as a single huge creature to fire vision. We're dead, we're all dead, the Zawu said with mock terror while putting the swords back into their scabbards. The group exuded a powerful killing intent, enough to drive any wild animal away and give them a stroke were they to dare come too close. Yet the bats seemed to not even notice the blue-violet luminescence and kept charging at the intruders. Lith kept his guard up and his paranoia rampant as the eyes scanned the opponents. Deep red core, negligible life force, no enchantments. He furrowed his brows while reading the report. Then how can they resist this pressure? Zorith managed to stop the hand of fate with her dragon fear. Only Solus and Baitra shared his thoughts and with them his doubts. The rest of the group fired first magic spells at the bats. They were mostly wind blades and ice spikes, but more than enough to decimate them. The flying critters fell like flies, but the survivors relentlessly charged forward as if in a frenzy. Maybe they are running away from something. Xenogrosh used Tier 0 chaos magic to shoot energy bullets that opened deep holes in the living cloud. Something so scary that they have lost their minds. Scarier than an eldritch dragon, Strider said, finding her theory to be unlikely. Point taken, but what's the alternative? What threat do they pose to us? If there's a mastermind behind this attack, what's their goal? She asked, and no one knew what to answer. The whole situation made no sense. The bats died long before reaching the group, their mangled forms welcomed by the little insects and scavengers scurrying the cavern's floor in search of their next meal. The group resumed its advance without Zorith's nose or the eyes spotting any more nearby threats. They had taken just a few steps forward when it happened. Ouch! Rika was in the middle of the formation and at the center of the remains of the clouds of bats. Something bit me. The small corpses emitted a blood-curdling screech as they writhed in undeath. The red light from their small eyes made the corridor look even bloodier than it was. The undead bats jumped on their surrounded prey from every side. They clawed, bit, and scratched with a nonsensical strength for their size. One undead bat would have been nothing to the powerful awakened and their equipment, but there were hundreds of them. This doesn't make sense, Xenogrosh and everyone else thought. Necromancy spells need you to be close to a corpse and know its exact position. There's no one else but us here, and our enemy had no way to know where the bats would fall dead. Lith too couldn't believe his eyes, but he trusted Menadians. The artifact showed him that the energy signature of the spell animating the undead was the same as the man they were after. The eyes couldn't explain to him how Mergron used magic from kilometers away, only that he did. And that wasn't even the worst part about the readings. Don't underestimate them. The garden gives them strength. His words were as unbelievable as long-distance necromancy, but reality brooked no argument. The undead bats were hurting everyone despite their magical equipment, even Xenogrosh. Their little teeth pierced through metal and flesh alike, and their claws shaved adamant like it was wood. In such an enclosed space, using powerful magic was bound to hit your teammates, and even violence wasn't an option. A single wide swing from Lith, Solus, or Zorith would kill dozens of bats and anyone unlucky enough to be on its path. Everyone hold position and don't use magic, Strider said as his body disappeared in a bolt of living lightning. His twin blades moved in a blur, turning the air around him in a high-speed moving blender. Lith could see through the eyes the secret of the Zawu's speed and the difference between his bloodline ability and Baitra's. The Reiju used her connection with the air element to give the ground an opposite charge to her own, and make her gallop speed as fast as a maglev train. It brought the attrition with the ground to zero and used the repulsive effect to keep accelerating as long as she increased the current. To use such technique, however, she needed space of maneuver and the time to build up her acceleration and set the charges along her future path. Strider instead didn't run. He performed short dashes by supercharging himself, his starting and arrival point. Chapter 29, 89 Life from Death, Part 1. 2989 Life from Death, Part 1. Strider's bloodline ability gave his body and the ground he stood upon the same electrical charge, while his destination bore the opposite charge. This way, the repulsive and attractive forces would respectively push and pull him toward his destination with pinpoint accuracy. Thanks to their combined effect, he reached a speed on par with a Reiju at full speed, but with smaller and more precise movements. Even the closed space of the caves wasn't an issue since, unlike Baitra, the Zawu did not need to generate an electromagnetic rail, only jump points. The charged areas also acted as magnetic locks, giving Strider solid footing on the walls and sealing as if he were standing on the ground. His father had manufactured his armor and blades to boost his abilities further, building different electrical changes in different pieces, so that the various parts of the armor moved along with him. Their combined effect balanced Strider's steps and absorbed part of the strain from exceeding his natural speed. The blades attracted each other when he needed to block, forming a single wall. When he attacked, instead, they formed electric arcs that struck at the enemies even after the passage of the first sword, creating an opening for a counter and tracing a path that the second sword could follow in a split second. Not bad at all, Lith thought, holding a breath of origin flames ready to be emitted from all over his body, just in case. I wonder how powerful Strider would become were he to master earth and air void magic. Unbeknownst to Lith and heavily implied by his paranoia, the Zawu shared such thoughts which were among the many reasons for his resentment toward the Tiamat. In the space of 2 heartbeats, all the undead bats were on the ground, and this time for good. They had been shredded in so many pieces that the biggest was the size of a single human phalanx. Is everybody okay? Did I miss one? The Zawu asked. Yes and no, Ruta said. You killed all the bats and we are alive, but we are not fine. Look carefully. He showed Strider his still bleeding arm. Why aren't you healing it? That's the point. I've been using light fusion since before the bats attacked us the first time, yet the wounds aren't closing, Ruta replied. Space. The necromantic spiel had traveled through the underground flow of world energy of the garden, just like Rika's and Ruta's blood. The life essence was carried by vein-like tubes coming out of the ceiling of the throne room and converging in an ancient bronze basin at the right side of the throne. Back when the garden accepted pilgrims seeking the Great Mother's blessing, the groundkeeper would fill the basin with water and use it to wash his hands and eyes before meeting a supplicant. It was a symbolic gesture to move on from the results of the previous judgments and listen to the newcomer with a fresh, unbiased mind. Now, however, the basin had a whole different purpose. Mergran stirred the pool of fresh blood, splitting it based on the person it belonged to. Then he cupped his hands and sipped the blood on the right side. A human, what a waste! There were no bloodline abilities, no noteworthy spells engraved in Rutha's life essence. Fuck, an enforcer of the council. If he's here for me, this could mean trouble. There wasn't enough to read the human's memories, only a few bits of feelings and emotions. Mergran then drank the green blood of Rika, gulping it with satisfaction. Yes, a Titania. His muscles swelled and bulged with might. This can be useful later. She works for the council too, and she's in love with some sort of humanoid tiger. Who cares? The shadow apprentice could glimpse into the mind of those whose blood he tasted, but what he would learn was up to chance. I don't know what's worse, if wasting time and resources to prepare a second wave to deal with a bunch of unknown intruders, or the fact that I can't stop talking to myself. Mergran said, and he was right on both accounts. The hunters were getting closer to their prey, while guilt and isolation were creeping in his mind, slowly twisting it into madness. Space. The situation was so weird that the group of awakened used a spell to light the tunnel ahead of them as bright as day, even if it meant exposing their presence. After what had happened, they weren't sure it would matter anyway. Shit, I hadn't noticed because it barely stings, but it's the same for my wounds. The Titania pointed at her still bleeding feet that were filled with bite marks from the undead carpet. How is this possible? Ajam the Lick said. Lesser undead can only draw power in two ways, either from their creator or their victims. The bats were newborns and there was no one but us here. It means that one of us is a traitor, that or there might be some truth in the stories about the garden. Both hypotheses were preposterous, but only one was plausible. The members of the Hand of Fate looked at each other with distrust, especially at the Lick. She was immune to such creatures, and as an undead, Ajam was familiar with all kinds of necromantic spells. No, there's actually a third possibility, and I can prove it, Xenagrosh said. No one suspected the Eldritches, because if they wanted to wipe out the unit, they would have done it the moment they were in an isolated area. Creatures like that had already proven that with their overwhelming power, they had no need for subterfuge. Look here, she showed her left forearm where small holes in the bookworm armor were still visible. Black blood dripped from her flesh, sizzling upon hitting the ground like a powerful acid. What's there to look? Strider's lips curled up in a grimace of disgust. Boss, use your head, Unanna said. If one of us was powering those bats, then how could our minions do something we ourselves can't? It proves there's no traitor. It's more than that. The shadow dragon nodded, silently scolding the Zawu who inwardly cursed himself for the umpteenth time that day. Those things bit through Baitra's bookworm armor, pierced my flesh, and drew my blood. All these things are supposed to be impossible. I'm an eldritch. I feed upon everything, undead included. My abomination touch is stronger than the life-draining abilities of any undead. The bats were supposed to be consumed by my eldritch half upon contact, yet they resisted long enough to harm me. On top of that, they left something in my wounds that's keeping them open. The Awakened tried to use life vision and regretted it immediately. The world energy of the garden blinded them like they had stared into a stroboscopic light. Let me help. Baitra took quick note of the dimensional coordinates of the place and warped them outside. Space. What the fuck? Mergron was flabbergasted. You can't warp outside. I can't warp outside without the ear's help. The energy of this place messes with space. He had no idea what Chaos Steps was, so he decided to put even more effort into the next wave. Chapter 2990 Life from Death, Part 2. 2990 Life from Death, Part 2. I can't let those fuckers escape. If they report my position, this will never end. Space. Away from the garden, Life Vision showed the presence of an unknown life force lingering in Zorith's, Rutha's, and Rika's life forces. Okay, have you memorized that? The Shadow Dragon asked, receiving nods in reply. Finally. The bite marks on her arm sizzled with a screech for a second before healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her flesh and armor fixed the damage in an instant, returning to their full power. Everyone but Lith and Baitra looked at her in amazement. As I said, I'm an eldritch, she answered their silent question. I could have fed upon whatever the bats had left in my flesh and healed whenever I wanted. I kept the wound open for your sake since my body is part pure chaos and makes the foreign energy signature much easier to spot. She pointed at their open wounds that due to the mana flow and life force they contained, almost cloaked the foreign substance to perfection. Almost. Now that the Awakened knew what to look for, they could see it clearly. Take a good look and imprint it in your memory before healing. That's the energy signature of our enemy, Xenagrosh said. How can you be sure? Ajam raised what was left of her eyebrows in disbelief. Because the bats carried the smell of the Shadow Disciple, and so did our wounds. Zorith had brought a handful of ashes of the fallen undead with her. These are from the bats. She used air magic to split the grains based on their smell. These are from something that was stuck to the bats. The second kind of ashes looked identical to the first, and had already lost any trace of energy signature. Whatever it was, it controlled the bats while they were alive and fueled them after turning them into undead. I know that because while I fed upon the bats, I also fed upon this thing. I have no clue what it is, but I'm certain it was alive. I can vouch for that, Lith said. The energy signature on your wounds is very faint but identical to that of our mark. His words dispelled the few doubts left and opened lots of questions. The whole situation made no sense. Unless, Rika knelt in front of the ashes of the undead, dipping her middle and index fingers and bringing them to her tongue. Yeah, this is undead already. She spat and then did the same for the ashes of the unknown enemy. Shit, I was right. Our enemy is plant folk, no Faye. How she could know with certainty the taste of her own species was disturbing at best. Yet the ruthlessness of plant folk was well known, and there was no time for moral considerations. This explains everything, Strider nodded. Fae like Rika can tap into the garden, and with that kind of power at their disposal, powering up lesser undead is child's play. To control the living, our enemy must have parasitic or symbiotic abilities. What kind of Fae can do that? Do you want them listed in alphabetic order or based on their land of origin? Ruta sighed. Never mind. The Zawu cursed their bad luck. Still, how did he control the undead from a long distance, and how did he find us? Good question. Remind me to ask him before I kill him, Lith said. Space. After healing everyone's wounds, a second chaos steps brought them back to their departing point. Since the enemy seemed to know their position despite all their precautions, they kept the light on. The awakened kept their formation more spread out to allow for short-range spells, and walked without the hush zone, speeding up the pace. They met several twists, and the tunnels often branched into different directions, but Xenogrosh's nose always found the right path. Whenever they encountered a corpse, no matter how little, they destroyed it from a safe distance. Watch out! To further improve their reaction time, they also kept a mind link active at all times, but they used it only for emergencies, relying on words for normal communication. Lith had seen with the eyes something coming from below Zorith, above Strider and Rika, and from the side walls near Solus and Anana. The mind link allowed him to pass the warning in time while also pointing out the source of the incoming threat. Mergron's goal was to split the group, or at least test their prowess, since the cloaking devices made direct readings impossible. 3 Tier 5 raging suns erupted from as many little holes under the shadow dragon's feet. They were not enchanted. The holes served as a focus for Mergron's mana, and to condense the spell in nigh-solid pillars of violet flames. At the same time, the ceiling turned into a thick wall that came down like a shutter, exploiting the pressure of the tons of soil above to gain the speed and momentum of a freight train. Last but not least, the humidity on the walls condensed into ice lances. Each spell was meant to kill in case it hit its target, or isolate them from the others in case of failure. The ears allowed Mergron to not only have his spells ride the world energy of the garden to their destination, but also to borrow its power to exceed Tier 5 magic. Oh, please! A slash of Sky Piercer severed the world energy from the mana, snuffing the raging suns like candles. Earth magic against a Titania? I guess our enemy knows our position but has no idea who we are. With her newfound deep violet core and the physical might of a griffin, it took Rika a single punch to shatter the stone wall. What survived the impact she countered with an earth spell of her own. She spread her roots within the soil, adding her physical strength to her mana and making up for the gap in magical power. Anana unsheathed his 6 weapons, one for each of her hands, ready to intercept the ice projectiles before they hit him or the petite, weak woman. Solus spread her arms open with her palms out, using domination to take control of the ice spell and turn its energy against itself. Earth vision allowed its user to perceive things from a distance, but it was limited by the speed with which sound traveled through the rock. There was a delay between the moment Mergron's enemies moved and when the resulting sound waves reached Mergron. A delay that made his willpower brittle and allowed Solus to hijack his spells while passing it for simple elemental mastery. Wow, Anana said in admiration. We might have the same core, but you are the best mage I've ever met. Thanks, Solus replied. But let's keep our guard up. Our array sensing spells detected nothing a second ago, which means that our enemy is not limited to necromantic spells to attack us from a great distance. It's like being surrounded by undetectable traps. Almost undetectable, Baitra and Strider said in unison while staring at Lith with a puzzled look on their faces. Chapter 2991 Golden Blood, Part 1 2991 Golden Blood, Part 1 My eyes, Lith managed to lie while telling the truth. They allowed me to perceive the sudden elemental imbalance, World energy contains all elements, whereas no spell can use more than 2. Damn, Tiamats are amazing. Maybe later we could arrange for a private study session. Ajam's voice was sensual, and her touch delicate as she caressed Lith's arm while removing her armor. Alas, the Lick had forgotten about her corpse-like appearance, making her flirting attempts look out of a horror story. Her tattered robe would have revealed most of her ample bosom, if only there was still meat attached to the bones. No, Lith said with a cold tone that brooked no reply. Let's move. The Lick's pride was already wounded, and the sniggering of her colleagues made things even worse. Rika, the only other woman in the group, conjured an ice mirror in front of Ajam, reflecting the rotten bits of flesh on her face, the soft curve of her exposed jawline, and the perfect symmetry of her skull. Thanks, sister. Ajam misunderstood the gesture, found her confidence back, and completely forgot about the incident. No, I wasn't complimenting your bone structure. I was pointing out that you lack flesh, Rika said in annoyance. Why should I wear flesh on a deadly mission? That's a liability. The Lick was already oblivious of her own seduction attempt, and no one had the time and patience to remind her. Liches, Xenagrosh sighed, and for once she and Strider found a common ground. Space. A few kilometers later, a guttural howl resounded through the corridor in front of the Awakened. Mergron had limited control over his minions, so there was no way to fool the senses of such powerful enemies. It seems our host has no more need for subtlety. Zorith extended the claws of Skypiercer to the size of short swords, while everyone else took their place in the battle formation. The first to appear was a stampede comprised of cats, dogs, and medium-sized farm animals like sheep. Behind them, humans and monsters alike ran like the wind. A flock of pigeons flew above their heads, filling the little space left in the corridor and making it impossible to blink past them. Yet no one cared about the cannon fodder. The Awakened focused their gaze on the thin green vines that ran all over the creatures' bodies like an external blood circulatory system. With each step the creatures took, the vines connected the herd to the garden for a brief moment, gifting them inhuman strength and carrying Mergron's will. Monsters, humans, and animals all had green eyes with no sclera, proving their possession by the hand of the Fae. We already know how this works, but I doubt this will go the same as before, Ajam said via the mind link. Turning them into undead is just one move. There must be at least 2 more we don't know about. A barrage of Tier 2 and 3 spells was enough to slaughter the herd the moment they came in sight, but as predicted, it didn't mean much. Upon their death, the vines carried a necromancy spell that raised them and fed the blood core with the power of the garden. It was enough to make the situation go from square one into the fire, since the number of enemies was unchanged, and their prowess was greater than when they were alive. Alas, what the Awakened had failed to predict was how many prisoners Mergron kept in his holding cells. Despite the hail of deadly spells, the sorry bunch of living creatures managed to reach their targets, flooding them like a wave. What the fuck? Each wave of Zorith's hand cut apart dozens of minions, yet they didn't care and kept running. Just like the bats, they moved past the first line of defense and toward the exit like they were trying to escape. There's too many of them, and they came from every direction. There's no stopping them. Even Strider's speed couldn't keep up with so many attackers at the same time. They were all much bigger than a bat, so a single cut wasn't enough to kill them. Not with the vines stitching the wounds and healing them the moment they were opened. Somehow, the vines carried part of the regenerative abilities of the Fae. It made even decapitating an enemy, or piercing their heart, a minor inconvenience. They want to surround us and cut off our only escape path, Lith said after a conventional blink failed him. Spirit magic still worked, but the moment he tried a spirit blink, the uneven flow of world energy of the garden flooded the entry and exit point of the dimensional door, upsetting the delicate balance it needed to work. Then let's stop them. Solus raised her hands, unleashing the Tier 4 light mastery spell Nalrond had taught them after becoming an Agni Sunshine. The spell belonged to Dawn, and it conjured a barrage of laser-like rays. Each one was as thick as an arm and as hot as a furnace, piercing through the wave of enemies and burning their flesh beyond recovery. Alas, Lith was right, but that was just one objective of the mad charge. The moment Sunshine killed the hosts, some of the vines detached from the corpses and fell upon the awakened in the form of parasitic nets. The vines restricted the awakened's movements with the strength Mergron had stolen from the Titania, making even Zoreth and Lith fell onto one knee. The vines slithered over the exposed skin and through the smallest fissures on the armors, forcing their way onto the new hosts. It burned the flesh and poisoned the mana with Mergron's energy signature, all the while drawing endless force from the garden. The abomination sides of Lith, Bitra, and Xenagrosh fed upon the vines and slowed their advance, but there was too much world energy, and they couldn't absorb it quickly enough. Nice try, moron, except for Ajam, of course. The Lick had no flesh, no veins, and her draining touch countered the effects of the vines enough to not make them hinder her movements. She cast a powerful pulse of darkness magic from her staff that she had programmed to avoid her allies. The darkness magic filled the corridor, tainting the garden and sapping the strength of vines, living and undead alike. Space. A lick, Mergron was going insane in frustration. Why it had to be a damn lick? The delay in the communication with his minions had slowed his reaction time long enough for the awakened to get free from the vines and start the counterattack. Space. Okay, now I'm pissed. Zoreth took a deep breath and released a pillar of origin flames from her body, reducing the incoming wave into cinders. Even though she had to limit the size of the pillar to avoid burning her companions, the shadow dragon managed to create a funnel in the corridor. It forced the enemies to step into the flames or run into Strider's blades. The quick movements of the Zawu weaved several runes each, conjuring one spell for every swing of his swords. The spells were limited to Tier 3 to contain their destructive power, and guided by willpower, so that none of them would miss their mark. Chapter 2992 Golden Blood, Part 2 2992 Golden Blood, Part 2 Bitra couldn't move fast in such an enclosed space, and swinging her hammer was dangerous. She adjusted her grip right below the head of the Absolution, shortening its range, but giving her fists the hardness of Davros and the destructive power of the bolts of lightning conjured by her horn. Lith freed Ragnar, K from its bloody scabbard, and shortened the blade to not be impeded by the nearby walls or be a threat to his allies. The angry blade cut through the enemies like a hot knife through butter, guided by the full guard enchantment of the Voidwalker armor. Solus combined the full guard of her armor and the shortened grip on her hammer to squash living and undead like bugs. She had turned the elemental crystals on the Fury black, painting the Davros into an obsidian surface. The darkness magic snuffed life forces and smashed blood cores alike, denying those risen from the grave the gifts of undeath. Yet she felt scared. She had no idea why, but she felt scared. As her heart kept pounding harder and harder in her chest, she called upon the sage staff and used its enchantments to turn the area around her into a kill zone. What her arms missed, the elemental crystals and evil eyes of the staff would destroy. Something is very wrong. She tried focusing on the ongoing battle, but her brain was screaming at her. This attack is doomed to fail. Numbers are meaningless against overwhelming power. If I know that, so does our hidden enemy. Then what does he hope to achieve by wasting so many powerful undead? Why am I scared? Space. The battle had barely started, and half of Mergron's minions were already destroyed for good. Based on his calculations, it would take less than 10 more seconds for the second wave to be destroyed. If things didn't change. The Fae looked with a smile at the bronze basin and at its crimson content that was seconds away from spilling on the floor. The attack was just the first step toward victory. Even with his support and the power of the garden, the lesser undead had too many limitations. Mergron had overcome their weak constitution by exploiting the regenerative abilities of Fae like him. The vines attached to his minions took the power from the garden and converted it into life force, but there was only so much world energy the vines could take before burning like it had happened to Rika. By being connected with his undead, however, the excess energy was fed to the blood cores, preserving Mergron's tissues and empowering his creations. Undead could only feed upon members of their own race, but their creator was an exception. Not only could they feed off his vitality, but also one single drop of the creator's life force was worth hundreds of times the energy that the undead would have gained from the best alternative source. Mergron used the garden to trigger a loop that made the almost black blood cores of the lesser undead turn red in mere seconds. The process bestowed upon the undead the raw physical strength to fight on par with the awakened, and made their limbs hard enough to damage the armor. With no intelligence, spells, or bloodline abilities, however, even if the lesser undead reached the full red blood core, it would never be enough against a skilled opponent. That was what the vines were for. They fueled the undead with fresh power. They poisoned the enemy's bodies with Mergron's seeds and their cores with his mana. And that wasn't all. The Fae filled his cupped hands with Strider's blood, feeling the power of lightning coursing through him, and bestowing his minions with his ability to accelerate. He reveled in seeing the stupid feline's shocked expression when the zombies started to follow his movements and outspeed his companions. A second mouthful, this time from Rika, increased the strength of the undead to the levels of an emperor beast, and the blood cores boosted it further. The third mouthful was from the Naga, turning the clumsy movements of the animated corpses into a graceful and nimble dance. The power of the Naga combined with the Titania's strength and the Zawu's speed, allowing the undead to tap even more into the abilities of their unwilling donors. Now the battle was at a standstill, the two sides equally matched. One had quality, but the other had quantity and still more blood from Mergron to drink upon. It's sad that liches and abominations are dried wells, the Fae sighed. But luckily the other two don't have such an issue. Let's start with the heavyweight. Unbeknownst to him, he was referring to Solus, who in the frenzy of battle tended to lose control over gravity fusion, making her steps much heavier than Lith's. When the blood filled Mergron's hands, he felt his whole body tingling. Suddenly he was filled with euphoria, power, and knowledge. New details and better specifics for his current projects came to his mind, making him feel like an idiot for missing for so long such simple and elegant solutions. How is this possible? Who does this blood belong to? It was then that he noticed it. The blood was resonating with the apprentice ears, which, unlike its current owner, recognized the air of Menadian, and resonated with her tower half in the attempt to restore the master ears. If this is what I get from touching it, Mergron lost no time and brought the blood to his mouth, seeing it turn golden as he poured it through his lips. Who has golden blood, and why I don't feel any different? The euphoria, power, and knowledge were all gone along with soulless blood. Away from her body and the tower, it had reverted to its energy form, turning golden first, and then fading into speckles of light. No, Mergron tried to salvage the miraculous blood, but what was left in the bronze basin had turned golden as well and was disappearing. No, no, no. He tried to store it in his dimensional amulet, but like everything it had done until that moment, soulless blood defied logic and refused to be contained. Space. No, 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 Soulless screamed at the top of her lungs in the tunnel above the temple. They are killing me. These things are killing me. Her words didn't make sense to her comrades. Due to her position in the formation, Soulless had taken much fewer hits than the others. Between the spells from the sage staff, the power of her hammers, and her physical prowess, she had suffered just a couple of scratches. That was on the outside. On the inside, the situation was much worse. Soulless wasn't like any other being that was supposed to be alive. Her life force and mana core bore a deep, wide crack that constantly bled her life essence. Thanks to her bond with Lith and the tower, however, she recovered more than she lost. Until that moment, Mergron's tendrils and spores found fertile ground in the cracks of her life force, spreading them wide and making them fester. His mana followed the stream of soulless, bleeding mana to strike directly at her core, poisoning it. Chapter 2993 Black Blood, Part 1 2993 Black Blood, Part 1 Despite the abundant nourishment Soulless drew from the garden, despite Lith being just a few meters away, she felt her body growing weaker by the second. Healing magic didn't work, empowering the vines along with her body. Her breathing technique didn't work, the poison in her core tainting the world energy as soon as Soulless tried to wield its power. Her wounds didn't just refuse to close like it happened to the others. They were getting bigger and turning into cracks from which a golden light bled. Lith, Baitra, and Zorith knew of her bond with an artifact and understood what might be happening. Soulless, Baitra screamed in despair, channeling the full power of both his eldritch and Reiju sides to conjure black bolts of lightning that fried her enemies to a crisp. Yet more came right after, and if she abandoned her position, the whole formation would collapse. Zorith's situation was even worse. Without her, the funnel of origin flames would disappear, and the waves of enemies would swarm her companions, Solus included. If only I could use Tier 5 magic safely, she inwardly cursed. The immense flow of world energy of the garden caused her more trouble than it was worth. Sure, it fed and empowered her, but it also fueled her abilities beyond her control. She had used the pillar of origin flames instead of a jet stream because if her life force sparked the world energy that flowed throughout the corridor, the slightest mistake would set everything ablaze, putting Bytra, Lith, Solus, and even Zorith herself in danger. She had never wielded so much power and had trouble controlling it. Origin flames could hurt their own user and always destroyed everything else. Lith's position at the end of the formation made things simple for him. He had to choose between helping Solus and leaving the undead monsters free to surround the group. At that point, they would be attacked from both sides, and the fight's difficulty would double as well. Lith couldn't care less about his position or the members of the Hand of Fate. He trusted Zorith and Bytra to survive, so his only priority was Solus. There is no point in winning this fight. There is no point in retrieving the ears if it comes at the cost of her life. Lith drew a deep breath, releasing a pillar of origin flames just like Zorith, and discovering how hard it was to control them. The mystical fire burned at the ground, at the enemies, and wanted to burn at his allies. It was swept by the power surges of the garden that made the flames grow and move against Lith's orders. Ragnar, K cut through the living and the undead, collecting blood and life force to transfuse Solus. Lith's charge was like an avalanche, sweeping everything in his path and trampling everyone who dared resist him. The origin flames, the spells from his magic-holding rings, and the swings of the angry blade carved a path to Solus' side, yet left his back completely exposed. "Lith," she cried as the wall of flames pushed the undead away. "Solus," Lith grabbed her hands, passing onto her his life force mana, and the vitality stored by Ragnar, K. Yet they failed. Everything they tried together failed, and the infection kept spreading. "No," Lith screamed in both the physical world and the mindscape. In a desperate attempt, he breathed a second burst of origin flames, this time not giving a second thought about his allies and focusing solely on Solus. He exhaled slowly to keep the connection between the mystical fire and his willpower open. The cost in life force would be several times greater, but Lith's control over them would be surgical. He knew himself and Solus like the back of his hand. He remembered the color and position of every strand of her hair, the shape of every one of the cracks of her life force, and how deep the fissure in her mana core was supposed to be. The origin flames carried that information, ignoring everything that was Solus and burning with fury at everything that wasn't. Solus screamed in pain. The parasites were so intertwined with her life force that destroying them set it ablaze as well. Yet she welcomed the pain, feeling that her wounds had stopped expanding. "They are still not healing." Hope turned into desperation when she renewed her attempts to fix the damage and failed. "We are being overrun and you can't keep breathing origin flames forever. Save yourself. Just make me go back into the ring. My alias will die, but I should survive and maybe I'll get better." No, Lith had never risked anything on a maybe, and had no intention of starting now. Space. In the throne room, Mergron was pleased with his gains and the progress of the battle. He was now filled with new powers and strength that would help him in many of his future endeavors for a long time before fading. "Losing the golden blood was a pity, but I have still one more intruder to taste." The Fae's curiosity was piqued. The last blood was different from anything he had ever seen before. It was red like that of a man, but under the magic lights of the room it would turn clear like pure silver, and then black like a tar pool in a never-ending cycle. Mergron dipped his hands in the Tiamat's blood, feeling his whole body tingle in a way similar yet different from the golden blood. He drank a large gulp, experiencing something that was delicious one moment and disgusting the next. The Fae had little care for taste, only power mattered. Mergron devoured the red side, the side of the human. 5 more eyes opened on his face, and the 7 eyes he now had burned each with a different color. "Yes, I no longer control the elements. I am the elements. I'm akin to Magur itself." Full of joy and intoxicated by the infinite power he could now directly draw from the garden, Mergron absorbed the silver side. The dragon sighed. Bright violet origin flames rose from his throat and seeped through every pore of his body. Red scales covered and protected his skin, amplifying the power of the flames and engulfing him in a deadly suit of blazing armor. "A fire dragon?" The Fae laughed, his voice drunken with euphoria. "I now possess the cleansing flames of creation. The sky is the limit for my forge-mastering abilities. Even if I make a mistake, I can infinitely recycle magical metals." Then he absorbed the black side. "What the heck?" Mergron took a deep breath, using the breathing technique he had learned from Ferk, Starsong, to check on his condition. He felt no different from before. The amount of mana in his core was unchanged, his powers were the same, and neither made sense. Even if it was just the blood of a human, he was supposed to gain insight into his prey's thoughts and feelings. Instead, there was nothing. Less than nothing. He had absorbed the void, the abomination's side. As Mergron studied his new appearance in the blood basin, he finally noticed a change. Chapter 2994 Black Blood, Part 2. 2994 Black Blood, Part 2. Mergron no longer perceived the world through the other 5 eyes, and the Voidfeather's keen sight was lost to him. As he looked at the 5 extra eyes, they looked back at him, glaring in hatred. "I see you." A voice that didn't belong to the Fae came out of his mouth that was now filled with fangs that hadn't been there until a second ago, nor had he perceived forming. A voice that sounded like wind howling inside an abyss. Mergron touched the fangs with his fingers, refusing to believe his own eyes. As a Fae, his appearance depended solely on his will. Such a change was impossible without his will. The moment he touched the fangs, his fingers became numb. Then he doubled over in pain as the same force that had sucked the vitality out of his hand did the same to the rest of his body. The human and the dragon side of the Tiamat's life force were just that. Life force. Once separated from their owner, they were without the will and power to resist a predator like Mergron. The void, however, contained a spark of the same death energy that had given new life to the dead body of the original Lith, Strata. The void only needed a source of power to thrive. Protheus had learned this the hard way back when he had tried to steal the Tiamat's powers and offer them to the Mad Queen to study. Mergron was experiencing the same phenomenon, just 1,000 times worse. Back then, Lith was just a deep violet core. Back then, the void was a wild player wanting everything for itself. Now Lith was a bright violet core, and the void had the full support of the human and the dragon side. When the void connected with their blood, they gave the void their powers, joining it in the fight. "Space. I see you." A voice that belonged to the void came out of the Tiamat's mouth along with countless images and feelings. Lith and Solus could now watch through Mergron's eyes and look at the forge-mastering contraptions in the throne room. They could look at the visage reflected in the pool of blood and recognize it as belonging to their enemy. "That's the bastard who's hurting Solus." Lith's body swelled with flames as he ignored the throne room and focused on his hated enemy. The void inside Mergron answered the call by pillaging Mergron's body and brain. The Voidfeather took the stolen energy, unraveling the knowledge and power it contained. Then the human side projected the elemental energy through its 7 eyes and sent the information acquired by the Voidfeather to Lith via the flow of world energy of the garden. Lith's skin prickled as he was now connected to the ears of Menadian, thanks to the body that the void was attempting to steal. More than that, he gained the knowledge to exploit that power. "I understand." Lith took another deep breath and released it slowly. The violet of the origin flames repelled the waves of enemies coming from both sides and seeped inside Solus' wounds. It couldn't heal her, but it could protect her. The violet turned black as the void flames burned at the poisonous mana and ravaged the blood cores, using the life force they stored to stoke the void flames' power. The black turned white as the blight flames accelerated the metabolism of the parasites, forcing them to devour themselves and wilt. The parasites couldn't prey on fresh meat and life force because it was engulfed by violet flames that prevented the tendrils from spreading. The blight flames struck at the vines wrapped around Mergron's minions, at the lichens and moss that grew on the rock walls, at everything they perceived as a threat. The white turned orange as the nether flames disrupted the electromagnetic fields inside the cave and turned off the Zawu's stolen ability. The minions reverted to their regular speed, whereas Baitra and Strider were unaffected. The orange turned yellow as the noxious flames turned the air into a powerful acid, eating at the minions from the outside, while the other cursed flames ate at them from the outside. The orange turned red and the blue. The true flames set ablaze the world energy coursing through the rock, cutting the tendrils of the Fae off and denying the undead the source of their infinite strength. The garden was ablaze, the rock so hot that it became white. The frozen flames coated the enemies, making their bones brittle and their flesh stiff, robbing them of the power of the Titania. Lith stood up slowly, lifting Solus in his arms. The pillar of fire surrounding his body kept growing in power and strength, even though he had stopped breathing more origin flames. 6, no 7, 8, 9, 11 different kinds of flames, Zorath was flabbergasted. The cursed flames swirled with the violet of the origin flames, the white of the primordial, the emerald of the immortal, the silvery of the dread, and the blue of something she had never seen before. Each one took the shape of a roaring dragon that bit, clawed, and spread its fire on the enemy lines. "Everything burns," Lith said, his voice reduced to a whisper. The pillar of fire grew and spread, protecting his allies and killing his enemies. It took what it needed from the garden, ravaging it with the power of the flames born from the Tiamat's body. They were relentless and unforgiving. They followed the trail left by Lith's human side in the flow of world energy like sharks sniffing blood. They followed it to their enemy, burning everything in their path. "Space!" Mergron screamed in agony as every vine of his body turned against him, and the powers he had stolen stopped answering to his will. The void was stronger than it was in the past, but alas, the Fae wasn't as weak as Protheus either. The doppelganger had been a measly green cord awakened, and would have died without Thrud's help. Mergron was older, stronger, had the ears on his side, and was in the heart of his own lab. He triggered the defensive spells on himself and drew new power from the throne. The Fae resisted the pain, using the ears of Menadian to understand and counter the unknown enemy. Soon, he understood there could be no victory. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The only choice Mergron had left was to expel the blood he had absorbed. He had to give up on everything he had gained up to that point, but the alternative was death. The Fae split his body into two, surrendering to the void every bit of flesh and mana that it had conquered. It was a huge loss, but now the link was broken. The void had no more access to the ears, to the throne, and to all the other resources that the rot left by Derek McCoy had turned against their master. Mergron and the void had equal mass and power, but only one of them had the home advantage. Without the Fae's energy signature to shield it from the defense mechanisms, the throne room unleashed its full power at the void. Chapter 2995 Scorched Earth, Part 1 2995 Scorched Earth, Part 1 Mergron used the ears to guide their attack, and the world energy sifted by the throne to regain what he had lost. Then, the flames reached him through the garden and struck him with boundless hate. "Even if you kill me, I won't die." The void laughed as the arrays tore it into pieces. "I'm not even here, you moron. I won't die and I won't forget you. We will meet again soon and then I won't be a fragment. I will be whole." The Fae ignored the threat, jumping off the throne just in time to save his head. The rest of his body was reduced to a pile of ashes, but the battle was won. With the disappearance of the void, the connection between Lith and the ears had been severed. He had no more access to the knowledge he needed to operate the garden or conjure so many kinds of flames at the same time. Fuck! Mergron regrew an arm and destroyed every drop of the Tiamat's blood left in the bronze basin. This was a total disaster. I almost lost the throne, the ears, and my life. The only silver lining is that I still have plenty of blood of the other. Why am I talking to myself? The brush with death and physical pain had broken the grip of madness caused by the guilt of killing Ferk. Shit, I need two gods, I can't stop talking. Space. The pillar of fire surrounding Lith reverted to its original violet, and then faded away. All his enemies were dead, and his allies were too shocked to say a single word. The fight had ended more abruptly than it had started, and in a way no one could explain. The section of the corridor where they stood was still white-hot, but for some reason the air was fresh and the stone was cool to the touch. Lith still held the sobbing, curled form of Solus in his arms. Her armor was cracked at several points, either due to the wounds opened by the undead, or because the flames had little care for what she wore and had focused solely on healing her. "I can help her." Rika the Titania stepped forward, willing to share the effects of her breathing technique and the regenerating properties of the plant folk. "Don't touch her." The Tiamat's maw snapped like a bear trap at the extended tendrils, forcing the Fae to step back. Even in his current state, Lith hadn't forgotten that no one was allowed to notice that Solus actually had his same energy signature or take a good look at her life force. His membranous wings were wrapped around her like a cradle, hiding everything but her head. It wasn't just to cover her exposed skin, but also the shining golden cracks still opened on Solus' body. She was still scared from the crumbling of her life force and crying from the pain that the flames had inflicted upon her while cleansing the parasites. Solus hid her face in Lith's chest, sniffling while holding her arms tight around his chest. "Is she all right?" Baitra asked after failing to get an answer from Solus. "No, but she will be." The different kinds of flames had purged the infestation and cauterized the wounds on both her life force and mana. Between the physical contact with Lith and the energy the tower drew from the garden, the wounds and burns Solus had suffered were already healing. "Go back inside the ring. It should make things faster and ensure there are no long-term consequences," he said via the mind link, and Solus was too tired to argue. Lith's wings covered her head as well, to hide the moment when her body turned into light. Solus left the Voidwalker armor behind so that the membranous wings retained her shape. "You were right," Solus said. "Now that I'm back to being pure energy and the tower doesn't need to keep my physical form anymore, I can feel my wounds being stitched close." "Are you okay?" Lith asked. "No, but know that I know I'll heal. I feel better." Then her consciousness drifted into a dreamless sleep. "What did you do? How did you do it?" Strider wasn't the kind of man to look at the gifted horse in the mouth, but he needed to know what had happened. "Sit down because we all need to rest, and this is going to be a long story," Lith replied. "What if another army of undead comes our way? We should establish a perimeter and organize a watch duty," Rutha said. "Nah, there won't be another attack for a while." Lith's mouth opened in a savage grin, his eyes brimming with confidence and malice at the idea of the damage the void had inflicted upon the Fae. "Believe me." After everything they had witnessed during the last few minutes, it was hard not to. Baitra and Zorath established a few surveillance arrays with the maw, just to be safe. Then, once they all sat on the ground and took out some food to eat, Lith explained to them what had happened, and what he had seen. The idea that even his blood had a life of its own made everyone stare at the still-healing wounds on his body. "I wonder if we're going to be able to do the same once our life forces merge." Xenagrosh wondered, looking at her blood sizzling on the ground until it disappeared. "This is what our mark looks like." He projected a hologram of Mergron. "That's a red cap," Rika said after studying the image of the handsome man and the bundle of crimson hair on his head that was actually comprised of blood-soaked brambles. "It explains a few things, but not all." She pointed at the red streaks all over the Fae's hologram. "Red caps can indeed borrow the abilities of their prey, but passing them upon undead is unheard of, let alone combining them together in a stable form as he did." "Maybe those stories about the garden aren't all hogwash," Ajam pondered. "Maybe this guy has found a way to further his evolution thanks to the garden like the legends say." "I don't care," Lith replied, "but I'd greatly appreciate it if you let me have the death blow." "We need to take him alive to interrogate him and bring him to justice," Strider said. "Or we can just kill him on the spot." The murderous light in Lith's eyes showed the Zawu an already dug grave with his name written on the tombstone. "And the date was today." "Sure." Strider felt his fur stand up in fear when he opened his mouth to argue, so he changed the topic. "Still, I think we shouldn't underestimate the potential of the garden. How does this redcap control it?" "He doesn't." Lith would have liked to avoid disclosing what he had learned during his brief connection with the ears, but killing Mergron took priority. Not only had he injured Solus, but his imprint prevented Lith from retrieving the final piece of Menadian's set. Even worse, If left alive, the Redcap might have revealed the artifact's existence to bargain for his life, and the Council might accept his offer. Chapter 2996 Scorched Earth, Part 2. 2996 Scorched Earth, Part 2. After all, Ferk was the closest thing to a ruler of the flames they had. Lith thought. This fucker has learned everything Ferk knew and also possesses the ears of Menadian. By letting him live, the Council would gain a powerful Forgemaster at its service as a willing slave. The death of Ferk's shadow apprentice doesn't benefit the Council, only me. Then how did he orchestrate such well-coordinated attacks? Unanna asked. The same way I killed everyone here and sent him a nasty surprise, Lith replied. His throne is connected to the world energy's maelstrom that fuels the garden, but it does much more than that. The throne acts like a filter and a safety measure to ensure the output doesn't exceed what the Redcap can bear. The real secret of his strength is a unknown device embedded in the throne, he said while looking everyone in the eyes in turns, but lingering a bit longer on Bytra. The ears. It was more than enough for the fourth ruler of the flames to catch the hint and silently alert Zoreth. Based on what my fragment learned, the device has at least one function. To read the flow of world energy of the garden. What looks like a single stream to us, it's actually a raging ocean. That's why Rika got hurt when she attempted the connection, and even eldritches have to be careful. Lith reminded them of what had happened at the entrance of the cave, and they nodded for him to continue. Which means that while we are inside the garden, we are surrounded by countless currents of world energy that move in different directions and with different degrees of intensity. Thanks to the device, the Redcap can read those currents. He uses them to piggyback his spells and willpower, sending them wherever he wants whenever he wants. He can overcome the distance between the temple and our current position because the currents do the hard work for him. He doesn't consume a shred of his mana or willpower. He just has to move from one favorable stream of world energy to the next to hit us like he's here without taking any risk. The only downside of this method is that there is a delay between the moment the mana is sent and its arrival. He sees what was happening 3 seconds ago, predicts our next actions, and reacts accordingly. That's why there were gaping holes during his attacks. We weren't moving according to his plans, and he didn't notice until it was too late. This is terrifying news, Strider replied. Whatever this device is, it must be retrieved. We can't let something like this be in the possession of a madman. Faye can use Earth vision, and based on what you said, he has kept us under surveillance until now, and there's nothing we can do to stop him. Yeah, but the situation isn't that bad either, the Titania pointed out. Earth vision has a greater range than most mystical senses, but it also provides a lesser degree of information. Our enemy has no idea to which race we belong or what our powers are until we use them. Otherwise, he would have probably run away the moment our Eldritch's allies were forced to go all out. Sending enough minions to swarm us is a great strategy, but the noise and vibrations they cause blind Earth vision. That's why his undead move on their own with a predetermined strategy. Amid the chaos of the battle, the Shadow Disciple can't tell them apart. That's all fine and dandy, but also irrelevant. Zoreth's eyes were burning with silvery black mana. Lith, you are still injured, and so is Solus. Do you want to take a break? We can warp you outside whenever you want. The Tiamat looked down at his wounds that were closing on their own. Even without the earlier firestorm, his abomination touch made it hard for the parasitic vines and spores to take root. Thanks, big sister, but no. Lith shook his head. If we leave, the Redcap might think we are calling for reinforcements. Also, he'll have the time he needs to collect himself and plan smart. We can't risk him putting Limbel's legacy back in the dimensional amulets and running away. The garden extends for kilometers, and with the device he can warp to any point he wants without knowing the dimensional coordinates. If he manages to escape, we might never find him again. We must keep him focused on us. We can take a short rest here. I'll protect Solus no matter the cost. While the members of the Hand of Fate appreciated Lith's dedication to the mission, Zoreth questioned his motives. Is he doing this just to secure the ears of Menadian, or because he doesn't want Solus to lose a piece of her mother's legacy? She pondered, and the answer came to her when she noticed the tenderness with which he caressed the stone ring on his right hand. That and the spark of barely bridled fury in his eyes. Love and revenge, two things I can respect. The shadow dragon inwardly nodded. Not to be an insensitive lick, but can you guys afford the time for a break? Ajam asked. She was the only one to not have suffered any damage, and with her phylactery on her, she had already recovered her full strength. What if he throws more spells and undead at us? He can't, Lith replied with a matter-of-fact confidence. Check it yourself with life vision if you don't believe me. Life vision? But... The lick flooded her red eyes with light element, and discovered that the amount of world energy in the walls was so little that it didn't hinder her mystical sense anymore. How did you do it? My flames burned everything on their path. Lith cradled Solus, armor like it was her. The world energy circulating inside a garden is no greater than a mana geyser. The difference is that it doesn't disperse on the outside. The world energy is accumulated over time, reaching a density impossible under normal circumstances, and with the effects you have witnessed. I relieved the pressure around our position so the recap can still locate our position, but lacks the means to attack us like he did before. At least for a while. The Lick and her fellow awakened, could see the world energy shifting throughout the stone to restore the balance of the garden, but it would take time. Also, now that I know how his attacks work, I have an unpleasant surprise for him. A savage grin appeared on the Tiamat's face, as if he couldn't wait for the next clash. Thank you for your help and dedication to the mission. Our enemy is a serial murderer, but with the kind of device you describe, he's a threat to the Council, Strider said. Even though I feel sorry for what happened to Solus, I was going to ask you to continue the mission. Yet there's something I need to know. Are you telling us that every part of you is alive and can fight on its own? He asked while looking at the droplets of Lith's blood on his armor and on the ground. Chapter 2997 Inner Garden, Part 1 2997 Inner Garden, Part 1 The Zawu had a newfound respect for his eldritch allies, but that didn't mean that he could underestimate the threat posed by someone who could spawn countless abominations. If the killer and his device were a threat to the Council, Lith was a threat to Maugr itself simply by existing. I wish, the Tiamat replied with such disappointment in his voice that it was hard to doubt his sincerity. If that was the case, I would already have an invincible army of creatures that can assimilate the knowledge and powers of my enemies. They would be by my side and help me protect everything I care about. My blood is just blood. A snap of Lith's finger hastened his recovery and cleansed the stains on the ground and his armor. At least until you infuse it with life force and mana like our enemy did. You don't eat an abomination. The abomination eats you. Isn't that what happened when your child was conceived? How can your wife be still alive? Strider pondered. My abomination side was the first I made peace with. It loves Kami as much as I do and would never hurt her. Its consciousness actually reassured me that nothing bad would happen to her. Also, she didn't take a part of me. It was willingly offered. She didn't try to take my power for herself. She added something of her own and turned it into something, no, someone new. If you can't tell the difference, I pity you. For some reason, the last part irked the Zawu more than the threat of the abominations born from Lith's fragments. While everyone recovered, Lith projected holograms of the throne room. The vines hanging from the ceiling, the bronze basin in which they poured the stolen life essence, and the sophisticated alchemical and forgemastering devices were depicted in great detail. We must stop the minions from collecting more of our blood, Rika the Titania said. Judging by how the Red Cap arranged the room and the corridors, this isn't something our enemy has prepared to deal with us. It's part of his original plan. Giving him our spells and bloodline abilities is already bad. If he really furthered his evolution, there's no telling what he might be able to do. We must destroy our blood the moment we get wounded. Space. In the throne room, Mergron had just finished rebuilding his body. He was weak, tired, and in desperate need of nutrients. The Temple of the Great Mother was filled to the brim with world energy, but without direct access to fertile soil, the regenerating abilities of a Fae were limited. This isn't over yet. His hands and voice trembled in exhaustion, so he needed sheer willpower to not waste a single drop of the blood left in the basin. With each gulp, he gained the strength of his enemies, their powers, and to a degree, their memories. By the time the Red Cap had emptied the basin, he was back to his full strength and knew all of his opponent's weaknesses. He sensed Strider's hatred for abominations, and it wouldn't take much to turn the Zawu against his allies. Mergron had no idea that there actually were also two eldritches because they shed no blood. The Redcap could taste Ruda's ambition and his desire for his talent to be recognized. His frustration for being stuck at the bright blue for centuries, while those younger than him surpassed Ruda every day. The youth only needed a timely nudge to throw himself at the first opportunity to prove himself. The Titania was an even easier target. Mergron had underestimated her feelings. Under her cold demeanor, there was a deep fear of losing the person that made her feel more than a power-hungry monster. She would do anything to protect the Zawu, even if it meant compromising the mission or the safety of her comrades. The Naga's weakness was inherent to his species, instead. Being evolved from a cold-blooded creature and a hot-blooded one, Nagas were subjected to severe mood swings. By manipulating the others, the Redcap would make Anana resentful toward his companions and destroy their teamwork. The seeds of destruction were already there, planted long before the Council had sent the members of the Hand of Fate after Mergron. He only had to make them bloom. Then there was the Tiamat. Mergron could still hear the Void's voice ringing in his ears. He could still feel the Void's touch as the black tendrils flooded his body and ate it from the inside. What the fuck is that thing? He shivered at the memory of their confrontation. The seeds of destruction were already there, and Mergron was worried there was one for him too, waiting for the right moment to bloom. Space. When the world energy was close to restoring the balance in the tunnel, the group resumed its advance. The Awakened had fully recovered by using their breathing techniques, while the Eldritches by taking nibbles at the garden. They couldn't withstand the full flow of the world energy, but a few drops were more than enough to quell their hunger. Lith did the same, using his abomination side to probe the garden and see how much energy he could take at a time without hurting himself. He had already used his breathing technique several times on Solus and wanted to preserve what was left. Luckily, food gave him nutrients, and the world energy did the rest, limiting the amount he had to eat to just enough to recover from the wounds. With Solus still recovering inside the stone ring, the formation had to be adjusted. Now Lith walked in the middle, with Zorath in front of him and Baitra behind to cover for attacks from every direction. The Tiamat had his arms free and Ragnar, K in his hand, but the wing cradle would still impede his movements. Suddenly, Strider raised his hand in a closed fist, the signal to stop. "There's something wrong here," he said via the mind link. "There is too much humidity in the air and too much moss on the walls." A quick barrage of darkness bullets made everything wither until the rock walls were barren. The threat was too obvious and getting rid of it too easy. "Any ideas?" he asked. Zorath cast her combination of detection arrays from the maw, but aside from the members of her group, there was no magic and no one for 100 meters, 328 feet. They resumed their advance, keeping their guard up and cursing the garden. "With so much world energy all around us and that damn device, Limbel's shadow apprentice can time his spells to perfection. Just because there's nothing now, it doesn't mean there will be nothing 1 second later." The Zawu thought, and he was right. The garden made the patches of ground fertile, and destroying the moss had only fertilized them. Barbed vines sprouted from the walls and whipped at the intruders from every side. The world energy carried more than Mergron's light magic spells, it also carried his seeds. The vines grew faster than the Awakened could detect them, growing in size and length until they matched a boa constrictor. Chapter 29, 98 Inner Garden, Part 2. 2998 Inner Garden, Part 2. "On my mark," Lith said without moving a muscle or waving a spell. "Mark." The Tiamat fear spread out, flooding the world energy and the patches of ground with Lith's energy signature and willpower. It caused a ripple in the mana currents of the garden that the ears couldn't predict, scrambling all of their readings. For one moment, Mergron was blinded. He couldn't perceive his enemies, and the ears only gave him static while adapting to the interference. For one moment, the barbed vines were without direction, and it was enough. The Awakened easily dodged the initial attack and exploited the paralysis of the vines to destroy them in a fell swoop. Lith didn't move, letting Baitra block the attacks aimed at him and focusing on keeping the pulses of Tiamat fear short and irregular. "I bet that the ears of Menadian can read my mana flow as well, but only if it lasts long enough to become another current in the garden. The artifact can't predict where and with how much strength I'll throw a rock in the world energy. On top of that, if I can undermine the fucker's trust in his ace in the hole, he will think twice before trying to escape, he thought. Space. What the fuck was that? Mergron cursed when the ears re-established the connection with the tunnel, and the situation was already resolved. The members of the Hand of Fate had resumed their advance, and there were no patches of ground for a long while. Even worse, the intruders had learned the trick and wouldn't fall for it a second time. This doesn't make sense. Master Ferk had the ears since they were forged, and not once did they malfunction. The Redcap cast his best forge-mastering spells, trying to find an explanation, but without success. Was it just bad luck, or am I cursed? He looked around the lab, but there was no one in the room with him. Master Ferk, I'm sorry for killing you. You gave me everything, and I threw it in your face like the stupid brat I am. Please forgive me. No one but the ghosts conjured by his guilty conscience. Space. Nice trick, little brother, Zorath said. I wish I could do that too. Thanks, Lith replied. Don't lower your guard, we are getting close. Even though the tunnel seemed to go on forever, according to the eyes, there were only a few hundreds of meters between the group and his mark. The shadow dragon confirmed Lith's readings. Mergron's smell grew stronger and fresher with every step they took. Soulless? Baitra asked, scared by the prolonged stillness of the membranous bundle. I'm fine now, thanks. She had woken up for a while, her body had completely recovered, and her strength was back to its peak. Without the burden of holding soulless body together, the tower had drawn upon the garden to fix the damage and replenish her mana. She had yet to come out only because she wanted to preserve her strength and take care of the eyes for Lith until he needed her help. Strider still found their relationship weird, bordering on creepy. After witnessing the care Lith had for Soulless, the fondness with which he spoke of his wife and daughter, and him saving the Hand of Fate's asses, however, the Zawu was willing to admit he had been wrong. Abominations are not just monsters, he thought. The way Baitra cares for the Shadow Dragon and Soulless, a complete stranger, proves that Verhin isn't just an exception. Once the mission is over, I have to give them a proper apology. One more turn to the right, and suddenly they could see the end of the tunnel. The passage opened in an underground cave so large they couldn't see the end of it, and with its domed ceiling over 200 meters, 660, high. At least that was their best estimate, since the upper layer of the cave was eclipsed by what looked like a multicolored starred sky. The world energy was so dense that it took semi-physical form in clouds of the 6 elemental colors. Sometimes the different flows mixed, creating shiny gatherings of one element surrounded by a different, sparser element, and giving the impression that a bright yet small sun shone from behind a cloud. The elemental flow moved through the ceiling, as if carried by an invisible wind. The members of Lith's group knew they were deep underground, but the spectacle gave them the illusion of having stepped inside a wide open space. The elemental clouds lit the cave as bright as day, revealing the majestic structure of the temple. It was built with earth magic from the rock of the cave itself. The naked temple was shaped like an earth's ziggurat and carved from a single block of stone. It was comprised of 10 rectangular floors, one on top of the other, those above smaller than those below, forming what looked like a stair for giants to reach the sky. Each floor showed no sign of the hand of builders, and its straight walls were too perfect to have been cut by a mortal hand. The entire structure had been designed by a genius, and built by one or more powerful mages by channeling the power of the mana geyser. The temple was surrounded by luscious vegetation that stopped just a few meters before the tunnel from which Lith and the others had emerged. Even from the entrance, they could see at least 5 more tunnels that started from a different point but led to the temple. The green covered the floor of the cave and each of the levels of the ziggurat, giving it the shape of a pyramid. There were water ponds everywhere, flower bushes and trees of all species growing on and around the temple. Those are lotus dahlias. Strider pointed at a bundle of aquatic plants in a pond whose flowers had thick violet petals like a lotus flower but were shaped like a dahlia's. They are a very rare sight in Zima and are not supposed to grow anywhere else. And those are dandadragons of the Empire. Zorath stared in amazement at fluffy flowers that looked like an earth's dandelion but were oblong like a snout, and with 2 red straight petals resembling horns right behind them. They only grow on our tallest mountains. How the heck did they end up in an underground cave in the kingdom? What about Verendi's moonroses? Baitra turned Zorath's head toward a bush flower filled with snow-white roses with large and flat petals arranged in an almost perfect circle. Or Giera's sunbirds. They were bright orange bellflowers with 2 pairs of petals each. One pair was curved, giving the impression of spread wings, while the other was as straight as an arrow, giving them the semblance of a flying bird. And those are fire orchids, Grandma's favorite flowers. They looked like orchids, but were crimson red and glowed in the dark. The people of the Blood Desert loved fire orchids and had made them their overlord's symbol because they only grew near a water source. During the night, their luminescence was visible from afar, guiding the lost travelers to salvation. Chapter 2999 Hidden Thorn, Part 1. 2999 Hidden Thorn, Part 1. Fire orchids were delicate in appearance but incredibly resilient and capable of thriving in the harsh climate of the Blood Desert. To the nomadic tribes, fire orchids were a symbol of strength and hope, just like the Overlord. Wherever Solus and the others looked, they saw trees, flowers, and fruits from all of Magus' continents. It didn't matter if they were supposed to grow in a dry or humid climate, if they needed a plain or the rarefied mountain air. They grew one right beside the other, forming a dreamlike landscape. Even Lith's paranoia took a rain check, too busy admiring the view to paint nightmare scenarios in his mind and make up imaginary enemies hidden in every shadow. I feel like crap saying this, but we must burn everything to the ground. Before the rest of the group could beat the Tiamat to a pulp, his array-sensing spell revealed over 30 concentric magical formations surrounding the temple that covered most of the inner garden. Barriers, elemental sealing arrays, gravity fields, magma bombs, storm blitzes. Every single known powerful magical formation was present and primed to blow in the face of any intruder stupid enough to cross them. No, we don't. Xenogrosh beckoned Baitra and shooed everyone else. After being confined in a small space for all this time, it's finally our moment to shine. Nobody is as good at destroying as an eldritch lil bro. This is what we were born for. Just stay out of our way or you guys are going to get hurt. She put a decay bastion in front of the tunnel's exit to emphasize the concept and ensure that she could go all out without endangering Lith's life. I'm ready when you are, Zor. Baitra shapeshifted into her real form, that of a Reiju. Her appearance was that of a Chinese dragon fused with a warhorse. The resulting creature had pitch-black scales covering her horse body, with large branching horns over her head. She had long whiskers, a thick blood-red mane, yellow eyes, and a long, scaled draconic tail. Her bookworm armor shape-shifted as well, covering her new body while the absolution altered its shape to coat the straight horn that came out of her forehead. Then let's go bite. Zorath's body grew over 35 meters, 115, tall, turning into a shadow dragon with 4 eyes arranged on the same line, 2 for each side of her snout. The Reiju started to run around the borders of the arrays, forming a circle of lightning in her wake. The shadow dragon walked forward instead, using the maw of Baitra to make up for her lack of body casting, and preparing her best spells in the time it took her to draw a deep breath. From inside the temple, Mergron cursed his bad luck and readied his defenses. I can deal with the horse, but a divine beast is the last thing I needed today. He adjusted the ears on his head, making sure that the connection with the throne was flawless. The only silver lining is that from so close there is no longer delay in my perceptions. I can see everything they do and react with the speed of thought. The Red Cap activated what was left of his undead army and channeled the world energy into the arrays. The former would attack, the latter would defend, and both would give him the time to cast the spells he needed. From the safety of his lab, he could use fake and true magic plus body casting to conjure 3 spells at a time while his enemies would fight for their lives. They could use body casting as well, but only if they had reached the violet. It was a rare feat, and even if they had accomplished it, they would be 3 times slower than him and forced to make snap decisions while Mergron could take his time and calculate his odds of success before making a move. Or so he thought, until Xenogrosh's shadow grew longer and reached the opposite side of the magical formations. There, it rose from the ground, taking the form of a second shadow dragon. She hurled a raging stream of origin, flames the size of an apartment building, while her shadow cast her Tier 5 chaos spells. flames of absolution. The black fire infused with chaos magic flooded the first layer of the energy dome, eating at the runes that kept the energy barrier solid, while also weakening the volley of spells released by the inner layers of arrays. Flames of absolution weren't meant to cleanse, but to corrupt, yet they were still capable of disrupting the fine mana tuning that high-tiered magic and arrays required to reach their maximum potential. The origin flames attacked from the other side, devouring runes and burning the mana that comprised the outermost magical formation and the world energy that fueled the defensive system. The two-pronged attack spread the barrier's energy thin, opening small fissures in the dome of light that Baitra exploited. As the Reiju circled around the outermost array and the circuit under her hooves neared completion, her speed increased exponentially. Massive streams of electricity accumulated above and below her, empowering her spells and pushing her forward. She unleashed her Tier 5 Chaos spell, Locust Swarm, conjuring a black hail comprised of countless little bullets made of chaos that stuck to the first rune they touched and devoured it. Ferk was no fool and had placed a darkness sealing array right after the energy barrier, knowing that a static defense would be easy prey for the element that boasted the highest destructive power, and its only weakness was being slow. The Locust Swarm faded without reaching the next layer, but along with Xenogrosh's attacks, it was enough to bring the first barrier to crumble. The Reiju then used her Tier 5 spell, White Knight. The fire element focused on the tip of her straight horn, raising the temperature to thousands of degrees. At the same time, the air element created a sack of high pressure while also using the horn to conjure a corona of bolts of lightning. The final result was a plasma lance that departed from the top of Baitra's head and pierced through the darkness sealing array and all those behind it until the lance met the air sealing array. White Knight lost cohesion on contact, but the plasma was a byproduct of the spell and kept moving forward until the drop in air pressure and temperature destabilized it. White Knight left deep rifts in the arrays it crossed, burning their runes and destabilizing the delicate balance that allowed them to synergize. Two abominations? No, wait, they are eldritches. Mergron's surprise turned into terror as he activated all the defensive systems at once, knowing there was no time for finesse. How could I miss it? How can the Council associate with them? Baitra and Zorath wore cloaking devices and had hidden their strength while in the tunnels exactly to not spook their target. Being capable of killing your enemy was pointless if you warned him and gave him the time to run away. The vegetation of the temple parted, revealing the presence of hundreds of plant-undead hybrids. Chapter 3000 Hidden Thorn, Part 2. 3000 Hidden Thorn, Part 2. Mergron had kept his minions hidden from mystical senses under the cover of the abundant world energy of the inner garden, and ready to ambush the invaders. Half of the undead's bodies were intact, while the other half was comprised of the redcap's vines. This way, their blood cores would constantly gain new strength by feeding on the vines, while the vines sapped the world energy of the garden. It created a loop that granted unlimited power to the blood cores, and allowed the vines to tap into the garden without overloading. With no more delay, Mergron could control the undead with his mind and pass them his spells at a moment's notice. At the same time, he tapped into the starred sky above the temple to borrow the elemental energies and shape them into spells of untold power. Air and water magic conjured a frozen tornado from above the shadow dragon, while fire and earth shook the ground with a quake that swamped her in magma. The undead and vines carried the redcap's energy signature and were immune to the natural disasters. As for Baitra, Mergron sent half of his troops against her and exploited her apparent weakness. The trail of lightning made her path predictable, so he cast an air sealing array and set several Tier 5 spells that would activate upon her passage. Zorath shook as the cold storm pushed her down and quenched her inner fire. Air blades the size of a tank cut deep into her bookworm armor, piercing through her scales. The thick adamant and its enchantments were nothing compared to the power accumulated over time by the garden. Xenogrosh's wounds reached the bones and crippled her arms while the quake took away her footing and burned her flesh. Nice try and thank you for the snack. The combined assault of spells and defensive arrays would have killed the shadow dragon if not for her troll side, healing her wounds the moment they started to open. The chunks of flesh reattached themselves without the need of a healing spell. The blood gushing from her wounds weakened the incoming spells and dissolved the undead upon contact. Her eldritch side, instead, fed upon the abundant surrounding world energy, giving Xenogrosh the nourishment she needed to not be hindered by the regeneration process. A sweep of her sky piercer claw shredded the magical formations and tore the elemental energy of the spells from Mergron's mana, forcing the redcap to consume part of the garden's power to keep from disappearing. The undead, or rather, the snack, further fueled Xenogrosh's onslaught. A blood core was a powerful mass of life force and darkness magic kept in perfect balance, and Zorith needed but a touch to feed upon them both. Her troll half was the bane of undead, because it could endlessly absorb darkness to counter the decay element, while her eldritch half was the bane of the living, needing the light of life force to quench the chaos element. The shadow dragon's clawed hand harvested dozens of undead at a time, dropping them in her mouth like popcorn. Their numbers meant nothing. Their physical strength meant nothing. The moment they touched her, the red light of undead in their eyes flickered, and the vines that animated their bodies wilted. Those who chased after the Reiju met no better fate. With the circuit complete, Baitra moved faster and faster until she was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I could never move that quickly. Sure, she can't alter her direction as quickly as I do, but if she were to target someone or something else, I could never stop her, Strider thought as his jaw fell to the floor. The Reiju's path was predictable, but the shockwave she left in her wake at every lap pushed the undead away with the violence of a storm. Those who stood in front of Baitra were turned into cinders by the plasma blade that she cast in front of her, which also reduced the air resistance and created a slipstream effect. The spells placed by Mergron triggered upon her passage, but when they unleashed their effects, she wasn't there anymore. By the time she returned to the same spot, the plasma blade would cut through what was left of the spells and undead, leaving her unscathed. The air-sealing arrays failed because the circuit wasn't a spell but a bloodline ability, and was based on world energy, not mana. The ears could read the flow of world energy, not control it. That was what the hands were for. The hands of Menadian. Mergron stared in horror at Sky Piercer, mistaking it for another piece of the legendary set. Wait, where is the other glove? How could that stupid beast lose one? Greed and outrage clouded his vision as he pictured what he could do were he to collect the hands as well. Ferk had never used them in person, but had seen them in action, and had shared with his shadow disciple his theories about them. I won't just stand here and watch. Solus lifted the Fury, bringing it close to the decay bastion. They told us to wait. Lith grabbed her shoulder, afraid that she could mess with the battle between gods that was taking place in front of their eyes. The Tiamat and the Hand of Fate had remained silent in respectful awe until that moment. Ferk had worked on his defensive system for hundreds of years, and it was more powerful than most of those used to defend ancient noble households like the Urnas. Mergron had spent the 5 months after the death of his master wisely, giving the arrays his own spin and adding an army of lesser undead, whose power rivaled that of elder greater undead. Even from the safety of the tunnel, the battle was terrifying, and it was hard to tell who was winning. Lith trusted Zorith and the strength of the Master's hybrids, but had no idea how he and Solus would fare. No, they told us to not get in their way, and that's what I'm going to do. Solus used the Davros of her hammer to amplify her powers and the elemental crystals to bind together air and earth, conjuring the Tier 4 void magic array, Rumbling Storm. It covered Baitra's path, splitting the ground into its conductive and insolent components. The former was pushed to the surface, amplifying the Reiju's bloodline ability while the latter was compressed below, keeping the electrical charges from dissipating. At the same time, thunderous clouds formed on the upper end of the array, near the stone ceiling. Baitra saw the lightning storm brewing above her head and stirred it, adding the power of natural lightning to those conjured by her magic. Her speed increased to the point that the shockwaves she produced ripped the undead to shreds, and her figure blurred in a ring of light that grew tighter as one layer of defensive arrays crumbled after the other. It's sad thinking about what we could achieve together if not for our differences. Both women thought in unison, while inwardly complimenting the other for her skill. You know what, Solus? I love it when you're always right. Lith shapeshifted into his abomination form, letting it resonate with the world energy and the two Eldritches.